In the world of Jade Dynasty, the Ghost King exhaled a breath of white air, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the pure black armor in front of him. This armor was a magical artifact he specially crafted for Hanli, using a great deal of precious materials in the process. The armor looked very ordinary, it was just a black garment without any elaborate carvings or extra embellishments. It was simply a t-shirt-like garment. Anyone who sees it will only see it as an ordinary piece of clothing, no one would consider it a magical artifact. This is something the Ghost King did on purpose, it's ordinary, unassuming, and doesn't look like a good thing at all, just to avoid being noticed by those with ulterior motives. This armor is called the Ghost Concealment Robe. It has super strong defensive capabilities, protecting not only the upper body but also extending to the lower body and head after being worn. Of course, the head can be shut off at any time, but the upper and lower body can definitely be defended. It can withstand even attacks from the 5th level of the upper profound realm, Golden Core, and can neutralize and absorb both magical and physical attacks. In addition, this armor can also reduce one's aura, so unless one makes a move, a powerhouse below the peak of the upper profound realm, Mass and Soul, will absolutely not be able to detect it. The Ghost King did not add any other functions to avoid increasing resource consumption. These functions do not require much magic power to operate, they can provide a defensive effect simply by being worn. It can both defend itself and conceal its presence. As long as it is out of the opponent's sight and finds a place to hide, no one will be able to find it. The Ghost King sat down to rest for a while. Crafting this magical artifact had indeed wasted a lot of resources, but for the sake of the longevity technique, it was all worth it. He found Bai Ao with the ghost cloak and handed it to her. Bai Ao immediately contacted Hanli, who was at the Tainan small meeting at that moment. Seeing so many cultivators for the first time, Hanli was somewhat dazzled. There were various small stalls around, and some pavilions in the distance. All sorts of items, Vajra talismans, flying talismans, and all sorts of magical treasures. These things can all be bought with spirit stones, but unfortunately Hanli is short of spirit stones. Exchanging 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for these things is making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, there are too many people around here, and it would be easy to be spotted if you took out these things. If you want to make a trade, you can only do so in the pavilion. He looked up at the distant pavilion and started walking towards it. An hour later, Hanli emerged satisfied. After sensing the vibration of the Myriad Realms token, he found a safe place and entered the Myriad Realms Tower. Fellow Deist Li, we meet again. Bai Ao bowed to Hanli with a bright smile on her face. After returning the greeting, Hanli felt a little nervous. I wonder what magical treasure Bai Ao brought. Fellow Deist Bai Ao, thank you for your help. Hanli and Bai Yao went directly to the first floor of the Myriad Realms building. Nowadays, only new traders usually enter Ye Ming's room, while veteran traders will appear directly in the Myriad Realms building, since they are already very familiar with it. The two arrived at the All Heavens coin exchange and began trading. Bai Ao raised her hand, and a piece of ordinary black clothing appeared. This is a magical artifact that my father specially crafted for you. It has amazing defensive capabilities and can also conceal your presence, so it doesn't require much magic power. Hanli looked at the armor, which displayed detailed information. Ghost Concealment Robe, a 5th-tier magic weapon, can defend against attacks below the mid-stage of the 5th tier, and can also conceal one's aura, making the user undetectable to those below the peak of the 5th tier. Value, 90,000 heavenly coins. 5th order. Hanli's eyes lit up, and he was shocked. What a treasure! Is 90,000 celestial coins a lot? Not much. You should know that he can't even buy a magic weapon of this caliber right now. He's determined to have this magic weapon. However, I don't seem to have enough celestial coins right now. He received 77,000 celestial coins from his first transaction, but spent 38,501 celestial coins on buying things, 30,000 celestial coins on buying messages, and 100 celestial coins on opening the communication function. Now he only has 8,399 celestial coins left. That's a 10-fold price difference. Luckily, I bought quite a few things at the Tainan market earlier. Wait a moment, let me exchange some heavenly coins first. He raised his hand, and a pile of items appeared. Quicksand Spell, a 4th-tier spell that turns the land within its reach into sand. Value, 6,000 celestial coins. Concealment Technique, 4th-tier spell. Spiritual energy surrounds the body, making it blend into the surrounding color and difficult to detect. Value, 1,000 heavenly coins. Freezing Spell, 4th-tier spell, freezes water within its range into ice. Value, 7,000 celestial coins. Earth Spike, a 4th-tier spell, summons an earth spike from the ground to attack the target by surprise. Value, 5,000 celestial coins. There were also a bunch of low-level spells like Ascension, Entanglement, Telepathy, and Spark, all of which were obtained by exchanging spells in the attic. These spells alone earned 69,000 heavenly coins. That wasn't all. Besides these, he also exchanged many talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. He needs to keep the ritual implements for his own use, but the other items are not very useful. Flying Talisman, a 4th tier talisman, grants the user the ability to fly. Value, 3,000 heavenly coins. Vajra Talisman, a 4th tier talisman, a 4th tier metallic defensive talisman, capable of creating a metallic shield. Value, 4,000 heavenly coins. Golden Brick Talisman, a 4th tier talisman, can create a giant golden brick to suppress enemies. Value, 5,000 heavenly coins. Golden Body Technique, a 4th tier technique, used to temper the body and can be cultivated up to the 12th level of Qi refining. Value, 6,000 heavenly coins. Complete Guide to Beginner Talismans, Tier 4 item, containing the crafting methods for 10 common Tier 4 talismans, value, 50,000 celestial coins, based on the talisman crafting methods included. 3 talismans plus a complete talisman set, directly worth 68,000 heavenly coins. Hanli took out one each of the Flying Talisman, Vajra Talisman, and Golden Brick Talisman, and had a few left for himself. These items totaled 137,000 heavenly coins, which Hanli exchanged without hesitation. Even if you exchange for cultivation techniques, you can still cultivate them without any impact. Holding 130,000 heavenly coins, Hanli began his transaction with Bai Yao. The value of the items to be traded is 90,000 Zushin coins, with a 10% handling fee. Please pay 99,000 Zushin coins. Hanli transferred 99,000 Zushin coins, completing the transaction instantly. Transaction complete. After receiving the magic weapon, Hanli looked at Bai Yao with great joy and bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, fellow deist Bai Yao. I will definitely remember your kindness. I will contact you as soon as I enter Huangfeng Valley and obtain the cultivation technique. Bai Yao had been waiting for these words, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Good. This magic weapon requires a blood oath to become its owner before it can be used. Moreover, fellow deist Li has acquired so many new items, it seems you've gained quite a bit. Hanli smiled. This was only part of it, the magic artifacts were the real focus. He had wasted 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs just on magic artifacts. Luckily, I stumbled upon a market run by cultivators and bought some things. It's a pity I can only buy one cultivation technique. Hanli recalled that the market had a lot of things on the stalls, including many cultivation techniques, and even the pavilions had quite a few. However, he dared not buy too much, fearing he would be targeted. You only need to buy one copy of the cultivation method. If you buy too many, people will definitely become suspicious. While the attic is slightly more reliable than the stalls outside, it's not much more reliable. Wait for him to leave the Myriad Realms building. You can buy a little something from the stall, but not too much. Everything requires caution, even with the ghost cloak, one still cannot be too high profile. He still knows the principle of not flaunting wealth. Bai Yao nodded in agreement. Hanli's strength was not great to begin with, so they had to be extremely cautious in everything they did. The world of Jade Dynasty and the world of cultivation have many differences, but there is one thing that applies to both worlds. That's the law of the jungle. I want the Flying Talisman, the Vajra Talisman, the Golden Brick Talisman, the Golden Body Technique, and the complete collection of elementary talismans. These talismans are useless to Bai Yao, but having a talisman for reference would certainly make studying the basic talisman encyclopedia easier, and she doesn't lack these heavenly coins anyway. The Golden Body Technique is a martial art, and she wanted to acquire it so that her father could take it back and study it. The value of the items to be traded is 68,000 Zushin coins, with a 10% handling fee. Please pay 74,800 Zushin coins. Bai Yao had anticipated this, and she had enough heavenly coins to easily buy it. After purchasing the items last time, she only had 42,999 heavenly coins left. She gave 6,000 heavenly coins to her sisters, used 100 heavenly coins to activate the communication function, and still had 36,899 heavenly coins left. However, she just traded ghost clothes and received 90,000 heavenly coins, giving her a total of 126,899 heavenly coins. Moreover, she also has the items that Ghost King prepared for her. The Profound Path of Ghosts and Gods, a 6th-tier cultivation technique. The Ghost Path leads to profound understanding. Those who practice this technique are surrounded by countless ghostly shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Value, 90,000 heavenly coins. First level already included. If you remove the middle price from the first level of the Tongxian Ghost and God record, you'll still have 90,000 heavenly coins left. Based on this calculation, the price of the Tongxian Ghost and God record should be 132,000 Zushin coins. After Bai Yao transferred 74,800 heavenly coins, she only had 142,099 heavenly coins left in her hand. Transaction complete. Hanli looked at Bai Yao with some envy. Having a powerful background is really an advantage. The 6th level cultivation technique can be produced so easily. The second generation is indeed different. I'll try out the ghost cloak effect later. If it works, I might be able to buy a whole bunch of more items. Anyway, once he goes out and hides, no one will be able to find him. There shouldn't be any peak 5th tier experts in this market. After both parties got what they wanted, they happily turned and left. At that moment, Ye Ming also received a notification from the Myriad Realms Tower that a huge sum of money had been discovered. The items traded by the two were very expensive. Baiao's 2 items were traded for 180,000 Zushin coins, and Han Li's items were traded for 137,000 Zushin coins, for a total of 317,000 Zushin coins. Ye Ming took 3/10, which is 95,100 heavenly coins. This single transaction involved nearly 100,000 Zushin coins. This is the biggest deal since Professor Snape's last trade. Adding to the previous transaction with Uchiha Suzuki, 129,400 heavenly coins, after taking 3/10, 38,820 heavenly coins, the total is 133,920 heavenly coins. The day had just begun, and 130,000 heavenly coins had already been earned. Earning 1 million heavenly coins was simply too easy. The transactions between Han Li and Baiao were 74,800 Zushin coins and 99,000 Zushin coins respectively, totaling 173,800 Zushin coins. The original poster takes a 10% cut from their account, which amounts to 17,380 heavenly coins. Nearly 20,000 heavenly coins were added at once. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 3rd tier. Celestial coins, 266,712.6. Ops Vault, 91,636 heavenly coins. Multiverse Building Facilities, Mission Pavilion. Cultivation Technique, 3rd level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Battle Through the Heavens, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofan. Traded items: Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, Everlasting Spring Technique, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Golden Body Technique, Complete Collection of Beginner Talismans, Quicksand Technique, Freezing Technique. The number of heavenly coins will soon reach 300,000, and the number of heavenly coins in the Ops Vault will soon reach 100,000. After reaching 100,000, you can unlock the future pavilion. The future is right before our eyes. Ye Ming was extremely excited. At this rate, he estimated that he could reach the peak of the 4th tier soon with 1 million heavenly coins. The vortex rippled, and Ye Ming turned to look. It should be Xiao Yan. It's almost time. He and Yao Chen should have finished their discussion. A middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes, with graying hair and a beard, emerged from the vortex. Upon seeing Ye Ming, he quickly bowed. Lin Fengjiao of Mission greets the immortals. Uncle Nine was incredibly excited. He never imagined he would actually meet a deity. You must know that the heavenly court has long since ceased to exist, and in this Dharma ending age, there isn't even a single profound Taoist priest, let alone any immortals. Ye Ming sat up straight and looked Uncle Ju up and down. Name: Lin Fengjiao. Identity: Taoist priest from the world of Mr. Zombie. Strength: Tier 2. The world of Mr. Zombie is not simple, it has zombies and the underworld. Most importantly, there is the underworld. That's the underworld. If there's an underworld, there must be a heavenly court, which means that there are gods in Mr. Zombie's world. That's an immortal, a being above the 7th rank. Lin Fengjiao, please sit down. Although Mr. Vampire's world is not simple, Lin Fengjiao's strength is too weak. She is not even very strong in the human world, and she can't even get close to the level of the heavenly court. Lin Fengjiao sat shakily on the edge of the sofa, afraid of soiling this luxurious immortal abode. Following the memory in his mind, he raised his hand and a secret manual appeared. Meshin Kung Fu, 4th tier technique, can cultivate pure magical power, and can be cultivated to the highest level of refining essence into Qi. Value: 3,000 Zushin coins. Basic Mission Taoist Techniques, Tier 3 Manual, containing basic Taoist techniques, calming mantra, exorcism mantra, etc. Value: 700 heavenly coins. Basic Mission Talisman Techniques, Tier 3 Manual, containing the drawing methods of basic talismans, exorcism talismans, peace talismans, immobilization talismans, etc. Value: 800 Zushin coins. Peachwood Sword, 1st tier magic weapon, value: 5 heavenly coins. Golden Coin Sword, Tier 2 magic weapon, value: 30 heavenly coins. Although Lin Fengjiao's strength is not strong, it does not mean that Mission skills are not strong. It's just that Lin Fengjiao's practice is not up to par, and it is difficult to cultivate in the Dharma ending age, so she is only at the 2nd level. Mission Kung Fu can cultivate magical power, and only after acquiring magical power can one cultivate subsequent Kung Fu techniques. Just from this 4th level mission martial arts technique, you can tell that Lin Fengjiao's world is not simple, and she can be considered a potential stock. 4,535 heavenly coins, this is the Myriad Realms token. You're in luck. Someone just traded a beginner's guide to talismans. You can take a look and see if there's anything you need. Just as Ye Ming finished speaking, the vortex beside him rippled, and Xiao Yan, his face full of excitement, stepped out of it. Hello, Yao Chen and I, there are people here, you go ahead and do your work. Ye Ming nodded, gestured for Xiao Yan to sit down, and raised his hand to reveal several white orbs of light. Complete Guide to Beginner Talismans, Tier 4 item, containing the crafting methods for 10 Tier 4 common talismans, value 55,000 celestial coins. The complete guide to elementary talismans was very useful, but Uncle Nine definitely couldn't afford it, so Ye Ming took out a bunch of talisman making methods. The talismans, including those from the complete book of elementary talismans, were also brought out one by one. Medium Stabilizing Talisman Crafting Method, Tier 4 item, can create talismans that can immobilize people. Value 5,500 celestial coins. Windwriting Talisman Crafting Method, Tier 4 item, can create talismans that increase movement speed. Value 3,300 heavenly coins. Fireball Talisman Crafting Method, Tier 4 item, can create talismans that attack with fireballs. Value 6,600 celestial coins. Among the dozen or so talismans were attack talismans, defense talismans, and support talismans. These talismans were completely different from the talismans that Uncle Nine had seen in his own world. After looking for a long time, he didn't choose a single talisman. It wasn't because he didn't have enough heavenly coins, but because he suddenly realized that he couldn't create 4th order talismans. 4th order talismans all require magical power. With his meager magical power, he could manage to create 1st and 2nd order talismans, but 4th order talismans would be impossible to draw even if he were drained of his power. Immortal, my strength is too weak, I can't use these things. You go ahead with your work, I'll go take a look around and see if there's anything I need. Ye Ming nodded, he had forgotten that creating talismans also required magical power. With Lin Fengjiao's current abilities, she indeed cannot create these talismans. Okay, then go take a look. There are quite a few internal energy cultivation techniques in the martial arts area, you can go and check them out. Lin Fengjiao sometimes needs to fight zombies, so having a strong body is also very important. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. Lin Fengjiao will take her leave now. Uncle Nine bowed and entered the plaza of the Myriad Realms building. After watching Uncle Nine leave, Xiao Yan excitedly said, Master, I finished talking with Yao Chen, and he gave me a pill formula. Let's see how many heavenly coins I can get for it. Xiao Yan raised his hand, and a phantom pill appeared. The formula for the bone-growing and blood-melting pill is a 6th grade pill formula. It is a 7th grade pill from the Dupo Kangxing world. The pill is made primarily from blood essence, demon fruit, evergreen spirit vine, and snow bone ginseng. It can bring the dead back to life and restore flesh and bone. It can even save someone who is barely clinging to life. Value 400,000 heavenly coins. Xiao Yan could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. 400,000 heavenly coins. That's amazing. Thank goodness I didn't sell the ring. The contents of the ring are only worth a few heavenly coins. The contents of a Dozun powerhouse mind are what's truly valuable. Ye Ming shook his head. This was the most expensive thing besides the Saitama cultivation method. A single pill formula sold for 400,000 heavenly coins. Aside from Snape, Xiao Yan has become the person with the most all heavens coins. He's only at level 1. One level 1 already has 400,000 heavenly coins. If others knew, they would be green with envy. With 400,000 heavenly coins, should I buy something else? Xiao Yan nodded, he did indeed need to buy some things. Alchemy recipes? Do you have any from other worlds? I want them all. Yes, quite a lot. And this thing too. Ye Ming waved his hand, and a pile of pill formulas appeared. Comprehension of Alchemy, 4th order comprehension. With the pill formula, one can refine pills for the chi refining stage. Value 2,200 heavenly coins. Corpse worm pill recipe, tier 3 pill formula, worm eggs prepared using secret methods. Without an antidote within a year, they will hatch and devour the internal organs of the human body. Value 550 heavenly coins. Yellow dragon pill recipe, a 4th order pill formula. It can enhance the cultivation of chi refining cultivators and also has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy. Value 5,500 heavenly coins. Golden marrow pill formula, 4th order pill formula. It can enhance the cultivation of chi refining cultivators and also has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the source. Value 5,500 heavenly coins. Nourishing essence pill formula, 4th order formula, a miraculous medicine with remarkable effects on both internal and external injuries, which can greatly reduce the severity of injuries and save lives. Value 7,700 heavenly coins. A total of 26,950 heavenly coins for various elixir recipes. So cheap, I'll take them all. With these insights into alchemy, wouldn't it be easy to refine pills? Master, I'll head back now. With these pill formulas, Yao Chen should trust me. I'll come back to trade then. After the transaction was completed, Xiaoyan did not linger and left the Myriad Realms Tower to return to his own world. Ye Ming opened the panel and looked at his information. A 30% commission is taken from a transaction of 400,000, which is 120,000 heavenly coins. If this kind of transaction happens 5 more times, I will be able to cultivate the 4th level of my own exclusive cultivation technique. The poster's treasury has increased by 2695 heavenly coins, and they only need 5,669 more heavenly coins to unlock the future pavilion. In the world of battle through the heavens, Xiao Yan smiled. I'm back, Elder Yao. Yao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. This guy went to the Myriad Realms Tower without moving or changing anything. It seems that this Myriad Realms Tower is much more powerful than I imagined. Did you get anything in the exchange? Xiao Yan nodded excitedly, his eyes almost squinting into slits with laughter. We got it. I never expected the bone regeneration and blood fusion pill to be a 6-tier pill, and the formula is worth 400,000 heavenly coins. 400,000. A huge sum. Yao Chen squinted. The bone growing and blood melting pill was a peak 7th grade pill, yet it was only considered a 6th grade pill? It seems that the division of the Myriad Realms building is not quite the same, but the difference is not very large. Is 400,000 celestial coins a lot? So many. A huge number. I tried so many pill formulas, including some 4th grade ones. Oh, when it comes to pill formulas, Yao Chen becomes interested. As soon as he hears a pill formula, he knows whether that formula exists in the world. Tell me one of the pill formulas. I want to hear it. Alright, let's take the yellow dragon pill. It can improve cultivation and strengthen the foundation. The yellow dragon pill requires medicinal herbs. Yao Chen frowned as he listened. He had never heard of these medicinal herbs before, but when he heard about the refining method, he was certain that it was indeed a method of alchemy. However, the method of alchemy was very crude, and he found it hard to believe that the pills made in this way could actually be eaten. As Xiaoyan explained the effects and manufacturing methods of the other pills, his brows furrowed as if they were knotted together, unable to relax. Yao Chen is now certain that the alchemy method Xiaoyan mentioned is definitely from a completely different system, unlike the alchemist's method. None of the medicinal herbs in the prescription were familiar to Xiaoyan. Fortunately, he had also bought a herbal medicine guide, which contained information on the appearance and properties of some of the herbs. Huanglong grass has yellow leaves that are long and slender, with 4 leaves that resemble a dragon, hence the name Huanglong grass. It has a fishy taste and turns pale purple after 100 years and purple after 1,000 years. Yellow dragon grass looks a bit like purple dragon leaf. Could it be the same medicinal herb with just a different name? Yao Chen stroked his beard but found nothing, then remembered that he was a remnant soul. Many of these medicinal herbs are similar to those I already know, only with different names. If these medicinal herbs were combined, it seems that they could indeed be used to refine elixirs. Yao Chen now believed Xiao Yan's words. As a master alchemist, he was certain that these were indeed pills and alchemy methods that did not exist in this world. In other words, what Xiao Yan said about the Myriad Realms Tower was true. Yao Chen fell into deep thought. The pill formulas and cultivation techniques would still be in his hands after the transaction, so he could trade all of them. Then I'll trade for some things I can use, but I don't know what those things are. He looked at Xiao Yan and thought for a moment. Go home and I'll tell you some cultivation techniques and pill formulas. Exchange them all for heavenly coins, then see if there's anything you need in the Myriad Realms Tower and buy some. Xiao Yan nodded. He had long wanted to check out the goods at the Myriad Realms Tower. No rush, 400,000 heavenly coins are enough for now. I'll go to the Myriad Realms Tower first and see what good stuff they have. Elder Yao, what do you need? Me? I possess treasures that can nourish and restore the soul. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Xiaoyan did not appear in front of Ye Ming this time, but went directly into the first floor of the Myriad Realms building. He arrived at the crossroads and first went to the martial arts area. Holy crap! The 18 subduing dragon palms. Awesome, awesome. The 9 Yin manual is also there, as well as the 9 Yang manual. The innate skill. The Yi Jin Jing. These are all well-known martial arts techniques. Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique, that's pretty good. It's a pity these martial arts skills are too low-level. Having seen so many 4th, 5th, and 6th tier techniques, I'm not really interested in these techniques below the 4th tier. Let's go check out the Sendo area. He was also a Dragon Kingdom person in his previous world, and he was extremely interested in things like immortals. No one from the Dragon Kingdom can resist the temptation of becoming an immortal, even if they are not from the same planet. Chan Chun Gong, a cultivation technique for immortality. A way to communicate with ghosts and spirits? It sounds a bit sinister, but it seems to be related to ghosts. I'll make a note of it and ask Elder Yao when I get back. Golden body technique, a cultivation method for refining the body, isn't really necessary. Spells. That looks pretty powerful. And there are talismans too. Insights into swordsmanship and fist techniques? I don't really need them right now. There aren't any pills at all, just pill formulas. There weren't many pills in the martial arts area before either, only one blood bodhi. Maybe we can make more pills to sell later. Xiaoyan looked at the Changchun Gong and was tempted to buy it. However, the everlasting spring skill can only be cultivated up to the 12th level of qi refining, which doesn't seem to be particularly strong. After hesitating for a long time, he still didn't buy it, left the immortal path zone, and went to other zones. Vampires? Werewolves? These things actually exist. And they even have bloodlines. Living for thousands of years, that's amazing. A martial spirit? It looks pretty good. Ha! Firearms. And firearms. Wow, they really have everything. Spells, magic, and ninjutsu, they all seem the same, none of them seem to protect the soul. Why haven't I seen anything related to souls except for the path of the mysterious ghosts and gods? Xiaoyan scratched his head and tentatively called out. Red Jade? Hong Yu appeared beside Xiaoyan, who curiously looked her over. Hello, I'm Hong Yu, how can I help you? Does the Tower of Myriad Realms contain anything that can protect or restore a soul? No, not at the moment. You can post a quest in the quest hall on the second floor to find similar items. If someone sees the item, they will contact you. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. That's a good idea. He went to the mission hall and walked to the counter. Hello, what kind of task do you want to post? I'm looking for treasures, elixirs, magical artifacts, or cultivation techniques that can protect, restore, or even restore a remnant soul to human form. How many heavenly coins is the commission for this mission? Xiaoyan thought for a moment. Things related to souls must be very expensive. 100,000 celestial coins? The quest has been generated. Please pay 110,000 celestial coins to post the quest. He knew that Task Pavilion required a 10% handling fee for posting tasks. Xiaoyan drew 110,000 heavenly coins and looked up at the big screen. A task appeared on the otherwise empty taskbar, offering a reward of 100,000 heavenly coins, which was very tempting. Mission issued. After seeing the mission announcement, Xiaoyan nodded, then disappeared from the Myriad Realms building without buying anything. Not long after he left, someone came up to the second floor, was shocked when they saw the task, and then quickly informed all their friends. Within 10 minutes, almost everyone knew about the task. Unfortunately, there aren't many people who can produce something like this. In fact, there are very few. In the world of Jade Dynasty, Baiao's eyes lit up when she saw the messages posted by those beautiful older women. Protecting the soul, restoring the soul? She has it, but others don't. That's way too many. The Ghost King sect is all about playing with ghosts. They don't have pills to revive ghosts, but they have plenty of pills and magical treasures to restore souls. Many members of the Ghost King sect control ghosts, and ghosts are their most powerful fighting force. Ghosts can also get injured, and it would take a lot of time for them to heal on their own. Therefore, the Ghost King sect has special magical artifacts and elixirs for nurturing ghosts. She went directly into the Myriad Realms Tower, accepted the mission, and obtained Xiao Yan's contact information. In the world of battle through the heavens, Xiao Yan was writing on a piece of paper, while Yao Chen kept whispering something in his ear. If any alchemists were to enter this place and see the words on the paper, they would be driven mad with excitement. Because these are all pill formulas, 5th, 6th and 7th grade pill formulas are everywhere. Breakthrough pill, a 6th grade pill, can increase the success rate of a peak Do Huang breaking through to Do Zone by 10%. The Yin Yang Mystic Dragon pill, a 7th grade elixir, can restore the body, and its medicinal power remains in the body, healing every injury. The first pill is an 8th grade elixir used for foundation building. Its effects are mild and can gradually improve the constitution of the user as they grow. One after another, miraculous elixir prescriptions were casually laid out on the table. Xiaoyan suddenly paused, stopped what he was doing, piled all the pill formulas together, and held them in his hand. What's wrong? Yao Chen asked curiously, why did you suddenly stop writing when you were doing so well? There were too many cultivation techniques and pill formulas in his mind. Xiaoyan couldn't remember them all just by hearing them once, so he had to write them down. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at Yao Chen. Master Yao, great news. Someone has contacted me with magical treasures and elixirs for nourishing the soul. I'm going to the Myriad Realms Tower to take a look. Yao Chen's heart skipped a beat. So fast. Xiaoyan said that only a short while after the mission was issued, someone had already found something similar? As expected of the Myriad Realms Tower, you must know that such elixirs and treasures are extremely hard to find in this world. Aside from the Soul Palace possibly having them, he really didn't know where else they could be. Okay. I'll wait for you. I want the best. These things should be enough to buy it. Don't worry, Dr. Yao, even if you didn't say anything, I would still want the best. After saying that, Xiaoyan entered the Myriad Realms Tower and went to the mission pavilion on the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, he saw the lovely little girl in the green dress, exquisitely beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Little sister, are you Bai Ao? Bai Ao looked at the smiling Xiaoyan in front of her and subconsciously took a step back. This guy doesn't look like a good person at all. He looks like the kind of bad guy who harasses underage girls. Xiaoyan's smile froze. What did that mean? Were you serious about taking half a step back? Such a small action can cause so much damage. I can only speak to you by playing the role of a gentleman. I'm Xiaoyan. Bai Ao suddenly realized, this guy is the one who issued the mission. It doesn't look like it's worth 100,000 celestial coins. I am Bai Ao. What kind of elixirs and magical artifacts do you need? When it came to serious matters, Xiaoyan's smile vanished. The best. I have an elder who is only a remnant soul. It would be best if there was something that could restore his body, but if not, then there must be a treasure that can restore and nourish his soul. Bai Ao nodded. So he was an elder. He seemed quite filial, but a bit sleazy. He wants the best right away. He's probably a sucker. All right. I have all the magical treasures for nourishing the soul and the pills for restoring and stabilizing the soul. The problem is, can you afford to produce that many heavenly coins for the best kind? 100,000 heavenly coins won't be enough. Yes, approximately how many heavenly coins are needed? Is 1 million enough? Bai Ao was speechless. Was this guy really that rich? He just asked for 1 million right off the bat. I'll only know the exact amount after I get it. But judging from your appearance, your world seems quite powerful. What level world is it? Xiaoyan scratched his head, not understanding what Bai Ao was talking about. What are these different levels of worlds? Where can I see them? Issuing the Order of Myriad Realms. Oh. Xiaoyan took out the Myriad Realms token and glanced at it. It was the battle through the heavens world, 7th rank. A 7th order world. What does 7th order mean? Bai Ao was shocked. It was another 7th order world, even more powerful than her own. In the beginning, there were only a few powerful worlds, but now there are more and more. The meaning of a 7th tier world is that the strongest beings in your world are at the 7th tier, while my world is a 6th tier world, and the strongest beings are at the 6th tier. Xiaoyan muttered to himself. 7th rank? Could it be a Dodi? Is a Dodi a 7th rank powerhouse? Then how come a Dozun is only 6th rank? I remember there's a Dosheng between Dozun and Dosheng. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Bai Ao explained to him. The author said that after the 4th rank, there are several realms between each rank. So it's not surprising that after the 4th rank, it may seem like there is only one rank difference, but the difference in strength is huge. There may be many realms in between. Xiaoyan nodded. I see. No wonder. Thank you so much, little sister Bai Ao. Bai Ao shuddered and quietly took half a step back. I don't know why, but I always feel that Xiaoyan is not very proper. He seems like the kind of person who would sneak into a girl's room and touch her while she is sleeping. Xiaoyan's expression froze once again. Why did Bai Ao seem to harbor some ill will towards him? I'm a good person. Bai Ao was silent for a moment, then said, I come from a demonic sect in a cultivation world. If you have any needs related to your soul in the future, you can come to me. He probably doesn't need other magical treasures or elixirs. I come from a world where martial arts are cultivated, so I should be able to refine pills. My elder is a 6th level alchemist. If you need pills, you can come to me. You'll need the pill formula and materials, since the worlds are different and the methods of refining pills are different. Bai Ao's eyes widened as she stared at Xiaoyan in shock. He actually has a 6th level alchemist by his side. The strongest in the world of Jade Dynasty is only at the 6th rank. He's really something. As for why 6th tier alchemists didn't have pills to heal the soul, Bai Ao simply assumed that their world had no understanding of the soul. After all, the soul is a rather difficult thing to fathom, so it's normal that other worlds don't play with the soul. If Yao Chen were here and heard Bai Yao's thoughts, he would definitely tell Bai Yao that his world's ability to manipulate souls was far superior to theirs. You must know that the Soul Palace is one of the top forces on the entire continent. Behind them is the support of the entire Soul Clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. That's a race that has produced Dodid, battle emperors, not something that ordinary forces can compare to. When it comes to playing with soul, they are the experts. Bai Ao took out the Myriad Realms token and said to Xiaoyan, okay, let's add each other as friends. I'll go back and get you some pills and magic treasures to nourish your soul. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Okay, I'll be back soon. Bai Ao returned to the world of Jade Dynasty and immediately went to find the Ghost King. Father, a traitor from a 7th tier world has arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower, and his predecessor was actually a 6th tier alchemist. The Ghost King's expression was similar to Bai Yao's before, his eyes widened in utter shock. 6th rank. If they were in their own world, wouldn't they be able to beat up King Yun's sect and trample on Fanyan Temple? As expected of the Tower of Myriad Realms. Father, the traitor wants a magical artifact and elixirs to nourish the soul. He's probably seriously injured. Once he's recovered, we can ask him to refine the elixirs. Great idea. Magical artifacts and elixirs for nourishing the soul? I'll go get them. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming was still waiting. He had seen Xiao Yan's mission, but the 10% commission could only be obtained after the mission was completed, and he couldn't get it yet. Once this task is completed, the future pavilion will be born. The vortex beside them began to ripple, and new traders arrived. A man wearing a white robe with a black lining, a knife tucked into his belt, and black-rimmed glasses appeared. He had short brown hair and brown eyes, giving him a scholarly air, and a sunny smile on his face. The number 5 was written on his robe. The man paused for a moment after coming out, his face twitched a few times, and then he returned to normal. Upon seeing Ye Ming, he slowly reached for the hilt of the knife at his waist. If I were you, I wouldn't pull it out. Whether you use your ability or not, you'll be banished for a day anyway, so why bother? The man paused for a moment, then let his hands hang down at his sides. What you say makes sense, sir. However, as the captain of the 5th Division of the Godai 13, I cannot simply surrender like this. It really was him, Aizen Saoshik, the biggest villain in the world of Bleach. He appears to be a perfect scholar, but in reality, he is ruthless. Name Aizen Saoshik. Identity, captain of the 5th Division in the Bleach world. Strength, 5th tier. The strength of the 5th rank is about right. After all, Aizen can easily defeat captain-level characters, so his strength can be described as extremely powerful. His Zanpakuto, in particular, is incredibly powerful. The illusion of a mirage can completely hypnotize the other person simply by seeing the liberation of that illusion. Moreover, they are permanently in a state of complete hypnosis. After Bankai, you can even control the enemy's 5 senses. Ye Ming sighed, watching as Aizen's hand reached for Kyoka Suijutsu and pulled it out. Ye Ming stared at Aizen, and Aizen stared back at Ye Ming. Both were somewhat surprised. Ye Ming was surprised that Aizen hadn't been carried away. He slowly realized that Aizen's attack hadn't actually happened, he had only drawn his sword. His spiritual power, including the abilities of his Zanpakuto, was completely sealed. Merely drawing the sword was not considered an act of violence. Unlike Suzuki Uchiha, whose Sharingan is his own eye and he doesn't have ocular power, he can still use some abilities. Aizen was even more surprised than Ye Ming. No, he was more shocked. He couldn't sense his Zanpakuto anymore. You have to understand that Zanpakuto are all formed from the souls of Shinigami, death gods. How absurd is it that you can't even sense your own soul? Unless, of course, the opponent's Zanpakuto ability is very similar to his own Kyoka Suijutsu, both of which can control the 5 senses. From the very beginning, he didn't take this Myriad Realms Tower seriously, he figured it was just some guy using his Zanpakuto's power to tease him. However, this Zanpakuto's power was so strong that even I was accidentally hit. We must resolve this as soon as possible, we can't let it delay things later. Aizen raised his hand, using his spiritual power. Where is his spiritual power? He was completely stunned, unable to sense the flow of spiritual energy at all. Turbid waves, mad ships, boiling, numb, flickering, sleepless, even the steel princess corrodes, even the clay doll collapses. Assemble, confront the enemy, fill the ground to make them know their powerlessness. The 9th level of the Hakudo, the Black Coffin. Aizen stretched out his hand and shouted. Even if one's 5 senses are altered, the spiritual power within one's body still exists, and the power to break through the Dao can still be released. However, there was still nothing. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Aizen was genuinely panicked at this moment, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Even a captain-level figure would not be able to emerge unscathed from being hit by this black coffin. Is the opponent really that powerful? Should we use the prepared methods in advance? But the Hogyaku is already so close, even though we haven't gotten our hands on it yet. Aizen looked at Ye Ming with some resentment. Ye Ming blinked and looked at Aizen's angry and resentful eyes. The vortex in the back can take you back to your own world. Go back and think it over carefully, then come back. Aizen paused for a moment, then adjusted his glasses. You underestimate me too much. I won't fall for such a crude scheme. Ye Ming almost choked on his tea, staring speechlessly at Aizen before waving his hand. Aizen immediately felt an irresistible force carrying him into the vortex, after which he disappeared. How can Aizen be such a Chuyunibiu, delusional, character? How can he be a major villain? But the Bleach world seems to have a lot of potential. Aizen was the first 5th-tier powerhouse to come to the Myriad Realms Tower. His strength was beyond doubt. His proficiency in Kido, coupled with his overwhelming spiritual pressure and the Kyoka Suijutsu technique, was enough to crush 99% of the people in the Bleach world. Even inside the Myriad Realms Tower, where no one knew his abilities, the moment he activated Mirror Flower Water Moon, the entire army was wiped out. The Keto system in the Bleach world is generally the same, but what's special about it are the training methods in Zanpakuto. They cultivate the soul. The so-called Grim Reaper is a soul entity. It is extremely rare for a Grim Reaper's training to make his soul stronger than his physical body. Zanpakuto are even more special, as they are composed of souls and can be transformed into unique Zanpakuto by their users. By communicating with the Zanpakuto, one can obtain its true name and thus unleash its power. Each Zanpakuto has its own soul, personality, and thoughts. It is not merely a weapon. In the world of Bleach, the growth potential of Zanpakuto may be limited, but in the multiverse building, he believes that the growth potential of Zanpakuto will increase significantly. Putting everything else aside, for anyone below the 6th rank, a Zanpakuto is simply an undamaged, upgradable weapon. If the Zanpakuto's limits are high enough, it might even accompany the user for a lifetime. In addition, spiritual power is a special kind of cultivation of the soul, so the Death God system will definitely be very popular in the Myriad Realms Tower. Oh, and one more thing, death is immortal except when he is killed. Immortality. Not only will they not age, but they will also not die naturally. For this reason alone, some people would definitely go to great lengths to buy the training methods of the Death God system. I won't say who this person is, but those who know, know. On the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, Baiao and Xiaoyan arrived at the trading area, ready to begin their transaction. Baiao took out the magical artifacts and pills that the Ghost King had prepared for her, and displayed them with a wave of her hand. Soul-nourishing Jade, a 5th-tier magic treasure, can store souls within the Jade. The souls will automatically heal their injuries and grow stronger. Absorbing other souls can shatter their souls and transform them into resources to nourish one of the souls. Value, 90,000 heavenly coins. 100 soul restoration pills, 5th-tier pills, to restore soul injuries. Value, 500,000 heavenly coins. 100 soul nourishing pills, 5th-grade pills, to nourish the soul and make it stronger. Value, 400,000 heavenly coins. The recipe for the soul restoration pill, a 5th-tier pill recipe, is worth 50,000 heavenly coins. Soul nourishing pill recipe, 5th order recipe, value, 40,000 heavenly coins. Transaction amount 1,080,000 celestial coins, transaction fee 10%, please pay 1,188,000 celestial coins to complete the transaction. The transaction fees alone amounted to over 100,000 heavenly coins. If other traders knew this, they would be shocked to death. Some people still can't scrape together 10,000 Zushin coins, while others have transaction fees of over 100,000 for trading with each other. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Indeed, people are different. Some people are born into the celestial realm, while others are still struggling in the mortal world. Xiaoyan didn't think 1,188,000 heavenly coins was a lot. He thought it was just so-so, considering that a single pill recipe cost 400,000 before. And now, he has even more prescriptions for pills. As soon as he raised his hand, countless white lights and shadows appeared. Fulling Kingdom pill formula, a 6th order pill formula, an 8th grade pill formula from the Dupo Kangxing world, which can restore 80% of the strength of those whose strength has deteriorated. Value, 100,000 Zushin coins. The first pill recipe, a 6th order pill recipe, an 8th grade pill formula from the Dupo Kangxing world. It can gradually change the physique of the user as they grow. Value, 600,000 Zushin coins. The recipe for the Pure Heart Pill, a 6th grade pill recipe, and a 7th grade pill recipe from the Dupo Kangxing world. It stabilizes the mind and increases the success rate of pill refining. Value, 100,000 Zushin coins. Instant Chi pill recipe, rank 6 pill recipe, rank 7 pill recipe from the Dupo Kangxing world, can quickly restore the energy in the body of a rank 6 cultivator. Value, 500,000 Zushin coins. Yin Yang Life Soul Pill Recipe, Rank 6 Pill Recipe, Rank 7 Pill Recipe from the Dupo Kangxing world, with the effective fusion of soul and restoration of life. Value, 600,000 heavenly coins. Life Devouring Pill Recipe, a 6th tier pill recipe, a 7th grade pill recipe from the Dupo Kangxing world. It can boost one's strength to the early stage of the 5th tier in a short period of time, but after use, one's lifespan will only be 3 years. Value, 300,000 heavenly coins. Azure Longevity Pill Recipe, a 5th grade pill recipe, a 6th grade pill formula from the Dupo Kangxing world, which can increase lifespan by 10 years and can only be taken once in a lifetime. Value, 90,000 Zushin coins. Xiaoyan glanced at them and thought they were almost done. These were all parts of the pill formulas that Jiao Lao had dictated and that he had written down himself. These prescriptions prioritize quality, followed by ease of writing. In such a short time, I only wrote these 7 prescriptions. Judging from the price, it should be enough. Baiao stared at the string of zeros and gradually opened her mouth wide. That's way too much. Having seen so many poor people in the Myriad Realms building, seeing a rich man for the first time is quite a shock. This series of 6th-order pill formulas made by AO's Scalp Tingle. These 7 pill formulas alone cost 2,290,000 heavenly coins, 2.29 million. That's a huge sum of money. Not to mention by AO, even Ye Ming got excited. After this round of transactions, I now have approximately 1 million heavenly coins. Moreover, the original poster's savings account definitely has enough for 100,000. Of course I have to witness such an important moment in person. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ao and Xiao Yan felt dizzy and instantly appeared next to the sofa. Bai Ao, Xiao Yan, please sit. Greetings, master. Brother, the poster. Xiao Yan sat down on the sofa. Bai Ao glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively asked, Brother, can I sit next to you? Ye Ming was somewhat surprised and nodded. Okay, come on over. Bai Ao smiled happily and skipped over to sit down next to Ye Ming. Xiao Yan's face almost turned green. What did this guy mean by this? Ye Ming seemed to have noticed something and was about to speak when the vortex rippled and a familiar figure emerged. This person was none other than Aizen. After returning, he confirmed that no one had attacked him earlier, so he hesitated and went back to the Myriad Realms Tower. Aizen, you're back. You can go and have a look around the Multiverse Tower. I'll call you back after this transaction is completed. Aizen adjusted his glasses and looked at the 2 people in front of him, a little girl and a minor boy, both of whom appeared to be of Eastern origin. He nodded and walked towards the first floor of the Myriad Realms building. Upon entering the first floor, the 3 large characters, Myriad Realms Tower, immediately left an indelible impression on Aizen. This pressure is much stronger than that of the Spirit King Palace. Compared to the Myriad Realms Tower, the mere Spirit King Palace is like an ant compared to the universe. At this moment, Aizen finally believed it. With such strength, they could easily kill themselves, so why bother with schemes and tricks? Aizen arrived at the crossroads and glanced at the 3 roads. Martial Arts Zone, Immortal Path Zone, Other Zones. What is martial arts? What is the path to immortality? He only understands what other means. After thinking for a while, he entered the martial arts area, wanting to talk about this so-called martial arts. Inside the room, Ye Ming smiled and said to Xiao Yan, a total of 2.29 million celestial coins, shall we trade the whole thing? Trade, okay. Bai Ao's items total 1,080,000 heavenly coins. There's a 10% transaction fee, which is 1,188,000 heavenly coins. Of that, the 100,000 heavenly coins for issuing the task have been deducted directly, and another 1,088,000 heavenly coins will be deducted from you. You'll have 1,202,000 heavenly coins left, which will be transferred to your Myriad Realms token. Thank you so much, Op. It's okay. Don't rush back after the transaction. There are a few items you might need. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Then Ye Ming looked at Bai Yao. Do you have any items you need for trade? Bai Yao looked at the several pill formulas and wanted some, but these formulas were too valuable, and it was hard to say whether they had the necessary medicinal materials. She decided to wait until she asked her father before making a decision. Not for now. Anyway, they're all pill formulas, and they've always been available. I'll buy them later. Ye Ming nodded. That's fine then. The transaction is complete. A transaction worth 1.18 million celestial coins. Get rich overnight. Alright, then you can wait outside for a while. After the next person finishes their transaction, you'll get what you need. Bai Ao and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance. Their worlds were completely different, yet they both needed the same thing. It seems like a wonderful world. After the 2 left, a slight smile appeared on Ye Ming's lips. Xiao Yan's previous transaction of 400,000 coins yielded a commission of 120,000 coins. Lin Fengjiao's transaction of 4,535 heavenly coins yielded a commission of 1,360.5 heavenly coins. Bai Yao's pills and magic treasures totaled 1,080,000 heavenly coins, and a 30% commission would amount to 324,000 heavenly coins. Xiao Yan's pill formula this time was worth 2,290,000 heavenly coins, and a 30% commission would amount to 687,000 heavenly coins. The total is 1,132,360.5 heavenly coins, 1.13 million celestial coins, an additional 1.13 million, enough to cultivate the 4th level of the exclusive technique. This is only Ye Ming's own heavenly coins, plus the cut from the Lord's treasury. Xiao Yan bought the pill formula, which increased his heavenly coins by 26.95. Xiao Yan issued a task of 100,000 heavenly coins, with a handling fee of 10,000 heavenly coins. The landlord's vault will take 10% of the 1,188,000 heavenly coins transaction, which is 118,800 heavenly coins. In total, the poster's treasury has increased by 131,495 heavenly coins. Unlocking a building only requires 100,000 celestial coins, but these transactions directly increased the cost by 130,000 celestial coins. Ye Ming opened the panel and saw the astonishing amount of heavenly coins and the heavenly coins in the Lord's vault. He could no longer suppress his joy and burst into laughter. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins 1,399,073.1. Ops Treasury 223,131 Heavenly Coins. Multiverse Building Facilities Mission Pavilion. Cultivation Technique 3rd Level of Exclusive Cultivation Technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Battle Through the Heavens, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofan. Traded items: Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, profound ghostly path, everlasting spring technique, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Golden Body Technique, Complete Collection of Beginner Talismans, Quicksand Technique, Freezing Technique. Enough! Finally enough! Whether it's cultivating the exclusive 4th level technique or unlocking a new facility in the Myriad Realms Tower, it's enough. Ye Ming took a deep breath, disappeared from the sofa, and appeared in an unknown place in the Myriad Realms building. He sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by nothingness. Myriad Realms Tower, cultivate the 4th level of the exclusive technique. Ding! Consuming 1 million heavenly coins, you have begun cultivating the 4th level of your exclusive cultivation technique. An energy far exceeding the sum of the previous few times appeared within Ye Ming's body, and began to transform Ye Ming's body, blood, meridians, bones, internal organs, spirit, and soul. He felt a substantial change in his mental power. He could control his mental power to lift heavy objects and even fly with it. At the same time, he did not open his eyes, yet he saw everything around him. This was the divine sense of a cultivator. The blood in my body was flowing rapidly, and the beating of my heart was clearly visible. The 3rd and 4th stages are not at all the same level. The 3rd stage is still a mortal body, but the 4th stage has gradually broken away from this stage. The 4th stage is the refinement of essence into chi stage, which is the foundation building stage in the cultivation realm. Both are for laying the foundation for future cultivation. Now, his powerful physical body, substantial mental strength, and all-around power have forged Ye Ming's supreme foundation. Ye Ming opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He seemed to have gained an air of otherworldly grace. He used to look like just an ordinary person with some presence, but now, anyone who sees him thinks he's a celestial being. Ye Ming moved and returned to the sofa. Hong Yu, call Aizen over here. Myriad Realms Tower, unlock the future pavilion. Ding! The Lord's Vault has spent 100,000 celestial coins to unlock the future pavilion. The next facility will cost 1 million celestial coins to unlock. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 4th Tier. Celestial Coins 399,073.1. Ops Treasury 123,131 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Building Mission Pavilion, Future Pavilion. Cultivation Technique, 4th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Battle Through the Heavens, The Legend of the Dragon and the Snake, Deluo Continent. Items for trade: Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, profound demonic path, everlasting spring technique, insights into the martial arts. I have 390,000 heavenly coins left, and I'm still 9,610,000 heavenly coins short of the 5th level of my exclusive cultivation technique. Wow, that's a lot. More than 9 million heavenly coins. The original poster has 120,000 celestial coins in their vault, and the next facility is 880,000 celestial coins short. Suddenly, an upward staircase appeared on the 2nd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower. Aizen, who happened to be strolling on the 2nd floor, saw this and was curious. Just as he was about to go up, he heard a voice from the side. Aizen, the Lord is waiting for you. Hong Yu, standing to the side, reached out to lead the way, and Aizen nodded, walking downwards. Baiao happened to arrive on the 2nd floor and glanced at Aizen with curiosity. She was originally going to check if there were any more missions at the mission hall when she saw a staircase that appeared to the side. When did this staircase appear? Baiao looked around and curiously stepped onto the stairs, arriving at the 3rd floor. From the 1st to the 3rd floor, the 3 large characters Future Pavilion immediately catch the eye. The moment Baiao saw the words Future Pavilion, she knew what this place was for. He can actually see the future of his own world. Baiao's interest was immediately piqued. She went up to the 3rd floor and saw a room not far away. Row after row, seemingly without end. At the very center of these rooms floats a giant crystal ball in the air, and all the rooms are arranged around the crystal ball, guarding it like protectors. The rooms on the left and right are numbered. The 2 rooms closest to Baiao are numbered 11 on the left and 11 on the right. Next to it are the first and second rooms on the left, and behind the first room on the left is the second room on the left. Baiao glanced at it and saw that there were 7 rooms in each row. The left and right sides indicated the row number and the room number. Left 11 refers to the first room and the first row on the left, and right 57 refers to the 7th room and the 5th row on the right. Baiao blinked and arrived at the central crystal, where Han Yu's figure appeared beside her. Baiao, 6th Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 1 million heavenly coins. Query? 1 million celestial coins? Wow, that's expensive. Even though Baiao had just received over 1 million heavenly coins, she was reluctant to spend them all at once. But it felt like 1,000 cats were scratching at her heart, making her incredibly itchy. It should be alright, father won't blame me. Let's see if the Ghost King sect can surpass the Azure Cloud sect in the future. Baiao took out the Myriad Realms token. She had a total of 1.22 million heavenly coins on hand. She had more than 140,000 left over from before, plus the 1.08 million she had just traded with Xiaoyan, for a total of 1.22 million. There will still be 220,000 left after it's all used up. Search. Please proceed to room number 16 on the left to inquire about your world's future. A beam of white light shot out from the crystal, enveloping the Myriad Realms token and drawing away the heavenly coins. Baiao put away the Myriad Realms token and walked towards the 6th room in the first row. Why is it 16, not 11? Is it because I live in a 6th Order world? Baiao pushed open the door and went inside. Inside was a small crystal ball floating in mid-air. Besides that, there was nothing around. It's incredibly rudimentary. Baiao reached out and touched the crystal ball, and stories began to appear in her mind. Baiao was somewhat surprised. How could the future be a boy? On the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, Aizen entered the room and stood before Ye Ming. Aizen greets the Lord. Have a seat. How did you feel about your walk around? Aizen sat on the sofa and sighed. Sigh, I thought I was the most clear-headed person in the world, but it turns out I'm still just a frog in a well. What is the use of the Hogyaku? Even if you obtain the Hogyaku and become the strongest in the world, you are still just the strongest in the world. The world limited his development. Fortunately, there's the Myriad Realms Tower. Now that you've come to the Myriad Realms Tower, this is your opportunity. Your world may not be strong, but its cultivation system has great potential. Aizen raised an eyebrow. A cultivation system? Spiritual energy? He didn't find anything special about spiritual power, but he had looked at the cultivation techniques in all 3 regions, and each had its own advantages. As for spiritual power and Zanpakuto, they were indeed very different. At the very least, after looking around, he didn't find any useful techniques. Even Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation techniques were useless against him, since he was a soul body and had no physical body. Saitama-style limit-breaking training method is for physical training, but he didn't even train his body properly. Then there's the record of mysterious ghosts and gods, which is used to control ghosts, and his own soul was practically a ghost himself. There are almost no cultivation techniques available. Unless you create your own body and then practice the rest of the techniques. Is finding a physical body the only way for me to become stronger? Of course not. Many worlds also have cultivation methods for the soul body. For example, the Soul Clan in the Battle Through the Heavens world can cultivate their soul body to the 7th level. But the soul body in your world, which is the Death God, can only reach the 6th level at most. Whether you need a physical body or not depends on you. There are too many methods in the world. However, at this stage, the most common way to become stronger is still the path of the physical body. My suggestion is that you should cultivate both the physical body and the soul. Not only the physical body, but also a physical body that is completely compatible with your soul. Aizen nodded thoughtfully, but no one really knew what he was thinking. His original physical body had long since disappeared. He had been in the Soul Society for over 1,000 years. Finding a body that perfectly matches one's soul is not easy. Fortunately, there's the Hogyaku. The Hogyaku should be able to easily create a body that suits me. As soon as he raised his hand, countless white lights and shadows appeared. Complete Guide to Ghostly Paths, a 6-tier cultivation technique containing all methods of breaking, returning, and binding. Value 900,000 heavenly coins. Spiritual Power Cultivation Method, Rank 6. It absorbs spiritual particles to cultivate one's own spiritual power, making the soul as strong as the body. After cultivation, the soul will not die naturally. Value 900,000 heavenly coins. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, a 5th-tier magical artifact. Its Shikai is complete hypnosis, and its Bankai is control of the 5 senses. Zanpakuto can directly attack the soul. Value 70,000 heavenly coins. Instant Step, a 5th tier technique, allows for rapid movement and can be used in both movement and combat. Value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Sword Dao Enlightenment, 3rd tier enlightenment, value, 200 heavenly coins. The complete guide to demonic paths contains 99 types of both the breaking path and the binding path, ranging from the most basic attack, the charge, to the most advanced attack, the 9 dragons reversal and annihilation, encompassing both weak and strong attacks. However, the price of 900,000 heavenly coins is really a bit expensive. The spiritual energy cultivation method is even more powerful, costing a whopping 900,000 heavenly coins. To make the soul as powerful as the body, Aizen's 5th tier strength wasn't the 5th tier of the physical body, but the 5th tier of the soul. The Zanpakuto surprised Ye Ming even more, as it directly attacked the soul. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Death is a soul, Hollow is a soul, they are both souls. Not only do Zanpakuto attack the soul, but the Kido Taijutsu also targets the soul. No wonder the complete book of ghost paths is so expensive. In other words, the breaking path is a secret technique for attacking the soul, the binding path is a secret technique for defending against soul attacks and capturing souls, and the returning path is a secret technique for restoring the soul. It seems that the Bleach world is far more useful than Ye Ming thought. Moreover, cultivating the soul does not hinder cultivating the physical body at all. On the contrary, a powerful soul can sometimes play an even greater role. Imagine you're locked in a fierce battle with your opponent, and they finally manage to kill you, only to find that your soul is even stronger than your physical body. Then, with a single move, he annihilated the opponent's soul. How exciting! I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. Do you sell Mirror Flower Water Moon too? I won't sell it, but I'll sell something else. A total of 1,830,200 heavenly coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming threw out the Myriad Realms token, which Aizen caught. Up, do you have any recommendations for what to buy? Ye Ming thought for a moment. What suggestions did he have for buying? No, not at all. But there are quite a few things I recommend selling. You can go to the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, the Future Pavilion. There you will find the future of your world, especially information about you. The shallow crafting from your world is a good thing. You can take it here to sell later, many people should like it. Weapons with growth potential are already very attractive, but soul weapons that can grow are even more eye-catching. If anyone finds this thing, they'll definitely buy it. Aizen raised his hand to adjust his glasses. The future? About my future, where I rule the entire Soul King Palace and become the new Soul King? This suddenly piqued my interest. He stood up, revealing a sunny smile. Okay, up, I'll head over now. Aizen turned and left, and Ye Ming watched his retreating figure with a slight smile. This Aizen is quite interesting. On the surface, he appears refined and gentle, easy to talk to, and very mild-mannered. Deep down, he was incredibly wild. Although he hid it well, Ye Ming still saw through his ambition. His previous ambition was to transcend the limits of death and become the strongest person. Now, Aizen's ambition is to surpass his own, more than everyone in all realms. Unfortunately, the myriad worlds were far larger than he had imagined. Ye Ming smiled and shook his head, looking at his heavenly coins. It's harvest time again. A transaction of 1,830,200 heavenly coins, with a 30% commission, amounted to a total of 549,060 heavenly coins. Another 540,000 celestial coins. Adding the remaining 390,000 heavenly coins, I'll have 900,000 heavenly coins, almost 1 million. Tisk tisk, as expected, there are more and more heavenly coins as we go on. In addition to her own heavenly coins, Baiao directly spent 1 million heavenly coins upon entering the future pavilion. All 1 million heavenly coins have gone into the landlord's vault. In other words, Ye Ming can still open another Myriad Realms building facility. That's why he wanted to open the future pavilion first. All the income goes into the landlord's coffers. Only with the future pavilion can we obtain celestial coins to unlock other facilities. So now another question arises, what should be activated for the second facility? Just as Ye Ming was pondering, Xiao Yan walked in from the first floor. Is the transaction complete? Baiao wandered around aimlessly, but Xiao Yan didn't. He waited at the door the whole time. He knew the deal was over after Aizen left, so he came straight in. The transaction is complete, please have a seat. As soon as Xiao Yan sat down on the sofa, he asked urgently, what items did you mention you needed for this transaction? Indeed, Yao Chen's soul was injured, right? Here are a few secret methods to restore the soul, as well as cultivation techniques for the soul. See if you need them. Ye Ming raised his hand, and the spiritual energy cultivation method that Aizen had just sold appeared. He didn't take out the complete book of Ghost Path, but only took out the Dao. Returning to the Dao is different from breaking the Dao and binding the Dao. There are only one kind of returning to the Dao, and its effect is also only one, to restore the soul. It can heal any injury to the soul, so it's very expensive. Returning to the Dao, a 6-tier secret technique that can heal injuries to the soul, requiring spiritual power. Value, 220,000 heavenly coins. The complete guide to the ghost path, with 900,000 entries, includes 200,000 heavenly coins just for the return path. Xiaoyan was initially thrilled upon seeing the reply, but then he realized the key was that spiritual power was required. He glanced at the spiritual energy cultivation method again and asked with some doubt, what is this spiritual particle? Spirit particles. The soul body is composed of spirit particles. To put it simply, spirit particles are the soul. Absorb souls. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan frowned deeply. Absorbing souls? Isn't that a demonic act? And where would you find so many souls to go on a killing spree? Ye Ming seemed to see Xiaoyan's dilemma. Considering that Xiaoyan knew nothing about the Resident Evil world, he gave him a hint. The Myriad Realms Tower has an open world, the Resident Evil world, with a large number of zombies. Zombies have souls after they die. Xiaoyan suddenly realized, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. As a transmigrator, he knew what zombies were. With zombies around, there's no need to kill anyone anymore. This is a good idea, excellent. You absolutely must master the techniques for cultivating your soul. He still has 1.49 million heavenly coins, 1.2 million of which are left over from the previous transaction, and 290,000 are left over from the first transaction. That's enough to acquire the spiritual energy cultivation method and return to the Dao. I want both of them. Good. 990,000 spiritual energy cultivation method, 220,000 return Dao, a total of 1,210,000 heavenly coins. By the way, the future pavilion on the 3rd floor can be used to view the future of your world. However, since you are in a 7th tier world, you need 10 million heavenly coins to do so. Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. The future? Wouldn't looking into the future reveal a lot of good things and opportunities? Check. We must investigate. I understand. I'll go back and prepare the items now. On the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, inside the future pavilion, in room 16 on the left, Baiao opened her eyes, her face extremely pale. I died, and my father almost died too. What angered me most was that my father was almost killed by the very person I had saved. Damn you, Zhang Xiaofan. I died saving you, and you actually used the Zuxian sword to kill my father. You just wait, I will kill you. Grass Temple Village, is that right? I'll remember that. This guy is the protagonist of the world? How infuriating. Fortunately, there was the Myriad Realms Tower, otherwise my mother would be dead by now. There's even a celestial book. Such a miraculous skill exists in the world. I need to go back and tell my father right away. Baiao left Future Pavilion and saw Aizen again at the entrance, but she had no mood to greet him and disappeared from the spot. Aizen reached out and adjusted his glasses. The little girl didn't look too good. Could it be that I foresaw something bad happening in the future? Possibly. Logically speaking, seeing the future should make one very happy, since knowing the future direction allows many things to be avoided and makes up for many regrets. Aizen revealed a wicked smile. This is getting more and more interesting. Future Pavilion, to see the future? I can't wait to see what my soul society will look like. Aizen approached the crystal ball and touched it. Aizen, a 6th order world. Viewing future information about this world requires 1 million celestial coins. Query? Search. Please proceed to room 16 on the right to inquire about the future of your world. Aizen entered the 6th room on the right and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The future of the Bleach world flashed through his mind. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo, is he the main character? That's interesting. Kukiki Rukia, the Hogyaku within you will soon be mine. I am the god of Hueco Mundo. Aizen wore a faint smile as he looked at everything in his memories. His plan was perfect and a great success. Everything is going according to plan. The power of the Hogyaku is indeed very strong. But the further he went, the uglier Aizen's expression became. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared, and his entire face turned ashen. Especially when you are killed. The invisible empire that appeared afterward was unknown even to him, especially the omniscient and omnipotent Waiwak. Aizen opened his eyes, withdrew his hand, and his expression was even more unpleasant than Baiao's before. I planned for so long, and I was about to win, but in the end I was defeated by that guy. Ichigo Kurosaki. I'll remember you. After returning to his room in the world of battle through the heavens, Xiaoyan excitedly told Yao Chen, Master Yao, I'm back. I've got so many things. Xiaoyan took everything out and placed it on the table. Yao Chen curiously examined the items on the table, a piece of jade that looked quite ordinary, and 20 bottles of pills. He wasn't interested in jade, but he was extremely interested in elixirs. Is this a elixir for healing the soul? Xiaoyan nodded, opened a bottle of soul restoration pills, and a peculiar fragrance wafted out. He sniffed, finding it rather ordinary, but since the Myriad Realms Tower had already verified it, there shouldn't be any problems. Just smelling the aroma made the old doctor feel that his soul had become more stable. If he did not know how to use it, he would have just snatched it. He's just a soul, he doesn't have a mouth, so how can he take the elixir? This is a soul restoration pill, which can heal injuries to the soul. That's a soul nourishing pill, which can nourish the soul. As for that piece of jade, it's the best item. Not only can it nourish the soul, but it can also convert the remaining souls into nutrients to enhance one of them. These things cost a total of 1.18 million heavenly coins. The old doctor glanced at the jade in surprise. It was just ordinary white jade, looking quite ordinary. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Xiaoyan poured out a soul restoration pill and handed it to Yao Lao. Just use your soul to make contact, the soul pill will take effect when it touches your soul. The moment the old apothecary reached out and touched the pill, it transformed into a special energy that flowed throughout his body. The soul, which was already so faint that it would have scattered with a gust of wind, visibly became more solid. A hint of joy flashed in the old doctor's eyes. This thing was extremely useful. My soul power has recovered by 1,000th. After all, it's a 5th-tier pill. Even a 5th-tier soul might not recover with just one pill, let alone a 6th-tier soul. Okay, 100 pills are enough to restore 1/10 of my health. These pills can't be taken too quickly, one pill every hour, otherwise it will become addictive. Let's put them away for now. Xiaoyan nodded, put away the soul restoration pill, and then picked up the soul nourishing pill. Master Yao, shall we give this a try? Yao Chen nodded and picked up a soul nourishing pill. The soul nourishing pill and the soul restoration pill are similar, they transform into energy upon contact. His eyes widened, almost gleaming. This can actually increase soul strength, and it's even useful to me. What a great thing. Let's split this in half, increasing your soul strength will benefit you too. The Myriad Realms Tower is indeed amazing, it even has this kind of pill in other worlds. Xiaoyan chuckled and said mysteriously, Master Yao, that's not all. I also bought something good. A spiritual energy cultivation method that can cultivate the soul, making it as powerful as the body. There's also a secret technique that can restore the soul. Let's cultivate together. The old doctor looked somewhat shocked. A cultivation technique for the soul? Could it be a technique from the Soul Palace? The guys from the Soul Hall look like humans, but they are actually soul beings. However, they look similar to humans and can also use combat techniques. What's the deal with this soul cultivation technique? Explain it in detail. The old man's expression was somewhat serious. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that the Myriad Realms Tower also had people from the Soul Palace? Xiaoyan told Yao Lao what he knew. That's roughly the situation. Since there are no spiritual particles, they cultivate through their souls. The old man's face was extremely ugly. This technique looked suspiciously like it was related to the Soul Clan. No wonder the Soul Clan is so eager to capture souls, it turns out they're doing it for cultivation. Are you sure this cultivation method comes from another world? Xiaoyan looked at Yao Lao's expression with some surprise. Could it be that there are similar cultivation techniques in this world? Yes, the host told me that these cultivation techniques come from a world called Bleach, where the powerful cultivate their souls, and they have many secret techniques that can attack the soul. The most obvious sign is that they all carry a sword called a Zanpakuto. Upon hearing this, the old doctor breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought that the world of the God of Death was a small world of the Soul Clan, the Soul Realm. Each of the 8 ancient clans possessed a small world, such as the Medicine Clan's Medicine Realm and the Soul Clan's Soul Realm. Rumor had it that the Soul Clan consisted entirely of souls, and he had assumed that the cultivation method from another world referred to the Soul Clan's cultivation method. Thank goodness it wasn't. I won't practice this cultivation method. Using the soul to cultivate is too evil. I advise you not to practice it either. Yao Chen stared intently at Xiaoyan, wanting to see what he planned to do. If he really wants to cultivate this technique, wouldn't he be just like the Soul Palace? It's alright, you can practice this technique. Xiaoyan, unaware of Yao Chen's gaze, smiled and explained to Yao Chen. Yao Chen sighed inwardly. In the end, they were not on the same path. He's starting to wonder if he did something wrong. He shouldn't have given him so many things, letting him exchange them in the Myriad Realms Tower. Xiaoyan, completely oblivious to Yao Chen's unusual behavior, continued. I was hesitant about the soul thing before, but the Myriad Realms Tower has an open world with zombies. Old Yao, you might not know what a zombie is. It's a living dead. People are dead, but controlled by a virus, and they will attack any living thing. They can no longer be considered human, they are monsters. That open world has billions of zombies. You can kill zombies and use their souls to cultivate. Yao Chen's mind went blank for a moment. Hundreds of billions of living dead. So much. Use their souls to cultivate? Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like it's impossible. He previously thought the Soul Palace was evil because they sometimes killed people and took their souls. They'd do anything for the sake of their souls. If I were to cultivate that kind of technique, wouldn't I become just like the Soul Palace? But if there were an unlimited supply of souls, it seems that cultivating the soul wouldn't be impossible. Most importantly, once there's one of these worlds, there will be a second, and then there will truly be an unlimited supply. Thinking about it this way, the spiritual energy cultivation method seems pretty appealing. Xiaoyan picked up the soul-nourishing jade and dripped a drop of blood into it. The blood instantly melted into the jade, and blood-red veins seemed to appear inside the white jade before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Master Yao, I will take you into the soul-nourishing jade to nurture your soul. Yao Chen glanced at Xiaoyan, then remained silent. Xiaoyan didn't urge him, but he was a little uneasy and kept communicating with the Myriad Realms token. After a moment, Yao Chen nodded. Xiaoyan activated the soul-nourishing jade to put Yao Chen into the jade, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Yao Chen might do something after recovering, since such a cooperative relationship was not reliable. He was only at the third stage of Do Qi, while his opponent was at the peak of Do Zun. Now that Yao Chen is inside the soul-nourishing jade, Xiaoyan can control Yao Chen's life and death at any time. Yao Chen clearly knew this, which is why he hesitated before. However, Yao Chen knew he had no choice. Xiaoyan would not let him leave and allow the news of the Myriad Realms Tower to spread. With the Myriad Realms Tower, it's only a matter of time before Xiaoyan becomes a Dode. Following him is certainly a good choice. Afterwards, Xiaoyan released Yao Chen, and he looked much more relaxed. He wasn't the kind of person who would forget kindness. The old doctor had helped him, and as long as he didn't betray him, he wouldn't do anything to the old doctor. Elder Yao, there's one more thing. The future pavilion of the Myriad Realms Tower can be used to view the future of our world, but it requires 10 million heavenly coins. After Yao Chen appeared, he stopped putting on airs and became very kind and approachable. 10 million heavenly coins? You haven't finished writing the previous pill formula yet. Keep writing it. I also have some cultivation techniques here. If all else fails, take this strange fire of mine. Now the two of them are in the same boat, sharing both glory and hardship. Knowing what will happen in the future allows you to intercept many treasures in advance. Xiaoyan nodded, somewhat excited. He wondered if he would become a Dode in the future. How exciting! Good. By the way, these are the two pill formulas I exchanged, Soul Restoration Pill and Soul Nourishing Pill. If we run out of them, we might be able to refine them ourselves. Yao Chen stroked his beard with satisfaction, pleased with his own judgment. Xiaoyan was indeed a very good kid. I didn't misjudge him. Meanwhile, in the world of Jade Dynasty, instead of finding the Ghost King first, Baiao ran to Xiao Kai's room, threw herself into Xiao Kai's arms, and started crying. Why, mother, Baiao almost lost you. Xiao Qi was a little confused. What was going on? She stroked Baiao's head and gently patted her back. Yaoer, be good, don't cry. Did someone bully you? Xiao Qi picked up Baiao and then noticed that her face was covered in tears, and she was crying so hard that her face was streaked with tears. She tenderly wiped away Baiao's tears, her tone tinged with anger. Tell mother, whoever made our Yaoer so sad, mother will definitely teach them a lesson. Baiao recalled the future she had seen before and kept sobbing, feeling more and more aggrieved the more she cried. Her mother died, her father wanted to kill her, and in the end, she died for a righteous person who almost killed her father. What a tragic life. Why should I live such a miserable life? Wow. Thinking of this, Baiao cried even louder. Xiao Qi immediately sent a message to the Ghost King to find out the reason for the incident. The Ghost King arrived at the room looking completely bewildered, and was utterly confused when he saw Baiao's appearance. Didn't Yaoer go to the Myriad Realms Tower? Was she bullied there? Xiao Qi shook her head. She didn't know either. The girl came back and started crying, and she hasn't said a word since. After a while, Baiao's emotions finally stabilized a bit, at least she stopped crying. The Ghost King patted Baiao's head and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Yaoer? Has something happened at the Myriad Realms Tower?" Baiao tossed her head and turned away, looking like she didn't want to pay any attention to the Ghost King. The Ghost King's hand froze in mid-air, feeling somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with this girl? It was as if he was the one who had caused the trouble. Xiao Qi held Baiao and asked softly, "Yaoer, what happened?" Baiao sniffed and hugged her mother tightly. "Mother, I saw the future of our world in the Myriad Realms Tower." Xiao Qi, Gui Wang and the other two exchanged a glance, both looking shocked. "We had no food, so you cut off a piece of your own flesh for me to eat. In the end, when father came, I was the only one left." Xiao Qi trembled, her face showing a look of panic. That was indeed her plan at the time. If the Ghost King didn't come, she would cut off her own flesh. At that point, I might not be able to hold on. She turned her gaze to the Ghost King, whose face was so dark it seemed to drip water. His fists were clenched, and his eyes flashed with anger. The bald monk at Fanyan Temple. You just wait. It's all right, Yaoer. Everything's all right now, isn't it? The Ghost King comforted her, holding Xiao Kai's hand with one hand and reaching out to touch Bai Yao with the other. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Bai Yao doesn't like you anymore. You actually wanted to kill me. The Ghost King's hand paused again before he withdrew it. If everything Bai Yao said really happened, then he really might do that. As the saying goes, parents are the true love, and children are just accidents. Xiao Qi glanced at the Ghost King reproachfully and slapped his hand away. All right, mother is still here. What happened next? Later, I met a guy named Zhang Xiaofan, who was a disciple of the King Yun sect, and then I actually took the Zuxian sword for him. How could I be so stupid? Zhang Xiaofan left the King Yun sect, changed his name to Gui Li, and joined the Ghost King sect. 4 Jade Blood Array, Heavenly Book, Beast God. In the end, Zhang Xiaofan defeated my father with the Zuxian sword. My father returned to Fox Ridge Mountain, and he also returned to Grass Temple Village. The Ghost King's expression shifted between light and dark. Bai Yao was absolutely right. He also knew about the tragedy in Kamiao village, that it had already happened, since Kang Song Daoran was cooperating with him. He knew about the Bald Monk's massacre of Kamiao village, but he never expected that the bloodthirsty bead was also in Zhang Xiaofan's hands. This Zhang Xiaofan will ruin his grand plan and even send his daughter to her death. He cannot be allowed to live. But he's been staying at King Yun's sect and can't take direct action. We need to think of a way. The Myriad Realms Tower is indeed powerful, it can even foresee the future at will. What incredible strength that is. The heavenly book I had been searching for was so easily revealed by Yaoer. The 5 volumes of the heavenly book are in the Dripping Blood Cave. The second volume was obtained by the founder of the Ghost King sect 300 years ago and is now in my possession. The third volume is in the Heavenly Treasure Vault, the fourth volume is the Wordless Jade Disc in the Brahma Sound Temple, and the fifth volume is the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. All the laws of the world originate from the heavenly book. If one can collect all 5 volumes of the heavenly book, one will surely become the strongest. At least that's what the Ghost King thought before, but now, the Ghost King just thinks that these 5 volumes of heavenly book should be able to sell for a lot of heavenly coins, which can then be used to buy even more powerful cultivation techniques. Having learned about the entire future, the Ghost King felt he should make some changes. The story of a mortal cultivating immortality spreads throughout the world. In Tainan Valley, in Tainan Market, cultivators stood behind their stalls like small vendors, hawking their wares. Flying Talisman, on sale at a bargain price. Don't miss out. After changing his appearance, Hanli walked up to the vendor and said in a low voice, "How much does it cost?" "Fellow deist, it's 2 spirit stones per sheet. If you need more, I can give you a discount. Do you want it?" Hanli glanced at them and saw all sorts of talismans, flying talismans, gold brick talismans, flying sword talismans, dozens in total. "I'll take them all. Give me a discount." The cultivator at the stall widened his eyes and stammered, "Deo, fellow deist, all of them. All the talismans?" "Yes, all of them." The cultivator's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly checked the items. "Fellow deist is very generous. I'll give you a discount, 300 spirit stones. You should know that flying sword talismans and gold brick talismans are both worth around 10 spirit stones each." Hanli nodded and glanced at it. "Give me a storage bag." The cultivator hesitated for a second, then took out a storage bag, put everything into it, and handed it to Hanli. "All right, let's consider this friendship." With a wave of his hand, Hanli sent 300 spirit stones flying out, which landed in the hands of the cultivators. He took the storage bag, opened his coat, and placed the storage bag at his waist. The cultivator's pupils contracted slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, this guy seemed to have more than a dozen storage bags on his waist. Hanli turned and left. He had almost used up all his spirit stones and it was time to go. He bought almost everything he needed in the entire market: cultivation techniques, spells, talismans, and magical artifacts. What surprised him most was that one of the fragments of the magical artifact could make objects invisible and also block spiritual energy. After he bought it, he secretly hid the little green bottle so that no one else could find it. As for whether he had enough spirit stones, or even that many spirit stones, Hanli didn't consider it at all. No spirit stones? But he has a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. He had previously exchanged a lot of spirit stones in the attic, intending to use them now. Unfortunately, most of the items in the market here are for chi refining stage players, and items for foundation establishment stage players are extremely rare. Hanli sensed the menacing cultivators behind him and, instead of leaving the market, he ducked into the more crowded area. A few minutes later, several cultivators looked angrily at the crowd around them. "Damn it! We lost them." The group exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and left in different directions. Inside the market, Hanli had already changed his clothes and changed his appearance. The cultivators behind him had long since been left behind. The ghost cloak was even more effective than he had imagined. Not only could it conceal his aura, but it also prevented others from leaving any marks on him. Once someone leaves a mark or something similar, they will be driven away by the ghost cloak. Getting this magic weapon for 90,000 heavenly coins is such a great deal. This time, the preparation was still insufficient. Some information was leaked beforehand, otherwise I could have bought up all the items in the entire market. What a pity. Next time he goes into the market, he'll hide his presence and he'll definitely reap even greater rewards. For now, let's stop our purchasing activities. He returned to his room and entered the Myriad Realms building. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming was still pondering the facilities. Each facility was extremely useful, and for a moment he didn't know which one to activate. The pill pavilion? Having the pill formulas alone isn't enough, you need the medicinal ingredients. The same applies to the weapon crafting pavilion, having the crafting methods is useless without the crafting materials. Herb pavilion? It can cultivate a large number of herbs and spiritual medicines. Although Hanli has the little green bottle, it needs to absorb moonlight, and the liquid inside is also limited. It's enough to supply himself, but it's definitely not enough to supply the entire Myriad Realms building. On the contrary, with herbs, we can find the old herbalist in Hanli and the others to refine pills, which can quickly improve everyone's strength. However, besides the herbal medicine pavilion, the cultivation technique pavilion, the comprehension pavilion, and the combat pavilion are also very useful. One is an improved technique, and it can even be used to deduce techniques. One enhances comprehension, and the other increases combat experience. After thinking for a long time, Ye Ming finally decided to open the herb pavilion first. The reason is simple, what all traders lack most right now is skill. Taking drugs is one of the fastest ways to increase strength. With increased strength, you can quickly upgrade your world from a lower level and obtain rewards. With medicinal herbs available in higher level worlds, refining elixirs becomes much easier. The vortex beside him began to ripple, and Hanli stepped out of it. Hanli greets the Lord of the Tower. You might need to hide it from others, but there's no need to do that with the original poster. I remember when I first came here, the host called him Hanli, but he said he was Li Fiyu, which was a bit funny. You're here. Have a seat. You look like you've had a great haul. Hanli smiled and nodded. The harvest was indeed very good. He raised his hand, and a dense cluster of light and shadow appeared. 300 talismans, tier 4 talismans, value 1,070,000 celestial coins. 20 magical artifacts, 4th tier magical treasures, value 70,000 heavenly coins. 751 herb seeds, tier 1 item, value 2,253 heavenly coins. Qi refining stage cultivation techniques *11, tier 4 item, value 55,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly origin foundation establishment method, a 4th tier item, a foundation establishment stage cultivation technique, value 7,000 heavenly coins. Storage bags *10, tier 4 items, value 20,000 heavenly coins. There's even a foundation establishment stage cultivation technique here. Hanli's gains are quite impressive. More than 300 different talismans sold for 1.07 million heavenly coins, along with various magical artifacts, including swords, bows, and shields. Most of the items were herb seeds, since Hanli had the little green bottle and only needed herb seeds. The spirit stones used to buy one herb are enough to buy dozens or even hundreds of herb seeds. These are the things Hanli kept for himself and what he had left over. You can imagine how much stuff he bought. Not bad, quite a haul. 1,224,253 heavenly coins. Hanli's smile never faded, he was overjoyed. More than 1 million heavenly coins. That's a huge sum of money. There's a new future pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower. You can go and take a look, it shows you the future of your world. Because your world is quite special, we can only see what happened before you left the spirit realm. We can't see what happened after you arrived in the immortal realm. Hanli's eyes lit up. Did the poster mean that he would enter the spirit realm in the future? And even the immortal realm? I'll actually become an immortal someday. This is good news. The future? It would be best to know this, as it can help avoid many crises. Okay, I'll go take a look now. It's probably not feasible right now. Just considering the situation in the cultivation world and the spirit world, it would require 10 million heavenly coins. Hanli was stunned for a moment. So many. 10 million celestial coins. My goodness. He thought he had a lot of heavenly coins, but now he's about to spend 10 million heavenly coins. Can we just look at the cultivation world? If we don't look at the spirit world, how many heavenly coins would we need? Only looking at the cultivation world? It might not work in other worlds, but it seems like it might work in a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. The cultivation world and the spirit world are essentially two separate worlds with very little connection, so it should be possible. Ye Ming brought up the interface of the Myriad Realms Tower, searched for information, and then nodded. Okay, 1 million heavenly coins is enough to see the cultivation world. Next time, when you see the spirit world, you'll need 9 million heavenly coins. Hanli then revealed a slight smile, stood up, and bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, host. I'll take my leave now. After Hanli left, Ye Ming looked at the herb seeds that Hanli had given him earlier and felt that it was quite a coincidence. Just as I was about to open the herb garden, the seeds arrived. Now that we have the herb seeds, there's even less reason to hesitate. Open the herbalist pavilion. Ding! The Lord's treasury has spent 1 million celestial coins to unlock the herb pavilion. The next facility will cost 10 million celestial coins to unlock. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 4th Tier. Celestial Coins 1315409. Ops Treasury 1244131 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, Mission Pavilion, Future Pavilion, Herbalist Pavilion, Level 1. Cultivation Technique, 4th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Battle Through the Heavens, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Naruto, Resident Evil, Bleach. Items for trade: Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, Everlasting Spring Technique, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition Technique, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, One Beginning Pill Recipe, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Golden Body Technique, Complete Collection of Beginner Talismans, Quicksand Technique, Freezing Technique. Aizen previously received 549,060 heavenly coins from his transaction. This time, Hanli's transaction totaled 1,224,253 heavenly coins. With a 30% cut, that's 367,275.9 heavenly coins. The total is 916,335.9 heavenly coins. Originally, there were 399,073.1 heavenly coins left, which, when added together, made up a round number of 1,315,409 heavenly coins. The number of heavenly coins has once again surpassed 1 million. Keep in mind that he only recently reached the 4th level of his exclusive cultivation technique. In the blink of an eye, I've collected another 1 million heavenly coins. The income from the landlord's vault is even more outrageous. 1 million was spent at Baiao Future Pavilion, and it all went into the account. Aizen Future Pavilion spent 1 million yen, all of which has been credited to the account. Xiaoyan spent 1.21 million heavenly coins on the spiritual energy cultivation method and the Deo return technique. After a 10% commission, that's 121,000 heavenly coins. The total is 2,121,000 heavenly coins. 2.12 million celestial coins. Future Pavilion was definitely the right choice. Without the Future Pavilion, who knows when we'll be able to unlock the next facility. Of the 2.12 million heavenly coins, 1 million were used to open the Herb Pavilion, leaving 1,244,131 heavenly coins. After the Myriad Realms Tower was upgraded to level 3, the income suddenly became terrifyingly high. A precipitous price increase. On the 4th floor of the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming appeared at the entrance with the same 3 large characters, Herbal Pavilion, and walked straight in. The Herbal Medicine Pavilion is different from the previous 2 floors. Entering the Herbal Medicine Pavilion is like entering a new world. The sunlight poured down like ink, and golden spots of light danced across the distant fields, as if specks of gold dust were painted onto the canvas of the earth. Well-planned medicinal herb fields are scattered across the boundless plains. In front of each medicinal field floats a crystal, and at the very front, there is a huge crystal ball floating in the air. The Herbalist Pavilion is similar to the Future Pavilion in that it requires making an appointment in front of the giant crystal ball. The large crystal ball will then tell you which herb field to go to, such as herb field number 1. You can then touch herb field number 1 and select the world speed. The speed of the level 1 Herbalist Pavilion is divided into 10 levels. Level 1 is 1 day/100 years, level 2 is 1 day/200 years, and level 10 is 1 day/1000 years. The first tier requires 1,000 heavenly coins, and the 10th tier requires 10,000 heavenly coins, which is equivalent to 10 heavenly coins per year. Only one type of medicinal herb can be planted in a single herb field, and the maximum number of herbs cannot exceed 10. As for the growing environment of medicinal herbs, Herb Pavilion can simulate it. No growing environment is difficult. Don't worry if you can't keep them alive, Herb Pavilion will make sure they survive. The value of herbs cultivated in the Herb Pavilion is definitely higher than that before cultivation. Therefore, in addition to the time adjustment fee, the Herb Pavilion will also charge 10% of the final value of the herbs as a commission. The main message is, no one should try to take advantage of us. Even Ye Ming himself couldn't gain an advantage. He had 1 chance a day to use the Herb Pavilion for free, but he could only get 10% of the sales revenue from the herbs he sold. Consider this a perk for the original poster. After all, herb seeds cost a few heavenly coins, but once they turn into thousand-year-old herbs, even taking only 10% would yield hundreds or thousands of heavenly coins. Furthermore, the fact that the Herbalist Pavilion is at level 1 means that it can be upgraded. The upgrade requirement for the Herb Pavilion is to reach 10 million Zushin coins in sales. In other words, traders need to spend 10 million Zushin coins to cultivate herbs in the Herb Pavilion in order to upgrade. This condition is neither particularly simple nor particularly difficult. After examining the situation on this floor, Ye Ming chose position number 1 and threw in 10 herb seeds that Han Li had sold. In the world of Resident Evil, Duan Lang opened his scarlet eyes, and a sharp glint shot out from them. He stood up, a faint smile on his face. He actually succeeded in cultivating the 6th level of the first layer of the Tongxian Ghost God record, all thanks to the living soul that Professor Snape sold to him. The 4th tier soul was indeed extraordinary, directly advancing his cultivation to the mid-4th tier. There are also several 4th tier souls inside the 10,000 Ghosts banner. After being nourished, each of them is now at the mid-4th tier level. The internal energy within him had long since been converted into magical power, but judging from his internal cultivation level, he was already close to the early stage of the celestial realm. The magic he cultivates is different from that of martial artists. His magic is more unpredictable. Even if he can't defeat Xiang Ba can't do anything to him. Most importantly, with his current strength, he should no longer be afraid of the Fire Kylan. Moreover, after successfully cultivating the 4th level of the Tongxian Ghost and God record, he learned the art of object manipulation. With the addition of the magic weapon Black Crow Sword, he was already able to fly on a sword. He was incredibly envious when he saw Snape could fly, and now he can fly too. Duan Lang arrived at the top floor, controlled the Black Crow Sword, and then jumped up. With a hand seal, the Black Crow Sword carried him directly into the sky. At first, he was a little unsteady and not used to it, but with continuous practice, his skills quickly became superb. Duan Lang stood on the sword, his scarlet eyes darting left and right as he flew through the air. He planned to return to Wushuan City first, kill everyone there, then find the Fire Kylan and kill him, and bring back all the blood booty from Lingyun Cave. These items should replenish some of the celestial coins. It's been a while since I've been back to the Myriad Realms Tower. I wonder if there have been any new changes. I also need to buy the remaining parts of the first level of the mysterious Ghost and God record. He took out the Myriad Realms token and was about to return to the Myriad Realms Tower when he suddenly received a message. The new facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, the Future Pavilion and the Herbal Pavilion, are now open for you to experience. Future Pavilion? Herbal Pavilion? After a moment's thought, Duan Lang disappeared from the Resident Evil world. In the world of swordsmen, in the main hall of the Huashan sect, everyone was shocked by the sudden turn of events above. Lin Pingzi's sword tip was pressed against Yu Buchan's neck, and everyone around him was looking at him angrily. Lin Pingzi, have you gone mad? How could you treat your master like this? If it weren't for your master, you would be dead already. Put down your sword. What do you want? Pingzi, what are you doing? That's my father. Yu Lingshen held Lin Pingzi's hand, wondering why things had turned out this way. She had come to pay her respects to her father, but Lin Pingzi suddenly made a move, and what shocked her even more was that her father was no match for Lin Pingzi. As Lin Pingzi's wife, she had no idea when he had become so capable. Yu Buchan, you tried to kill me time and time again and to steal my evil-slaying sword manual. Did you ever imagine that this would be your end today? Yu Buchan's face turned pale. He really couldn't understand why Lin Pingzi's strength had increased so quickly. Although he was terrified, he still had to maintain his facade, otherwise he would surely die. Pingzi, what are you talking about? I'm your master. Have you been bewitched by someone? Really? Do you need to let others see before you're willing to tell the truth? Lin Pingzi slowly slid the sword down, pointing it at a certain spot. Yu Buchan's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Lin Pingzi, don't go too far. Veins bulged on Yu Buchan's face, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't bear the thought of everyone here knowing he had cut himself open just to cultivate the evil-slaying sword manual. He is a gentleman, even if he is a hypocrite, he still cares about his reputation. If I'm discovered here, I'd rather die. Lin Pingzi snorted coldly. Then tell everyone here how you wanted to kill me, how you wanted to harm me. Otherwise. Yu Buchan took a deep breath, looked at his disciples, wife, and daughter around him, and closed his eyes. Yu Lingshen quickly spoke up. Pingzi, you must be mistaken. How could father? He's not mistaken, I did want to kill him before, and I even tried to assassinate him a few times. Everyone stared at Yu Buchan in shock. He was the leader of the Huashan sect, known as the Gentleman's Sword. Why would someone want to kill their own disciple and son-in-law? Yu Buchan gave a miserable smile. Things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. There's nothing to say. It's all about the victor and the vanquished. I didn't kill you last time, so it's only right that you killed me this time. But I hope that for the sake of the Huashan sect, you'll prevent the Huashan sect from declining. Especially, we must not let those two scoundrels, Yu Kanghai and Zhou Lengchan, obtain the position of leader of the Five Mountains Alliance. They are not worthy. After saying this, Yu Buchan leaned forward, as if trying to bump into the sword. But Lin Pingzi was on guard against him and sheathed his sword. He kept hesitating about whether to kill Yu Buchan. What would happen if he killed his fellow disciples and his wife? Yu Buchan wanted to kill him, but his fellow disciples truly regarded him as their junior brother, and his wife loved him very much. He took a deep breath and struck out with his palm towards Yu Buchan's dantian. No! Yu Lingshen shouted loudly, but it was no use. Yu Buchan's internal energy was destroyed on the spot. Everyone gathered around Yu Buchan, as if Lin Pingzi was the bad guy. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Pingzi felt a pang of sadness. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Next up is Yu Kanghai. Suddenly, the Myriad Realms token trembled slightly. He picked it up and saw the message that had been sent to him. The new facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, the Future Pavilion and the Herbal Pavilion, are now open for you to experience. Future Pavilion? Let's go take a look. In the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhou Xiruo opened her eyes and, after consuming the blood bodhi, finally broke through to the innate realm. We can now go to the Myriad Realms Tower to upgrade the world. Then buy a blood bodhi seed for Zhang Yuyan, so that she can upgrade her world as well. She took out her Myriad Realms token and just then saw the message that had been sent. The Future Pavilion? Can it be used to see the future? In the world of demigods and semi-devils, Murong Fu defeated Xiaofan, Duan Yu, and Suzu with a single palm strike and was filled with rage. You'd better stop now. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Ever since he robbed everyone last time, Murong Fu has become a villain hated by everyone in the martial arts world, and these guys gather together to beat him up every few days. Even if they are repelled, they will recover and charge back again. If he hadn't thought about how he would need them in the future upgraded world, he would have killed them all with a single palm strike. These guys have been dragging this out, and we still haven't been able to restore our country. It's so annoying. Don't provoke me, or I'll march straight to the Dali Kingdom and force it to change its name to the Xia Kingdom. Shouldn't this be considered a restoration of the kingdom? His desire to become an immortal is now 1,000,000,000 times greater than his desire to restore his country. Once the country's name is changed, he'll just throw his old man over there to manage the country and collect resources for himself. This idea seems pretty good. Yu Yan, get ready, we're going to Dali Kingdom, to restore our kingdom. On the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, people kept emerging from the vortex, and soon almost everyone had arrived. The traders looked around and realized there were many more people there. They greeted each other and headed upstairs. The future pavilion was on the third floor, and everyone chatted as they walked towards it. Only one person remained on the second floor. He stood at the second floor entrance for a while before stepping inside. On the third floor, in the future pavilion, Eisen had already left, and Hanli had just stepped out of the room. 3 people entered the future pavilion, but he was the only one who came out with a smile. He was very happy and excited. Hanli himself never imagined that he was so powerful. Not only did he become a nascent soul cultivator, but he also became the most powerful one, directly entering the spirit realm. Most importantly, he memorized all the opportunities in the cultivation world. Once he's stronger, he can go and search for it. However, he still felt it was better to follow the route he remembered. After all, he already knows the future and some of the plans. Except for certain events, he doesn't intend to change anything else, which is safer. Since everyone can become the strongest, it doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. However, once anything is changed, unexpected things can easily happen. When Hanli came out, many people greeted him. Fellow Deist Li, have you tried the future pavilion? Can you really see the future? Hanli nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. That's right. You can see the future, your past, and your future. You can see major opportunities and crises. It's a great deal. Suddenly a voice came from the third floor doorway. It's not that detailed. Fellow Deist Li, there's a problem with what you said. The future of this world is not what you think it is. Everyone looked back and saw Bai Ao, whose eyes were a little red. Fellow Deist Bai Ao? Bai Ao. Oh, Sister Bai Ao, when did you arrive? Bai Ao hadn't originally planned to come, since she had already seen the future, but she wanted to learn more about the herbal medicine pavilion, so she came along. She looked at Hanli with a hint of envy in her eyes. According to Hanli, he was probably the chosen one of that world. The future of his own world revolves around Zhang Xiaofan. It can be said that most of Zhang Xiaofan's experiences are present, though he only mentioned them a few times. She could roughly guess that Zhang Xiaofan was the chosen one, so the world revolved around him, and Han Li's world probably revolves around Han Li. I really envy people like that, who can turn every crisis into an opportunity and eventually become strong. I've been to this future pavilion too. The future inside doesn't revolve around us, but around the chosen ones, like fellow Dynasty. The chosen one? All eyes turned to Hanli, whose mind went blank for a moment. The chosen one? Me? The future he saw was almost entirely his own, so he didn't experience what Baeo was talking about. Fellow deist Baeo, are you mistaken? I am just an ordinary person. Baeo shook her head with a complicated expression. Wasn't Zhang Xiaofan just an ordinary person? Yet he still became the strongest. In my future, almost everything revolves around a person named Zhang Xiaofan, an ordinary boy from a mountain village who accidentally joins a sect of immortals and eventually becomes the strongest person in the world. From his experience, I learned about the future of our world and what happened, but almost everything is related to him. I only have a part of it. Upon hearing this, many people pictured a specific figure in their minds. Zhou Xiruo pictured Zhang Wuji, while Gao Yao pictured Yi Xiaochuan. Han Li looked thoughtful. Now that Bai Yao said that, it seemed quite possible. Since none of you are going, then I will go first. Qin Shi Huang strode out and walked towards the crystal ball, while the others mumbled something incoherently. The item is right in front of you, why don't you just look at it directly? Ying Zheng, First Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 10 heavenly coins. Query? Search. Please proceed to room number 1 on the left to conduct your inquiry. Qin Shi Huang walked to the first room in the left row and went inside. I will also take my leave first. Li Shaiman walked up to the crystal ball and began to examine it. Li Shaiman, First Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 10 heavenly coins. Query? Search. Please proceed to room number 1 on the right to conduct your inquiry. The traders behind them looked at each other, thinking that if their world also had 10 heavenly coins, they would have gone there long ago. The problem is that they spent a huge amount of money, so we have to ask whether it was worth it? Snape also came out and stood in front of the crystal ball. Severus Snape, Fifth Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 100,000 celestial coins. Query? Search. Please proceed to room number 5 on the left to conduct your inquiry. 100,000 celestial coins, just like that, gone. Those traders from the first and second tier worlds all gasped in shock. That was 100,000 heavenly coins. So many. Is this what you're going to use it for? After Snape entered, people gradually followed. Lin Pingzi, 1,000 heavenly coins, room 1 to 2 on the left. Murong Fu, 10,000 heavenly coins, room 1 to 3 on the left. Ip Man, 100 heavenly coins, second from the right in room 1. Although IP Man's world has been upgraded to a second tier world, his future is calculated based on a first tier world, since the future all takes place in a first tier world. Little Dragon Girl, 1,000 heavenly coins, room 22 from the left. Yuri, 100 celestial coins, second from the left, room 1. Chen Zhen, Huang Fiheng, Bruce Lee, Huo Yuanjia, Feng Yuxiu, Zhou Xiruo, and Zhang Yuan all left without staying at Future Pavilion. None of them had any heavenly coins, they couldn't even come up with 100. However, their strength had increased, and they were going to upgrade their own worlds. Alice hesitated for a moment, but still chose to look into the future, which cost her 10,000 celestial coins. Ximen Chuixu, 1,000 Zushin coins. Selene, 1,000 celestial coins. Seeing that most people had gone, Uncle Nine followed and walked to the crystal ball. Lin Fengjiao, 4 worlds of the 7th rank or higher, viewing some future information about the current world requires 100 heavenly coins. Do you wish to query? He felt it was normal for his world to be at least the 7th level, no matter how much the heavenly court withdrew from the world, it was still there. 100 heavenly coins can actually be used to search some information, that's not bad. B.A. Liming's eyes lit up. His own world was also at the 7th level or above. He thought he couldn't see it. Could he see a part of it too? B.A. Liming, 4 worlds of the 7th rank or higher, viewing some future information about the current world requires 100 heavenly coins. Do you wish to inquire? It works. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan quickly followed behind him. He was in a 7th tier world, so he should be able to view things separately too. Xiaoyan, 7th tier world. Viewing future information about this world requires 10 million heavenly coins. Query? Xiaoyan blinked. Why hadn't he checked some of the information? Forget it, I'd better go study the herbal medicine pavilion. Xiaoyan sighed, turned, and left. Baeo, shall we go to the herbal medicine pavilion? Baeo subconsciously took a step back and looked at Hanli. Of the two, Hanli seems more honest and gives me a greater sense of security. Fellow Dynasty, would you like to go and take a look at the herbal medicine pavilion? Herbal pavilion? A newly built attic? Then let's go together. Xiaoyan was speechless. This Bai Yao definitely had some misunderstanding about him. After the 3 left, only 3 people remained on the 2nd floor: Duan Lang, Suzuki, and Gao Yao. Duan Lang sighed. According to this calculation, he was from a 5th-tier world and needed 100,000 heavenly coins. He doesn't have that many. Let's go back to Wushuan City first and get some secret manuals. Suzuki stepped forward and walked to the crystal ball. Uchiha Suzuki, 6th Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 1 million heavenly coins. Query? Suzuki's face twitched slightly. It was so expensive. 1 million. Where did he get so many heavenly coins? Ask Snape for it? He was too embarrassed. It's not like I'm improving my strength, so why should I ask him for it? Fortunately, I got this technique from Orikimura beforehand. I wonder how many heavenly coins I can sell it for. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation Technique, Rank 6 Ninjutsu, S Rank Forbidden Interdimensional Summoning Technique in the Naruto world. It uses the body of a living person as a container for the soul of the dead, summoning and binding the deceased from the underworld/reincarnation/hell, allowing the soul of the deceased to attach to the container, and covering the body of the living person with dust, thus transforming it into the appearance of the deceased in life. Value, 300,000 heavenly coins. Suzuki frowned. It still wasn't enough. What should we do? Help Snape resurrect people, and then charge him 700,000? Forget it, I'll just get some ninjutsu from Orochimaru. As one of the legendary Sunin, he should have quite a few ninjutsu. At worst, I'll just give him a couple more drops of vampire blood. Suzuki turned and left, leaving Gao Yao behind. Only after everyone had left did Gao Yao step forward. J-Yao, Incomplete World. Viewing partial future information of the current world requires 10 heavenly coins. Query? Sure enough, I can see a part of my own world. I bought 10 heavenly coins. As Gao Yao entered the room, the entire future pavilion was completely empty. In this wave alone, Future Pavilion earned 1,124,430 heavenly coins, the bulk of which came from Han Li's viewing of the future of the cultivation world, which cost him 1 million heavenly coins. On the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, Joe's Hiruo and the others arrived next to the All Heavens Coin Exchange. There was a new shop there, which Ye Ming had specially built. World Upgrade Registry. Worlds that need upgrading can register here, and then upgrade back to their own world. Zhou Hiruo, Chen Zhen, Huang Fiheng, Feng Yuxiu, Huo Yuanjia, and Li Xiaolong completed their registration together and then returned to their own worlds. After some time, the 6 returned to the place with smiles on their faces. Zhou Hiruo, upgraded from a 2nd-tier world to a 3rd-tier world, is rewarded with 100,000 heavenly coins. Chen Zhen and the others were upgraded from a 1st-order world to a 2nd-order world, and each of them was rewarded with 10,000 heavenly coins. Then the group returned to the future pavilion and began to watch their future. Including Zhang Yuyan, the 7 of them spent a total of 250 heavenly coins. On the other side, on the 4th floor of the Myriad Realms building, Hanli, Baiyao, and Xiaoyan entered the herb pavilion and were instantly awestruck by the scenery inside. This is actually a world. It looks kind of beautiful. Is that sun in the sky the real sun? No wonder it's called the Myriad Realms Tower. The 3 walked to the crystal ball and began to check the situation of the herb pavilion. The more Hanli looked at his expression, the stranger it seemed. How could this function be so similar to the little green bottle? However, the little green bottle needs to absorb lunar essence to recharge, but this one doesn't. And it can last for 1,000 years in a day, which feels better than the little green bottle. No wonder it's so expensive. It can actually make medicinal herbs grow quickly. This thing is great. It's equivalent to buying 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs for 100,000 heavenly coins, and it doesn't matter what kind of medicinal herbs they are. If it were some particularly rare and difficult to grow medicinal herbs, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Xiaoyan was somewhat excited. He had a master alchemist by his side. With medicinal herbs, they can be continuously transformed into pills, which is profitable whether you sell them or use them yourself. Indeed, it's a great deal. Every 1,000-year-old herb is extremely rare. Some powerful pills aren't impossible to refine, but rather there aren't enough herbs available. Looking at Xiaoyan and Bai Yao, Hanli wondered if he should start a herbal medicine business. But then he thought again, the liquid in the little green bottle was limited, and he didn't even have enough for himself, so he decided to forget about it. And trying to steal business from the original poster? That's just plain stupid. However, Hanli did not show that he did not need it, and instead echoed the other two. Indeed, it's extremely useful. I'll go back and prepare the medicinal herbs first. Farewell, everyone. By the way, fellow deist Baiyao, thank you for your ghost concealment robe. It's incredibly useful. It's been a huge help to me. I just traded some items. If fellow deist Baiyao needs any of them, you can try to get them. I'll take my leave now. Hanli bowed respectfully, and Xiaoyan and Baiyao also bowed in farewell. I also need to go back and see what herbs I can get. Goodbye. Fellow deist Li, you're too kind. It's just a normal transaction. I'll head to the Immortal Deo district first. Farewell. Just as Han Li and Xiao Yan were about to disappear, a sound suddenly came from the doorway. Please wait, you two. Ip Man appeared from the doorway, bowed to the three of them, and said, please wait a moment, everyone. Ip Man has something to discuss with you all. May Ip Man please go to the mission hall? Ip Man thanks you all in advance. After saying that, Ip Man bowed deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle, and held the bow for 3 seconds. Han Li and the other two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with curiosity. Fellow deist, yeah, you're too kind. Let's go then. The three followed Ip Man to the mission pavilion, where many people were already standing. Those who had previously looked up at their futures from upstairs were now standing here. It seems Ip Man has invited everyone here. Everyone looked at Ye Wen with suspicion, wondering what he wanted to do by summoning all the traders of the Myriad Realms Tower at once. Everyone had arrived, but Ip Man hadn't spoken yet, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of them. Even Ye Ming had come. Greetings, sage/host/god. Ye Ming waved his hand, indicating that he had only come to take a look and was not the main character. Ip Man cupped his hands in gratitude towards IP Ming, his face showing thanks. Thank you so much, Op. It's alright, let's talk now that everyone's here. Ip Man nodded and turned to look at the traders in the Myriad Realms Tower. With the exception of a few, all of these people are much stronger than him. With their help, we definitely can. Ip Man bowed respectfully to all the traders and solemnly said, thank you all for coming, and thank you to the host for giving me this opportunity to gather you all here. Ip Man wasn't good with words, so he got straight to the point. My country is in crisis, and Ip Man does not want to see my compatriots die like this, so I hope you can help me. I will contribute 30,000 celestial coins as a reward for this team mission. I know that 30,000 is not much for some people, but please help me out. He had 30,000 celestial coins, and after his promotion, he received 10,000 celestial coins. He then sponsored the others, who in turn gave him 5,000 celestial coins after their promotions. Logically, the 5,000 should be split with Yuri, but after Yuri learned of his plan, he didn't take a single penny and even gave him some heavenly coins. The others also wanted to give him the remaining 5,000 heavenly coins, but he refused, since their worlds were similar to his own. Ip Man bowed at a 90-degree angle once again, and this time he did not raise his head for a full minute. My time is limited. If it can be done in a month, I can help. Han Li spoke first, saying that he needed to go to Huangfeng Valley within a month and couldn't miss it. It won't take a minute, and if it's fast, it'll be done in less than a day. Ip Man quickly spoke up, a smile appearing on his face. Han Li's world was incredibly powerful, his own strength was also extremely formidable, and he was a cultivator. You have to tell us what we're going to do, right? My country, the Dragon Kingdom, has been invaded by foreign enemies. They have been burning, killing, and looting in my country. They kill the men, rape the women, and even prey on the children. I hope you can all help me repel them. However, they have firearms and guns. Although I have exchanged some more advanced weapons, their weapons are still superior overall. Therefore, I hope you can all help us eliminate them and drive them away. Upon hearing IP Man's words, the female trader was instantly enraged. What right did a bunch of beasts have to live? Duan Lang's eyes lit up. After absorbing the living soul, he realized that the souls of zombies were not as good as those of living souls. It would take about 3 or 4 zombie souls to equal a living soul. If it's possible to kill freely, then going there wouldn't be a bad idea. Is it okay to kill people at will? We can kill the invaders, but we cannot kill our own people. Ip Man quickly said that he didn't want anyone going in and killing Chinese people. Ye Ming glanced at Duan Lang. This guy seemed to have some mental issues. Bai Ao also noticed Duan Lang's problem. This was a side effect of cultivating the Tongxian ghost god path. After all, it was necessary to devour ghosts, so how could it not have any impact? Duan Lang, you should stop cultivating the profound ghost god path for now. Your progress is too fast. Take some time to recover, or you'll become a demon who only knows how to kill. No one understands the Dao of the mysterious ghosts and gods better than Bai Ao. Duan Lang has devoured too many souls at once, and his mind has already been affected. His scarlet eyes are the best proof. The traders around Duan Lang instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from him. Duan Lang paused for a moment, realizing that he had indeed been acting a little strange lately. He thinks about killing people all day long and extracting their souls. When he first thought of Wushuan City, his first thought was to kill everyone and massacre the city. This is very abnormal. After Bai Ao said that, he realized that his mindset had changed. Fortunately, Bai Ao reminded her, otherwise she would have regretted it for the rest of her life if she had gone on a killing spree and killed Naifeng. Moreover, if you accidentally lay a hand on a traitor, you might be expelled from the Myriad Realms Tower. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Thanks for reminding me. I understand. I will take some time to rest and recuperate. Ye Ming suddenly spoke up at this moment. The Lingyun Cave contains the Nai family's Ice Heart technique, which can help you, But you must not get your hands on the blood of the fire Kylan, as it will make you lose your mind and kill anyone you see. Alternatively, you could cultivate your mental strength, as your current state is due to its weakness, making you easily influenced. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I understand. Ye Ming looked at the crowd. In fact, most of them didn't want to go, since there were too few people. What can you do with 30,000 heavenly coins? Those who lack 30,000 coins can't help, while those who can help easily have hundreds of thousands of heavenly coins. Why would they care about 30,000 coins? Xiao Yan was furious. He thought of his country in his previous life, which had also experienced these things, and his country was also called the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't have the chance to fight them back then, but now that he has the chance to fight the invaders, he certainly can't miss it. Count me in. Even without the heavenly coins, I'll still kill them. I may not be strong enough, but I have heavenly coins. I'll add another 270,000 heavenly coins, making it 300,000. I think everyone will be willing to participate with 300,000 heavenly coins. Ip Man looked at Xiao Yan gratefully and bowed to him again. Thank you for your help. Xiao Yan quickly helped Ye Wen up. You're too kind. In my past life, I was also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything the Dragon Kingdom has experienced is a lifelong pain for us Dragon Kingdom people. Now that there is an opportunity to change things, I will not hesitate to do so. Well said. My Qin Kingdom is gone, but the Dragon Kingdom still exists. How dare a bunch of beasts lay a hand on my descendants? I am neither as rich nor as powerful as you. I will add 50,000 heavenly coins as a reward. Qin Shi Huang's face was grim. These damned beasts. When I get back, I'll have the Qin state destroy them. Since the first emperor has spoken, my great Tang dynasty cannot remain silent. I will also add 50,000 heavenly coins. Li Shiman certainly didn't want to lose to Qin Shi Huang, but it wouldn't be good if he spent more money than Qin Shi Huang, so he decided to keep the same amount. Ip Man looked at the two emperors, his heart filled with excitement. Later generations of Ip Man are grateful to Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong. Rise. My descendants are not to be bullied by anyone. Arise, my beloved nation, you are truly remarkable. Uncle Nine opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he remembered that he had nothing, so he closed his mouth again. We can't provide celestial currency, but we can provide people. I absolutely must go. Ip Man was somewhat grateful. The original reward of 30,000 had now been increased to 400,000. In less than a day, almost everyone had become interested in the mission. Ye Ming smiled as he looked at everything before him, then suddenly paused. He opened his panel and looked at the world of Ip Man. World Ip Man World. Destined person Ip Man. Order Second Order. World change level 100%. Ip Man changed the world by 100%. I can now enter the world of Ip Man. He smiled and addressed all the traders. I'll be going on this mission too, but I'll just be observing. I won't be lifting a finger. Unexpectedly, the progress of Ip Man's world has changed to 100% without him realizing it. This is the first world he can go to. Since he could go and see other worlds, of course he wanted to go. However, it seems that the others have misunderstood. All the traders were stunned for a moment. Was the original poster going too? This seems to be the first time the original poster has been to another world. He seems to take this mission very seriously. I'll participate. I'm going too. I've never been to the world of Ip Man before. The modern world, huh? That's interesting. Since you're already there, I'll go check it out too. After Ye Ming said he would go too, everyone else said they wanted to go and see. Ip Man thanked everyone once again and then issued the mission. Assist Ip Man in repelling the invaders. Mission reward, 400,000 heavenly coins. Everyone accepted the task, and Ip Man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you everyone. The mission starts tomorrow. The mission hall will send you a message 10 minutes in advance. Thank you for your help. Ip Man bowed again to thank them, for with their help the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom would not have sacrificed in vain. Qin Shi Huang and Li Shiman looked at Ip Man, pondering something. Perhaps they could also use this method to quickly rule the world. It could also help consolidate one's power, since ancient times were relatively feudal and people believed in immortals and gods. Or you could simply buy some talismans, fly up, cast a few spells, and claim that you have gained the approval of the heavens and will surely win the support of the people. After returning to the world of Ip Man immediately sought out the people above. Boss, as expected, I've already spoken to them, and they'll come to help us tomorrow. Upon hearing Ip Man's words, the leader clapped his hands sharply. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Comrade Ip Man, you are our hero. On behalf of millions of warriors, I thank you for your help. The leader stood up and bowed to Ip Man, and everyone around him stood up and bowed as well. Ip Man quickly helped the leader up. You're too kind, leader. I was just doing my best. Fortunately, there was a fellow countryman from another world in the Myriad Realms building who sponsored me with 270,000 heavenly coins. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to get so many people to come forward. In addition, Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Taizong of Tang each contributed 50,000 heavenly coins. The leader was startled. Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Taizong of Tang? Are these two emperors coming tomorrow as well? They should come. The host will be here tomorrow too. What? That immortal is coming too. Comrade Ip Man, what should I do? You know them better, should I throw a big banquet? Ip Man hesitated for a moment. He had lived here for so long and knew the situation well. He was barely able to afford food, so why throw a big banquet? But if we don't set up a stall, it doesn't seem right that so many seniors come over without food or drink. Whether they eat or not is their business, whether we offer food or not is our business. Our dragon country is a land of etiquette, and when our friends come, we should treat them to a feast. I'll suffer this once, but later I'll get some more heavenly coins to buy things that can help us develop quickly. Let's put in the effort for the next 2 days, don't skimp on anything. Bring out all the good food and drinks. The leader nodded and said to the person beside him, "Did you all hear that? A grand feast is being prepared. Tomorrow, immortals will come to help us repel the invaders. You, take charge of the banquet arrangements, get them done now. You, quickly clean up the battlefield between us and the invaders, and then send the immortals to provide support. Comrade Ip Man, could you please tell him about the strength of the immortals so he can make a more even distribution?" Ip Man nodded with a wry smile. "You really overestimate me. I can't arrange it. You just need to count how many enemies are on each battlefield. Let the host help arrange the specifics tomorrow. My strength is too weak. Some people are stronger than I can imagine. I don't know how to arrange them. Did you hear that? Count how many enemies are on each battlefield. Go and count them now." Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming looked at the 3 people emerging from the vortex, his lips twitching slightly. Either no one comes, or 3 come at once. Still 3 weaklings. All 3 were men. The first one was wearing a denim jacket and had some bruises on his face, as if he had been beaten. He came in timidly and had a fishy smell on him. The second man, dressed in military uniform, with a resolute expression on his face, was looking around in disbelief. The third man was wearing a spacesuit. Coincidentally, he looked almost exactly like the second man, except that he looked a bit older. Ye Ming clicked on the 3 messages. Name, Gao Keqiang. Identity, fishmonger in the wild world. Strength, none. Name, Leng Feng. Identity, soldier in the wolf warrior world. Strength, none. Name, Lu Paiqiang. Identity, astronaut in the world of the wandering earth. Strength, none. These 3 were originally supposed to appear directly on the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, but Ye Ming happened to have nothing to do, so he brought them over. Gao Keqiang, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and he rose from a small fishmonger to become the king of Jinghai City. And Xian's biggest regret was probably letting Gao Keqiang read Sun Tzu's Art of War. Judging from Gao Keqiang's appearance, he must have just been beaten by Tang Xiaolong. Leng Feng, a special forces soldier, nothing much to say, just that he's quite capable in combat and patriotic. I reckon he'll definitely be fighting the invaders tomorrow. Lu Paiqiang is almost a carbon copy of Leng Feng, except one is young and the other is old. If you didn't know better, you would think he was Leng Feng's father. Although Lu Paiqiang comes from an ordinary first-order world, his world is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Because the sun is malfunctioning and about to perish, humanity can no longer survive, so humans have united to launch the Wandering Earth Project. The Wandering Earth Project, as the name suggests, is about taking the Earth on a journey, using tens of thousands of engines to propel the Earth out of the solar system. This plan is for a period of 2,500 years. How breathtaking! It's important to know that the world of the Wandering Earth has no cultivation system whatsoever. The entire project relies on human lives to advance. It would take 2,500 years, or even if we count each generation as 100 years, for a full 25 generations to work together to leave the solar system. Such a plan was proposed and implemented entirely by ordinary people. It's simply astonishing. Please have a seat, all 3 of you. Gao Keqiang bowed and scraped, quickly responding. All right. Gao Keqiang greets the immortal. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang exchanged a glance. Both were soldiers, and their years of professional training, as well as modern values, told them that there were no gods in the world. But in reality, what I saw before my eyes was truly mind-blowing. Especially Lu Paiqiang, he was in space before. And now he's here in the blink of an eye. Lu Paiqiang greets the immortal. Leng Feng's rationality told him that there were no gods or immortals in the world. But I was just being tried in a military court. Did this guy break into the military court and take me away? How could that be? My worldview is shattered. Leng Feng has met the immortal. Ye Ming nodded and looked at the 3 people. No, the 3 penniless bastards. These 3 guys really have nothing. Gao Keqiang probably doesn't even have any money. Leng Feng has nothing. Lu Paiqiang does have a space station and an AI called Moss, but he definitely won't trade. Lu Paiqiang took off his helmet and sat there properly. Leng Feng sat upright with perfect posture, his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed straight ahead, as if he were meeting a leader. Gao Keqiang seemed somewhat anxious and uneasy, his eyes darting around and his hands constantly shifting positions, unsure of where to put them. Relax. Now that you've come to the Myriad Realms building, it's your destiny. You can stroll around the first floor of the Myriad Realms building and look at the goods. The second floor of the Myriad Realms building is the mission hall. There is a team mission available now. Those who want to go can go and see the world. Maybe you can even earn some heavenly coins. The third floor of the Myriad Realms Tower is the future pavilion, where you can view the future of your world. Since you are both from first-tier worlds, you only need 10 heavenly coins to view it. Let's go for a walk. Before Leng Feng and Gao Keqiang could speak, Lu Paiqiang preemptively asked, Immortal, is there any hope for my world? Ye Ming knew what he was asking. Nobody wanted the 2,500-year flow plan to happen, but it was the only way. Yes. The first way is for you to cultivate slowly until you are strong enough to walk in the starry sky and move planets at will. Leng Feng and Gao Keqiang looked Lu Paiqiang up and down, wondering if he had cultivated to the point where he could move planets at will. This is even more amazing than a god. Lu Paiqiang smiled wryly, wishing he were that capable. Is there a second option? The second option is to slowly accumulate celestial coins and wait for a trader who can move planets at will to appear, then ask him for help. The third option is to wait until someone sells a powerful magical artifact that can move planets and store them away, and then you can buy it and operate it yourself. The fourth option is to wait for a powerful being who can create the sun and the world, and then let him. The more Lu Paiqiang listened, the more his head spun. A powerful being who could move planets, a powerful being who could put away planetary artifacts, a powerful being who could create a sun. It was getting more and more outrageous. He quickly waved his hand to stop Ye Ming. Immortal. That's enough. I understand. It all feels so difficult. Ye Ming shook his head. Is it that difficult? As long as you have enough heavenly coins, everything is not a problem. The Myriad Realms Tower has only been open for a few days, and 5th-tier powerhouses have already appeared. Who knows, 7th-tier powerhouses might appear in a week, and those above the 7th tier might appear a month later. Is it difficult? Not at all. If things go smoothly, we should have a powerhouse of this level appearing in about a month. All you need to do is integrate the power of your world and gather the coins of the heavens. Lu Paiqiang nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Thank you for the information, Immortal. We'll be taking our leave now. The three entered the first floor of the Myriad Realms building and were utterly shocked by the street before them. The three words Myriad Realms Tower in front of them left an indelible impression on their minds. Gentlemen, my name is Gao Keqiang. May I ask your surnames? Gao Keqiang took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to the 2 men. Leng Feng shook his head and pushed it back. This place is not suitable. My name is Leng Feng, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Paiqiang, holding the helmet of his spacesuit, also refused. It's definitely not appropriate, and I've already quit. My name is Lu Paiqiang, I'm also a soldier of the Dragon Country, and now I'm an astronaut. You can't smoke on the space station. Gao Keqiang looked at the 2 men's almost identical faces and put away his cigarette. You two are brothers? They both shook their heads, looking at each other curiously. One is surnamed Lu, and the other is surnamed Leng. They seem to have no connection whatsoever, and they're not even from the same world. We're probably not from the same world. What you just said, what happened in your world? Yes, there's something wrong with the sun. We've built tens of thousands of planetary engines to push Earth out of the solar system. With a glare, Leng Feng could push Earth out of the solar system? He gave a thumbs up, and all his words were summed up in one word. Ox. Gao Keqiang had never been to school, but he still knew about the sun and the solar system. He never imagined that pushing the Earth out of the solar system could be combined with these things. Amazing. Lu Paiqiang sighed, and the strength in his arms holding the helmet gradually increased. It's not as easy as I thought, problems have recently arisen. Leng Feng stretched his neck and took off his military cap. I didn't think this was simple either. In our world, we couldn't do this. Let's go, let's walk and talk, and see what's here. Gao Keqiang followed the 2 men to the crossroads. Martial Arts Zone, Immortal Cultivation Zone, Other Zones. Leng Feng looked towards the martial arts area, his eyes shining. I'm very interested in martial arts. Lu Paiqiang then looked towards the Immortal Path area, thinking that perhaps only the Immortal Path could save his world. I want to go to the Sendo district to see if there's anything useful there. Gao Keqiang knew nothing about martial arts or immortality. Since the other 2 went to those 2 districts, he would go to the other one. Then I'll go to another area. How about we meet here after we finish watching, and go up to the 2nd floor together to check on that mission? Good, good. After parting ways with the 2, Gao Keqiang went to another district. This is Bloodline? Vampire. Living for thousands of years. My god. Spiritual power cultivation method? Immortality. If only I had heavenly coins, I could buy one for myself, and one for Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan. Hey, a pistol. One pistol for one heavenly coin, and it comes with 100 bullets. And a fighter jet too. Gold. So cheap. One heavenly coin can buy so much gold. If we exchange all the heavenly coins for gold, then Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan will have money to spend. Gao Keqiang's eyes shone brightly, and he no longer felt the pain from the injuries on his face. I thought 10 heavenly coins were a small amount, but now that I see it, 10 heavenly coins are equivalent to hundreds of millions. That's really expensive. After looking at everything, Gao Keqiang reluctantly left the other areas. I'm so envious, but I can't afford it. He didn't have a single celestial coin, but that wasn't the most tragic thing. The most tragic thing was that he realized he seemed to have nothing to exchange for celestial coins. It seems I definitely need to go to the second floor for the task. The immortal said there might be a chance to obtain the heavenly coins. Not long after they returned to the crossroads, Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang came back, and they were also shocked. Legendary martial arts, such as the 18 subduing dragon palms, the 9-yin manual, and internal energy cultivation methods familiar to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, are all included. Cultivating immortality, longevity, magical treasures, and talismans broadened Lu Paiqiang's horizons. After the three of them shared information about the districts they had visited, they went up to the second floor together. On the second floor of the Myriad Realms building, the three of them entered and saw the mission on the screen. Assist Ip Man in repelling the invaders. Mission reward, 400,000 heavenly coins. 400,000 celestial coins. All three of them widened their eyes involuntarily, and their breathing became somewhat rapid. 400,000 heavenly coins. They could afford most of the things they were looking at. Leng Feng took 2 steps forward and went to the counter to accept the task. It really is Ip Man. The Dragon Kingdom's war of resistance against invasion. Those damned invaders, I, Leng Feng, will slaughter them all. Leng Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke, his fists clenched, wishing he could rush into the anti-invasion war right now and wreak havoc. Lu Paiqiang's face also darkened. Even though 100 years had passed, he dared not forget that war, and no one in China would forget it. As a soldier, it is my duty to fight for my country. Even if it's just a parallel world's Dragon Kingdom. Gao Keqiang hesitated. He knew about the anti-invasion war, he was furious, and he wanted to join in. The problem is, he's just a fisherman who can't even beat some petty thugs. How can he go to war? Is he just going to throw his life away? It doesn't matter if I die, but what about Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan? They are still so young, and Xiao Sheng needs money to go to college. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang glanced at Gao Keqiang, neither mocking him nor thinking there was anything wrong with what he had done. Defending the country is the duty of soldiers, not civilians. If Gao Keqiang goes, they will think he is brave. If he doesn't go, they won't think much of it. Even well-trained soldiers can die on the battlefield, let alone ordinary people. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Keqiang accepted the task. Well, I'm just an ordinary person. If there's any danger, I'll leave first. I have younger siblings to support, so it's okay. You've already shown a lot of courage, more than most ordinary people. That's right. If you really have to go to the battlefield, you can go back to the Myriad Realms Tower first. The battlefield is full of bullets and is very dangerous. Gao Keqiang once again felt a long-lost sense of respect. These two people, like Officer and Xin, were very kind. Thank you, I understand. In the world of madness, after Gao Keqiang returned home, he unexpectedly saw Gao Qishan and Gao Qilan. Ashen, Alan, aren't you at school? Why are you back? Elder brother. Both of them stood up, and Gao Qilan rushed over and jumped onto Gao Keqiang. Oh my, you're so old, and you're still doing this. Alan, get down. My injury hasn't healed yet. A few hours later, Gao Qilan returned to school, leaving only Gao Qishan and Gao Keqiang. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Gao Qishan looked at Gao Keqiang. He knew his brother too well. He had been absent-minded for the past few hours, as if he was thinking about something. Are Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu causing trouble again? I'm going to fight them. Gao Qishan suddenly stood up, a ruthless look appearing on the bespectacled scholar's face. Sit down. What do you mean by fighting? I just came out of there, do you want to go back in? This isn't Tang Xiaolong's business. Gao Keqiang pondered. He wasn't very smart, but Ashen was different. He had always been a good student and very smart. Perhaps Ashen could help him come up with ideas? If you can't trust others, how can you not trust the younger brother you raised yourself? Gao Qishan stood in front of the table, his fists clenched, his heart filled with rage. They hit my brother and are still causing trouble. I might as well just kill those two bastards instead of living myself. Sit down. I told you to sit down, are you not even listening to me? Gao Qishan slammed his hand on the table and sat down. Ashen, there's something I need to tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I'm really unsure about this, and I need someone to help me analyze it. Brother, tell me. Ashen, I've met a god. Gao Kishan looked surprised, then his expression turned serious. Did they damage your brain? He hurriedly stood up, grabbed Gao Keqiang, and walked outside. Brother, let's go to the hospital. Don't worry about the cost. Gao Keqiang was speechless and slapped Gao Kishan on the head. Your brother's got a sound mind. Sit down. Let me finish. Okay, I'll listen. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup after I finish listening. Gao Keqiang rolled his eyes, ignored Gao Kishan, and continued. Your brother has encountered a deity. We arrived at a place called the Myriad Realms Tower, where you can exchange your own items for heavenly coins and then buy other people's items to conduct transactions. There are many things inside: martial arts manuals, cultivation techniques, firearms, and gold, lots of gold, and the prices are very cheap. But I don't have anything to exchange. Luckily, there's a group mission at the Myriad Realms Tower tomorrow. We'll go to IP Man's world and participate in the anti-invasion war. The reward is 400,000 heavenly coins. What do you think I should prepare? I don't plan to go into battle, but I guess I need to do something to get a share of the rewards. Gao Kishan's eyes were a little strange. It sounded exactly like something out of a novel. Brother, have you been reading too many novels lately? Why don't we go to the hospital to get checked out? Gao Keqiang glared at Gao Kishan. He really had no way to prove it. Fine, if you don't believe me, I'll figure it out myself. Just don't tell anyone about this. Brother, no one would believe me if I told them. If you really encounter something like this and participate in the anti-invasion war, you definitely can't go to the front lines, and the rear won't need you either. At that time, what they lack most is food. Take some fish with you. We don't have any money and can't buy much. If someone from the Myriad Realms Tower goes tomorrow, then the Ip Man world will definitely hold a banquet. They have meat, but they may not have fish. Hey, this idea seems pretty good. Every little bit helps, and once we have enough heavenly coins, we can buy some gold to improve our lives. Even if you have heavenly coins, don't buy gold. Forget it. What's the point of saying all this? I've already analyzed it for you. Let's go to the hospital. Go where? Are you stupid? I'm not crazy. Even your brother doesn't believe me. Go back to school. I need to contact someone and get some fish. In the world of Wolf Warrior, on the court of law, Leng Feng is sentenced to 3 years in prison. Deprivation of. Wait a moment. Leng Feng suddenly spoke up, stopping the judge. I have something important to report. The judge glanced at Leng Feng but did not interrupt him. He understood Leng Feng's behavior. His comrade had sacrificed his life, and this happened while he was taking his comrade home. Anyone in his shoes would probably be unable to bear it. Leng Feng, is there anything else you want to say? Speak up. This involves top secrets. I can only speak to the commander. Even the rank of the battalion commander of the Special Forces unit where Leng Feng was stationed was not high enough. It would require the commander of the military region to come. Long Xiaoan glanced at Leng Feng, who was also looking at her, and nodded. Okay, I'll notify the military region commander now. In some unknown world, 1,200 meters below the sea, a deep abyss shrouded in darkness, no one could see a gigantic monster lying there. It is over 180 meters long, covered in jet black scales, and has a pair of huge wings. Its most striking feature is its single horn that pierces the sky. Unfortunately, its dark golden eyes were now dull and lifeless, revealing a desolate sense of death. In front of the enormous monster, many other monsters were swimming around, seemingly eager to enjoy this exquisite delicacy. However, 1 or 2 silver humanoid objects firmly blocked them, preventing them from getting close to the monster. Inside the monster's body was a crystal sphere covered with numerous strange golden runes, emitting a faint golden light. A human soul is currently inside this crystal sphere. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? A voice seemed to ring in the human soul's ears. He was somewhat puzzled, but then a massive amount of memories flooded his mind, blurring his consciousness. In the raging world, Gao Keqiang left all the fish at home and prepared to head to the Myriad Realms Tower. Gao Kishan looked at so many fish and was speechless. How did they actually manage to get so many fish? He was supposed to go back yesterday, but Gao Keqiang has a mental problem, so how could he go back with peace of mind? After a night of persuasion, Gao Keqiang finally agreed to go to the hospital to have his brain checked today. In reality, Gao Keqiang was just annoyed by his younger brother's nagging and was just going along with it. Anyway, he was going to another world today, and he would know the truth then. Alright, Ashen, I'm going to the Myriad Realms Tower now. Wait for my good news. Gao Keqiang said a few words to Gao Kishan and then prepared to go to the Myriad Realms building. After washing his face, Gao Kishan sighed. This illness was too serious, he didn't know if it could be cured. Tang Xiaolong, Tang Xiaohu, you wait. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you get away with it. He was about to call Gao Keqiang to the hospital when he saw Gao Keqiang vanish from the spot. Time was restricted when entering the Myriad Realms building, but resumed in the Ip Man world, so it appeared as if he disappeared instantly. Gao Keqiang's pupils contracted sharply, and the towel in his hand fell to the ground. He quickly ran to the place where Gao Keqiang had disappeared and shouted loudly, "Brother! Where are you? Gao Keqiang!" Gao Keqiang felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. His own brother had actually disappeared right in front of him. He looked at the fish that Gao Keqiang had just bought. It had been there before, but now it had suddenly disappeared. On the second floor of the Myriad Realms building, Ip Man was already waiting there, 2 hours before the mission was scheduled to begin. After Gao Keqiang arrived on the second floor, he saw Ip Man, scratched his head, and asked, "Hello, how can I contact Ip Man?" Ip Man bowed respectfully, looking at Gao Keqiang with some curiosity. "Was this a newcomer?" "I am Ip Man. And you are?" Gao Keqiang said smiled, walked up to Ip Man, and bowed in his manner. "I am Gao Keqiang. I just arrived yesterday. I have a mission today, right? I'm just an ordinary person, a fishmonger. I can't help in the war, so I got some fish to give to the soldiers. But how are we going to bring this over?" Ip Man was taken aback. "Fish? How do you trade these? I doubt it's even worth a single celestial coin." But he definitely couldn't take it over without trading. Just this morning, someone told him that they had all kinds of wild game, except for fish. After all, he was in the mountains, and he couldn't find a place to sell fish or find any fish in a whole day. Moreover, this was a token of the other party's goodwill, and it wouldn't feel right to refuse. He was poor before, perhaps even poorer than Gao Keqiang, and he only had a few heavenly coins. Therefore, he did not mean to look down on Gao Keqiang. "But how exactly do you trade this thing? How about I offer one all heavens coin to buy your fish?" Gao Keqiang exclaimed. His fish at the Zushin coin exchange point below cost less than 0.1 Zushin coins in total, leaving the little girl named Hongyu speechless. Ip Man wanted to spend 1 Zushin coin to buy it. "This isn't quite right. My fish are very cheap, and I originally wanted to help, not to make money." This stumped Ip Man, but fortunately, Ye Ming knew the situation. Hongyu specifically sought him out about this matter, asking how to acquire items of such extremely low value, which totaled less than 0.1 Zushin coins. "The best approach is not to acquire it. Alright, just bring them in. Items under 1 celestial coin are not considered private transactions." Ye Ming's voice rang in Ip Man's ears. Ip Man breathed a sigh of relief and led Gao Keqiang into his own world. In the world of Ip Man, after Ip Man brings Ko Kai Kung into the world, he hands the fish over to the logistics staff and leads him to an open space. The open space was now filled with food, various meat dishes, vegetables, a few fruits, and some rice and steamed buns. To be honest, even Gao Keqiang felt that these things were a bit shabby, but for these soldiers, it was already a deluxe feast. The soldiers around him, carrying guns, kept swallowing hard. Unfortunately, these things were prepared for the guests, and they could only eat what the guests had left over. When the leader saw Ip Man leading his men over, he quickly stepped forward. "I am XXX, welcome. I won't write the name to avoid any issues with censorship." Gao Keqiang's eyes widened when he heard the name. This was a big shot. It actually had the same name as someone from his world's Dragon Kingdom. He quickly and respectfully shook hands, feeling extremely honored to be able to shake hands with this person. "I am Gao Keqiang, you're too kind. I never expected to meet you. Boss, please talk to Gao Keqiang first. I'm going back to the Myriad Realms Tower." "Alright, Comrade Ip Man, you may go ahead." "Comrade Gao Keqiang, this way please." Over several hours, Gao Keqiang and the leader talked a lot about modern development and the development of China, which excited the leader for a long time. He was overjoyed that the Dragon Kingdom would become so much better in the future, so everything he had done was worthwhile. Those fallen soldiers, their lives were not sacrificed in vain. On the second floor of the Myriad Realms building, almost everyone had arrived, and it was almost time. They were just waiting for Ye Ming. Ye Ming appeared in front of everyone in a flash. "Greetings, Master. Immortal." Ye Ming waved his hand, and a vortex appeared beside him. He looked at Ye Wen. "You go first, we'll follow." Ip Man nodded and returned to his own world. The others looked at each other, not daring to leave first. Ye Ming looked at this scene and said with a smile, "Hurry up and come in. Do you guys want to be the grand finale?" Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not wait any longer and rushed toward the whirlpool. Ip Man has already informed everyone about the Ip Man world. The leaders and senior executives are all standing aside waiting, and Gao Keqiang is also standing next to Ip Man. In the world of Ip Man, everyone stood in formation, while the soldiers on the side looked on with some curiosity. These are visitors from another world, and some are even like immortals. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. They looked almost identical, except one was older and the other was younger. Ip Man was stunned, he didn't recognize either of them. "That's a bit awkward." Gao Keqiang quickly spoke up. These two are Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang. When Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang saw the leader, they were both stunned. They were very familiar with this person. The two saluted simultaneously and said excitedly, Leng Feng, Special Forces Wolf Warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, greets the commander. Lu Paiqiang, former Air Force member and current astronaut of the Dragon Kingdom, greets the leader. The leader paused for a moment, then thought, so these two are soldiers from China. Good, good. He raised his hand in return. Comrades, you've worked hard. It's not hard work at all. Quickly, arrange for these two to sit down. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang shook their heads and stood aside. The leaders were standing. What right did they have to sit? Yuri entered behind the two, and Ip Man happily walked up to him. Boss, this is Yuri. I told you, without his help, I might have died in Foshan. The leaders and senior executives looked at Yuri with gratitude. If it weren't for Yuri, Ip Man would never have been able to find them. In just this short period, Ip Man has provided tens of thousands of soldiers with firearms, food, and money, and saved them. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuri. Of course, we'll talk about it later, there are still many people behind us. Alright, arrange a seat for Mr. Yuri. Next to emerge were Qin Shi Huang and Li Shaiman, to whom Ip Man bowed respectfully. Ip Man, a man from later generations, has met Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Taizong of Tang. The leader's expression instantly turned serious as he looked at Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong. Upon hearing this name, the soldiers behind him hesitated, wondering whether they should kneel down. The people of later generations, XXX, have met Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong. Qin Shi Huang and Li Shaiman saw in their leader a temperament similar to their own yet completely different, but the eyes were so similar to their own. You're very good. With you in the future, I can rest assured. Because of Ye Ming's earlier statement about making a grand entrance last, the weaker traders took the initiative to come forward first, while the stronger ones made their appearances later. Chen Zhen, Bruce Li, Huo Yuanjia, Feng Yuxiu, Wang Feihun, Zhang Yuan, Zhou Xiruo, Gao Yao, Ximen Chiwixiu, B.A. Liming, and Uncle Nine all arrived first. Then came Selene, Bibi Dong, and Uchiha Suzuki. The moment Uchiha Suzuki appeared, the scene fell silent. Especially the moment he opened his mouth, the soldiers around him almost raised their guns. IP Man's heart skipped a beat. How could he have forgotten about him? When we called for help, we specifically didn't call him, since the person we killed seemed to have some connection to him. I am a ninja. As long as I have money, I will kill people. I don't care about anything else. Suzuki's words were understood by everyone in the Myriad Realms building, but the people in IP Man's world heard them in Japanese. The leader then looked at Ip Man, who explained what he had just said. Alright, welcome, Mr. Suzuki. This way, please. Ip Man then introduced the people behind him. 2 men and 1 woman walked out, all 3 carrying long swords. These are Lin Pingzi, Murong Fu, and Xiaolan Nu. Behind the 3 was Duan Lang, dressed in a black outfit, holding a black longsword in his hand, his eyes seemingly flashing with a scarlet light. The moment he appeared, a chill seemed to emanate from him, and everyone felt a bit cold. This is young hero Duan Lang, he should be a cultivator now. The first cultivator has appeared. Li Shaiman and Qin Shi Huang bought the everlasting spring technique, but the time was too short, and they hadn't even mastered it, they were just ordinary people. Duan Lang came out and saw the food on the table, but he didn't say anything. After all, he ate something similar when he was a coachman. After Duan Lang, Hanli, who had an ordinary appearance and wore simple clothes, appeared. Fellow deist Li Feiu. Thank you for your help, this way please. Fellow deist, you are another cultivator, but this cultivator looks rather ordinary and doesn't have the same imposing aura as the previous one. Then, a little girl hopped out. Wow, this is the new world. It feels so ordinary, the air doesn't even smell as good as in my world. Xiaoyan stepped out from behind Bai Yao and looked around. Of course, your world is a world of cultivation, while this is just an ordinary world. Of course there's a difference. A smile appeared on IP Man's face. Fellow deist Bai Yao, fellow deist Xiao Yan. Leader, it was fellow deist Xiao Yan who sponsored me with 270,000 heavenly coins. The leader bowed to Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan quickly stopped him, as he couldn't accept such a gesture. No, sir, I can't accept that. I was also a Chinese citizen before. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living such a good life. As a Chinese citizen, it's my duty to help the country if I have the ability. Bai Yao watched Xiao Yan from behind, her hands behind her back, and murmured, "This guy isn't as bad as I thought." The leader patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and said gratefully, "It is an honor for us to have someone like you in the Dragon Kingdom. 270,000 celestial coins. What does that mean? They probably couldn't even scrape together 270,000 celestial coins by selling their entire world. And this guy just gave it to them. I'll do my best. If you need anything in the future, you can ask Brother Ip Man to contact me. Okay. This way, please. Let me sit with little Bai Ao." Bai Ao's face stiffened, and she glared at Xiao Yan. Never mind what I said. You're definitely up to no good. No way, why are you so prejudiced against me? It's not prejudice. It's a woman's perception. How old are you? A woman. No matter how old you are, you're still a woman. The leader looked at the two of them and seemed to have become much younger. It's so good to be young. Boss, someone's here. This is Professor Snape from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Welcome, this way please. Magic Academy. Everyone around Snape looked at him with curiosity. That was magic. They couldn't believe they were seeing magic in their lifetime. Then a man dressed in a white robe appeared. He wore glasses and looked very refined. Ip Man was a little confused. He didn't know this guy, and he wasn't here yesterday either. My name is Eisen, captain of the 5th Division of the Godii 13. I apologize for my intrusion. Another person from an island nation. The leader looked at Ip Man, who was also puzzled. When did this guy arrive? Was he also a newcomer? Eisen, captain of the 5th Division of the Godii 13. This way, please. Eisen nodded with a kind smile on his face. Thanks. Almost everyone has arrived, just one more person to go. Everyone in the Myriad Realms building stood up and looked in this direction. The others were also on tenterhooks, wondering if it would be the immortal's turn to appear next. Just as everyone was watching, a figure appeared. It appeared without soaring through the clouds or being followed by countless beasts. It simply appeared in an ordinary way. People in the world of Ip Man looked at Ye Ming with curiosity. He was somewhat handsome and seemed to have an ethereal quality, as if he were separate from this world. Is this what an immortal is? Simple and unpretentious. It wasn't the feeling they had imagined. They thought immortals were the kind who wore long robes, rode on clouds, and had all white hair. We have met the immortal / the master of the tower. Everyone from the Myriad Realms Tower bowed respectfully, and then the people from Ip Man's world reacted and began to bow with their hands clasped. Ye Ming nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force helped them up. As soon as Ye Ming entered this world, he sensed something was wrong. He had a feeling of being in the Myriad Realms Tower, that feeling of invincibility. The Myriad Realms Tower, I can use its power in this world too? And become invincible? Ding, yes, this world has been taken over by the Myriad Realms building and has become part of the Myriad Realms building. Ye Ming's heart skipped a beat. Become part of the Myriad Realms building? What does that mean? Become part of the Myriad Realms building? Once the world changes to 100%, it will be taken over by the Myriad Realms building? Is that why I was able to get in? Ding, yes, this is to ensure that the Lord will not die in other worlds. All the worlds that can be visited are under the control of the Myriad Realms Tower. In these worlds, the Lord also possesses the power of the Myriad Realms Tower and can suppress everyone. Wow, that's impressive. Myriad Realms Tower, you're truly amazing. They only sent me here after they took over the world. They must be really afraid I'd die. I'm really strong too, okay. He looked at everyone, especially at the food on the table, which was indeed rather poor quality. Many people have grievances in their eyes. There aren't many Chinese among the traders, and they can understand these foods, but most people don't. They probably eat much better every meal in their own world. Please sit down. Ye Ming walked towards the front, where that spot had always been reserved for him. Ip Man and his leader quickly followed and went with him to the front. Immortal, the food is a bit poor, I hope you won't mind. It doesn't matter. I know the situation in your world. Don't worry about these details. Ip Man finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the leader beside him. Thank you, Immortal. Ye Ming changed the subject. However, I appreciate your kindness, but as you know, many of these guys in the Myriad Realms Tower hold high positions and eat the finest delicacies, so they might not be interested in these things. Besides, you don't have much food, so save it for the soldiers. With a wave of his hand, Ye Ming made the table disappear. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a long table appeared, on which were laid out all kinds of food. Eastern and Western cuisines, including the Manchu Han Imperial Feast and dishes from all over the world, are all available. All the food smelled delicious and was steaming hot. The soldiers around were initially shocked by what they saw, then sniffed and swallowed hard. It smells so good. The cuisine of the Dragon Kingdom is known for its perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. The colors and aromas alone whetted everyone's appetite, and even all the traders in the Myriad Realms Tower felt a little hungry. Thank you, Immortal. All the traders were extremely grateful, as this food was hundreds of times better than the previous one. Ye Ming said to Ye Wen beside him. I also left a portion for the soldiers around me. They definitely wouldn't want to eat it now, so I've put it in the kitchen. They can eat it after the world ends. Ip Man nodded, a warm feeling washing over him. The Immortal was so considerate. Immortal, aren't you going to eat? No, you won't eat well here. I'll go wander around somewhere else. After saying that, Ye Ming disappeared. Sure enough, everyone relaxed as soon as Ye Ming disappeared. Wow, this is a Manchu Han Imperial feast. I never thought Xiao Yan, would one day be able to eat a Manchu Han Imperial feast. This is a real honor. Try it. The food from our Dragon Kingdom is absolutely amazing. It's incredibly delicious. Xiao Yan called out to everyone, and when one person spoke up, the others started chatting as well. Brother Gao, how have you been lately? That's fine then. You know the situation in my world. Sigh, what a hassle. In the universe of IP Man's world, IP Ming strolls through a starry sky. Beneath his feet is a blue planet, and in the distance is a sun radiating endless light. With one step, he arrived at the edge of the solar system, and with another step, he reached the edge of the Milky Way. Apart from Earth, there is no other life-bearing planet in the entire Milky Way. He wanted to see if there was life in other star systems. He traveled through galaxies, initially believing the universe to be infinitely vast, but in reality, it wasn't. Or rather, the universe of IP Man's world is not. After crossing over 100 galaxies, we arrived at the edge of the universe. Ye Ming stood at the border, gazing into the distance. It was pitch black there, like a gaping maw of an abyss that could devour everything. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the darkness. In the darkness, you can't see anything at all, it's truly pitch black, and all light sources are absorbed. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he felt something blocking his way. There was something like a wall blocking his way. The moment Ye Ming touched it, he knew what it was. Boundary wall. The world's barriers. The entire world is surrounded by these barriers, isolating it from the rest of the world. Ye Ming did not attack the boundary wall to shatter it. He could sense that the boundary wall was not very strong and could be easily broken, but he did not make a move. He simply turned his head and left the boundary. In 1 hour, he traveled all over the universe and didn't sense a single sign of life. The only place in the world where Ip Man lived was inhabited. No, I should say living things. There aren't any living things on the other planets. On Earth, everyone eats roughly the same amount. In fact, some people eat almost nothing at all. That's about it. Tell us where we should go. Duan Lang looked at Ip Man with his scarlet eyes, and Ip Man quickly nodded. All right. We have prepared several war zones, and the number of troops in each war zone is shown above. You can choose for yourselves. When you make your move, please pay attention, we are going to kill those in green uniforms. Their insignia is a solid red circle. Ye Ming suddenly appeared beside Ye Wen and snapped his fingers, instantly bringing the enemy's situation to the minds of all the traitors in the Myriad Realms Tower. The enemy's information has been sent to your heads. Don't kill the wrong people. Thank you so much, Op. It's alright, you don't need to choose anymore. I'll divide them according to strength to avoid any arguments. After you've finished dealing with your own battle zones, you can go to other areas. First war zone, 200,000 men, Eisen, you go. Second war zone, 150,000 men, Snape. Third war zone, 100,000 men, Duan Lang. Fourth war zone, 50,000 men, Hanli. As for the rest of the war zones, you can divide the remaining men among yourselves, do what you can. If the enemy has firearms, the weaker ones can find a place to be logistics. Ye Ming looked at Eisen, Snape, Duan Lang, and Hanli. These four were the strongest people at the moment. Although Bibi Dong was also at the 4th level, she seemed a bit weak. The 4 of you can set off now. You know the location by heart. The 4 men clasped their hands in greeting, and the leader standing nearby even suggested sending someone to take them, saying that a car was already prepared. As a result, he saw those 4 people fly up. Eisen flew directly into the air, and with a tap of his toes, he disappeared. Snape, on the other hand, turned into black smoke and flew away. Hanli took out a palm-sized flying boat from his storage bag, tossed it into the air, and it instantly grew to the size of a boat. He jumped onto it, and the flying boat soared into the sky. A slight smile appeared on Duan Lang's lips. It's my turn. Last time I couldn't fly, but this time I can. He drew the black crow sword, threw it aside, jumped onto the sword, stepped on it, and flew away on the sword. Bibi Dong below clenched her fists. They'd really fooled her. She was a little unhappy before, since they were all at the 4th tier, but the host didn't assign her a spot. Now she realizes that there's a big gap between her and the other 4. Even Duan Lang can fly now. I definitely couldn't do that before. Damn it. After this is over, I must find a flying soul bone. Not to mention how shocked the surrounding soldiers were, even the traitors of the Myriad Realms Tower were extremely shocked. For the first time, they felt the gap. We're both traitors, but others are incredibly skilled, while I'm such a weakling. Strength, everything comes down to strength. The leader gaped, and at that moment, the value of the Myriad Realms building increased once again. Comrade Ip Man, you didn't say they could fly, did you? Ip Man stared blankly at the sky, completely numb. Ha! I didn't know they could fly. This is flying. In ancient times, the only things that could fly were birds and immortals. Things are probably better now. Now, besides birds, there are airplanes, and then there are gods. So there's more than one immortal in the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming raised his hand and swept it forward, revealing 4 images in the air, representing the 4 people who had just left. If you don't know the opponent's strength, just observe first, don't go up and get yourself killed. Of the 4 scenarios, Aizen is the fastest. His strength is already at the 5th rank, and with his Shunpo already being fast, he can probably reach the location in 10 minutes. The first war zone is an invading stronghold stretching for several kilometers, filled with tanks and artillery. The invaders, who could be seen everywhere, had set up camp and trained here, completely unaware of what was about to happen. On a mountain some distance from the first war zone, a Chinese army soldier lay prone on the ground, with the leader at the front holding binoculars and looking at the distant war zone. "Commander, we've been told that someone will come to help us take this base. How can they help? How should I know?" "You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? We're told to wait, so we just have to wait. There are 200,000 people down there. Even if we send a bomber over, we might not be able to wipe them all out. Why are you talking so much? Just wait. I'm just worried. If we really attack this stronghold, a lot of our brothers will probably die." The regimental commander sighed. How could he not know? The instructions were to have them cooperate in taking down the stronghold, but if there was absolutely no hope, he wouldn't let his brothers die in vain. "Shut up. I won't let my brothers die. Hee, I knew the leader was the best. I was just reminding you. Get lost. Do you need to remind me?" The deputy commander next to the regimental commander chuckled, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, he saw something in the sky, and his eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. A black dot in the distance is rapidly approaching, and each time it disappears, it grows a little larger. He rubbed his eyes and looked in that direction again. Sure enough, there were dark spots approaching. This time, his lips turned white with fright. Because that black dot looks very much like a person. He quickly patted the regimental commander beside him. "Get out of here, I haven't finished reading yet. I'll give it to you later." The deputy commander was so shocked he couldn't speak, he just kept patting the commander. "Wait a minute, are you never going to stop? Keep filming." "Oh, I give up, here you go." The regimental commander handed the binoculars to the deputy regimental commander, only to find that the deputy commander wasn't looking at him at all, but rather at the sky. The deputy commander raised his hand and pointed shakily to the sky. The commander looked in that direction and saw what appeared to be a figure standing in the sky. Holy crap! He quickly picked up his binoculars and looked. There was indeed a person standing in the sky. He was dressed in a long white robe with the character 5 on it, had short hair, and wore glasses, looking like a scholar, yet he stood in the air. Hundreds of meters in the air. Is this something a human could do? Just as the commander was observing this person, the person actually turned around and looked at him. Those eyes clearly saw himself. The regimental commander was so frightened that he quickly pressed down on his binoculars, no longer daring to look at him. "Lie still, don't move, we've been spotted." Everyone immediately stopped moving, standing motionless like statues. The deputy commander whispered, Commander, is that a person?" The regimental commander was in a state of utter confusion and nodded. The deputy commander said in a terrified voice, "Why can people fly in the sky? If you don't know, shut up." The regimental commander recalled what he had witnessed, and his heart sank. That person doesn't look like someone from China, and he's wearing wooden clogs. If I remember correctly, that thing is from Japan. Could this guy be an ally of the invaders? This is it. Aizen withdrew his gaze. Those people must be from the Dragon Kingdom. The people in the military camp beneath his feet were the invaders. Judging from their language and appearance, they seem to be of the same race as him. It's a pity I'm not human, but death. He is a god of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. He didn't care at all about whether these people lived or died. If the original poster hadn't come along, he wouldn't have even been born into this world. The humans below are far too weak. He could kill them all with ease. Aizen reached for the Kyoka Suijutsu at his waist, pondered for a moment, and then removed his hand. It's best to keep your Zanpakuto's abilities a secret. Let's use the Heidu. He looked down at the military camp and stretched out his hand to them. A group of weaklings, they don't even need to sing. Just go die. Heido number 99. 5 Dragons Annihilation. Inside the military camp, the ground began to tremble. All the invaders felt the ground shaking and rushed to the open space outside. More and more people gathered, and almost everyone ran outside, looking around in terror. The vibrations grew stronger, the ground began to crack, and powerful energy surged beneath the surface. Everyone had a feeling that disaster was about to strike, as if they would die at any moment. The shadow of death looms over everyone's heart. Baka Yara, what's going on? An earthquake? Why was it so severe? I don't want to die. I want to get out of here. The cracks in the ground grew larger and larger, revealing deep, abyss-like fissures. Those who lost their footing fell directly into the crevice and disappeared from everyone's sight. A young soldier lost his footing and fell to the ground, unexpectedly catching a glimpse of Aizen in the sky. There's someone in the sky. There seems to be someone in the sky. Upon hearing this, everyone around was startled and looked up to see Aizen. Nanny! Impossible! Why can some people fly? Could it be a deity from the Dragon Kingdom? Gods, spare me. I'll leave the Dragon Kingdom right now. Many soldiers immediately threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground to kowtow. We were wrong, please forgive us. We'll leave the Dragon Kingdom immediately. May Amaterasu Omakami bless us so that we may return home safely. The Dragon Kingdom is a country protected by gods. Invading it is tantamount to suicide. I want to go home. The invading officer was furious and shot several soldiers who kept kowtowing dead. Baka Yara. Fire. Shoot him down. You charlatan Chinese. Kill him. Anyone who dares to surrender or kneel will die. After saying that, he picked up his gun and fired into the air, and the other soldiers also picked up their guns, aimed at Aizen, and began to attack. But the ground was shaking so badly that even a person couldn't stand up straight, so how could a cat possibly hit someone accurately? Suddenly, faint purple light emanated from the crack to the side, and a magnificent and majestic roar of a beast could be faintly heard in the distance. The vibrations were so strong that even the nearby mountainside was shaken. The scout responsible for observing the military camp began to tremble, pointing to the distant war zone, and stammered, "Commander! Look! A military camp! A military camp!" The commander wanted to pick up the binoculars, but found that he could see everything without them. He instinctively stood up, staring into the distance in horror. The ground where the invaders' camp was located was like a biscuit that had been broken open, with cracks everywhere. A faint purple light emanated from the crack, and the light gradually brightened. The roars of beasts that rang in his ears reminded him of the totems and the legends of the Dragon Kingdom. The roar of the beast grew louder and louder, and the pale purple light grew brighter and brighter, until a dragon's roar resounded for hundreds of kilometers around. Roar! 5 enormous, pale purple dragon heads emerged from the crack, emitting deafening roars as they soared into the sky. Dragon! 5 divine dragons. No one knew how to describe the scene. The 5 divine dragons exuded boundless pressure, as if they could destroy everything. Its gaze was so detached, as if it didn't see anything at all. For the first time, they felt their own insignificance and weakness, as if they were ants. 5 divine dragons flew into the sky, intertwining with each other, and then, to everyone's shock, horror, and fear, they spun upside down and crashed into the ground. A beam of light burst forth instantly, filling everyone's pupils. Nothing could be seen except for the white light. After the light slowly faded, there was no longer any military camp or invaders at the original location, only a huge canyon stretching for several kilometers and hundreds of meters deep. The remaining soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who witnessed this scene felt as if they had survived a catastrophe. Although they weren't below, the oppressive feeling, the sense of impending death, was like a dragon hovering above their heads. "Commander, the people in the sky seem to have left." The commander struggled to lift his head and look at the spot where he had been standing. The figure had vanished. A gentle breeze blew by, and the battalion commander immediately felt a chill. He then realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard before, that immortals had been discovered above and would come to help the Dragon Kingdom and drive away the invaders. He had always thought it was a joke, but now he realized that he was the joke. Aizen's attack not only shocked everyone in the Ip Man world, but also stunned the traitors in the Myriad Realms Tower. With a simple gesture and a single sentence, 200,000 people were wiped out? It even created a canyon. What incredible strength! Ye Ming was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought Aizen would use his Zanpakuto, since he could simply draw Kyoka Suijutsu and have his subordinates attack each other. Unexpectedly, this move, 5 dragons turning to annihilation, wiped them all out. Along with the weapons and equipment of 200,000 people, everything was wiped out. Tisk tisk, what a waste! Meanwhile, Snape also arrived at the second war zone. His situation was similar to that of the first war zone. It was also a military camp, only slightly smaller. Moreover, there are several high mountains next to this military camp, and each mountain is carved with a Buddha statue. Everyone stared at the scene where Snape was, wanting to know how he would eliminate these invaders. Is it like Aizen, where he was killed in one fell swoop? Or what? At the same time, Duan Lang and Han Li also arrived at their destination. Duan Lang was the most anxious. He planned to finish cleaning up here and then go elsewhere to collect some souls. He simply raised his hand, and a small black flag appeared in his palm. Mangi Banner. Baiao immediately recognized it as a magic weapon that almost everyone in the Ghost King sect possessed. Duan Lang waved the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and countless black shadows surged out from the banner, forming a cloud of black mist that surrounded Duan Lang. From time to time, roars and screams could be heard from within the black mist, and sometimes a human face would suddenly emerge from the mist, startling everyone. Ordinary people who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines and felt a nameless fear rise in their hearts. That must be the human soul. The densely packed swarms surrounding Duan Lang turned the entire sky black. How many people must have been killed? Ip Man swallowed hard and explained to the leader beside him. The Myriad Realms Tower has an open world filled with zombies and the undead. It was in there that young hero Duan Lang collected these souls. The leader, aware of the events in the Resident Evil world, nodded. However, even knowing it is terrifying, seeing this scene is still frightening. The sky was filled with ghostly shadows, and ghostly screams echoed everywhere. Who could stand it? Compared to Duan Lang, Hanli was much calmer, hovering in midair and looking at the many people below. Killing these 50,000 people is actually quite troublesome. His cultivation level is relatively low, so relying solely on magic is probably useless. If it were the future Hanli, he could kill not just 50,000, but 500,000. However, his current methods are rather limited, and he doesn't have many magical treasures. I guess the original poster is keeping an eye on him. Everyone else dealt with their opponents swiftly, but he's dragging his feet, which might leave a bad impression. He is low-key, but it depends on the context. This isn't his own world. No one but him can enter his own world. Leaving a good impression on the poster is always beneficial. It's such a pity about my talisman. Hanli waved his hand, and a talisman appeared in his hand. He bought this talisman in the attic. It was quite expensive. The talisman is entirely red, with a red bird painted on top. Although it is not a phoenix, it is the vermilion bird, which is as famous as the phoenix. This talisman is called the Vermilion Bird Talisman. It can unleash the attack power of the early Foundation establishment stage and should be able to kill everyone below. He pinched the talisman between two fingers and began to infuse it with spiritual power. Before long, the talisman turned into a beam of light and converged behind Hanli. A giant vermilion bird appeared behind Hanli, emitting a sharp cry. The vermilion bird was engulfed in flames, and the moment it spread its wings, the sky was surrounded by flames. The invaders on the ground immediately noticed this scene and looked up in horror at the sky. Yow, big monster. The invaders were terrified and watched helplessly as the vermilion bird circled once in the sky before charging into the military camp with towering flames. In an instant, the military camp was engulfed in flames. Moreover, the fire cannot be extinguished no matter what you do, not even if you pour water on it. At the same time, the black clouds beside Duan Lang rushed into the military camp, and countless wrong souls wandered among the invaders, turning the place into a living hell. The vengeful spirits passed through people's bodies, and some people died on the spot. Their souls were then devoured after they floated out. Some people even have their souls ripped out while they are still alive, which is chilling to watch. Everyone, including the traitors in the Myriad Realms Tower, labeled Duan Lang as someone who was not easy to offend. Snape slowly raised his wand and looked at the large Buddha statue beside him. Pier Totem Locomotor. The stone piers are deployed. As soon as Snape finished speaking, all the Buddha statues came to life and then leaped into the sky. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and 4 100-meter-tall Buddha statues, spanning several kilometers, landed in the camp. Everyone was stunned. Aizen's attack showed them his absolute power, as he swept his hand across the ground, creating a horizontal parting that stretched for tens of kilometers. Hanli's attack showed them the splendor of immortal techniques, with flames filling the sky and vermilion birds soaring freely through the military camp. Duan Lang's attack showed them the evil of power. The screams of the wronged souls still echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines. Snape's attack showed them the wonder of magic. He could turn inanimate objects into living things with a wave of his hand, which was truly astonishing. 4 people, 4 different attack methods, showed everyone the power of the Myriad Realms Tower, letting them know that someone could be this powerful. The desire to become stronger was ignited in everyone, and their will to become stronger began to burn fiercely. Snape raised his wand again and drew a circle downwards. Fierce fire. Blue flames instantly ignited, engulfing the entire camp. The intruders inside tried to escape, but the moment they touched the flames, they were burned to ashes. A few minutes later, the flames died down, and the 4 Buddha statues slowly walked back into the mountains and sat in their original places. Hanli also put away the vermilion bird talisman, sighed, and said that the talisman wouldn't last much longer. Duan Lang shook the 10,000 ghosts banner in his hand, and all the souls returned to the banner. A happy smile appeared on his face. Good, all the souls have improved. It's just that it can't hold enough ghosts. I'll go back and ask Baeo if she has any better magic weapons. Afterwards, Duan Lang rushed to the other places. He couldn't let so many souls go to waste. Ye Ming raised his hand and wiped away the 4 mirror images, then said to Ye Wen beside him, "The large-scale issues have been mostly resolved. What remains are the smaller-scale ones. Let them choose for themselves. I'm going back to the Myriad Realms Tower now." Respectfully bidding farewell to the immortal master, everyone bowed to Ye Ming and watched him disappear from the spot. It's a pity we didn't get to see the original poster make a move. but if the original poster had, they probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Since that's the case, let's set off too. Seeing such a fierce battle, I can't resist joining in. Let's go. Let's move out. Kill the invaders. If we don't go now, we'll run out of heavenly coins. Hurry, hurry. The leader watched these people, waiting for them to take to the sky and head to their designated location. Ip Man, how do we get there? It seems a bit far. We have a car ready, please come with us. The leader then realized that not everyone can fly. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming sat on the sofa and checked his own Myriad Realms coins and the Myriad Realms coins in the Tower Master's treasury. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 4th Tier. Celestial Coins, 1,468,409. Ops Vault, 2368811 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, Mission Pavilion, Future Pavilion, Herbalist Pavilion, Level 1. Cultivation Technique, 4th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Battle Through the Heavens, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Naruto, Resident Evil, Bleach. Items for trade: Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, Everlasting Spring Technique, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition Technique, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, One Beginning Pill Recipe, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Golden Body Technique, Complete Collection of Beginner Talismans, Quicksand Technique, Freezing Technique. The 6 people who ascended to the next world received 100,000 each, 5 received 10,000 each, and the remaining 110,000 received 30% of the commission, totaling 33,000 heavenly coins. Suzuki's summoning technique sold for 300,000 heavenly coins, 3/10 of which was 90,000. The additional 100,000 heavenly coins that Qin Shi Huang and Li Shaiman helped Ye Ming with were also exchanged on the spot, with a 30% commission, which is 30,000. Adding the previous 1,315,409 heavenly coins, the total is 1,468,409 heavenly coins. Everyone went into the Future Pavilion. The Future Pavilion earned 1,124,680 heavenly coins. The 400,000 mission reward was not yet received because the mission was not yet completed. Adding the previous 1,244,131 heavenly coins, the total was 2,368,811 heavenly coins. We're still far from there. One needs 10 million heavenly coins to cultivate the 5th level of their exclusive cultivation technique, and another 10 million heavenly coins are needed to unlock the next Myriad Realms Tower facility. But now, the two combined don't even amount to 5 million heavenly coins. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Fortunately, the transaction amount required to upgrade the Myriad Realms Tower to level 4 is also 10 million heavenly coins, which is still a tenfold increase, and that should be enough. When it reached level 3, the transaction volume was already 1 million, 2 second-tier worlds were upgraded, 6 first-tier worlds were upgraded, and 260,000 heavenly coins were earned. Suzuki traded approximately 420,000 heavenly coins, Hanli traded 1,350,000 heavenly coins, Baeo traded 2,060,000 heavenly coins, Xiaoyan traded 2,690,000 heavenly coins, and Aizen traded 1,830,000 heavenly coins. The total transaction amount became 9.61 million celestial coins. We are still nearly 400,000 Zushin coins short of the 10 million Zushin coin transaction amount. 400,000 was a lot for Ye Ming before, but now it's just so-so. If you just pick any world with a slightly higher rank, the Myriad Realms Tower can be upgraded to level 4. In some unknown world, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, an airplane is calmly flying through the air. Inside the plane, several criminals were brandishing weapons and gesturing at the passengers around them. Hand over everything of value. Money is an external thing, life is what truly belongs to you. A criminal held a knife to a passenger's neck, scaring the passenger so much that he almost urinated. Everyone on the plane was gripped by terror, forced to watch helplessly as these criminals committed their heinous acts. Suddenly, the cabin door moved slightly, and then it was pulled open. Before the assailant could react, he was instantly sucked out and disappeared from the plane. The airplane cabin door was like an abyss, swallowing everything in its path. Everyone clung tightly to whatever they could to prevent themselves from falling out of the plane. At that moment, a woman wearing half-body armor, revealing her shoulders and thighs, walked in through the hatch, grabbed the thug on the ground by the neck, and then twisted it. The assailant died instantly, slipping from her grasp. Seeing this, the thugs on the other side were so angry that they wanted to attack the woman, but after taking only 2 steps, 2 laser beams shot out from behind the woman, burning the thugs' hearts to charcoal. A slight smile appeared on the woman's lips as she turned her head and saw a man with red eyes. He was wearing a blue bodysuit with a star-spangled cape on his back and had blonde hair. He saw the woman smile, smiled slightly, and then turned to close the hatch. Alright, everyone, that's all. Everything's safe, you'll all be fine. Only then did everyone realize that they seemed to have been rescued and that the criminals had been eliminated. Their faces showed expressions of relief at surviving a disaster, as well as gratitude towards the two people. The two men entered the cockpit and discovered that there was another criminal inside, pointing a gun at the captain. Upon seeing the two men, the assailants immediately ordered them to stop, threatening to kill the pilot if they refused. Hey, calm down, buddy, calm down. Relax, relax. The man was smiling and talking to the thug, his smile so bright and sunny. The next second, two laser beams shot out, piercing through the assailant and cutting him in half, while the laser also slashed a hole in the aircraft's control panel. The gun in the assailant's hand went off accidentally, and the captain's head was instantly pierced through. The woman reluctantly took the captain's headset and called air traffic control, but there was no response. The co-pilot was already dead. If the signal is lost, can you fly a plane? The man looked completely nonchalant, shrugged, and said, fly a plane? I can masturbate. The kind that shoots into the sky. Even if I know how to drive, it doesn't matter. The woman stared at the control panel damaged by the laser, completely at a loss for what to do. What should we do? The man pursed his lips, looked around, and then turned and left the driver's seat. After their initial joy, all the passengers in the cabin began to worry about the condition of the plane. That's 10,000 meters in the air. If you fall, you'll definitely die. Alright everyone, stay calm and remain in your seats. Everything is under control. The man wore his usual warm smile, urging everyone to remain calm. The woman followed him out of the cockpit and said to the man, you need to go outside and lift the plane up. The man turned his head, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Lift the plane up? How? There's nowhere for it to stand, and it's just air outside. The woman looked anxious and pointed outside. I don't know, just fly under it and crash it straight. The man shook his head. How could that be? At that speed, either the plane will flip over, or I'll crash right through the outer shell. The plane lurched violently, and several people who weren't wearing seatbelts slammed against the ceiling and then fell heavily to the ground. The man immediately turned around to reassure the crowd. That was just a strong gust of air, it's all right now, don't worry. The smile on the man's face gave everyone a sense of security. The woman continued. All right then, you can escort the passengers to the ground one by one. Before she could finish speaking, the man burst out laughing, as if the woman's idea was utterly ridiculous. And then what? 1, 2, or 3 round trips? Maeve, use your brain. The man's gaze turned icy, and Maeve immediately had a bad feeling. The man then said something and turned to leave. Our mission ends here. Maeve pleaded, for there were 123 people here, 123 vibrant lives. Please. The man ignored her completely and addressed the passengers. Everyone, everything's fine. We're okay. The man flashed a radiant smile, reassuring everyone. The passenger looked in his direction and asked anxiously, are you going to abandon us? No, I just need to go check the back. Oh my god, he's going to abandon us. I told you I'm not. The plane jolted again, and the little girl next to the man asked, Homelander, will you save us? The man from the motherland squatted down in front of the child, looking like he was coaxing a child. Darling, of course I'll save you, I'm sure of it. Then he stood up and reassured everyone. I will save everyone here, don't worry. Maeve looked at the frightened passengers and felt a pang of pity. Homelander arrived at the cabin door, called out Maeve's name, and then punched the cabin door away. As soon as the cabin door opened, the airflow inside and outside became unbalanced, and the entire aircraft began to shake violently. Everyone was screaming in terror. Maeve saw the little girl from before and, unable to bear it, removed the masks from her and her mother, intending to take them away. The others standing nearby knew exactly what had happened. They had been abandoned. Take me away. Please, help us. We don't want to die. Maeve turned her head, hardened her heart, and led the two to the cabin door. Take these two with you. No. Homelander resolutely rejected her. Just these two, please. No, absolutely not. Are we going to let them tell the whole world that we abandoned everyone else to die? Hurry up. No. Maeve. No. Seeing the surging crowd, Homelander said to them, you all stay in the back. But no one listened to him. They all wanted to seize this chance to live. The patience of the people of the motherland was finally exhausted. They took a step forward, their eyes gleaming red, and they bared their teeth. You damned bunch, all of you stay in the back, or I'll shoot you with lasers. I will shoot you all to death with lasers. Everyone was terrified by Homelander's ferocious expression and the red light in his eyes, and fell down in the aisle. They couldn't understand why Homelander, who was always hailed as a superhero, would act this way. Seeing that these people had calmed down, Homelander withdrew his laser and said to Maeve, let's go. Seeing this, Maeve knew she couldn't save them, so she could only let go of them and follow behind Homelander. No, wait, no. Please stay. Please, don't abandon us, Maeve. Maeve turned back apologetically several times as she took a step, saying, sorry. She looked at Homelander, who stretched out his hand and threatened, don't die with them. Maeve fell silent, knowing that if she didn't leave now, she wouldn't be able to leave at all. She turned back to look at the people who were pleading with her, and all she could do was keep apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I can't do it. She took Homelander's hand, and the two left the plane together. Homelander embraced Maeve, watching the unmanned plane gradually disappear into the distance and crash into the ocean. A look of reluctance appeared on Maeve's face. A few hours later, the crash site was surrounded by a group of police and reporters. Homelander and Maeve stood to one side, facing the reporters' cameras, with Homelander feigning sadness. They weren't doomed. We arrived 3 minutes after the plane crashed, but why? Because we weren't in the command system. He then forced a few tears from the corners of his eyes and showed them to the camera. If they let us into their military defense system, this will never happen again. That's my solemn promise to everyone. Working together, we will ensure that this never happens again. Not in our great country. Cheers erupted from those around him, and the man from the motherland felt even more delighted. This time, it should be a sure thing. Suddenly, he heard a sound in his ear. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? The man frowned and immediately turned to find the source of the sound. But he couldn't find it. In another world, a similar plane went out of control, and a man flew down to the plane and lifted it up. He wore a dark blue bodysuit and a red cape, with an S-shaped red and yellow shield symbol on his chest. The suit perfectly showcased his muscular physique. After he lifted the plane to a safe place, he took off directly into the sky. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound in his ear. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? At the same time, another person heard this voice. In some unknown world, a man's car was stuck on the tracks due to a traffic jam. A train was approaching in the distance, and just as the man was about to die, a man suddenly flew down from the sky and knocked on his hood. The man was dressed very casually, like a normal person, and was even wearing sunglasses. But with a flick of his wrist, the car was lifted up and then tossed away with a gentle toss. The man remained standing on the tracks, neither dodging nor flinching, until the train struck him. The man then became trapped inside the locomotive, forcing the train to a stop. The carriages behind the train began to shake violently due to the sudden movement, causing them to collapse and damaging countless pieces of public property. The man took off his sunglasses and, facing accusations from those around him, began arguing back and forth. You people who blocked the intersection with your cars are all idiots. The others also started cursing the man, asking why he didn't lift the car into the air so the train wouldn't have problems. Suddenly, a voice came from beside the man's ear. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming stared blankly at the three people who had appeared. Two of them were wearing bodysuits and capes, and one was wearing ordinary clothes, but all three of them were superheroes. Name, John. Identity, Homelander, one of the 7 in the boys' universe. Strength, mid-stage of Tier 5. Name, Clark Kent, Carl L. Identity, Kryptonian from the Man of Steel universe. Strength, late stage 5. Name, Hancock. Identity, Angel in the world of Hancock, the superhero. Strength, early stage of 5th rank. Early stage of the 5th rank, Golden Core stage, mid stage of the 5th rank, Nascent Soul stage, late stage of the 5th rank, Out of Body stage. 3 5th tier experts have arrived at once, impressive. All 3 are superheroes, one is a national superhero, one is a man-made, corrupted superhero, and one is a real superhero. In Hancock's world, angels exist, always in pairs. These so-called angels are people like him possessing immense strength, incredible speed, the ability to fly and fight, astonishing defensive capabilities, and even the power to influence celestial phenomena with their emotions. Hancock's strength should surpass Homelander's, but he was injured before and only knows some basic techniques. The angels in their world are strange. They are always in pairs, but when they are together, they lose all their abilities, become ordinary people, and are subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. Once you leave, as long as you are far away, your abilities will return, and you may even become immortal. Compared to him, the Homelander is far inferior. Homelander is a superhuman created by a gene-enhancing drug. He was experimented on from a young age, which led to some psychological distortion and a need for the approval of others. In the world of the boys, there is a company called VOD International, which has been developing superpowered drugs, creating many superhumans, with Homelander being one of the best. Super strength, super speed, laser eyes, super defense. VOD International turns superpowered individuals into superheroes, packages them, and uses them to make money. The 7 best among them will be known as the Super 7. The world of the boys is arguably the most realistic world, where superpowered individuals are so powerful that they consider themselves superior and look down on humans. Especially the Homelanders, they kill people at the drop of a hat. Compared to the Superman from another world, it's a stark contrast. Superman, Clark Kent. He represents salvation. As long as he is there, everyone can rest assured, and he will do everything in his power to save everyone. I will not kill. I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity. His strength is incredibly powerful. You can become stronger by absorbing yellow stars. Kryptonians like him actually had a planet, but Krypton has been destroyed, and there aren't many Kryptonians left. Their weakness is kryptonite, a red star. Krypton is a red star, so the people on Krypton are all ordinary people. Kryptonite has no effect on ordinary Kryptonians, but it has a significant effect on Kryptonians who have absorbed the yellow star, weakening them. But there's no denying that Superman is still very powerful. Moreover, its potential is enormous. Don't underestimate this superhuman at the 5th level now. He might become a 7th level or higher being in the future. The man looked around, recalled the information in his mind, and flew into a rage. Fuck! How dare you toy with my memories? Homelander grinned, wanting to shoot the man sitting on the sofa in front of him with his laser eyes. He's a citizen of the motherland. No one can manipulate him with their abilities. But even after staring until his eyes ached, no laser beam shot out. Wow, man, how did you do that? You managed to cram all that information into my head? Hancock spread his hands, clearly surprised that there were other superpowered people in the world. Fuck! Where are my laser eyes? Where is my ability to fly? What have you done? Homelander was terrified, all his abilities had vanished. He can only jump once, he can't fly. Hancock and Superman were both stunned for a moment, and then they tried to test their flying abilities, but they couldn't fly. Fuck! Why have I lost all my abilities? Hancock looked on incredulously, this had never happened before. Hey, shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll shoot you dead with my laser eye. Homelander roared angrily at Hancock, who was now both terrified and regretful. Was my ability being limited by this Easterner? He didn't kill me because I yelled so loudly. He is strong, but he is also very afraid of dying. What? Shoot me? Then come on, let me see how you're going to shoot me. Hancock was getting a little angry. What was that white pig squealing about? You better shoot me dead, or I'll shove your head up your ass. Understand, you white pig. The man put his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. He bared his teeth, barely suppressing his anger. Fuck! I am a citizen of my motherland. I can do whatever I want. I can't stand it. Homelander charged at Hancock, wanting to show this black man that even without superpowers, he was still far superior to ordinary people. Hancock also had a bad temper. He couldn't even tolerate a child talking to him, let alone a white pig. He also took a sudden step forward, as if he wanted to make a move. Oh, friends, can you calm down? DeChao stood between the two and pushed them apart with his arms. None of the three possessed any special abilities, including superhuman defense or strength. However, in terms of sheer ordinary human strength, Superman was clearly stronger. Hancock and Homelander were both pushed away, and no matter how hard they tried to move forward, it was no use. Superman's muscles looked much bigger than these two guys. It's normal for them to be stronger. Alright. 3 superheroes, welcome to the Multiverse Tower. The information in your minds is all true. As soon as Ye Ming spoke, all 3 of them stopped. They knew that their abilities had been taken away by the man in front of them. Superman, being the most well-mannered of the 3, was the first to speak and respond. Hello, the mind says it can trade anything, can it also resurrect people? Of course, sit down. Who do you want to resurrect? Superman quickly stepped forward, his face showing some excitement. I want to resurrect my father. Which father are you, your Earthling father Jonathan Kent, or your Kryptonian father Jor-El? Superman fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he was thinking of Jonathan Kent and completely forgot that he had a father. Can both of them be resurrected? Of course. With the coins of the heavens, anything is possible. Hancock walked over and sat down on the sofa. After all, he was wearing ordinary clothes, not a uniform. But Homelander and Superman remained standing there. Homelander stood with his hands behind his back, sizing up Ye Ming, his thoughts a mystery. Superman's face first showed joy, but then he thought of something else. If his father were to be resurrected, how would he live? What happens after you appear in front of everyone? It would be better to revive the Kryptonian father first. He recalled the information in his mind, raised his hand, and a ball of light appeared. Kryptonian bloodline, tier 6 bloodline. Upon fusion, it grants Kryptonian abilities. Bathing in a yellow star strengthens it, granting supervision, super hearing, super brain power, super speed, light speed flight, thermal vision, X-ray vision, cryogenic respiration, and a bioforce field. Red stars suppress these abilities and are afraid of kryptonite, rendering capable Kryptonians extremely weak. Value 700,000 celestial coins. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it was a 6th order bloodline, and quite valuable at that 700,000 heavenly coins. It seems that Superman is only just beginning to adapt to his abilities and is not yet very strong. 700,000 celestial coins. That'll make up for the shortfall in revenue. The Myriad Realms Tower is upgraded. Ding, the Myriad Realms building is upgrading. Please check back in 1 hour. Wow, the Myriad Realms Tower has reached level 4. That's incredibly fast. Putting aside other features, the division should be reduced to 4/10. 700,000 heavenly coins. This is the Myriad Realms token. You can use the Myriad Realms token to return to the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming tossed the Myriad Realms building to Superman and felt his little brain become even smarter. The moment the Kryptonian bloodline was sold to him, he acquired the Kryptonian bloodline, the perfect bloodline. It can become stronger by basking in the sunlight of yellow stars, but it cannot suppress the power of red stars, and it is not afraid of kryptonite. This feels really good. As for the methods to resurrect people, there are 2. The first is a technique that you can learn to resurrect people yourself, but I feel it is a bit difficult. I don't know if you can learn those things. The second option is to find a trader who knows this technique, and he will revive you in exchange for the All Heavens coins. Superman thought about it for a moment and then chose the second option. I choose the second option. Where is that trader? How do I find him? If you're not in a hurry, just wait here for a bit. After you've finished trading with them, I'll take you to him. He's currently doing a mission in another world. Superman nodded and said nothing more. Hancock's eyes lit up. Doing missions in other worlds? Cool. Is it possible to go to other people's worlds from here? Yes, but currently only the Resident Evil world is open, and you can enter by spending all celestial coins. You need the trader's consent to enter the other worlds. The currency of the heavens? I understand. Hancock raised his hand, and a ball of light appeared. Angel Bloodline, All-Star World, a 5th-tier bloodline. Upon fusion, one can gain the power of an angel, immortality, super strength, super speed, super regeneration, flight, and the ability to manipulate some celestial phenomena through emotional fluctuations. The longer one spends with their destined angel partner, all abilities will gradually decline until they become an ordinary person. Value 90,000 celestial coins. Wow, an angel. I'm actually an angel. I thought I was Superman. I can even control some of the celestial phenomena, and I didn't even know it myself. Hancock looked on in surprise, wondering if his abilities hadn't been fully explored yet. It's time to go back and study this properly. Wait a minute, I have super regeneration, so why can't I remember anything? How come I forgot everything from my past? Is it because of another angel? My destined other half? Hancock's expression instantly turned serious. There was actually an angel in the world. Or is he his destined other half? But why didn't his partner come looking for him? Can I find out the identity of the other angel? On the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, in the Future Pavilion, you can spend Myriad Realms coins to view the future of your world. Since you are a 5th order world, you need 100,000 Myriad Realms coins. Here is your Myriad Realms token. If Future Pavilion hadn't appeared, he might have given them some advice, but there's no need now. Let them save their money for Future Pavilion. To avoid saying too much and him not going any further, Hancock accepted the multiverse order and 100,000 multiverse coins. He currently only has 90,000 multiverse coins, so he is short 10,000. How can he get the remaining 10,000? Why don't we go back to our own world and steal it? Go to $0 purchase? Want to steal something worth 10,000 celestial coins and trade it here? Forget it, he wouldn't do something like that. Is there any way to obtain celestial coins? There are missions on the 2nd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower. Completing them will reward you with heavenly coins. There just happened to be a mission today that costs 400,000 heavenly coins, but I'm a bit late. It seems like the majority has already been distributed. It's alright. We'll take it one step at a time. Then you'll have to wait like Superman. The person he's looking for is doing this mission. Hancock nodded and turned to look at Superman and Homelander. Why are these 2 people standing? Is it because they were wearing uniforms? He looks kind of cool, I'll get myself one too. Ye Ming looked at Patriot, who hadn't spoken for a while. As expected of Azu, this was the first traitor to try to kill him after entering the Myriad Realms Tower. And you, John, do you want to make a deal? If not, enter the vortex behind you, and you can return to your own world, and your superpowers will be restored. Azu fell silent for a moment. He was extremely interested in his future. He raised his hand, and a white ball of light appeared. Homelander Bloodline, 5th-tier bloodline. After fusion, it gains all of Homelander's superpowers: super speed, super strength, super defense, laser eyes, super hearing, X-ray vision, and flight. Value 70,000 All Heavens coins. What? Why do they all have laser eyes, but I don't? And this guy doesn't even have a weakness? Hancock exclaimed in surprise. Even the Superman who was stronger than them had a weakness, so why doesn't this guy have one? And they are all superhumans, so why do they have laser eyes and heat vision, while their own eyes can only see? Superman's pupils also contracted slightly before returning to normal. He had no weaknesses whatsoever. Was this a superpower, or something he possessed? Fortunately, flight is not at the speed of light, and superpowers are also graded. At the very least, his power is definitely stronger than Homelander's. Homelander's face was already a bit grim. They were both Superman, but not only was the big guy stronger than him, this black guy's bloodline was also stronger than his. On what grounds? However, after hearing Hancock's words, he felt a little better. At least he was better than him, wasn't he? The corners of the man's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a warm smile, just like he had on the plane. Do you know how many celestial currencies my world will need in the future? Your world is also a 5th-tier world, requiring 100,000 celestial coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Hearing them all ask this, Superman also started to worry about his future. And what about me? How many celestial coins will my world need to know the future? Ye Ming glanced at Superman and knew without a doubt that it must be a world of level 7 or higher. Not only are the worlds above the 7th rank incredibly complex, but they also contain all sorts of parallel universes and are a complete mess. Your world's 7th rank and above requires a lot of celestial coins. However, predicting only part of the future only requires 100,000 celestial coins. The DC universe is definitely at least at level 7, but in the Man of Steel storyline, the highest level is only level 5. General Zed's strength should be at the 6th level, but he hasn't been exposed to the sun enough. He was killed by Superman as soon as he arrived on Earth, so his strength hasn't reached that level. Superman nodded. 100,000 celestial coins? It's alright, not too expensive. After I find that guy, I can go and see what my future holds. Alright, the transactions are all done. Homelander, is there anything you want? The man from the motherland was silent for a moment, then shook his head. He wanted to become stronger, and that Superman bloodline was very powerful. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much money. I'll go back and get some compound number 5 to sell later. As for now, he also wants to go and see other worlds. I also want to go to that world and see the missions. Ye Ming looked at the Patriots, his eyes narrowing slightly. You can look, but don't mess around, don't kill people indiscriminately. Don't blame me for not warning you up front. You can do whatever you want in your own world, but in the Myriad Realms building, in other worlds, you need to follow the rules. The man from the motherland smiled brightly and immediately agreed. Of course, I'm a superhero. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone indiscriminately. Ye Ming kept staring at Homelander until Homelander felt a chill run down his spine and a sense of impending death washed over him. Only then did he put away his signature smile. Okay, I won't do anything reckless. Ye Ming looked away, and the man from the motherland finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely terrified. That feeling was too powerful to resist. Since all 3 of you are going, then come along. Ye Ming led the 3 to the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza and stepped into the vortex. Ye Ming's sudden appearance in the Ip Man world surprised the traders from the Myriad Realms Tower who hadn't yet left. Greetings, Master. 3 men followed Ye Ming out. My power has returned. The man from the motherland was filled with excitement and flew straight into the sky. Just as Hancock was about to push off the ground and fly into the sky, he suddenly remembered that Ye Ming was still beside him. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly flew into the sky. Wow, they're really back. People around them stared in shock at Homelander and Hancock. 2 more flying creatures. Is he a new powerful figure in the Myriad Realms Tower? Ye Ming glanced around and didn't see Uchiha Suzuki. It seemed he had gone to kill the intruders. That traitor isn't here, Ip Man. Send someone to take him to find Uchiha Suzuki. Ip Man nodded quickly. Okay, up. Ye Ming then said to Superman, go with him to find a guy named Suzuki, tell him about your situation, and then you 2 can discuss it yourselves. Oh, and keep an eye on those 2 up there, those 2 are a real handful. Oh, and if they really want to fight, let them go to Japan to fight. Ip Man, you tell them where Japan is. Just as Ye Ming was about to leave, he suddenly thought, how could such a good thing go unnoticed? With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared in the air and then disappeared. Seeing Ye Ming disappear, Homelander revealed an arrogant smile and looked at Hancock beside him. Hey, you were pretty arrogant before, weren't you? Before Hancock could reply, Homelander charged forward and punched him. However, he still had some sense and didn't shoot Hancock downwards, but instead shot him directly at the distant mountain. This was the first time Hancock had experienced this feeling, the sensation of being sent flying by a powerful force. He used to be the one who knocked others away, but this time it was his turn to be knocked away. Hancock crashed into the mountain, creating a gap in it, and he was completely stunned. After realizing what had happened, he he suddenly flew back and punched Homelander in the face. The people of the motherland were not to be outdone and threw a punch. The powerful winds whipped up a small hurricane, stirring up countless specks of dust. Everyone, including some traitors from the Myriad Realms Tower, watched this scene in horror. Was a mere punch really that powerful? The force of their punches seemed capable of killing them. Superman frowned, opened his mouth and blew, dispersing the hurricane, and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already hovering between Hancock and Homelander, reaching out and grasping their fists. Both of them were shocked. That punch could have shattered a mountain, yet Superman caught it so easily. Is the difference really that big? The others only realized Superman was missing when they saw the figure in the sky. The sound of gasping filled the air. This silent guy was actually the strongest. The original poster just said that if you want to fight, go to Japan, not here. Hancock didn't care about any of that. He had just been punched, and now he was going to hit back. He attacked first. I'm going to fight back. Come on then, you nigger. You white pig, say that again. Superman frowned and gradually increased the pressure with both hands. The two men's expressions changed, and they actually felt a slight pain. How can this guy be so strong? Both are superpowers, but the difference is just too big. In the distance, 4 figures rapidly approached. It was Duan and his 3 companions. Snape could not stay in the air and could only land on the ground, while the other 3 stood in the air on magical artifacts, swords, and even the air itself. What happened? Why was there such a loud commotion? Were you causing trouble? Duan frowned as he looked at the 3 superheroes. Eisen adjusted his glasses, looked at the distant mountains, and then at Hancock, who was covered in dust. Ip Man immediately shouted, Duan, they are the traitors the host just brought. Superman smiled and was about to speak when Homelander withdrew his fist. Where is that place the original poster mentioned? I'm going to teach that black guy a lesson. Hancock suppressed his anger, staring intently at Homelander, and pulled his fist back. You white pig, just you wait. When we get there, I'll show you my strength. IP Man's eyelids twitched violently. These 2 bastards were going to fight again. The island nation is located there. Keep flying until you see a large ocean, then continue forward until you see an island. That's the island nation. Just as the 2 were about to fly in that direction, Superman stopped them. I'll take you to an island nation to avoid you fighting on the way. Just as the 2 were about to refuse, they felt themselves being grabbed by Superman, and then a sonic boom cloud appeared, the sound resounding in everyone's ears. Eisen, Duan, and Han Li's pupils shrank sharply as they watched in shock as Superman disappeared from their sight. That's incredibly fast. Even Eisen, who is the fastest, can't compare. Hancock and Homelander were also somewhat shocked. They were also very fast, easily reaching supersonic speeds, but not as fast as Superman. 5 times the speed of sound, 6 times the speed of sound, and in the blink of an eye, it reaches 10 times the speed of sound. Superman is still accelerating, getting faster and faster. Before long, they arrived at sea and left the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Once they arrived in the island nation, Superman released the 2 and flew away without paying them any attention. Homelander watched Superman's departing figure with a mixture of emotions. The Kryptonian bloodline was too powerful. If he could obtain the Kryptonian bloodline, he wouldn't be afraid even if Soldier Boy were resurrected. He was fantasizing about what it would be like to have Kryptonian blood when a fist suddenly slammed into his face, sending him flying. Just like Hancock's previous reaction, Homelander was also a little confused. He had never suffered such a heavy blow before. My head is buzzing. He flew several kilometers before crashing heavily into the ground of a city, creating a crater in the earth. The people of the surrounding island nation screamed and looked at their Homelanders in terror. People on the street saw the Homelander and hurriedly hid in the surrounding shops in fright, staring in terror at the deep pit in the ground. Homelander stood up, shook his head, and glared angrily at Hancock, who was slowly drifting down from the sky. White pig, you're not so great either. The anger in the hearts of the people of the motherland finally reached a breaking point. Their eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and they shot out red lasers. Hancock had been waiting for this, and the moment he saw the laser, he quickly changed position in midair to dodge it. The people of the motherland were already furious, and the laser kept sweeping back and forth in the air. Everything in sight was cut apart. Shops and high-rise buildings were sliced apart and disintegrated almost instantly. Fuck, Negro, I'm going to kill you. Homelander flies through the air, lasers chasing Hancock, slicing through the ground, buildings, and islanders. The city was plunged into panic, with blood and screams everywhere. Homelander chased after Hancock, who fainted before lunging forward and punching Homelander in the face. The laser beam shot upwards and then disappeared. Homelander gritted his teeth and wrestled with Hancock. With a single punch, a 4- or 5-story building was instantly pierced through, and then one person flew out and rushed towards another. The moment the 2 collided, a massive shockwave shattered the glass in half the city. The 2 fought as they flew, crashing into tall buildings and shattering the ground. In less than a minute, the city had been transformed into a living hell, with ruins and rubble everywhere. Aizen, Danlin, and the others' pupils contracted again upon seeing this scene. This strength was simply too overwhelming. One punch sent a person flying several kilometers, and these two fought for so long without a single injury. 2 minutes later, the area where they fought was completely reduced to ruins, with the ground sinking dozens of meters into the ground. Both of them fought with all their might, unleashing their full power. Hancock's rage seemed to ignite the heavens, and dark clouds surged in like ocean waves, instantly engulfing the city's skyline. Lightning bolted wildly through the thick clouds, like the gods venting their anger on humankind. The city lights paled in comparison to the shadows, with only the raging lightning in the sky occasionally illuminating the ravaged land. Suddenly, a tornado, like a sharp blade falling from the sky, mercilessly sliced through trees and swirled up countless fragments. The air above the ruins seemed to be sucked out, forming a suffocating vortex. Buildings in the city swayed precariously in the tornado, as fragile as pieces of paper. In the dark city, Homelander's red laser beam, like a lightsaber, seemed to want to tear the sky apart. Hancock's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the laser beam, bracing himself as he charged toward Homelander. Homelander stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his laser eyes actually being blocked. Hancock threw a punch, swift as lightning, and slammed it hard into Homelander's face. This time, Homelander flew dozens of kilometers away and crashed into hundreds of buildings. Hancock hovered in the air, coldly watching the distance. The people of the motherland also took to the air, looking at each other from dozens of kilometers away. Both of them have supervision and can see each other very clearly. The next second, the two transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards each other simultaneously. The two moved faster and faster, and all that could be seen were streaks of light colliding in the air. The booming sound of their punches echoed throughout the city. With each collision, the ground would sink several tens of centimeters. After hundreds of collisions, the entire city sank dozens of meters. The city is riddled with cracks, like an abyss, bottomless. The island where the island nation is located developed a huge crack in the repeated collisions, and the entire island began to shake and split open. Just as the two were about to collide again, a figure appeared in the sky, delivering a punch that sent both of them flying hundreds of kilometers away. When Aizen and the others saw this, their bodies trembled as if they had been punched themselves. Homelander and Hancock are so powerful, I doubt anyone present could beat them. They all realized that Homelander and Hancock could not only fly, but were also very strong, had strong defense, and were very fast. They were well-rounded. Even such strong people were sent flying hundreds of kilometers away by Superman's punches, almost flying out of the island nation. Just how powerful is this Superman? Superman looked at everything in front of him angrily, filled with remorse. The city below no longer resembles a city at all, and there are hardly any living people left. He deeply regretted agreeing to let them do it. So many innocent people have died. An entire city has been destroyed. Aren't they superheroes? Why is this happening? Superman clenched his fists, watching the two figures wobbling towards him, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These two men killed millions of people in this city. Homelander and Hancock rubbed the spots on their faces where they had been hit, thinking how painful it really was. Just as Superman revealed his murderous intent, the two men were instantly terrified, a sense of impending death gripping their hearts. They looked up and saw Superman's eyes, and they were all a little scared. This guy is really capable of killing them. Hey, that look you're giving us is dangerous. You're not trying to kill us, are you? The host won't allow that, will he? Hancock quickly spoke, afraid that Superman would attack as soon as he finished speaking. But Superman's murderous intent did not diminish at all, on the contrary, it became even stronger. The man from the motherland rolled his eyes anxiously, wondering if he could escape. The Myriad Realms Tower forbids infighting. If you have any objections, you can fight to the death when there is a martial arts arena later, but not now. Superman took a deep breath, looked at Ye Ming who had just appeared beside him with some displeasure, and asked angrily, "Why didn't you stop them? They killed millions of people." Everyone held their breath, staring at Superman in horror. Is this guy crazy? How dare you talk to the original poster like that? What does it matter to you how many people die? They're not from your world. They're not from your country or your race, so why pity them? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Superman with surprise. Is this guy always this brave? This is the first time anyone has dared to provoke him like this. Ye Ming stretched out his finger, lifted it up, and then gently pressed it down. Superman instantly felt an irresistible force pressing down on him. His expression changed, his bioforce field surged, and all his power burst forth from his body. The next second, he was pinned firmly to the ground and unable to move. Are you talking to me? Ye Ming's indifferent voice rang out, and an aura of power that seemed to transcend the world emanated from him. The entire world of Ip Man, the earth, and even the entire universe were shrouded in this faint pressure. The image of a god appeared in everyone's mind, standing high in the sky, looking down with disdain at the living beings on earth. At that moment, countless devout believers, regardless of whose followers they were, knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves on the ground. Even some non-believers knelt down. Homelander and Hancock dared not stay in the sky any longer, and landed on the ground, not daring to look directly at Ye Ming. Superman lay on the ground, his body struggling to stand up. The force grew stronger and stronger until, with a crack appeared on the entire island. The island nation has fractured. Superman was gripped by deep fear, he stopped resisting and just lay there. The saying divine power is like a prison, divine grace is like the sea perfectly describes this. Expel the Myriad Realms Tower for 1 day. If it happens again, we'll replace it with someone else. With a slight twitch of his fingers, Superman vanished from his spot and returned to his own world. His gaze then shifted to Homelander and Hancock, who were instantly terrified and began to tremble. Fortunately, Ye Ming ignored them and disappeared from the spot. The two hesitated to look up until they heard the sound of a helicopter in the distance. Only then did they dare to look up and discover that Ye Ming had already disappeared. Homelander and Hancock both breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other, their eyes filled with a sense of relief at having survived a disaster. A helicopter was approaching from a distance. The two men had no intention of continuing the fight and flew into the sky towards the direction of Ip Man and the others. As the two landed, everyone around them turned to look at them, and the strange gazes made them feel uneasy. Homelander forced a smile. These were people who could be killed with a single punch, so why did they dare to look at them with such strange eyes? If he were in his own world, he would definitely kill them all with one punch. Hey friends, don't look at us like that. I know my body is bulletproof, but... He flashed his signature smile and touched his heart. The heart inside me is not bulletproof. Like you, I am a human being. Hancock rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy. He was afraid that if he said another word, they would start fighting again. I'm here to do a mission, where should I go? In the world of Man of Steel, Superman stands bewildered inside the cabin of a spaceship. Jor-El, the projection of Superman's father, appeared to the side, looked at Superman who had suddenly fallen into deep thought, and called out, "Carl? What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind." This projection is Superman's father, yet not Superman's father, it is an artificial intelligence created using Jor-El as a template. Superman thought for a moment, wondering who he could talk to about this. He used to have his father, but since his father died, he had no one left to talk to. I encountered something that made me extremely angry and confused. Superman recounted the whole story, his face showing a complex emotion, whether it was regret or something else, it was hard to tell. Millions of people died in that city. And instead of punishing them, you punished me. Why is that? Jor-El's mind went blank, even artificial intelligence found this somewhat unbelievable. The Myriad Realms Tower, which stands above all the heavens in Myriad Realms. It's truly unbelievable that something like the Myriad Realms building actually exists. However, you did make a mistake. Superman looked at Jor-El with a puzzled expression. Jor-El sighed and said slowly, "Have you been on Earth for too long? You've actually developed this habit. It's possible that you're invincible on Earth, where you can look down on anyone and talk to them as an equal, but the Myriad Realms Tower is different, especially the Tower Master. You yourself know how wondrous and powerful the Myriad Realms Tower is. In Earthling terms, the Tower Master should be the King of Gods, while you are just an ordinary person in the mortal realm. How dare you think the King of Gods is wrong and question him in front of others? It's already magnanimous of him not to kill you. Secondly, humans are like ants to you, let alone someone like him who could easily destroy a world, let alone some people. Would you punish humans for stepping on a group of ants? Finally, the world you're going to should be the world of the Dragon Kingdom, right? But according to my database, the Dragon Kingdom was once invaded by an island nation. Given what the island nation did, it's no wonder that its entire nation has ceased to exist, not to mention that the island nation was once a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. Superman paused for a moment, Jor-El's words making him think deeply. Did I really do something wrong? Bring forth the history of China and the island nation. Superman clenched his fists as he looked at the information in front of him. The poster also had a Chinese face, and since he was the one who sent the two to fight in Japan, it must have been intentional. It's unbelievable that islanders are so despicable, it's hard to imagine that such a race exists in the world. Perhaps I really did make a mistake. Justice is not wrong, but it depends on the person and the place. Just as you know, you can do whatever you want in your own world, but in the multiverse building, in other worlds, treat yourself as an ordinary person. Don't let that sense of justice harm you. I see. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming sat on the sofa, waiting for the Myriad Realms building to be upgraded. Finally, a familiar voice reached my ears. Ding! The Myriad Realms Tower has been upgraded and is now at level 4. Do you want to learn about the new features? Yes. Ding! The level 4 functions of the Myriad Realms Tower have been upgraded as follows. 1. The commission on each completed transaction has been increased from 30% to 40%. 2. Up to 4 new traders can now enter simultaneously. 3. The Myriad Realms token now includes a video function, allowing recording of the current scene without spending Myriad Realms coins. 4. The maximum strength of traders visiting the Myriad Realms Tower has been increased to Tier 6. The original functions have been improved by about the same amount, the transaction commission has been increased by 1%, and the Myriad Realms token has added a video function. Not bad, pretty good. The trader's strength has increased to level 6, which is quite impressive. After the 6th rank comes the 7th rank, and the 7th rank is the strongest below the immortal level. The 6th level is the realm of refining the spirit and returning to emptiness. Those who have achieved the levels of splitting the spirit, transforming the spirit, refining the emptiness, returning to emptiness and penetrating emptiness, and merging the body, merging with the Deo, are all experts in this realm. The only slight disappointment is that the commission rate from the Ops Vault doesn't seem to have increased, it remains at 10%. Ding, the following new features have been added to level 4 of the Myriad Realms Tower. New feature 1. Facility in the Myriad Realms Tower will be randomly opened, and the result will be the Martial Arts Arena. Martial Arts Arena? This feature is great. It saves us more than 10 million heavenly coins. The cost of opening a facility for free will not increase the cost of opening the next facility. The cost of opening the next facility will still be 10 million celestial coins. That means all the facilities thereafter only cost 1/10 of the price. It seems that every upgrade will randomly unlock a new facility, and it's the kind of facility that doesn't seem likely to be unlocked proactively. It's like a mission hall and a martial arts arena. Ye Ming had no intention of opening the martial arts arena. If he wanted to fight, he could go to another world and fight however he wanted. At worst, he could just change planets. There are tens of millions of planets in a galaxy, enough for them to fight. After all, getting something for free is a win. New feature 2. Traders in the Myriad Realms Tower can spend 100,000 Myriad Realms coins to bring someone from the same world into the Myriad Realms Tower. After entering the Myriad Realms Tower, the 2 Myriad Realms tokens are bound together in a primary-secondary relationship. All Myriad Realms coins are stored in the primary Myriad Realms token, and the secondary Myriad Realms token can consume the Myriad Realms coins in the primary Myriad Realms token through the primary-secondary relationship. The strength of the person from the same world cannot exceed the maximum strength limit set by the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. This feature was interesting. You can bring the rest of the people into the Myriad Realms building. To be honest, there aren't many people in the Myriad Realms building right now. There were only about 20 or 30 people scattered around. The feature to invite others is pretty good. All 100,000 heavenly coins went into the Ops Treasury, which somewhat made up for the disappointment that the Ops Treasury income did not increase. With the Myriad Realms building bound by a primary and secondary relationship, Ye Ming roughly understood the situation. To ensure the rights and interests of the first trader to join the Myriad Realms Tower, and to prevent them from bringing in someone who then turns out to be a bad person and kills them in their own world. This kind of bond will only make the relationship between the two closer, preventing them from turning against each other, and they will even actively ensure each other's safety. Once the owner of the main Myriad Realms token, who is now the trader, dies, the other owner of the Myriad Realms token will be unable to obtain or consume the heavenly coins within the main Myriad Realms token. The only thing he can do is consume the heavenly coins to revive the owner of the main Myriad Realms token. He can't buy anything until the owner of the Lord of all Realms is resurrected. It can be said that adding one more person greatly increases the survival rate of traders. After all, some parts of the world are still very dangerous, and no one knows when they might suddenly die. Once you join the Myriad Realms building, your future will definitely be different from your original future. Not everyone can avoid the butterfly effect. If he dies, someone can revive him, otherwise, he's truly dead. New feature 3, the Myriad Realms Tower has added a new facility, the Soul Pavilion. Traders can spend 10 times the price of top-tier items of their own realm and all heaven's coins to store their split soul in the Soul Pavilion. If a trader dies, they can be resurrected by spending the same amount of all heaven's coins. If new feature 2 is good and protects the rights of traders, then new feature 3 is simply amazing. The function can be summed up in 2 words, revival. Traders can be resurrected using the coins of the gods, but only for traders. A first-tier martial artist only needs 100 heavenly coins to store a split soul. If they die, they can be resurrected by their subordinates or friends, and the resurrection cost is also 100 heavenly coins. Of course, as your strength increases, you'll need to replenish your heavenly coins. Once you reach tier 2, you'll need to replenish 900 heavenly coins. If you don't replenish it, your divided soul strength will be at the same level as it is after resurrection. The Myriad Realms building never engages in unprofitable business. You want to revive your 7th tier self for 100 heavenly coins? No way. Like ordinary pavilions, the Soul Pavilion only yields 10% of the heavenly coins, which Ye Ming was quite satisfied with. New feature 4, the Myriad Realms Tower adds a shop function. Traders can pay heavenly coins to open and operate their own shops. A monthly rent of 10,000 heavenly coins is required, and 20% of each transaction will be taken into the tower owner's treasury. Note that shops with the same functions as existing facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower cannot be opened. Ye Ming was stunned when he saw this function. Why can't he open shops that are the same as those in the Myriad Realms building? Does that mean we can't open alchemy pavilions, weapon crafting pavilions, or the like? What other shops can we open? The security company I mentioned to Selene is definitely worth starting. We can't sell our alchemy and weapon crafting products anymore. No, it's not that it can't be opened. If someone can open a pill refining shop, would there be no need to open a pill refining pavilion? The alchemy pavilion will cost 10 million heavenly coins, and the prices of the other pavilions will increase. However, if someone opens a shop for alchemy, then the alchemy pavilion can be saved. Wouldn't it be better to use 10 million heavenly coins to open other pavilions? Ye Ming's brain was working at lightning speed, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. That's it. Only open the kind of lofts that traders can't replace, like the herbalist's pavilion. Hanli has small green bottles, but they need to be recharged. He doesn't even have enough for himself, so he definitely wouldn't give them to others. Therefore, the herbal medicine pavilion is necessary, but the elixir pavilion can be replaced by traders. That's all. Moreover, the alchemy shop can charge a 20% fee, which is more cost-effective than the pill pavilion. This feature is so useful. These are the level 4 permissions of the Myriad Realms Tower. They are not many, but they are very useful. This is very typical of the Myriad Realms Tower. He walked out of the room and came to the staircase of the Myriad Realms building. Ye Ming thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and a sign appeared, listing the information for each floor. The first floor of the Myriad Realms building is the trading pavilion. The mission hall is located on the second floor of the Myriad Realms building. The future pavilion is located on the third floor of the Myriad Realms building. The herbal medicine pavilion is located on the fourth floor of the Myriad Realms building. The fifth floor of the Myriad Realms building is the martial arts arena. Walking around on the first and second floors is fine, but walking on the fourth and fifth floors is a bit excessive. In the future, it will probably be more than 10 floors. We can't let them rely on walking for everything. He glanced at the staircase to the side, waved his hand, and disappeared instantly. From now on, he would only need to click on the floor number on the sign to go to any floor he wanted. Ye Ming pointed to the fifth floor of the Myriad Realms building, and when he looked up again, the scene in front of him had transformed into a huge arena. A crystal ball floated in front of the arena. He touched it and roughly understood how the arena worked. There may appear to be only one fighting arena, but in reality, there are countless fighting arenas here. Once you choose one, the battles in the arena can be either public or private. If you die inside, you won't die instantly, instead, you'll reappear outside. Therefore, this is the best place to resolve conflicts between traders. If there's a problem, fight it out, fight it to the death. You can choose the battleground yourself, you can choose from ordinary arenas, planets, or even the universe. The venue is also infinitely large, at least much larger than IP Man's universe. The arena can host an unlimited number of battles simultaneously, and battles can be chosen to be public or private. Public access can be either free or paid, since watching battles between strong individuals can also be beneficial for the weak. In the martial arts arena, gambling is an indispensable element. Of course, 10% will be deducted from all fees. Maybe there will be a lot of people in the arena, not only to hone their skills but also to earn heavenly coins. The facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower are becoming more and more abundant. Ye Ming returned to his room and began to tally up his gains after the Myriad Realms Tower was upgraded to level 4. The Kryptonian bloodline costs 700,000 celestial coins. Of these, 400,000 celestial coins are taken at a 30% cut, which is 120,000 celestial coins. The remaining 300,000 celestial coins are taken at a 40% cut, which is also 120,000 celestial coins. Ye Ming earned 240,000 heavenly coins from the Superman trade alone. Hancock and Homelander's bloodlines are worth 90,000 celestial coins and 70,000 celestial coins respectively, totaling 160,000 celestial coins. Fortense is 64,000 heavenly coins, bringing the total to 304,000 heavenly coins. Another 300,000 added. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 4. Realm: Peak of the 4th Tier. Celestial Coins 1772409. Ops Vault 2368811 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower: Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herbalism Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena. Cultivation Technique, 4th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting the Worlds, Man of Steel, Hancock, The Boys. Trade items: Kryptonian Bloodline, Angelic Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline. Speechless. Nobody cares about the extra words I write in each chapter, but a bunch of people complain about adding a few filler words. We're almost at 2 million heavenly coins, still 8 million short. The vortex rippled, and Ye Ming looked in that direction. It seemed that new traitors had appeared. This time, 4 traitors appeared, and all 4 looked exactly alike. Name: Supreme Treasure. Identity: reincarnation of Sun Wukong in the world of a Chinese odyssey. Strength: none. Name: Stephen Chow. Identity: God of cookery in the world of food god. Strength: Tier 1. Name: Wei Zio Bao. Identity: the deer and the cauldron world. Strength: Tier 2. Name: Xingzai. Identity: Kung Fu world. Strength: Tier 3. The 4 people look exactly alike, but their clothes and abilities are completely different. The first one is Supreme Treasure, the weakest of the 4, but the strongest in the world. A Chinese odyssey, the world of Journey to the West. It has immortals and Buddhas, and although its strength is not as great as the real Journey to the West world, it is still not something that the other 3 worlds can rival. Ye Ming had long ago discovered that even people with the same identity can have different strengths in different worlds. The Monkey King in the Journey to the West world might not even be at the 7th level of Erlang Shen's strength, but if it were actually the Monkey King from the Journey to the West world, he might shatter the Journey to the West world with a single blow. Although there are gods and Buddhas in the world of a Chinese odyssey, their strength is not high, at least not as high as you might imagine. The second traitor, Stephen Zhou from the God of Cookery world, was originally the God of Cookery, but he was brought down. He then went to Shaolin Temple, learned a few skills, and became the real God of Cookery. The saying, all martial arts under heaven originated from Shaolin, has now become all culinary arts under heaven originated from Shaolin. Her signature move is the Heartbreak Palm, which she uses to make a dish called heartbreak rice that can bring tears to your eyes. Fortunately, Yang Guo wasn't in the Myriad Realms Tower, otherwise he would have killed Stephen Chow. The third traitor, the envy of many men, is Wei Zio Bao. He had 7 beautiful wives. In the imperial court, he was the emperor's best friend. He helped the emperor too much by killing Ao Bai. In the end, he went into seclusion on an island with his 7 wives. Tisk tisk, so many people have envied him. He also received the power of the divine dragon sect leader, gaining a full set of internal strength. There are many worlds in the deer and the cauldron universe, but Wei Zio Bao's 7 wives are the most beautiful of all. Qingmi Yao, Bridget Lin, Li Jiexin. He has 7 wives, each more beautiful than the last. The fourth traitor is Ah Sing from Kung Fu, a martial arts prodigy who appears only once in a century, and indeed, only once in a century in the world of Kung Fu. A manual of the Tathagata palm technique, without any instruction from anyone, can be used to smash through a building with a single palm strike. The 4 of them were standing together, staring at each other in disbelief. If it weren't for the different clothes, they would have thought they were looking in a mirror. Supreme Treasure suddenly jumped back a step and shouted loudly, "What kind of monster dares to imitate me, Supreme Treasure? Believe me, my axe gang's 100,000 members will chop you all to death." Supreme Treasure's right hand was wildly waving in the air, as if he really had an axe in his hand. Ah Sing, dressed in simple clothes, frowned. The axe gang was still around? Wasn't Brother Chen dead? Fire Cloud Evil God had also reformed, so why hadn't the axe gang disbanded? Wei Zio Bao sized up the other 3 people, a knowing look on his face. Although the 4 of us look alike, we must be from different worlds. I am Wei Zio Bao, may I ask your honorable names? My name is Stephen Zhou. The name Wei Zio Bao sounds familiar. Could it be Wei Zio Bao from the Deer and the Cauldron? Do you know Emperor Kangxi? My name is Ah Sing. Kangxi? Wasn't Kangxi the emperor of the Qing dynasty? He died a long time ago. Supreme Treasure, what are you talking about? What dynasty is the Qing dynasty? Isn't it the Song dynasty now? I've never heard of the Qing dynasty. When Sun Wukong escorted Tang Santang to the Western Paradise to obtain Buddhist scriptures, it was during the Tang dynasty. However, he conspired with the Bull Demon King to eat Tang Santang, but this was discovered by Guanyin Bodhisattva. He was then reincarnated 500 years later and became Supreme Treasure. 500 years after the Tang dynasty was the Song dynasty. The original plot didn't mention the dynasty, this is my own deduction. You're not from the same world. Wei Zio Bao is from the Qing dynasty, Stephen Chow is from the modern era, Ah Sing is from the Republic of China, and Supreme Treasure is from the Song dynasty. Come and sit down, all of you. Ye Ming almost burst out laughing when he saw the 4 clowns. The 4 of them were very excited as they recalled the news in their minds. Supreme Treasure took 2 steps forward, slid to his knees, and knelt down in front of Ye Ming. Immortal. I never thought I'd meet an immortal. Immortal, save me. I've encountered monsters, spider demons, and the white bone demon. Ye Ming was stunned. His lips twitched slightly. He raised a finger and made Supreme Treasure stand up. I don't observe the kneeling ceremony here. Bai Jingjing and 13 Sister won't kill you, nor can they, so don't worry. Supreme Treasure paused for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Does the immortal know them? I don't know them. They're here to see you. They won't hurt you. You jest, immortal. Aren't they looking for the reincarnation of Sun Wukong? Yes, you are the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Supreme Treasure was stunned, and the three people beside him were also stunned. They were all from China, and even if they hadn't read Journey to the West, they had heard of it, and the name of Sun Wukong was very well known. The three of them stared in shock at the person who looked exactly like them. He was actually the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Immortal, are you mistaken? I checked with the demon-revealing mirror, I'm just an ordinary person. You're not mistaken, it's just not the right time yet. Just wait, or you can gather up all the heavenly coins and go to the future pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building to see your own future. My own future? All four of them were startled. Approximately how many heavenly coins will it cost? How much? 10 million heavenly coins. How much? 10 million. Supreme Treasure's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His entire axe gang wasn't even worth 10 million, let alone the currency of the Myriad Realms Tower. Wei Xiaobao, who was standing to the side, asked, "And what about me? Immortal, what about me? You don't need to look at the future. None of the three of you need to look at it either. If your future lives were a movie, then the movie of Supreme Treasure has only just begun, while your current lives are already the end of the movie. Instead of looking at the future, you should look at the modern history of the Dragon Kingdom, the 5,000 years of history, and so on." The three nodded thoughtfully, and Wei Xiaobao raised his hand, conjuring several orbs of light. "Immortal, how many heavenly coins are these worth?" 300 celestial coins. Stephen Zhou also raised his hand, and a series of orbs of light appeared. However, most of these orbs of light were cooking orbs, and together they didn't even amount to 100 heavenly coins. Ah Sing's trading item was even more pitiful, he only had one. Buddha's Palm, Kung Fu World, Tier 3 Manual, value, 300 heavenly coins. Although Ah Sing only possesses the Tathagata Palm Manual, its value exceeds that of all the manuals from Wei Xiaobao's Divine Dragon cult combined. After the transaction was completed, Ah Sing immediately asked, "My sage, is there a way to restore a mute person's voice? A cure for muteness? People usually resurrect the dead or treat broken arms and legs, but there doesn't seem to be a cure for muteness. It's not that this thing is too expensive, it's that it's too useless. There are other treatments available, and this one should also be able to treat muteness, but it's quite expensive, and you might not be able to afford it. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a few days. In a few days, shops selling pills should be available. Then you can go directly to them if you need anything." Ah Sing nodded. A few days was still manageable. After the three finished their transaction, only Supreme Treasure remained. Supreme Treasure was completely bewildered, as he had nothing on him at all. He tried trading away all his possessions and actually managed to condense a ball of light. Demon Revealing Mirror, Journey to the Westworld, a 5th-tier magic weapon, can reveal the true nature of all demons. Value, 10,000 heavenly coins. Supreme Treasure's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the bronze mirror hanging around his neck. This bronze mirror is actually worth 10,000 heavenly coins. It's worth more than all their possessions combined. He knew this thing could reveal the faces of some monsters, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The fact that the carefree old man casually gave me this bronze mirror suggests he has something even more powerful. Ye Ming's gaze shifted to the bronze mirror on Supreme Treasure's chest, and he was surprised to find that it was actually a 5th-tier magic weapon. Although this demon-revealing mirror can only reveal the true form of a demon, and can only be seen in the mirror, its effect seems quite good. This deal. Supreme Treasure didn't hesitate for a second. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to his career as a bandit leader. Exchanging a broken mirror for 10,000 heavenly coins, isn't that an incredible profit? Ye Ming threw out the Myriad Realms token and took away the demon-revealing mirror. "Immortal, I want to exchange for gold and silver treasures. I want to exchange everything for gold and silver treasures." Supreme Treasure spoke excitedly, as if he could already see himself sleeping amidst gold and silver treasures. Ye Ming's eyelids twitched, he was speechless for the first time in a long time. "The last time I was this speechless was when Yagukin threw away the Myriad Realms token, this time it's even more speechless. Exchanging 10,000 heavenly coins for gold and silver treasures, only someone with a screw loose could come up with that." The eyelids of the three people standing nearby twitched, and Wei Xiaobao even spoke up directly. "Hey, that's such a waste. 10,000 celestial coins. Even without considering the changes in the future world, you could exchange them for something else to improve your strength. Aren't you being chased by monsters? What's the use of exchanging them for gold and silver treasures?" Supreme Treasure scratched his head. He was just a bandit leader, what did he know? All he cared about was money and women, but after Wei Xiaobao's reminder, he finally realized what was going on. "Thanks for the reminder. Can I look at my future in 2 parts? Your future can be viewed in 2 parts. The first part requires 100,000 heavenly coins, and the second part requires 9.9 million heavenly coins. 100,000? I still can't afford it. Forget it. I'm not watching anymore. Up, how can I get out of my predicament? Get rid of? In the first part of A Chinese Odyssey, the Bull Demon King was probably the strongest, around the 6th level of strength. Even if he doesn't reach the 6th rank, he's already at the peak of the 5th rank. Aside from Superman, it's really hard to say about the others. Even D'Chao can't say for sure. Superman's outer defenses are strong enough, but what about inside? What if those monsters shrink down and fly into his body, attacking his organs and then killing him? Most importantly, although it seems like the Bull Demon King is the most powerful, there might be all the gods and Buddhas watching this matter. All of this was planned. If anyone dares to step forward, they might suffer a blow from a 7th-tier expert. You don't need to get out of this predicament. Just let things develop as they are. You'll be fine. I can't tell you too much to avoid influencing you, as it wouldn't do you any good. Once you have 100,000 celestial coins, you'll see what your future holds. Perhaps by the time you have 100,000 heavenly coins, you will have already experienced these futures. In any case, you will not die, don't worry. Supreme Treasure smacked his lips, muttering to himself, why are all these gods the same? Why are you talking in such a cryptic way? If you want to say something, why can't you just say it directly? They're playing charades here, not saying this or that, yet they still pique people's curiosity. It's outrageous. If I had the power, I would definitely beat these gods to a pulp. Ye Ming's eyelids twitched. He had cultivated a unique technique that contained a magical incantation. By observing the other person's thoughts, one can know what they are thinking with just a glance. You're cursing me in your heart, aren't you? Supreme Treasure shook his head and raised his right hand. No, I swear to God I didn't curse you, otherwise may all my Axe Gang members die, be struck by lightning, and never be reincarnated. Good grief, so all the gang members died and it has nothing to do with the gang leader, huh? If I hadn't heard his inner voice, I almost would have believed it. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you something. You are the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, and your every move is being watched. You won't die, but it's estimated that all the gods and Buddhas in heaven are watching you. If you make any wrong moves or exceed expectations, they might just kill you and start over. The person who is resurrected then will be the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, but it's uncertain whether it will be you. After becoming Sun Wukong, Supreme Treasure's personality remains similar to the original Supreme Treasure. He did not transform into the original Sun Wukong. Rather than saying that Sun Wukong had a sudden change of heart, it would be more accurate to say that a kind-hearted person with Sun Wukong's abilities was chosen to lead Tang Santang on his journey to the west to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures. After hearing this, Supreme Treasure's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. I should have known better than to ask. Damn it, what's going on here? Will I be killed if I react incorrectly? A perfectly good hand was played terribly, with 2 dead cards and 4 twos, and in the end, it was all lost. Immortal, could you erase my memory of what just happened? I want to forget what I said. Sorry, I can't delete it. Ye Ming's refusal to help him erase his memories was definitely not because he was scolded. Absolutely not. After all, curses and such shouldn't have any effect on Sun Wukong's reincarnation. Supreme Treasure's face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. He couldn't buy anything like this, or he might die. The other 3 almost burst out laughing when they saw this. Alright, you guys go and explore the Myriad Realms Tower. Yes, thank you, Immortal. Apart from Stephen Chow, the other 3 left. Supreme Treasure went straight back to his own world, while the other 2 went to explore the Myriad Realms Tower. Immortal, I saw a message in the Myriad Realms decree saying that it's possible to open shops, such as restaurants. Is that allowed? Stephen Chow is a food connoisseur. His first reaction upon seeing this news was to open a restaurant, which would surely make him a lot of money. Ye Ming sized up Stephen Zhou and almost forgot who he was. The god of cookery of the modern world, should be pretty good, right? Although I can't make dishes that glow, the taste should be alright. I reckon there will still be a lot of people willing to try it. Yes, a restaurant is a type of shop, but it's very expensive to open. You don't need to build it yourself, but it costs 100,000 heavenly coins, and there's a monthly rent of 10,000 heavenly coins. Think it over carefully. Come find me when you've made up your mind. Stephen Zhou nodded. This price is a bit too high. 100,000 heavenly coins? That's outrageous. He doesn't even have 1,000 heavenly coins right now. Moreover, it's not certain whether you can earn any heavenly coins. With a monthly rent of 10,000 heavenly coins, you need at least 10,000 in profit each month, which is difficult. Let's conduct some research inside the Myriad Realms building first. If there are few people, or not many people want to eat, then let's just skip it for now. In the world of Ip Man, many people received the message of the Myriad Realms token and learned about the shops and the inviters, and they were all very excited. Bai Ao and Xiao Yan returned directly to their own world, intending to bring their mother and Yao Lao into the Myriad Realms Tower. It's just 100,000 heavenly coins, isn't it? No problem. In the world of Jade Dynasty, Bai Ao ran into her mother's room and happily said, "Mother, we can bring people into the Myriad Realms Tower now. Let me take you in." Xiao Qi shook her head and declined Bai Yao's invitation. What use would she be if she went in? She wasn't interested in any of that. "I'm not interested in those things. Let your father go in." Bai Ao was somewhat displeased, she was also a little unhappy. "Listen to me, once your father goes in, you won't have to worry about so many things anymore. You can do whatever you want then." Upon hearing this, Bai Ao thought about it carefully and it didn't seem like a bad idea. Just then, the Ghost King walked over, and Bai Ao shouted directly at him, "Father, come, I'll take you to the Myriad Realms Tower." The Ghost King's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. "What, am I allowed to enter the Myriad Realms Tower?" "Yes. That's fine. 100,000 heavenly coins can invite one person. I'll invite you now." Bai Ao took out the Myriad Realms token and chose to invite the Ghost King into the Myriad Realms Tower. A voice suddenly rang in the Ghost King's ears, startling him. "Ding! You have received Bai Ao's invitation to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms tokens you obtain after entering the Myriad Realms Tower will be bound to Bai Ao's Myriad Realms token in a primary-secondary relationship. All heavenly coins will only exist in Bai Ao's Myriad Realms token. The secondary Myriad Realms token can only be traded after the primary Myriad Realms token actively activates its function. After the primary Myriad Realms token user dies, the secondary Myriad Realms token can only consume heavenly coins to revive the primary Myriad Realms token user. Do you accept the invitation and enter the Myriad Realms Tower?" The Ghost King's expression was somewhat complicated. These functions were indeed meant to protect Bai Ao, but why did he feel like he was being treated like a grandson? Forget it, she's my own daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will? Once I've finished what I'm doing, I'll go to Tianyin Temple. That bald monk doesn't think he's done with it after beating up my wife, does he? Accept. The Ghost King vanished from his spot in an instant, and this time Xiao Qi saw it for real. She suddenly stood up and looked around. "Mother, I'm going to the Myriad Realms Tower too." In the Wanjula Square, the Ghost King emerged from the vortex, followed by Bai Ao. Just as the two stepped out of the vortex, two more people emerged from behind them, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. When Yao Lao entered the Myriad Realms Tower, he was surprised to find that his weakness seemed to have disappeared, and he even seemed to have a body inside the Myriad Realms Tower. As expected of the Myriad Realms Tower, it is truly amazing. "Oh, Bai Ao, you brought people in too." Bai Ao turned her head, saw Xiao Yan, took 2 steps back, and stood next to the Ghost King. "Father, this is Xiao Yan, the one I mentioned before who needed the soul healing pill." "Xiao Yan, this is my father, the Ghost King's sect master, Wan Rinwang. He doesn't have a name in the original work, so I'll just call him Wan Rinwang. If you see the name, please leave a comment, and I'll revise it later." Xiao Yan was speechless. What was wrong with Bai Yao? She always backed away whenever she saw him. "Greetings, Sect Master Wan. I am Xiao Yan, and this is my master, Yao Chen, the #1 alchemist in our world." Yao Chen, standing beside Xiao Yan, bowed respectfully. He knew the Ghost King, Xiao Yan had mentioned him, and the reason his soul recovered so quickly was entirely due to his elixirs. "I am Yao Chen. Thank you, Sect Master Wan. If it weren't for your pills, I don't know when my remnant soul would have recovered." The Ghost King was somewhat alarmed. The name of the medicine master was truly frightening to him. The #1 alchemist in the 7th tier world must be at least at the 6th tier if not the 7th. "Senior Yao, you're too kind. It's my honor to be able to help you." Besides, it was just a normal transaction between Xiao Yan and Bai Yao. Bai Yao glanced at the Ghost King in surprise. It was the first time she had ever seen him so polite. "Alright, father, stop being so polite. Let's go see Brother Lord first." "Yes, Elder Yao, let's go see the Lord of the Pavilion." "Very well. I've long admired your name, Master. It would be wonderful to meet you." "Senior Yao, shall we go together?" "Let's go together." On the 2nd floor of the villa, the 4 people stepped inside and saw Ye Ming on the sofa. Ye Ming turned his head and saw Ghost King and Yao Lao. Name: Wan Rinwang. Identity: Sect Master of the Ghost King sect in the world of Jade Dynasty. Strength: Late Stage 5. Name: Yao Chen. Identity: Remnant Soul from the battle through the heavens world. Strength: Tier 2, Peak Strength, Late Tier 6. Ghost King and Yao Chen, one is in the late stage of the 5th rank and the other is in the late stage of the 6th rank, not bad. Unexpectedly, the first 6th-tier powerhouse to arrive at the Myriad Realms Tower was actually brought here by someone else. Once Yao Chen's soul is restored and he has a physical body, his strength will recover to the late stage of the 6th rank. Wan Rinwang, Yeoken greets the Lord of the Pavilion. "No need for formalities, please have a seat." After the two sat down, Bai Ao and Xiao Yan also sat down to the side. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord, allowing us to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. I intend to exchange for some items, and I hope you will allow it." The Ghost King knew the situation of the Myriad Realms Tower. No matter how much he talked, it was useless to do something practical. Since the Myriad Realms Tower was a place for trading, more trading would definitely be in line with the Tower Master's idea. With a flick of his wrist, a series of items appeared. Xianming Dao, a 6th order cultivation technique, the supreme heavenly book of the Ghost King sect. It allows one to learn Ghost Gate magic and gather Xianming power for one's own use. Value 150,000 heavenly coins. The second volume of the Heavenly Book, a 6th order cultivation technique, incomplete. The 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book are combined into a complete 6th order cultivation technique, which can be cultivated to the late 6th order stage. Value 170,000 heavenly coins. Storage rings *100, 4th tier items, value 300,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 ghost banner *50, 4th tier magic weapon, value 400,000 heavenly coins. 20 soul banners, a 5th tier magic weapon, capable of collecting and storing tens of millions of souls for one's own use. Value 400,000 heavenly coins. 1,000 magic treasures, 4th tier magic treasures, value 5,100,000 heavenly coins. Spells *200, 4th to 5th tier spells and secret techniques, value 1,800,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 pills, 1st to 5th tier pills, value 5 million heavenly coins. 30 pill recipes, 1st to 5th tier pill recipes, value 300,000 heavenly coins. The Ghost King really went all out this time. The spells and techniques were fine, they were still available after the transaction. But once the magic weapons and elixirs are gone, they're truly gone. Especially the pills, 10,000 of them. He emptied half of the Ghost King's treasure vault, finding all sorts of healing pills, cultivation pills, and pills for healing the soul. The pills alone sold for 5 million heavenly coins, so you can imagine how much more there is. Ye Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Now the Myriad Realms Tower's inventory was plentiful. A total of 13.62 million heavenly coins have been deposited into your Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming's gaze towards the Ghost King grew increasingly kind. The invite people function was simply amazing. It truly resonated with Ye Ming. The Ghost King's actions are even more to my liking. Now I have almost enough heavenly coins to cultivate the 5th level of my exclusive cultivation technique. The Ghost King noticed Ye Ming's gaze and a smile appeared on his lips. He had guessed correctly. Thank you so much, Op. Xiao Yan nudged Yao Lao with his hand, and Yao Lao coughed. Ahem, Op, I also have something I'd like to trade. With a flick of his wrist, the old doctor conjured a cluster of orbs of light in his hand. Foundation Building Elixir Formula, Tier 3 Pill Formula, can rapidly enhance the strength of the first 3 tiers without side effects, and the effect lasts for 2 months. Value 900 heavenly coins. Douling Dan Recipe, a 5th tier pill recipe, a 6th grade pill recipe from the Dupo Kangxing world. It can increase the strength of the early 5th tier realm by 1/10 without side effects. It can only be taken once. Value 13,000 Zushin coins. 100 pill recipes, from 1st to 6th rank, value 3,600,000 heavenly coins. Bone Spirit Cold Flame, a 6th tier treasure, ranked 11th on the Dupo Kangxing World Strange Flame ranking. It is a unique flame that combines extreme cold and extreme heat, and can only be encountered in extremely cold and yin places at the time of the alternation of the sun and moon every 100 years. Value 700,000 heavenly coins. Fire Building Technique, a 5th tier technique, is the foundation building technique of the Medicine Clan in the Dupo Kangxing world. It has remarkable effects on alchemy and can temper the soul's perception. Value 80,000 heavenly coins. 3 Flowers Gathering Fire Technique, a 5th tier technique, a technique of the Medicine Clan in the Dupo Kangxing world, difficult to cultivate. Value 60,000 heavenly coins. Level 8 Collapse, a 5th tier technique, the attack contains 8 layers of energy, which are superimposed to create a powerful attack. Value 70,000 heavenly coins. Flame Dividing Wave Ruler, a 6th order technique, capable of splitting mountains and severing waves. It requires the Xian Heavy Ruler to be used, otherwise its power will only be 30%. Value 200,000 heavenly coins. Tianluo Technique, a 5th tier cultivation method with 12 levels. At the 10th level, one can transform into Tianluo wings for flight. Value 50,000 Zushin coins. Assassin Secret Technique, rank 6, the secret technique of the number 1 assassin in Zhongzhou of the Dupo Kangxing world, which can easily detect various assassination traps. Value 300,000 Zushin coins. Burning Technique, a 7th tier cultivation method, is difficult to cultivate and requires the absorption of a different kind of fire, but its potential is extremely high. Value 3,500,000 heavenly coins. Cultivation Techniques and Martial Arts Skills, from level 1 to level 5, value 400,000 heavenly coins. Yao Chen brought out quite a few things, but they were slightly inferior to those of the Ghost King. After all, the Ghost King still has the resources of the Ghost King sect behind him, but Yao Chen has very few resources left. He only kept some items, such as the Xianzhong ruler and the Black Demon Cauldron, and took out almost everything else. He even took out the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, and according to his understanding, the Bone Spirit Cold Flame should still be there. Should we take all of this Bone Spirit Cold Flame, or, we won't take it all, just a little to keep the spark? A total of 8,973,900 heavenly coins have been transferred to your Myriad Realms token. Yao Chen nodded. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire was much as he had thought. What he didn't expect was that the burning technique was actually a 7th level technique, whereas it was clearly just a low-level yellow rank technique. It seems that the classification of cultivation methods based on the concepts of heaven, earth, black, and yellow is not entirely accurate. Xiaoyan had previously explained to him the different levels of the Myriad Realms Tower, meaning that the burning technique could actually be cultivated to the 7th level. The strongest in his own world is the 7th rank, which means that the burning technique can be cultivated to the Dodi realm. This is underestimating the burning technique. Another 8.97 million. The total value of these two transactions has reached 20 million Zushin coins. That's a huge sum of money. This huge sum of money almost made Ye Ming burst out laughing. Xiao Yan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 8.97 million heavenly coins. He had never had this many heavenly coins before. This is a huge sum of money. I was so close to seeing the future of my world, but I feel like spending 10 million heavenly coins to see my future is a bit of a waste. Never mind, I'll ask the old doctor later. After completing the transaction, Yao Chen remained silent for a moment before asking, "Hey, I'd like to ask about shops. Is it possible for me to open a shop selling medicinal pills?" Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. "You've been waiting for this." Among the traders at this stage, only Yao Chen is the most suitable to open this shop. After all, he is the #1 alchemist in the Dupo Kangxing world, and no one is stronger than him in alchemy. Yes, opening a shop only requires 100,000 heavenly coins, and there is also a monthly rent of 10,000 heavenly coins. 100,000 celestial coins? That's not much, and the rent isn't high either. It all depends on how much they're willing to pay for the pills. What is the price of that elixir? You can set the price of the pills yourselves, but all goods need to be sold to the Myriad Realms Tower first. You can then resell them after you buy back the shops. Yao Chen did some mental calculations. A pill that costs 1,000 heavenly coins would become 1,200 heavenly coins if the price was increased by 20%, resulting in a profit of 200 heavenly coins. 50 pills would then yield 10,000 heavenly coins. If you're really greedy, you can raise the price of a single pill by 50%, and 20 pills can earn you 10,000 heavenly coins. If you're really greedy, the price can double, and you can earn back your stall fee with just 10 pills. It's very profitable. It's a bit of a ripoff to sell this to the Myriad Realms Tower first. I brought in pills worth 1,000 heavenly coins, but I still have to spend an extra 100 heavenly coins to sell them. However, considering the core rules of the Myriad Realms Tower, which prohibit private transactions, he could probably understand this behavior. I also want to ask if I can buy back pills? For example, pills worth 1,000 heavenly coins, if the other party comes to sell them, I will buy them back at a higher price. Can? Yao Chen nodded thoughtfully. The best way to make money and completely monopolize the pill industry is to buy up all the pills on the market. Thinking of this, Yao Chen did not hesitate any longer and spent the heavenly coins in his hand. "Master, I want to open a shop selling pills, mainly selling pills and refining pills. Secondly, I want to buy all the pills in the Myriad Realms Tower. I wonder if 9 million heavenly coins will be enough." Everyone looked at Yao Chen in surprise. What boldness! He spent 9 million to buy pills. Ye Ming's eyes were practically shining. He was incredibly excited. According to the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower, Yao Chen takes a cut once for buying 9 million pills, and he can take another cut once more when he sells the 9 million pills. This business is incredibly profitable. Ye Ming retrieved all the pills in the Myriad Realms Tower. He had already spent half of the 10,000 pills and 5 million heavenly coins that the Ghost King had given him. That's all. Yes, not a single pill. The pills were already in short supply, and they were all bought up as soon as they appeared. There were no more pills left. Right now, only the 5 million pills of various kinds that Ghost King just sold are left. All the other pills are sold out. Alright, I'll take it, along with the pill formula. Apart from the Ghost King's pill formula, Xiao Yan has bought all the other pill formulas. I want them all. Alright. 5.5 million pills, 330,000 pill recipes, 100,000 heavenly coins to open the shop, and 10,000 yuan for the first month's rent, for a total of 5.94 million heavenly coins. Yao Chen knew that the price of the items had increased by 10%, so he wasn't surprised at all and directly deducted 5.94 million heavenly coins from his Myriad Realms token. Alright, your shop has appeared in the Myriad Realms Tower. Go check it out yourself. You can name the shop yourself. Yao Chen smiled slightly, stood up, and bowed. Thank you very much, I'll go check out the shop now, goodbye. After thinking it over, the Ghost King realized that he didn't seem to have any special skills, and opening a shop didn't seem like a good idea, since he didn't even know what to sell. I'll take my leave now. Okay, go ahead. Ye Ming waved his hand, dismissing the 4 people, and began to tally up his spoils. Yao Chen and Ghost King's move made Ye Ming incredibly wealthy. I've never been this rich in my life. The Ghost King's transaction was worth 13.62 million heavenly coins. He took a 40% cut, which is 5,448,000 heavenly coins. The transaction with Yao Lao was 8,973,900 Zushin coins, and with a 40% cut, that's 3,589,560 Zushin coins. In total, that's 9,037,560 heavenly coins. This transaction between the 2 people directly earned Ye Ming 9 million heavenly coins. With the remaining 1.77 million heavenly coins, Ye Ming's heavenly coins directly exceeded 10 million, enough to cultivate the 5th level of his exclusive cultivation technique. After completing his training, Ye Ming will become a peak 5th tier expert. Peak of the 5th tier. In the world of cultivation, this would be considered the peak of the nascent soul stage. A golden core cultivator and nascent soul achieving nascent soul stage. In addition to the heavenly coins, the Lord's Vault has also seen a significant increase in heavenly coins. Entering the Myriad Realms Tower costs 200,000 heavenly coins, opening a shop costs 100,000, and rent costs 10,000, which adds up to 310,000. These 310,000 heavenly coins have all gone into the landlord's treasury. Then, the old doctor bought all of Ghost King's pills and pill formulas for a total of 5.83 million heavenly coins. With a 10% commission, that's 583,000 heavenly coins. Adding the previous 2,368,811 heavenly coins, the total is now 3,261,811 heavenly coins. We're just 7 million more celestial coins short to unlock another Myriad Realms Tower facility. However, Ye Ming had no interest in the money in the treasury right now. He simply disappeared from the room and reappeared at the place where he had broken through before. Myriad Realms Tower, cultivate the 5th level of the exclusive technique. Ding! Consume 10 million heavenly coins to cultivate the 5th level of the exclusive cultivation technique. With a loud boom, a violent explosion erupted from Ye Ming's body, the sound echoing throughout the boundless void. The moment his body exploded, Ye Ming felt his mind go blank, his soul trembled, and he couldn't feel anything. He was momentarily dazed, but when he came to his senses, he had already completed the 5th level of the technique. Ye Ming was completely bewildered. He hadn't felt anything at all, and it was over? He looked inside his body and was instantly startled. There was nothing inside my body. It is truly nothing, no organs, no flesh and blood, no cells, nothing at all. Just like where he is now, it's all nothingness, nothing at all. Ye Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Could he be inside the body of someone who had cultivated a unique technique? The same emptiness, the same nothingness. He had never explored this world before, and now he suddenly wanted to see what was inside. Ye Ming stood up, his divine sense extending infinitely with the blessing of the Myriad Realms Tower. Despite the fact that it was extending infinitely, Ye Ming still did not sense any boundary, as if this place was infinitely large. Ye Ming suddenly froze and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a small bubble. The bubble was so small that Ye Ming almost overlooked it. Ye Ming reached out and touched the foam. He felt a very familiar scent. The next second, the foam disappeared from its original spot and appeared inside Ye Ming's body. Ye Ming's expression changed drastically. His guess was correct. The void he is in now is actually inside someone's body, because after the bubble disappeared, he entered the body and appeared in a similar location to this void. The Myriad Realms Tower, what's going on? Where am I? Ding, the host is currently located on the top floor of the Myriad Realms building. The very top layer? Is this inside someone's body? Ding, no, this is nothingness in the Myriad Realms. Nothingness? Yes, all the myriad worlds float in the void. The exclusive cultivation technique imitates the void, creating the void within the human body, and then placing the trader's world into the void. The void of the Myriad Realms Tower is created. Who created it? Ding! Insufficient permissions. Please upgrade the Myriad Realms Tower level. Ye Ming disappeared into nothingness and reappeared in the room. I never expected the Myriad Realms Tower's purpose to be this, to place all the trader's worlds into its own nothingness. Does the Myriad Realms Tower want to replace nothingness? Or does it want to control all the heavens and myriad realms? The little bubble he just saw was the Ip Man world. No wonder he was invincible in the Ip Man world. It turns out that the entire Ip Man world has been packaged into the Myriad Realms building. Since it's all inside the Myriad Realms building, of course it can use the invincible power of the Myriad Realms building. Now, the Ip Man world is within his body, and he can enter the Ip Man world at any time, and he will be invincible just the same. This invincibility is different from the invincibility of the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower uses its supreme power to make Ye Ming invincible. For example, if Ye Ming wants to enter the world of Ip Man, he needs to transmit his ideas to the Myriad Realms Tower, and then the Myriad Realms Tower will help him achieve it. Now, if he wants to enter the Ip Man world, he can enter it directly, skipping the process of the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming has complete control over his inner world, just as the Myriad Realms Tower can perfectly control everything within it. This made Ye Ming even more convinced that the Myriad Realms Tower was the body of some powerful being. However, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing for Ye Ming. By putting the Myriad Worlds into his body through the Myriad Worlds Tower, wouldn't he be able to control the Myriad Worlds? Ye Ming wasn't sure if what the Myriad Realms Tower gave him was real, but he was very clear about his body. He could control all the energy within him. All of this energy comes from the void within the body, an inexhaustible power that will never be exhausted. This is great. Ye Ming opened his panel and looked at his data. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 4. Realm, Peak of the 5th Order. Celestial Coins 809,969. Ops Vault 3261811 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herbalism Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena. Cultivation Technique, 5th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Owning the World, Ip Man World. Connecting the Worlds, Man of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, A New Tale of Fantasy Westward Journey, God of Cookery, Kung Fu Hustle, The Deer and the Cauldron. Traded items, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angelic Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Burning Technique, 3 Flowers Gathering Fire Technique. My strength has reached the peak of the 5th rank, and I still have 800,000 heavenly coins left. We're really poor. The next upgrade to the peak of the 6th tier will require 100 million heavenly coins. The panel now includes an additional section, Worlds Owned, Ip Man World. If Ye Ming's guess is correct, the world's change progress should be increased to 100% first before the Myriad Realms Tower can pull the world into the void of the Myriad Realms Tower. Then Ye Ming can use the void of the Myriad Realms Tower to move the world to his own void world. This Myriad Realms Tower is like a magical artifact, and Ye Ming, now at the 5th level, finally has the strength to use it. As for whether I'm right or wrong, I'll find out once I try it. He looked at the world of the Myriad Realms Tower. World, the Return of the Condor Heroes World. Destined person, Little Dragon Girl. Rank, 3rd rank. World change level, 99%. 99%, almost 100%. If my estimate is correct, a new bubble should appear in the void layer. Ye Ming sensed the situation in the Ip Man world. The mission was complete, and people were gradually returning. Little Dragon Girl already knew about the future and the great achievements of Dragon Knight Zhen Zhibing. If it weren't for the matter at the Myriad Realms Tower the next day, she would have already destroyed the Quan Zhen sect. Originally Yin's Hyping, but there was a real person named Yin's Hyping, so Jinyan later changed the name to Zhen Zhibing. Having completed her mission, the first thing she did upon returning was to wreak havoc on the Quan Zhen sect. Therefore, Ye Ming only needs to wait. On the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, Yao Lao looked at his shop and nodded in satisfaction. The shop appears to be only one floor, but once inside, it's an infinitely large space where you can choose your own layout. The shop is located right next to the square, and traders entering the Myriad Realms Tower can see it at a glance. After the old apothecary entered the shop, he made a simple arrangement, and rows of counters appeared, each containing a pill. Only one of each type of pill is displayed on the counter. The name and effects of the pill are also displayed above the counter, along with its price. The price of all pills has increased by 50%. Raising the price too high is a bit of a disgrace. Once a new pill shop opens, as long as the price is lower, everyone will buy pills from that shop. The quality of the pills increases as you go further in from the entrance to the back, ranging from 1st grade to 5th grade pills. After everything was arranged, Xiaoyan added some decorations to make the shop look even better. Next, all that's left is the shop's name. After discussing it, Yao Lao and Xiaoyan decided to name the shop Dan Ji. The main reason is to secure the name, since other shops selling pills might appear in the future, and once this name is taken, no one else can use it. The name Dan Pavilion immediately suggests that it shares the same lineage as the Herbal Pavilion, Future Pavilion, and Mission Pavilion of the Myriad Realms Tower. Moreover, the name Dan Ge immediately suggests that they sell pills, which sounds good to others. The two walked to the door, and the words Dan Ge had been added above the shop. Master Yao, should we hold some promotions? Like a grand opening sale? Or maybe we could lower the prices at the beginning, lose some money to gain reputation, or buy 10 pills and get one free. The old doctor thought for a moment and then shook his head. Having 2 shops would be fine, but one isn't necessary. All the pills from the Myriad Realms Tower are with us now, so traders can only buy pills from us. Why bother with all that other stuff? We should think about how to advertise and let them know that we can refine pills and that we also buy pills. Xiaoyan thought about it and realized that what they said made some sense. I was so excited about opening the store for the first time that I didn't even consider the feasibility of those activities. We can put a screen at the entrance and play it on a loop. I'll set it up. Xiaoyan manipulated the screen, and an LED screen appeared next to the shop's door, displaying the message, high price buyback of pills, pill refining tasks available, details to be discussed in store. All right. The old doctor nodded, looking at the brand new shop, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. Go collect some herb seeds, then put them in the herb pavilion to ripen quickly. I'll refine the pills. I noticed there aren't many low-grade pills in the Myriad Realms Tower, so refining some should sell well. Xiao Yan was filled with excitement. Opening the first shop in the Myriad Realms Tower was such a great achievement. Hurry up and earn 10 million, then see what your future holds. What? You mean why not look to the future first and then open the store later? The future isn't going anywhere. It doesn't matter whether you look at it sooner or later, but if you miss the opportunity to open a store, you'll never have another chance. Xiaoyan quickly left the Myriad Realms Tower and began purchasing herb seeds. Herbs are expensive, but seeds are cheap. Not long after Xiaoyan left, the people from IP Man's world returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. The spatial vortex was located in the plaza of the Myriad Realms building, so the traders could easily spot the shops next to it. Ha! The Pill Pavilion? The new Myriad Realms Tower facility? What's it doing here? Let's go and see if there are any pills. That sign says they can also refine pills, and they even buy back pills. This should be a shop opened by traders, not a facility of the Myriad Realms building. Why offer such a high price for buyback? Just buy it directly from someone else selling the Myriad Realms building. He wants to monopolize the market. Right now, he's only having one store to get others used to it. Even if there are more stores later, as long as his buyback price isn't low, others will go to him to sell their pills first. At that time, he'll be the only one selling pills in the entire Myriad Realms Tower, and they'll have to buy them no matter what price he offers. If I'm not mistaken, all the pills in the Myriad Realms Tower will be gone. Indeed, Yuri is right. I went to take a look, and there isn't a single pill left in the Myriad Realms Tower. Let's go inside and see who owns this shop. The group of traders headed towards the pill pavilion, and upon entering, they saw an unfamiliar old man. So many pills. A cry of surprise came from the crowd, and everyone was instantly drawn to the pill, rushing forward to examine it. Among them, cultivation pills were the most popular, and many people bought them. After looking around, Qin Shi Huang left the shop and headed to other areas. Seeing the superhuman strength of Homelander and the other two in the Ip Man world, he was very envious. Those three guys were obviously not from China, they probably had some kind of bloodline, so he wanted to go over and see what kind of bloodline they had that made them so powerful. Qin Shi Huang examined the bloodlines and found what he was looking for. His pupils constricted sharply, and his hands began to tremble. This is what I've been looking for. Angel Bloodline, All-Star World, a 5th-tier bloodline. Upon fusion, one can gain the power of an angel, immortality, super strength, super speed, super regeneration, flight, and the ability to manipulate some celestial phenomena through emotional fluctuations. The longer one spends with their destined angel partner, all abilities will gradually decline until they become an ordinary person. Value, 99,000 celestial coins. Angel Bloodline. The power of angels, immortality. I must buy it. This is the bloodline of that black-skinned man. Qin Shi Huang trembled, then suddenly thought of something. Red Jade. Hong Yu's figure appeared beside Qin Shi Huang. Hello, I am Hong Yu. Hong Yu, if I fuse bloodlines, can I still cultivate? Yes, having a bloodline allows one to cultivate, but there may be some limitations. Qin Shi Huang pondered, immortality is right before my eyes, I can live forever. However, this immortality is of foreign blood. Isn't this abandoning the noble bloodline of China in order to inherit a dirty and lowly bloodline? Even if this bloodline grants immortality. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shi Huang sighed. I am the Emperor of China. How can I face the people of Qin if I have a person of lowly blood? Since we have lowly bloodlines now, we'll surely have divine bloodlines in the future. We can just buy them then. He closed the bloodline interface, turned around and left, afraid that if he looked at it a few more times, he would be unable to resist buying it. As soon as Qin Shi Huang reached the intersection, he saw Li Shiman. His eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Li Shiman nodded and walked inside. Qin Shi Huang did not leave, but stood there, wanting to see what Li Shiman would choose. Not long after, Li Shiman came out, and the two looked at each other, both understanding each other's choice. You're great. You flatter me, Your Majesty. I am the son of heaven of the great Tang Dynasty. How can my noble bloodline be tainted by a lowly race? I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Why don't we have the first emperor visit the Tang Dynasty? Very well. Let me see the glorious Tang Dynasty depicted in the book. In the world of Resident Evil, the Demon King strolls through the air, eager to learn more about the situation in this world. This place is indeed the most suitable for the Ghost King sect. While the souls of zombies cannot compare to those of living people, they have the advantage of sheer numbers. He was about to go to Tianyan Temple, where he could use the souls of these zombies to upgrade his magical artifacts. As for improving one's strength, it would probably require killing all the zombies in the entire world. He stood above a city, a small flag appearing in his hand. This is the Ghost King sect leader's magic weapon, the Ghost King banner. He tossed the Ghost King banner gently, and it flew to the top of the Ghost King's head, where it began to grow larger, instantly becoming a 2-meter-high banner. Endless black energy surged from the Ghost King banner, and in the blink of an eye, the entire city was covered by black clouds. The dark clouds were filled with countless souls, far surpassing the souls within the Broken Wave 10,000 Ghost banner. The difference between them was like that between the ocean and a drop of water. You must know that the Ghost King's souls are all the souls of living people, so you can imagine how many people he has killed. Inside the city, the sky suddenly darkened. In a corner, a few survivors stared in terror at the sky, thinking it was some new type of zombie. The next second, endless souls swarmed down from the sky onto the city, taking the lives of zombies one by one. In the sky stood 9 spirits radiating a powerful aura. These 9 spirits were condensed and appeared almost tangible. They are the ghost generals cultivated by the Ghost King using a large amount of his soul, and each of them has the strength of the peak of the 4th rank. Unfortunately, to cultivate a king among ghosts, 10 ghost generals need to devour each other before a Ghost King can emerge. He has been the sect leader of the Ghost King sect for so many years, and only now has he been able to cultivate 3 Ghost Kings. It should be noted that each of the Ghost Kings is at the 5th rank, which is a great help to Wanren Wang. In your own world, it would be too difficult to forge a Ghost King, but here, all it takes is time to condense a Ghost King. It's simply paradise. Maybe he can cultivate a few more Ghost Kings in this world, and then he'll kill every single one of those bald monks from Tianyan Temple. A ruthless glint flashed in Wanren Wang's eyes. Pukan, there are consequences for making mistakes. 1 minute later, millions of souls flew back into the sky from the city, and the zombies that had been wandering around the city were now lying on the ground. Sensing the changes within the Ghost King banner, Wanren smiled slightly. Not bad, with a few more souls from a few more cities, we should be able to condense a Ghost General. Ghost Generals, each of you take some souls and go to the other cities. Ghost King, you may go to the other cities yourselves. Remember, only kill zombies, not living people. As soon as Wanren Wang finished speaking, 3 figures appeared behind him. Yes, Master. The 3 figures vanished instantly, and the surrounding Ghost Generals, along with numerous souls, departed in all directions. 10,000 people placed the flag in the air and then left the Resident Evil world. At the Myriad Realms Plaza, the Ghost King saw his targets, Homelander and Hancock. He had heard Bao talk about them. They were incredibly powerful, capable of flying and escaping, and possessed extraordinary physical abilities. One was wearing a uniform cloak, and the other was a black person with an Asian face. They were easy to spot. Homelander and Hancock were glaring at each other. If it weren't for this damned guy, they would definitely have gotten some all-celestial coins. The two fought in the island nation, killing more people than anyone else, but they didn't get a single celestial coin. IP Man's mission was to kill or expel the invaders. Clearly, the islanders in the island nation were not considered invaders. After they finished fighting and returned to the Dragon Kingdom, their mission was already complete, and they hadn't received anything. As the 10,000 people walked over, a sunny smile appeared on the face of the people from the motherland. Are you two Homelander and Hancock? Homelander and Hancock talked with the traders for a long time to understand the situation of the Myriad Realms Tower, and it was then that Bao learned their names. Yes, my friends, I am Homelander, your superhero. Wanren Wang looked at him with a strange expression. Something about this man from the motherland seemed off. I am Wanren Wang, the sect leader of the Ghost King sect in the world of Jade Dynasty. I was just brought into the Myriad Realms Tower by my daughter Bao. I have something I would like to ask you two for help with. Homelander and Hancock both froze for a moment. They knew about Bao, that little girl. She was the only child in the Myriad Realms Tower. Furthermore, they learned about several more advanced worlds, one of which was the Immortal Execution world, a 6th-tier world that was even more powerful than their own. The sect leader of the Ghost King sect should be a top figure in the 6th Order world, or at least at the peak of the 5th Order. They were only at the early to mid stages of the 5th rank. It's just that comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. They wanted to raise 100,000 heavenly coins to see their future, but they still haven't raised enough after making the trip. As a result, that little girl Bao casually took out 100,000 heavenly coins and pulled her father into the Myriad Realms Tower. Wow, they're really rich. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. They haven't felt this kind of financial distress in a long time. Hancock's eyes lit up. He wants my help? Great. You've asked me, so you have to offer something in return. This guy is so rich, I shouldn't have any problem getting 100,000 heavenly coins. Sure, helping is no problem, but 10,000 people stretched out their right hands, making a three-point gesture. Homelander and Hancock exchanged a glance. 30,000 celestial coins. Although it was a little less than expected, it was still enough. Anyway, they're not that different. Just as the two were about to speak, Wan Rinwang spoke up directly. 300,000 heavenly coins. The Homelander was so shocked he almost bit his tongue. How much? 300,000. Hancock coughed violently twice. He had only sold his own bloodline for less than $100,000, but he was asking for $300,000 in favor of Hancock. Wow, they're really rich. 300,000 for both of us? No, 300,000 per person. Wan Rinwang's thinking was simple. These two were quite strong and extremely powerful. With their own actions, they would be even more formidable and might be able to wipe out the Tianyan Temple. After destroying Tianyan Temple, everything inside will be his. The magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and heavenly books of Tianyan Temple could probably be worth tens of millions of heavenly coins. Most importantly, 5th-tier powerhouses are all big shots in the world of Jade Dynasty, and they are not easy to win over and help. 300,000 heavenly coins is just 100 storage rings. Being able to mobilize a 5th-tier expert as a henchman is a great deal. Moreover, according to Baeo, these two have extremely strong bodies, and their strength and speed are very fast. They are definitely masters of body tempering. The bald monks of Tianyan Temple, in addition to their Buddhist teachings, also possess extremely strong physical bodies. Good, no problem. Homelander and Hancock agreed immediately, without even asking what they were going to do. 300,000 heavenly coins? Only a fool wouldn't take that. Wanren added the two as friends on the Wanja token, and then returned to the Resident Evil world. Let's not rush. We'll wait until we've forged a Ghost King from our Ghost King banner before making plans to attack Tianyan Temple. This time, he intends to wipe out the entire Tianyan Temple. We need to let them know that being impulsive has consequences. He wouldn't be so angry if they were to surround and kill him, since he knew he was indeed a wicked and typical villain. But Baeo and Ziokai never did anything wrong. But what about those bald monks? Killing anyone from the demonic cult on sight? What's the difference between that and the demonic cult itself? Since you want to become a demonic sect, then I, Wan Rinwang, have no choice but to act as a righteous person and destroy your demonic sect. In the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Yang Guo rushed back from the ancient tomb. Auntie, what's wrong? Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Little dragon girl looked extremely unwell. In fact, her complexion hadn't improved since she saw the future yesterday. She was humiliated and blamed Guoer, which led to Guoer going through so much in the end, even losing an arm. It's all because of that guy from the Quanzhen sect. Having seen the future and experienced so much, she has long since come to terms with it. She didn't care about worldly ethics or the doctrines of the ancient tomb sect. Little dragon girl has made up her mind. She's going to leave the ancient tomb. First, destroy the Quanzhen sect, then cut off Guo Fu's arm so she can experience the pain that Yang Guo suffered. She wants to unify the martial arts world, collect enough coins from all realms, and bring Yang Guo into the Myriad Realms Tower as well. The last time the Condor Heroes world was upgraded, she was rewarded with 100,000 heavenly coins, but she spent a lot of money along the way. She just bought a lot of cultivation pills in the pill pavilion, so she is even more short of heavenly coins. Guo. Looking into Xiaolangnu's tender eyes, Yang Guo felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. He had long harbored feelings for his aunt. She had taken care of him for so long and often practiced martial arts naked. Moreover, his aunt was so beautiful, like a celestial being. How could he not fall in love? However, the ancient tomb sect's doctrines made his aunt distrust man, and given their relationship, he was never clear about his aunt's attitude. Only today, when he saw the love in his aunt's eyes, did he realize that his aunt was just like him. Auntie, what happened? Xiaolangnu remained silent. She did not directly reveal that she had been insulted, even though the incident had not actually occurred. It was still something that could disturb everyone's peace of mind. I saw our future inside the Myriad Realms Tower, so I've decided to leave the ancient tomb sect tomorrow, first to the Quanzhen sect, then to Shaolin, and then to unify the martial world, gathering all the resources. Once I've collected 100,000 heavenly coins, I can bring you into the Myriad Realms Tower too. Xiaolangnu ultimately didn't directly express her desire to face the feelings between the two. After all, she was a girl and was easily embarrassed. Yang Guo's face showed shock. His aunt was leaving the ancient tomb sect? Wasn't aunt the one who followed the rules of the ancient tomb sect the most? What exactly did she see in the future? Can I enter the Myriad Realms building myself? This is wonderful. He has always been very curious about the Myriad Realms Tower, but he never had the chance to see it. He never expected that he would have the opportunity now. Alright, but haven't we already been to the Quanzhen sect? Little dragon girl gritted her teeth, feeling nauseous at the thought of that damned guy always spying on her. I'm going to kill someone. Yang Guo was curious about what kind of future had turned his aunt into this, since she wasn't like this before. Okay, then I'll stay with auntie. At that moment, Ye Ming saw that the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes had changed by 100%. He vanished from the room in an instant and appeared in the void of the Myriad Realms building. He spread his divine sense and quickly found his target. In a flash, he arrived in front of the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. It was still a small bubble, but this bubble was much bigger than the world of Ip Man. Previously, the bubbles in IP Man's world were only the size of basketballs, but now the bubbles are the size of wash basins. Ye Ming touched the foam, and the foam disappeared, entering Ye Ming's body. Sure enough, his guess was right. Ye Ming disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. He stood in the sky, his divine sense sweeping across the entire world. Huang Yaoshi of Peach Blossom Island, Guo Jing and Huang Rong of Xiangyang City, Xiaolai Nu and Yang Guo of the Ancient Tomb sect, they all sensed it. Finally, he looked down and saw that the person at his feet had disappeared. A deity. Master. There are deities here. Hong Lingbo pulled Li Machu along, staring in shock at the sky, but there was no one there, only a vast expanse of blue sky. Li Machu's heart was in turmoil. What on earth was wrong with this world? First, there was the mysterious young man they encountered in the Ancient Tomb sect, whose strength was overwhelming. Then, they met a powerful figure who seemed to be a god, who was levitation in midair. Is this still the same martial arts world I know? In the past few days, news has spread throughout the martial arts world that the five greats have apparently broken through to the innate realm, and most of them have made breakthroughs in their strength, including myself. The world is changing more and more. After thinking for a moment, she turned her horse around and rode back the way she came. Master, where are we going? Back to the ancient tomb. Ye Ming took a trip around the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, especially the universe. It was similar to the universe where Ip Man lived, with no life in it, only this universe was a bit larger. It's probably related to the rank of these two worlds, one being a second-tier world and the other a third-tier world. After leaving the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, he returned to his room. My guess was correct. As long as the degree of change reaches 100%, the world will be taken back to nothingness by the Myriad Realms building. He could transfer the world in the void of the Myriad Realms building to his own void world. It seems we need to make more changes to the world of traders. Although I don't feel any benefit from these worlds entering my void world now, the thought that even the primordial world might be within my body and under my control in the future is amazing. Just as Ye Ming was imagining a bright future, the vortex began to fluctuate, and new traders arrived. An ordinary-looking man appeared in the vortex. He looked to be only about 27 or 28 years old. He had long golden hair, and the strangest thing about him was his clothing. It was actually a white chef's uniform, except it didn't have a hat. Ye Ming was so surprised that he didn't recognize the person for a moment. Was he a chef from some other world? He clicked on the man's information and raised an eyebrow. It turns out this world is in the same world as Duluo continent. Even if you include the God realm, it's only a fifth-tier world. If this person hadn't come to the Myriad Realms Tower, he would have forgotten that there were other worlds besides Duluo continent beneath the God realm. Name, Rong Nian Bing. Identity, the #1 chef in the world of Ice and Fire Chef, the realm of gods. Strength, God King, early stage 5. The world of Ice and Fire Chef is considered to be in the same world as the world of Duluo continent. Tang San, the protagonist of Duluo continent, also exists in the God realm. However, it now seems that the Myriad Realms Tower treats them as two separate worlds. This surprised Ye Ming somewhat. Perhaps similar people would appear in the world in the future. For example, now that Superman from the Man of Steel universe has entered the multiverse building, will Superman from Batman appear in the future? Will Superman from the Justice League appear? Who knows, there might be a ton of Supermen in the future. This is really interesting. Rong Nian Bing is the protagonist of the Ice and Fire Chef world. He has mastered excellent cooking skills, and most of his weapons are kitchen knives. The world of Ice and Fire Chef is a world of magic and martial arts, and the magic in it can fill the gap in the magic of the Myriad Realms Tower. There are many martial arts techniques and cultivation methods in the Myriad Realms Tower now, but magic is relatively scarce. Aside from the spells in the Harry Potter world and the ninjutsu in the Naruto world, there's basically no magic. This will fill in all the gaps. Before Ye Ming could speak, two more people emerged from the vortex. The two were dressed differently from Rong Nianbing, both were very ornate, and one of them even had 8 fingers. When Rong Nianbing saw this person, his eyes flickered slightly. He knew both of them. The god of evil. The Qin Emperor. Both of them were stunned when they saw Rong Nianbing, the god of emotions. These 3 people actually knew each other. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. These two were actually from the same world as Duluo continent? Name, Ji Dong. Identity, one of the 5 god kings of the God Realm Committee in the God of Wine world and the Duluo God Realm. Strength, God King, early stage 5. Name, Ye Yinzu. Identity: God King of the Qin Emperor World and the Qin Emperor God Realm. Strength: God King, Early Stage 5. 3 people from the Deluo continent world, but they all come from different worlds. One is the world of Ice and Fire Chef, another is the world of Dionysus, and the third is the world of Qin Emperor. One of these 3 is a cook, one is a bartender, and one is an instrumentalist. If these 3 team up to open a shop, it will definitely be a hit. We can give them a heads up then. If Tang San were here, he probably wouldn't say anything. He could already guess what Tang San would say. I am a god king, and you want me to open a restaurant? Watch my blue silver wrap. But these 3 people have much better personalities than Tang San. All 3 worlds are worlds of magic, but they are all different kinds of magic, each with its own unique charm. The world of Ice and Fire Chef features warriors and magicians, each with 18 ranks. Magic is represented by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The world of Dionysus is a magical world, and the cultivation system is based on yin-yang magicians who control the 10 elements of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The 4 wood systems are Ju wood, Yi wood, Bing fire, Ding fire, Wu earth, Ji earth, Gang metal, Xian metal, Ren water, and Gui water. The strength levels are calculated according to the yin-yang crown, from 1 crown to 9 crowns, and then to the god level. The world of Qin Emperor has both demons and martial arts. Magic power and battle chi are somewhat similar, and are divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Purple level is quasi-god, white level is secondary god, and gold level is true god. Ye Ming could only say that he played around in these 3 worlds quite skillfully, but his actual strength was just so-so. Of course, it's also possible that the Deluo world lowered the standards of these other worlds. These 3 worlds feel pretty good, but can you believe that the top combat power in their worlds is actually on the same level as the God King in the Deluo God Realm, whose strength is only 100,000 Jin? The 3 of you, come and sit down. You don't need to worry. Among the countless worlds, there are always worlds similar to yours. Although you 3 know each other, you are not from the same world. The God King before you is not the God King of your own world. The 3 of them sensed the information in their minds and roughly understood the situation. The 3 of them bowed to Ye Ming in unison. They had thought they were the most powerful God Kings in the world, but they hadn't realized they were just frogs in a well. Greetings, Master. All 3 were top experts in their own worlds, all at the God King level. For them, the stronger they were, the more they believed in such things. Because they have become so powerful that no one can transfer them here silently and implant their memories into their minds without them noticing. Even Tang San, who is known as the #1 God King, could not do something so outrageous. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa, and after calming down, joy followed. Endless joy. This is an incredible opportunity. They encountered countless opportunities throughout their lives, which enabled them to reach the pinnacle of the world, but they have been stuck at that pinnacle for a long time. Finally, they had their chance to break through. Rong Nianbing, the first trader to arrive, raised his hand and revealed the items to be traded one by one. Ice Blade Technique, Tier 1 Magic, value 7 Celestial Coins. Blizzard, Tier 1 Magic, value 9 Celestial Coins. Holy Light, 2nd Tier Magic, value 11 Celestial Coins. Flower of Life, 2nd Tier Magic, value 23 Celestial Coins. Forbidden Spell, God of Flames Dragon Transformation Technique, Tier 3 Magic, value 300 Heavenly Coins. Forbidden Spell, Ice and Snow Goddess Dragon Transformation Technique, Tier 3 Magic, value 300 Heavenly Coins. 7 Forbidden and 7 Deadly Curses, 4th Order Magic, value 2,000 Heavenly Coins. Destruction Awakening of the 7 Luminaries, a 4th Tier Magic, value 3,000 Celestial Coins. Cooking Skills Tips, Level 5, value 20,000 Celestial Coins. The dense clusters of light were almost all magical. Ye Ming glanced at them and counted 4 or 5,000 different spells. Unfortunately, most of these spells are 1st Tier spells, and 2nd Tier spells are less than 1/10 of the number of 1st Tier spells. There are fewer than 50 5th Tier spells in total. Although the quantity is very large, it is only worth 890,000 heavenly coins in total. After all, the God King has only just entered the 5th rank. 5th rank magic is equivalent to the God King's ultimate skill. Having 50 of them is already quite good. Once these magic spells were sold, the most common cultivation method in the Myriad Realms Tower actually became magic. Martial arts and cultivation combined don't even amount to as much magic as one person, and there are 2 more people to go. 890,000 celestial coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Rong Nianbing accepted the Myriad Realms token, a smile appearing on his lips. 890,000 heavenly coins, not bad. He kept his own weapons for cooking and didn't sell them. These were just magic. I can go back to the realm of gods to collect more magic and sell it for even more celestial coins. After all, he only collected magic spells that he used himself, and he was too lazy to collect useless magic spells. Who would have thought that he could actually sell them for money? Ji Dong was somewhat uneasy, unsure how many heavenly coins he could obtain. With a flick of his wrist, another densely packed pile of items appeared. These items are similar to those from Rong Nian Bing, they are all skills, and there are no weapons or magic items for sale. Triple Strike of the Sun, Tier 1 skill, value 7 heavenly coins. Dark Moonclaw, Tier 1 skill, value 7 heavenly coins. Forbidden, 100,000, Phoenix Dance and the Bright Sun Cone, Tier 2 skill, value 20 heavenly coins. Forbidden, 1,000, 10,000, Great Nether Flame Ice, Tier 2 skill, value 40 heavenly coins. 9 Revolutions Flaming Dragon, Tier 3 skill, value 150 heavenly coins. Vulcan's Descent Slash, Tier 3 skill, value 200 heavenly coins. Bartending Tips, Level 5, value 20,000 celestial coins. Yin Yang Crown Bloodline, 4th Order Bloodline, value 3,000 heavenly coins. The skills in the Dionysus world are slightly inferior to those in the Ice and Fire Chef world, and there aren't as many skills either. I thought this world was also a world of magic, but it turned out to be quite different from magic. You need a certain bloodline to cultivate it, which is a bit like the world of Deluo continent. Most importantly, everyone's magic skills are different, and it's very difficult to learn other people's magic skills, so Ji Dong only knows her own magic. It's been too long, I forgot, please point out any mistakes. All of Ji Dong's items combined only amounted to 300,000 heavenly coins, which was nearly 600,000 heavenly coins less than Rong Nianding's, a difference of 2 times. 500,000 celestial coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Ye Yinzi frowned slightly when he saw the huge difference in the number of heavenly coins between Ji Dong and Rong Nian Bing. Although they all know each other, and the situation in each realm of gods is different, this difference is just too great. He raised his hand, and orbs of light appeared one after another. Eastern Dragon Sheen Sect Magic, Tier 3 Magic, Eastern Dragon Sheen Sect Magic, 3 colors, 9 tiers, encompassing various types of magic. Value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Necromantic Magic, 1st to 3rd tier magic, value, 15,000 celestial coins. Mental Magic, 1st to 3rd tier, value, 15,000 celestial coins. Eastern Dragon Bamboo Sect Martial Arts, Tier 1 to 3, 27 levels in total, value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Musical Skill Insights, Level 5, value, 20,000 celestial coins. Aside from the addition of musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, the magic and fighting spirit in Ye Yinzi's world are all shared by other magic worlds. Things like water, fire, earth, the dead, and spirits. Ye Yinzi has been exposed to quite a lot of magic. Although he hasn't caught up with Rong Nian Bing, he has been exposed to much more than Ji Dong. 500,000 celestial coins, Myriad Realms token. Ye Yinzi accepted the Myriad Realms token, and was in a slightly better mood than Ji Dong. Of everyone, Ji Dong was the most unhappy. There's nothing we can do about it, his world's yin-yang crown system is just so unique. After receiving the Myriad Realms token, the three of them were lost in thought, exchanging glances. After a long pause, Ji Dong spoke first, since he had the fewest heavenly coins. I have a question. Since the three of us live in the same world, can we still sell the same things they've sold? Ye Ming shook his head. The three of them lived in the same world, and their magic and martial arts were the same. However, he only accepted one copy. Whoever sold it to him first would get the money. The Myriad Realms Tower does not accept duplicate cultivation techniques or secret manuals. Ji Dong's eyes flickered. There are 7 god realms in the Great God Circle, the god realm of Deluo continent, the god realm of the Child of Light, the holy domain of light, the god realm of the kind death god, the holy domain of the underworld, the god realm of the mad god, the god realm of the solitary immortal, the immortal realm of the solitary immortal, the star mark god realm of the Sky Speed Star Mark Federation, and the god realm of the Qin Emperor, the Qin domain. The 7 divine realms have merged together, but the cultivation methods and other aspects of each divine realm are different. According to the poster, whoever grabs it first will get more heavenly coins. Rong Nian Bing spoke first, addressing the other two. Why don't we split it equally? There's no need for us to fight over it. These are all God King level powerhouses, it would be beneath them to fight over these. It would be better to divide things up, each going to their own world, and then create another world. I think it's possible, but there are 7 divine realms here. If each person has their own world and another world, what about the remaining divine realms? Rong Nian Bing and Ji Dong exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, they finally spoke. Our god realms are all Deluo god realms, just smaller worlds under the Deluo god realm. How can you distinguish them? The god realms of both the Ice and Fire Chef world and the Wine god world are the Deluo god realm. In other words, these 2 worlds, along with the Deluo continent world, are all subordinate planes of the Deluo god realm. Let's count them as small worlds then. There are 3 small worlds under the Deluo god realm, and only 1 small world under the other god realms, making a total of 9 small worlds. 3 for each person. Okay. I want the immortal realm and the Duluo realm. Then I want the holy land of light and the holy underworld. The remaining Mad God realm and Star Mark Federation are mine. The three of them decided the ownership of the entire God realm in just a few words. If all the cultivation methods of a world were brought together, how many heavenly coins could they exchange for? Ye Ming was currently pondering whether or not to tell them about Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is really unlucky. 3 god kings came to her. She'll probably find out after she becomes a god that everything in her world has been exchanged. That would be hilarious. Among the traders is someone from Duluo continent. He arrived relatively early and is somewhat weak. His name is Bibi Dong. The three of them were stunned for a moment. They had thought that only the three of them had come from the god realm, but they did not expect that there were other people. Thank you for letting us know. We will talk to her. After all, they are all traders in the Myriad Realms Tower. They will run into each other all the time. Is it worth offending them for a few heavenly coins? This Bibi Dong is weak, but the upper limit of the Duluo god realm is there. So many god kings have already appeared. Who knows, he might become a powerful figure at the same level in the future. After thinking for a moment, the three decided to talk to Bibi Dong first, and then discuss the situation in the divine realm. At worst, we can give some to Bibi Dong. They can form an alliance in the god realm, so they might be able to form one here as well. Ye Ming nodded, and then said what he had long ago prepared to say to them. You can open a shop in the Myriad Realms building. One of you can mix drinks, one can cook, and one can play the piano. You could consider opening a restaurant or something. The three of them instantly went blank. They were god kings. As one of the 14 god kings of the God Realm Committee that governs the 7 god realms, with such a high status, how can you expect me to cook for ordinary people? Even Rong Nianbing, who loves cooking, wouldn't do this kind of thing. It's too embarrassing. Ye Ming could tell what the three were thinking just by looking at their expressions. We didn't ask you to do it yourselves. You can open a shop and hire people to cook and mix drinks. As for catering specifically to 5th-tier experts, aren't you the ones who set the prices? However, this is just a suggestion. Whether or not it is held is up to you. Opening a shop and hiring workers? That's a great idea. They are god kings. It would be beneath them to cook or mix drinks for ordinary people, but it would be perfectly acceptable for them to cook for equally powerful 5th-tier or even 6th-tier experts. The three of them exchanged glances, as if they had all made up their minds. As long as the heavenly coins are in place, it wouldn't be a problem to cook, mix drinks, or play music for ordinary people. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Then let's open a shop together. How about we split the 100,000 heavenly coins and the 10,000 in rent equally? And we'll continue to split the profits when we make money in the future. Rong Nianbing was the first to speak. The three of them were not from the same world, but their worlds were the same, which meant their relationship was very close. No, I think it should be divided into 3 parts. The money for the meal is yours, the money for the drinks is mine, and the money for entertainment is brother. Yes, that works too. We'll recruit our own people, then divide the spoils into 3 parts: food, drink, and rewards, and each person will keep their own. Neither of them wanted to take advantage of Rong Nianbing and felt it was better to separate. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. The chefs are undoubtedly the ones with the heaviest workload in a restaurant, even if people order food for drinking or entertainment. No need for that, splitting it evenly is fine. Whether you're drinking or enjoying entertainment, you'll all come to the restaurant to eat. I'm already taking advantage of you all, so let's split it evenly. Ye Ming didn't want to see them making excuses, so he interrupted them directly. You guys can discuss this amongst yourselves. Do you want to open it? The three of them said in unison, open. All right. 110,000 celestial coins have been transferred from Rong Nianbing's Myriad Realms token. You can divide them among yourselves. The shop is in the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza. Go and set it up yourselves. Could you please give me Bibi Dong's contact information? Here you go, use the Myriad Realms token to add him as a friend. Ye Ming waved his hand, sending the three of them out. After the three left the Myriad Realms building, they first added Bibi Dong as a friend and sent her a message. Then they went to the Myriad Realms building plaza together. The old doctor was looking curiously at the new shops next to him. His own shop had only been open for a short time, and now someone else was opening a shop? I don't know what kind of shop this is. Just then, Rong Nianbing and the others walked over, and Yao Lao immediately knew what was going on. It turns out to be a restaurant or a hotel, as long as it's not about selling elixirs. On the other side, Bibi Dong received a friend request on her Myriad Realms token. She opened it, her pupils contracted sharply, and then she returned to the Myriad Realms building. By this time, Rong Nianbing and the other two had been chatting with Yao Lao for quite some time. The old doctor was the first to open a shop and shared some of his experience with them. When Bibi Dong arrived at the square, she immediately spotted Rong Nianbing. His outfit was too eye-catching. His chef's uniform is even more eye-catching than the uniforms of the Homelanders. Bibi Dong walked up to the three of them and tentatively asked, "Is it Senior Rong?" Rong Nianbing and the other two raised their eyebrows. They thought Bibi Dong was a man, but they didn't expect her to be a beautiful woman, tall and slender, with a curvy figure, especially those incredibly long legs. Of these three, Rong Nianbing has 8 wives, Ye Yinzu has 4 wives, and Ji Dong, although he only has 1 wife, is also a god king, so he keeps a close watch on her. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, they couldn't help but have some thoughts arising in their minds. "I am, and you are Bibi Dong from Deluo continent? Let's go inside and talk." "Yes, 3 seniors." After entering the shop, Rong Nianbing first made some simple renovations. Unlike the shops next door, which only had 1 floor, he built 5 floors. The first floor serves customers from level 1 to level 3, the second floor serves customers from level 4, the third floor serves customers from level 5, the fourth floor serves customers from level 6, and the fifth floor serves customers from level 7. He set up a kitchen on each floor, and tables, chairs, benches, and other furniture appeared one by one under Rong Nianbing's will. In addition to the tables, chairs, and benches in the main hall, there are also private rooms and elegant private rooms. He then conjured windows on every floor of the Myriad Realms Plaza, from which one could see what was happening outside. After a simple setup, he put up a sign at the entrance, hiring chefs, bartenders, and musicians, all from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Salary starts at 3,000 heavenly coins per month, with higher salaries for higher tiers. After everything was tidied up, he casually found a place to sit down. Bibi Dong, watching the scene, knew perfectly well that these 3 gods, all from the Deluo god realm, had opened a shop. 100,000 heavenly coins. No wonder he's a god. Congratulations to the 3 seniors. Opening a shop in the Myriad Realms building will surely bring you great wealth. Rong Nianbing waved his hand, saying that setting up a shop is easy as long as you have money. The real challenge is running it. Let me introduce myself first. I come from the world of ice and fire, chef. After ascending to the Deluo god realm, I served as the god of emotions for a period of time, but eventually passed the godhood to that kid Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao is Tang San's son-in-law. Indeed, he is a deity. What is the god of emotions? Tang San, who is this? Could this guy have some kind of relationship with Tang Hao? It seems like this is the only person with the surname Tang that she knows. Bibi Dong has a limited amount of heavenly coins, so she hasn't gone to the future pavilion yet. 100,000 heavenly coins is a bit too much for her. Rong Nianbing was stunned when she saw Bibi Dong's expression. She didn't even know Tang San? You don't know Tang San? He's a powerful figure who ascended from the Deluo continent to the Deluo god realm. Your world should know him. He's incredibly strong and is now the #1 god king in the Deluo god realm. Bibi Dong's face instantly turned ugly. She remembered that the landlord had told her that she would be killed by Tang Hao's son in the future. They both have the surname Tang, it's hard for her not to overthink it. Senior Rong, I've never been to the future pavilion and don't know what the future holds, but the pavilion master once warned me that I would be killed by Tang Hao's son. They both have the surname Tang, so I'm wondering if he is Tang Hao's son? Rong Nianbing was stunned, not because of Tang Hao or Tang San, but because of the future. You mentioned future pavilion, what does future mean? The 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower is the future pavilion, where you can see the future of your own world by consuming all heaven coins. However, the Deluo world is a 5th order world, which requires 100,000 all heaven coins, so I haven't been there yet. Wait a minute, are you talking about the future of the world? Not your own future? Ji Dong suddenly interrupted their conversation. Bibi Dong nodded, confirming that it was indeed the future of the world. It seems like the 4 of us are from the same world. No, it's more like parallel worlds. The development of our 4 worlds should be the same. Maybe if one of us sees the future, it's equivalent to seeing the future of all 4 of us. Ye Yinzu nodded thoughtfully. So you mean we should pool our money and let Bibi Dong see the future of the world, and at the same time tell us what happened afterward? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. 100,000 heavenly coins were used to accomplish what would have cost 400,000 heavenly coins. Bibi Dong was a little dazed. Was this really a good thing? They pooled their money to let me see the future of my own world? That's a good idea. We'll each chip in some money later and let her see what the future holds. What do you think, Bibi Dong? Finally, you need to tell us about the future. Bibi Dong nodded in confusion. Why wouldn't she take money that was being given away for free? All right. Thank you, Lord Rong, God King. No need to call me God King. It's fate that we met in the Myriad Realms Tower. Just call me Brother Rong. You two can introduce yourselves. Ji Dong looked at Bibi Dong and said, My name is Ji Dong, the evil god of the god realm, but I prefer to be called the god of wine. Rong Nianbing and I are from a small world under the Deluo god realm, similar to the Deluo continent. Bibi Dong quickly bowed. Another deity. These 3 must all be deities. My name is Ye Yinzu, the Qin Emperor. My strength is about the same as theirs. However, I am not from the Deluo God realm. I come from the Qin Emperor God realm, but the later God realms have all merged together. She was still in the Deluo continent and hadn't ascended to the God realm, so she didn't know the strength of these gods. If she knew that the 3 gods before her were all God King level powerhouses, the 12 of whom existed in the 7 God realms, the top figures in the entire world, I wonder what she would think. Greetings, Brother G and Brother Ya. I am Bibi Dong, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall in the Deluo continent world, and I am currently only at the Soul Emperor realm. The 3 had no idea what a Soul Emperor was, since the levels in the small worlds were different. Since we've met, it must be fate. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to the 3 of us. We'll leave the resources from Deluo continent for now. Below the Deluo God realm, there's the world of the Child of Light and the world of Heavenly Jewel Change. You can choose one of these 2 worlds, and we'll keep it for you. The rest of the God realm and the other 9 small worlds will be divided among the 3 of us. If you don't have the strength right now, you can bring the 3 of us into your world to help you collect resources. By the way, since you're the one who entered the Myriad Realms Tower from the Deluo continent world, you should kill Tang-san as soon as possible. That's right, Tang-san's strength should not be underestimated, especially his blue-silver grass entanglement, which is truly extraordinary. The 3 of them, one after another, instantly decided Tang-san's future fate. Bibi Dong still felt dizzy. What happened? Are these 3 gods from the divine realm not only going to give me 100,000 heavenly coins and let me see my future, but also helping me collect resources and exchange them for heavenly coins? Did happiness come so suddenly? Thank you, seniors, brother. Let me take a look at my future first, and then I'll make some plans. Alright, how about we each contribute 33,333 heavenly coins? Before Bibi Dong could even speak, she received 99,999 heavenly coins transferred from the 3 of them. Then, in a daze, she said goodbye to the 3 of them and arrived at the future pavilion, where she spent 100,000 heavenly coins to watch her future. Bibi Dong's face turned ugly. Just as the original poster had said, her dearest teacher had defiled her and even given birth to a child. Tang Hao's wife was killed, he killed his teacher, and Tang-san was born. Tang-san, the future God King, even the gods of 3 different realms have said that Tang-san will be the most powerful being in the future. Looking at everything that will happen in the future of Deluo continent, Bibi Dong truly feels that Tang-san is a disgusting person. What a despicable person. Ironically, this little person became the most powerful being in her world. It's only natural for soul masters to kill soul beasts, otherwise, how would they get soul rings? Tang-san may have nice words, but he shows no mercy when killing 100,000-year-old soul beasts. In the end, he destroyed the Spirit Hall, killed her daughter, and ascended to the God realm. In the God realm, Tang-san did some dirty things again, which she could barely understand, since it was for the sake of her family. But this guy actually put a chastity belt on his daughter. Bibi Dong was almost driven mad with anger. She had actually been defeated by such a pervert. That's so embarrassing. Just as Bibi Dong was looking at her future, Stephen Zhou saw a restaurant's recruitment advertisement in the Wanjula Square. 3,000 celestial coins per month. You can earn 100 heavenly coins a day. That's a lot, considering he only has a few dozen heavenly coins in total. Apply without hesitation. What is the name of this restaurant? It's called Chunxiang Yeju Pavilion. Does Chunxiang mean fine wine and delicious food, and Yeju mean an elegant gathering? This name seems interesting. Looking at the shop from the side, Gao Keqiang could understand what it meant. It was a restaurant. I wonder if this restaurant serves fish. Although I participated in IP Man's mission and did nothing, and the fish were of no use, I still managed to get a small amount of heavenly coins. 57 celestial coins. Although it wasn't a particularly large sum, it was a huge amount of money for him. Seeing your future in the future pavilion only costs 10 celestial coins, which seems pretty cheap. Why don't we go take a look first? After thinking for a moment, Gao Keqiang decided to first consider his future before going back to his younger brother to discuss how to use the heavenly coins. Gao Kishan previously said that buying gold is not cost-effective, so let's not waste it for now. Inside the room, Ye Ming looked at his haul. I originally thought these 3 were all top experts in the world, and that they would be trading a lot of things. Unexpectedly, the final transaction didn't even amount to as much as Baiao's previous transactions. The difference between a 5th-order world and a 6th-order world is only 1 order, yet the difference is so huge. The Ghost King took out an item from a sect and traded it for over 13 million. The combined value of these 3 God Kings and the 3 worlds was not even a fraction of what the Ghost King had earned. The 3 God Kings each traded items worth 300,000, 500,000, and 890,000 respectively, for a total of 1,690,000 heavenly coins. 4/10 is 676,000 heavenly coins. Previously, there were still over 800,000 heavenly coins left, which, when added up, was still less than 2 million heavenly coins. To cultivate the 6th level of the exclusive technique, one needs 100 million heavenly coins. Tisk. All I can say is that the Duluo world is terrible. The 3 god kings contributed 110,000 to open a shop, and Bibi Dong spent 100,000 on future pavilion, instantly increasing the landlord's treasury by 210,000. The original poster had 3.26 million heavenly coins in their vault, and now has 3.57 million heavenly coins, still short by more than 6 million. I'm speechless. Either you don't have the money to build the Myriad Realms building facility, or you build 2 Myriad Realms building facilities at once. Ye Ming looked at the panel showing the degree of change in the world. One world had caught up and had now reached 100%. This world is the world of Resident Evil. Previously, Alice and Snape wiped out the Umbrella Corporation, which greatly changed the world. Now, the Demon King has entered and is slaughtering zombies. To date, it is estimated that the Ghost King has killed nearly 100 million zombies. This guy really hit the jackpot, earning 100 million souls with only 100 heavenly coins. No, we can't do it this way. That's such a waste. This guy wants to get the Myriad Realms Tower for free. Absolutely not. Let's change the rules. Everything you obtain in the open world requires a transaction fee at the Myriad Realms Tower. Myriad Realms Tower, what is your opinion on this situation? Ding, there are 2 ways to handle this. First, if you sell the items brought out of the open world to the Myriad Realms Tower, there will be no handling fee. If you use the items brought out of the open world yourself, you will need to pay a 50% handling fee, which will go into the Tower Master's treasury. Second, increase the fee for entering the open world, charging according to strength. 50% of the fees collected will go into the host's treasury. Pay based on performance? A Ghost King at level 5, with 10,000 heavenly coins, enters the Resident Evil world. What if one day he kills all the zombies at once? Not worth it. It's better to pay the handling fee based on the value of the items brought out. Let's do it the first way. We'll handle it using the first method. Ding, the rule has been added. Do you want to recover the transaction fee from the trader, Duan? Duan had been living in the Resident Evil world for a while and collected quite a few souls, but even all of them probably didn't amount to a fraction of what the Ghost King had. No, what's past is past. Let's start enforcing the rules from now on. In the Resident Evil world, the Ghost King was still unaware of his specific situation. He watched as the number of Ghost Kings behind him increased from 3 to 4, and a smile appeared on his lips. Not only the Ghost King, but even the Ghost Generals have returned to their original numbers. It took 100 million souls to nurture one Ghost King. The zombie souls are worse than expected. Even compared to the average person, they are far behind. It takes about 10 zombie souls to equal one ordinary human soul. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. We'll come back after we destroy Tianyin Temple. The Ghost King took out the Myriad Realms token and chose to leave the Myriad Realms Tower. Ding, you have obtained 103,645,781 zombie souls in the Resident Evil world, with a total value of 5,182,288 heavenly coins. You need to pay 2,591,144 heavenly coins. The Ghost King raised an eyebrow. They actually wanted to collect heavenly coins? I've never heard Bai Ao mention it. Oh, right, Bai Ao has never come in. 100 million souls for only 2.59 million heavenly coins, what a bargain. It's not a big deal, I'll pay it. The Ghost King disappeared from the Resident Evil world and appeared in the plaza of the Myriad Realms building. He glanced at Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion in surprise. Was this a restaurant? It looks pretty good. They're even hiring 5th level chefs. It seems the owner of this restaurant is also a 5th level chef. I'll come back and try it when I'm done with this. He picked up the token of all realms and sent a message to Homelander and Hancock. Before long, Homelander and Hancock arrived at the World Tower Plaza. Hi, my friend, we meet again. The man from the motherland wore a sunny smile and opened his arms, as if to embrace the Ghost King. Such etiquette doesn't exist in the Ghost King's world, so he subconsciously took a step back. The man gave an awkward smile. The other party was the boss, responsible for paying the money. He couldn't do whatever he wanted. Hancock chuckled and turned away. What do we need to do? It's simple. Some bald monk almost killed my wife and children. I want revenge and to wipe out their sect. You just need to help me kill them. Those bald guys, as long as they're bald, you can kill them however you want. Homelander raised an eyebrow. This sounded quite interesting. I'm a superhero, you want me to kill someone? TCH, what are you pretending for? You've killed millions of people in IP Man's world alone, and you call yourself a superhero. Hancock scoffed. Do you really think everyone else is stupid? Everyone in the entire multiverse knows that Homelander kills without blinking an eye. Homelander's face instantly darkened, and he glared at Hancock with a fierce look. You're making it sound like I was the one who killed them all, like we killed them together. I remember your world is called Hancock the Superman, right? Superman? You're nowhere near as good as that idiot Superman. Hancock's face also darkened. Last time, it was just a fight that escalated, and he didn't kill people much in his own world. In fact, if he hadn't been in the island nation last time, he wouldn't have acted that way. He knows how disgusting island nations are. Moreover, he never expected it to escalate to that extent. The Ghost King raised his hand and stopped the two. I'm not interested in how many people you killed in the Ip Man world, but once you enter my world, you'd better behave yourselves. You can kill as many people as you want except for Baldy, but you can't touch anyone else. I don't care how you are in other worlds or how you are in your own world. Once you enter my world, you must listen to me, or you will regret it. The Ghost King had no interest in watching the two little ones argue. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of people. He wouldn't even look at those two guys if they weren't so strong. Comparing the number of people killed? The number of people he killed was more than the total number of people killed in the entire Myriad Realms Tower combined. Do you really think the Ghost King sect is just a name without substance? Each Ghost King in the Ghost King banner is formed from nearly 100 million souls. There are no zombies in the world of Jade Dynasty, only humans. Living people. Both Homelander and Hancock were taken aback. The Ghost King had always presented himself as a refined and scholarly figure, and this was the first time he had shown his true colors as the sect leader. The two looked at each other and nodded. Okay, don't worry. As long as the heavenly coins arrive, everything is negotiable. The Ghost King finally smiled and led the two to the whirlpool. Let's go. You are the first people from other worlds to enter the world of Jade Dynasty. The world of Jade Dynasty, the Ghost King sect. The Ghost King appeared in the backyard, followed by Homelander and Hancock. Gentlemen, come with me. The army of my Ghost King sect is ready. This time, we are determined to wipe out all the bald monks of Tianyin Temple. A fierce glint flashed in the Ghost King's eyes, and a massive aura of malevolence emanated from him, his overwhelming power permeating the entire courtyard. Homelander and Hancock's eyes narrowed sharply. Inside the multiverse building, the Ghost King's aura was suppressed, and they couldn't sense anything, assuming that the Ghost King's strength was just average. But now this overwhelming malevolent aura is far greater than the combined malevolent aura emanating from the two of them. How many people must have been killed to generate this kind of murderous aura? They seemed to hear the howling of ghosts, especially around the Ghost King, where it seemed as if layers of ghostly figures had appeared. Both of them unconsciously took a step back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the Ghost King. Seeing that his intimidation had worked, the Ghost King completely withdrew his aura and flew away. Homelander and Hancock swallowed hard, exchanged a glance, and then, like the Ghost King, took to the air and flew away into the distance. The Ghost King had already ordered the Ghost King sect's army to ambush near Tianyin Temple. For this battle, he directly summoned all 4 holy envoys back. In this battle, Tianyin Temple must be destroyed. Whether it's for Baiao, for Ziokai, for the Ghost King sect, for the demonic sect, or for the heavenly coins, they all have to die. I said it. Even the resurrection of the Aoba ancestor couldn't stop it. The world of Jade Dynasty, Mount Sumuru. This is a sacred Buddhist site with 3,000 temples, and magnificent buildings are situated one after another on the mountaintop. White jade stones were laid flat on the ground, with 9 stone steps forming a group, totaling 81 groups of jade stones leading to the Mahavira Hall at the top. The palace carvings are magnificent and exquisite, far exceeding people's imagination. The roof ridges are decorated with dragons and beasts, and each ridge is in front of 10 auspicious beasts, which are lifelike. Countless ordinary people, in this solemn place, hold incense and kneel to worship Buddha. This is Tianyin Temple, one of the 3 righteous sects in the world of Jade Dynasty, Tianyin Temple, King Yun sect, and Fengxiang Valley. They claim to base their teachings on Buddhism, emphasizing personal cultivation and universal salvation, but in reality, they are a joke. Pukang, one of the 4 great monks, saw the Ghost King's wife and daughter and killed them without saying a word. Later, Pazi, in order to unite the Buddhist and Taoist families, killed all the villagers of Kamiao village while in a state of demonic possession. This is Buddha? It's ridiculous. At this moment, the Demon King, along with Homelander and Hancock, had arrived at Mount Sumuru. The 4 holy envoys, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, quickly flew over. They looked at Homelander and Hancock with some curiosity. Who were these two? Why did they look so strange? Your subordinate greets the sect master. The Ghost King looked towards the distant Tianyin Temple and asked with murderous intent. Okay, get up. How are you? We have already recruited many mortals into Tianyin Temple, and they will follow our instructions. The Ghost King nodded. Tianyin Temple wasn't so easy to enter. If it were, Tianyin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. Anyone with even a little bit of cultivation will be tested upon entering, and if they have cultivation, they will be surrounded instantly. This is why he sought out Homelander and Hancock, as neither of them possessed any cultivation or energy. Their strength is purely due to special reasons such as bloodline and genes. After testing, Tianyan Temple could only detect that they were ordinary people, and could not detect anything else. If a real fight breaks out, these two will be incredibly effective. Especially when Tianyan Temple sets up its protective formation. If they fail to break the formation from within, their trip will inevitably end in failure. However, if someone breaks the sect's protective formation, they will become lambs to the slaughter. The Ghost King looked at Homelander and Hancock beside him. Gentlemen, please enter Tianyan Temple first. Once the formation is activated, our people will point out the location to you. Just destroy it there. Homelander and Hancock didn't say much, just nodded, flew to the bottom, and headed towards the Tianyan Temple. Sect Master, who are those two? You don't need to know. Tell the disciples inside not to make any rash moves after the formation is activated. Let the two of them go and disrupt the formation to avoid alerting the enemy. Yes. Homelander and Hancock flew to the bottom, and as soon as they landed, they heard the voice of the Ghost King. Gentlemen, if you encounter any life-threatening danger and things become hopeless, you can return directly to the Myriad Realms Tower. I will pay you according to your contributions. The two looked up at the sky. Who was there? How did that guy transmit his voice from such a distance? They were certain that the sounds they heard were not heard by their own ears, but rather seemed to be resounding directly in their minds. What a strange Eastern phenomenon. The two walked together toward Tianyan Temple in the distance. They couldn't fly directly into Tianyan Temple, nor could they land at its entrance. The place where they landed was quite far from Tianyan Temple. If they fly in, they'll be under close surveillance by the Tianyan Temple. Hey, we might need to collaborate. Homelander and Hancock walked side by side. Homelander was extremely annoyed with Hancock and wished he could kill him. However, the current situation is somewhat dangerous. Compared to the heavenly coins, all grudges can be put aside. Hancock glared at Homelander and said fiercely, "If you still want me to call you White Pig, you can keep calling me that." Homelander raised his hand, shrugged, shook his head, and said, Okay, Hancock. We need to cooperate. Didn't you hear what that guy said? Our lives might be in danger. I know, but only in this world. I don't want to die, and I don't want to lose these heavenly coins. Same here. It's a pleasure doing business with you, my friend. Homelander extended his hand, Hancock glanced at it, and reluctantly extended his own, their hands clasped together. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Tianyan Temple, where a monk approached them, looking at them with surprise. Why do they look so strange? Her clothes are also very strange. Especially that guy, why is he so dark-skinned? Is this guy not human? The monk put his hands together and bowed slightly. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? Hancock's mind went blank. Oh no, he'd forgotten that the Myriad Realms Tower had a built-in translator. He didn't understand Chinese. I don't understand, and I can't speak. The mission isn't going to end before it even begins, is it? Hello, my friend. I am Azu, and this is my younger brother. He has contracted a disease that has turned his skin very dark. We have heard that Tianyan Temple is a Buddhist holy site, so we have come from afar on a pilgrimage, hoping to cure my brother. The man from the motherland put his hands together and spoke fluent Chinese, which stunned Hancock. When did this guy learn that? It sounds just like the accent of someone from China. The man from the motherland smiled and raised an eyebrow. After returning to his own world, he researched the Dragon Kingdom and learned about its culture and language. For someone with a super brain like him, it's too easy. The monk suddenly realized why the guy was so dark-skinned. He was sick. As for whether they are demonic beasts, other races, cultivators, etc., he doesn't need to worry about them. If they truly possess cultivation, it will be detected. I see. Please come in, both of you. Homelander and Hancock were both somewhat surprised that they got in so easily. After entering, the two headed towards the main hall at the top. Without their knowledge, they underwent one test after another. The final test results showed that neither of them possessed any cultivation level. They were undoubtedly ordinary people. In this way, the two easily blended into Tianyan Temple without alerting anyone. In some unknown world, still at a depth of 1,200 meters underwater, the dark golden eyes of that unicorn beast gradually became more expressive. The deathly stillness seemed like an illusion. The unicorn beast had clearly come to life, its eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. Within the golden sphere inside the body, the consciousness of a human finally awakened. Wow, my god, this is so much knowledge. Luo Feng. An excited voice rang out in the sea of human consciousness. Ta. You've already received all the inherited memories? That's incredible. 16 days. How much knowledge, how many powerful secret techniques. Luo Feng was also curious, so he quickly checked the memories in his mind. This is troublesome. Although the knowledge is in my mind, I still have to learn it one by one. How long will that take? That's normal. Some secret techniques have a lot of text. For example, the Master's soul imprint probably requires tens of millions of Chinese characters to record. Organize your memories, don't look at the details, just know the names and the general idea. You'll be able to categorize and summarize them quickly. You know how many powerful people in the universe would spend their wealth to buy secret techniques, and you still think it's too much? Luo Feng smiled and began to organize the memories in his mind. This tidying up was quite a surprise. The golden horned beast's cultivation knowledge alone contains thousands of secret techniques, including 18 special ones and 3,199 ordinary ones. By the way, Babata, do you know about the Myriad Realms Tower? The Myriad Realms Tower, what is that? I don't know. When I was passing on the memories before, what suddenly appeared in my mind should also be part of the inherited memories. And of all the memories, this one is the most obvious. The Tower of Myriad Realms? It sounds like a building. Could it be some kind of cosmic power? Or a secret realm? I wonder what it says inside. It seems that the Myriad Realms Tower is above all the heavens and Myriad Realms, and one can enter the Myriad Realms Tower to trade with the Myriad Realms. Sounds pretty amazing. I've never heard of this before. It's kind of like a universal bank. Let's sort through the inherited memories first, then we can go check it out. Good. Inside Tianyin Temple in the world of Jade Dynasty. Homelander and Hancock looked around curiously. It was their first time in such a place, with Buddha statues everywhere. Hancock shook his head. Is Buddha even useful? It's better to believe in God than Buddha. Homelander glanced at him. Luckily, the guy was speaking English, which the others couldn't understand. Otherwise, they would have been exposed with just that one sentence. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, several dark clouds drifted in from the azure sky. The clouds moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had drifted from the horizon to the top of Tianyin Temple. A huge shadow fell over Tianyin Temple, and the dark clouds continued to expand, soon covering the entire sky. Such a commotion had already alerted the people of Tianyin Temple. A golden light suddenly appeared in the air, enveloping the entire Tianyin Temple. What's going on? Why is it so dark? Look at the sky, there are so many people. Are the immortals going to fight? Will we be in trouble? The ordinary people around panicked. They had never seen anything like this before. Those who come here to worship Buddha are all locals. With Tianyin Temple here, who would dare to attack us? Especially the spirits now weaving through the dark clouds, they almost peed their pants in fright. Please rest assured, everyone. Tianyin Temple is protected by a powerful formation. The enemy cannot take it down. Please continue your prayers in peace. We will send you out after we deal with the demonic sect above. A monk comforted them, seemingly disregarding the beings in the sky, but in reality, he was quite alarmed. Ghost King sect. That's the #1 sect of the demonic cult. How did they manage to attack? While he was still pondering the reason, the Ghost King in the sky told everyone, Pukong, you bald monk, get out here. You bald monk, get out here. Get out here. The Ghost King stood in the air, with tens of thousands of Ghost King sect disciples floating behind him. Their powerful auras blended together, as if a peerless demon had been born. Even with the great formation blocking their way, the mortals below were terrified upon seeing it and dared not look directly at it. Amitabha Buddha, may I ask what brings the Ghost King to my Tianyin Temple? The abbot of Tianyin Temple, Puhong, the head of the 4 great monks, flew into the sky, followed by the other 2 great monks, Pukong and Pud. The Ghost King snorted coldly, his fierce gaze fixed on Pukong. What are you pretending for? Don't you know what Pukong did? My daughter is only a few years old. He attacked her and almost killed my wife and daughter. Is this what you call a monk with compassion? Pukong held his right hand in front of his chest and bowed slightly. Amit Ba, Ghost King sect master, you are the leader of the demonic sect, and your wife and daughters are also members of the demonic sect. I am from the righteous sect, and the righteous and the demonic have been irreconcilable since ancient times. Isn't it only natural for me to take action against them? The Ghost King's face instantly darkened, and he laughed in extreme anger. Ha ha ha, this is the divine monk of Tianyin Temple. My wife and daughter have done nothing wrong. My daughter has never killed anyone. Just because she belongs to my demonic sect, does that mean she deserves to be hunted down by a self-proclaimed righteous senior like you? You dare to talk about the righteous path? Pud snorted and clasped his hands together. Sect leader of Ghost King sect, she is a descendant of your Ghost King sect. She hasn't killed anyone yet, but she will kill sooner or later. Being born into the Ghost King sect is her biggest mistake. If we don't kill her now, she will kill even more people. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a fine Tianyin Temple. What a fine 4 great monks. To lay a hand on a child who can't even kill a chicken, and yet you speak so righteously. What, is this how Buddha taught you? In the future, if you label murderers as bad people, then all the mortals in the entire divine land might join the demonic cult, and they're all bad people? Even a child has to be treated so cruelly. Does your Tianyin Temple intend to kill all mortals? The ordinary people in Tianyin Temple started discussing this. Everyone had children. The monks of Tianyin Temple were like Buddhas to them. They never expected that the monks would kill children. How outrageous! They even killed a little girl. Didn't you hear? The daughter of the demonic sect leader. What good could she be? So what if it's a demonic sect? Kids aren't born demons, and they haven't killed anyone. It'll be too late when she tries to kill someone, she'll definitely go astray in the evil cult. Good riddance. Then you can take it back to the temple. Doesn't Buddha often say that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? That makes sense. My daughter becomes obedient under my guidance. While the mortals were discussing, a man quietly approached Homelander and Hancock. These two are always the most stylish people, no matter where they are, they can be spotted in a crowd at a glance. Seniors, please follow me. Pu Kong sensed the commotion below and his expression changed slightly. The righteous path valued their reputation very much. If this isn't explained clearly, it could have a significant impact if word gets out. Sect Master of Ghost King, do not confuse the concepts. How can mortals be compared to your daughter? Don't you know what your Ghost King sect has done? There are hundreds of millions of souls in the black clouds behind you, all of which are the lives of mortals. If I spare your daughter, perhaps these mortals will turn into the black clouds behind her in the future. Upon hearing this, all mortals looked at the sky in terror. Those dark clouds were actually all human souls. That damned cult, they all deserve to die. The venerable monk Pukang did the right thing. Those who spoke up for the child at the scene paused noticeably, then immediately changed their stance and supported Tianyin Temple. Damn this evil cult. Children should die too. Yes. The entire demonic cult deserves to die. If they don't die, we will. Hundreds of millions of people were killed by this demonic sect. They deserve to die. The divine monk killed them. Kill them. The shouts from the ground reached the ears of the people in the air clearly. Pu Hong felt increasingly uneasy. He was stalling for time because he had already sent a message to King Yun's sect and was waiting for them to arrive. But what is the Ghost King sect doing by stalling for time? The Ghost King sect used to never talk so much nonsense. Using righteousness to intimidate others is what the righteous path does. The demonic path always prefers to take action rather than talk. Pud, are there any people with spiritual cultivation among those who have come to worship Buddha today? Senior brother. There are a few of them, all from other sects. They are indeed here to worship Buddha, but their strength is very weak. I have already arranged for people to keep an eye on them. Senior brother, do you suspect that the Ghost King sent people in to sabotage the formation? Pu Hong nodded. Any formation is easier to break from the inside than from the outside. However, no matter how easily the inside can be destroyed, it is not something that can be destroyed by just anyone. In addition, this is the main base of Tianyin Temple, so there are quite a few people here. Those who are weak would be considered powerful if they could even get to the center of the formation, let alone cause any damage. The Ghost King sneered. He had indeed killed many people, he couldn't deny that, but Tianyin Temple was no better. Ha! So, you, Tianyin Temple, are acting on behalf of heaven? That's right. Could Tianyin Temple explain what happened in Kamiao village? Why did all of the village's hundreds of residents die? Pu Hong's expression changed slightly as he looked at the Ghost King in shock. Did he find out? Could that man in black be him? Wrong. As junior brother Puzzy said, absolutely no one else would know, and there should be no one else present. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't your demonic sect wipe out hundreds of people in Grass Temple Village? And you're trying to frame our heavenly sound temple for this. Pukang continued speaking, his tone still as forceful as ever. Ha 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 ha. What a fine Tianyin temple. They kill people and then pin it all on our demonic sect. No wonder they call themselves righteous. Are the other two sects, Qingyun sect and Fengxiang Valley, just like your Tianyin temple, killing people and then pinning it all on our demonic sect? The Ghost King laughed loudly, knowing full well what was going to happen in the future. Where is Monk Puzzy? Why hasn't he shown up? Could it be that he's dying of guilt because he plotted against King Yun's sect and killed everyone in Grass Temple Village? At this moment, Pu Hong could no longer maintain his composure, and his body swayed. He was one of only 2 people who knew about this. When Puzzy returned, he told him about it, and his disciple Faxiang overheard it as well. Only the 2 of them knew about this within the entire Tianyin temple. He still doesn't know how to deal with this. The monks of Tianyin Temple, driven by their own selfish desires and even their inner demons, killed an entire village of ordinary people and sent them to King Yun's sect. He wanted to go to King Yun's sect several times, but he held back each time. Unexpectedly, the Ghost King somehow found out about this and even said it so openly. This can no longer be covered up. Even if all mortals are killed, there will still be members of the Ghost King sect. The King Yun sect will find out sooner or later. We need to make plans early. Pu Hong took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he clasped them together, and he began chanting scriptures incessantly. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was practicing the profound Prajnapramitha, he perceived that the 5 aggregates are all empty, and thus transcended all suffering and distress. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness is not different from form is emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. Pu Kong and Pu Da had no idea about this, so why would they listen to the Ghost King's nonsense? Pu Kong was so angry that his eyes turned red. If he hadn't been aware that he couldn't beat his opponent, he would have charged out directly. Ghost King, you're courting death. Senior brother Puzzy passed away while subduing demons, how dare you insult him like this? The Ghost King sneered and pointed at Pu Hong. I'm insulting him? Why don't you look at what your senior brother Pu Hong is doing? Pu Kong and Pu then realized that Pu Hong had not refuted the matter at all, which meant he had tacitly agreed. If this were false, Pu Hong's reaction should have been much stronger than theirs. After all, Pu Hong was the abbot of Tianyan Temple, and he valued the temple's reputation even more. But he didn't react at all. Listening to the scriptures he was chanting, the two of them understood instantly. This is actually true. Even though Pu Hong was furious about the Ghost King's words, he had done it. Amat Ba Buddha, sowing evil seeds reaps evil fruit. What a sin, what a sin. Pu Hong, his face pale, uttered those words in a low voice. Their faces turned deathly pale instantly. After sighing, they clasped their hands together and began chanting sutras. Junior brother Puzzy was ambushed by the demonic sect, and the evil energy from the bloodthirsty bead entered his body, causing him to suffer a chi deviation and commit this act. It is truly a sin. As the three of them moved, all the monks in Tianyan Temple put their hands together, bowed their heads, and began chanting sutras. The Ghost King snorted coldly and looked down. It should be about time. Behind the main hall of Tianyan Temple, Homelander and Hancock looked at a distant temple. That's the central point of the Great Formation. Destroying the central point will break the formation. The two exchanged a glance and slowly walked forward. A monk who was chanting sutras looked up and bowed slightly when he saw the two. Please leave, both of you. We do not accept outsiders here. The man stepped forward and gave the bald man a warm smile. Little monk, lift your head and look into my eyes. The monk looked up, somewhat bewildered, wondering what the people of his homeland wanted to do. The next second, a laser beam shot out from the Homelander's eye and pierced through the monk's head. It's just average, nothing particularly strong. Alright, hurry up and destroy that so-called central hub. The man raised his hands above his head, making an X shape, then bent his knees slightly and suddenly flew into the sky. Hancock shook his head, muttering a complaint. There's no one here, I don't know what they're pretending for. He pushed off the ground with both feet and flew up, instantly creating a huge spiderweb-like crater in the ground. The two arrived at the palace where the central authority was located, one after the other. Who goes there? Several monks ran out, and upon seeing that they were two strangers, they immediately unleashed their magical weapons and launched an attack. Several Buddhist beads and a wooden fish flew out, accompanied by a huge golden light and the appearance of a golden, and a tremendous force attacked the two of them. The Homelander scoffed, "What's the use of all that fancy stuff? A wooden thing with a few beads can beat me?" Homelander didn't even flinch, he withstood the attack and charged in, his laser beams cleaving the entire palace in two. The booming sound emanating from the entire palace instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, the three great monks suddenly opened their eyes, looked at the location of the central hub, and their expressions changed drastically. Oh no! Someone is sabotaging the central control. The next second, the golden array in the air began to sway, and the color of the protective shield gradually faded. A smile appeared on the Ghost King's lips as he summoned his Ghost King banner and swung it sharply. A dark cloud burst forth from the Ghost King banner and crashed directly into the protective shield. Snap! A slight sound accompanied by a small crack appearing on the protective shield. The three great monks showed expressions of horror. Before they could do anything, one sound after another appeared. Instantly, cracks appeared all over the protective shield. The Ghost King walked up to the shield and poked it with his finger. The great formation shattered instantly. Thousands of dark clouds, carrying wronged souls, fell into Tianyan Temple. Pu Hong's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he quickly pulled Pu Kong, who was about to attack, back down to the ground. He knew that he definitely couldn't win in a fight. It should be noted that the four great monks were already down to 3, with one less, while the Ghost King sect not only had the Ghost King, but also the 4 holy envoys. The strength of these 4 holy envoys is not much different from theirs, and they can easily hold them off. In that case, the entire Tianyan Temple will be destroyed. The best course of action now is to go down and defend, and wait for the King Yun sect to arrive. Homelander and Hancock flew out of the palace, both covered in blood, whose blood it was, of course, needless to say. Pu Hong and his 2 companions ran right into these 2 people. Judging from their appearance, Pu Kong knew exactly what had happened. Beasts! You are the ones who destroyed the great formation of my Tianyan Temple. Prepare to die. With a thought, his own golden alms bowl appeared, accompanied by a strong golden light, and crashed into the people of his homeland. The man from the motherland turned red and shot out a laser beam that collided with the golden light. The attack of the golden alms bull was actually blocked. Pu Kong was shocked. What kind of technique was this? It could actually shoot light out of the eyes. But if you think you can block my golden bull, aren't you underestimating me? Pu Kong raised both hands, activated the great Brahma Prajna, and struck out fiercely. A giant swastika appeared and collided with the golden bull, instantly suppressing the laser beam. The golden bull slammed into Homelander with tremendous force, causing Homelander's pupils to shrink and him to leap away. His attack power may not be as good as theirs, but his speed is fast enough. The Homelanders originally wanted to bypass them, but the voice of the Ghost King came from the sky. Stop them. There was no other way. Homelander had come full circle. Since lasers weren't working, he decided to crush him with his superior physical strength. On the other side, Hancock also heard the Ghost King's words and rushed towards Pud. After all, the one in the middle is obviously the boss, even his clothes are different. Let's save the most powerful one for the Demon King. Before Pud could even react, Hancock slammed into him and sent him flying. If he hadn't been constantly circulating the great Brahma Prajna, he might have died from that one blow. With supersonic speeds and immense power, it can smash a mountain to pieces. Even if the great Brahma Prajna emphasizes physical training, it cannot withstand such a violent impact. We are, after all, just mortal beings. On the other side, the same thing happened to the general. He was completely stunned by Homelander's collision and was sent flying. Fortunately, the great Brahma Prajna was always active, which blocked most of the attacks, but even so, he was still not in good shape. He was originally ranked last among the 4 great monks, and was the weakest, with strength roughly the same as that of the Homelander. However, the Homelander's strength lies in his physical body, while his strength lies in his magical artifacts and spells. He can still fight at long range, but he can't fight at close range at all. But Homelander was too fast, he couldn't keep up with the supersonic speed, so he can only exchange a few blows with Homelander when Homelander comes up to fight. The great Brahma Prajna could strengthen his body, so when the Homelanders attacked, he was able to barely hold on. But Homelander is incredibly cunning, he never engages in direct combat. It throws a punch and runs away, then circles around and somehow flies back to punch itself. Hancock and Pud fought hand-to-hand for a long time, but Hancock realized that he couldn't beat his opponent. Pud's body was about the same size as his own, and his attacks were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it's weak, it's about the same strength as you, but when it's strong, it can knock you flying. After being knocked away again, he saw Homelander's fighting style, cursed Homelander for not telling him, and then he also started a back-and-forth battle. He would circle around Pud at incredible speed, throw a punch and leave, then come back again. The two of them were thus tied down. With a smile on his face, the Ghost King looked at Pu Hong opposite him. All the Ghost King's sect disciples scattered and started fighting with the Tianyan Temple disciples. Behind him, the 4 holy envoys stood in neat rows, staring intently at Pu Hong. Pu Hong took a deep breath, a bad feeling creeping over him. This time, Tianyan Temple might be in big trouble. Dao Xian, you'd better hurry up and come. Amit Ba. Ghost King Sect Master, why must you be so ruthless as to exterminate them all? Oh, isn't this what you said? We are the demonic sect, and you are the righteous sect. Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Are you waiting for the King Yun's sect to come? The Ghost King waved his hand, and 11 souls appeared in the Ghost King banner. 4 of them were solid and human-like, while the other 7 were somewhat illusory. Go, kill all the bald guys. Leave no one alive. You 4 go help Homelander and Hancock kill those 2. No, spare Pukong's life, I want him to witness the destruction of Tianyan Temple. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come specifically to deal with your Tianyan Temple. If you want to blame someone, blame your monk Pukong. He didn't try to hide his words, on the contrary, he amplified them so that everyone in the entire Tianyan Temple could hear them. Pu Hong's expression changed drastically. The Ghost King was truly determined to exterminate them all. This Pukong has a volatile temper and hates evil. I've mentioned his temper problem before. It not only affects his Buddhist practice but also hinders his further progress. But he changed his ways, and this time he caused such a big problem. Ghost King, do you really intend to incite a great war between the righteous and the demonic paths? The Ghost King hovered high in the air, arms outstretched, surrounded by wisps of black mist, with endless ghostly energy emanating from his body. Just by standing there, his imposing presence overwhelmed all the monks of Tianyan Temple. So what if it's a war between good and evil? Now that I'm here, your Tianyan Temple will have to pay the price. The Ghost King is not a fool. The war between good and evil cannot be started on a whim. Mobilizing the righteous faction, uniting them, and coordinating all require time. It will be at least several months before a real fight breaks out. A few months later, who knows how the Myriad Realms Tower will have developed? He might have already cultivated a more profound technique and become a 6th order expert. Why should he be afraid of the righteous sects? He might be able to wipe out the righteous faction all by himself. What he needs now are resources, the currency of the heavens. He waved his hand, and the spirits around him and the 4 holy envoys turned and left to deal with the rest of the people, leaving only the Ghost King and Pu Hong behind. Pu Hong's face was grim. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. If he did, his junior brother would die. With a wave of his hand, a golden wheel, entirely golden in color, flew out. The edge of the golden wheel is engraved with a circle of golden arhat images surrounding the golden Buddha image in the center. This is Po Hong's magic weapon, the Great Compassion Golden Wheel. The golden wheel shone with countless rays of Buddha light, crashing into the Ghost King with unparalleled force. The Ghost King snorted coldly, and a small cauldron suddenly flew out. The cauldron has an ancient and simple appearance. Its dark blue body turns red under the control of the Ghost King, and countless mysterious inscriptions on it emit a faint light. This is none other than the dragon-subduing cauldron, a magical treasure passed down through generations of the Ghost King sect. There is a formation on the Fulong cauldron called the 4 Spirits Blood Array. It requires the spiritual power of 4 mythical beasts from the ancient primordial era to trigger the strange magic power of the Fulong cauldron itself, in order to form the peerless formation, the 4 Spirits Blood Array. Once the power of the 4 Spirits Blood Array is fully realized, it will be enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Originally, the Ghost King planned to use the 4 ancient divine beasts, namely the Yellow Bird, Kuei Niu, Doughty, and Zilong, as a sacrifice. However, after learning about the future, he decided not to use the 4 Spirits Blood Array. Even if the 4 Spirits Blood Array can make him stronger, it won't last long. There was no way to go any further before, so this was all he could do. But now that he knows the way forward, why should he take these crooked and unorthodox paths? Thinking of the 4 Spirits Blood Array, he suddenly thought of the Beast God. Once this is over, we'll bring the Beast God to our side. Doesn't he just want to become a human? Isn't it just that you want to revive Linglong? With the Myriad Realms Tower, anything is possible. However, this matter needs careful consideration. It's quite difficult to get the Beast God to obey, as the Beast God is much stronger than he is now. The Fulong cauldron emitted a red light and collided with the Great Compassion Golden Wheel. The collision of the 2 top-tier magic treasures immediately created a golden red aftershock that instantly blasted everyone around them away. The Ghost King and Pu Hong transformed into 2 beams of light, one golden and one red, constantly colliding in the sky. The aftershocks of the attack alone forced Homelander and Hancock to retreat repeatedly. Fuck. This is outrageous. That guy is actually that strong. Hancock watched as the Ghost King and Po Hong clashed on the main battlefield, the aftershocks of which would spread for tens of kilometers with each collision. The distant mountains were shattered into pieces the instant the aftershocks engulfed them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sky and earth collapsed. This battle had a much greater impact than his previous battle with Homelander. Homelander strolled along, gazing at the sky. The power was indeed immense. He felt that his proud body would shatter if it entered the battlefield between the two. That's incredible. Careful. The Azure Dragon's voice came. It turned out that Pu Kong, seeing that Homelander was distracted, suddenly rushed over. He was furious after being led around by Homelander for half a day. Even if he had to take a hit from the Azure Dragon, he was determined to kill this pretentious man in the cloak. Homelander watched as Pukong charged forward, and laser beams suddenly shot out from his eyes. The Golden Arm's bowl flew out, blocking the golden light, while pairs of giant hands made of golden magic slammed towards the people of the motherland. Just as Homelander was about to fly away, he suddenly found himself bound by a golden light, and he was temporarily unable to move. His expression changed drastically, and he used all his strength to try to leave. But it was too late. Giant hands slammed down on Homelander, slamming him downwards. Above the main hall, the man from the motherland was slammed down, crashing through the entire hall and plunging dozens of meters into the mountainside. Pu Kong's expression changed slightly when he saw that he had broken through the great Buddha hall. A beam of azure light suddenly appeared behind Pukong, instantly shattering his great Brahma Prajna protective barrier and severely injuring him. Humph! You dare to withstand the attack of the azure light ring of heaven and earth. Pu Kong spat out blood, and the great Brahma Prajna within him could no longer be activated. He looked at the blue ring in front of the Azure Dragon, murmured something unwillingly, and began to fall to the ground. Divine weapon of the 9 heavens. Just as Pukong was about to fall to the ground, Homelander rushed out, grabbed him by the collar, and his angry eyes gleamed red. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Homelander had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and was in excruciating pain inside his body. He felt as if his bones had been broken. Even though he is recovering rapidly, the excruciating pain is still stimulating his brain nerves. This is the first time he has ever been injured so severely since he was born. He didn't even feel this much pain when Superman hit him last time. Fuck, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Just as the red laser was about to be fired, the Azure Dragon suddenly flew over. The sect leader said he wants to live, he wants to see the Tianyan temple wiped out. Fuck, he has to die. Hancock suddenly flew over and grabbed him. "Hey, wake up! Don't you want the coins of the heavens anymore?" These words instantly brought the man of the motherland to his senses. He glanced at the ongoing battle in the sky, where the surrounding mountains had been shattered, with only the mountain where Tianyin Temple was situated standing tall like a golden rooster. He calmly suppressed his anger and fired the laser at Pu Kong's 2 arms. Ah! With a scream, Pukong's 2 arms flew off. Homelander thoughtfully burned his wounds to prevent him from bleeding to death. Homelander tossed Pukong to Qinglong and swallowed the metallic taste in his throat. Azure Dragon carrying Pu Kong and Vermilion Bird carrying Pu's corpse, they both arrived near the battlefield. "Master Pu-hong, surrender. Your junior brother has already died in battle." Pu-hong, who was fighting the Ghost King, was momentarily distracted and was hit directly by the Fulong Cauldron, his blood instantly splattering across the sky. The 4 holy envoys' magical treasures flew out simultaneously, among which the Kinkan Azure Light Ring was the most dazzling. After all, it was a divine weapon from the 9 heavens. The 4 magical treasures, radiating brilliant light, slammed into Pu-hong. The great Brahma Prajna protection, which was already on the verge of collapse, was completely shattered at this moment. Pu-hong, who had already been injured by the Ghost King, was attacked by 4 magical treasures and was instantly severely injured, falling from the sky. The world of Jade Dynasty, Tianyin Temple. This place was originally the largest pilgrimage site in China, a place where Buddhism flourished, and home to the largest temple in the entire country. The Mahavira Hall, in particular, is a Buddhist temple in the hearts of countless ordinary people. The once magnificent Mahavira Hall, once filled with countless incense offerings, is now devoid of its former splendor. No mortals kneel in worship, and a huge hole remains in the roof. The next second, another figure fell to the ground, and the already dilapidated roof collapsed completely, scattering debris everywhere. Blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of Pu-hong's mouth. He looked around at the Buddha and Arhats with a bewildered expression, his heart filled with bitterness. May Buddha have mercy, but today Tianyin Temple is doomed. If there is an afterlife, I will come again to make offerings to Buddha. Pu-hong's hands trembled as he struggled to raise them and clasp them together in prayer. Amit Ba. Several figures slowly descended from the sky. The Ghost King surveyed his surroundings and laughed disdainfully. "Ha, Buddha. Jade bricks, golden Buddha, Tianyin Temple is really rich. I've heard a saying rich monks and poor Taoist priests, and now it seems that's really true. Even the main hall of King Yun's sect isn't this magnificent." Tisk tisk tisk. Pu-hong remained silent, as if resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, and began chanting Buddhist scriptures. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon General behind him, already half-crippled, and the armless Pu-kong, blocked his way. "Master Pu-kong, look around, look at Tianyin Temple, look at your nephews and your 2 senior brothers. Do you have any regrets?" Pu-kong stared blankly at his surroundings. The once solemn and majestic Mahavira Hall was now dilapidated. One of his senior brothers was already dead and lying to one side, while the other was severely injured and lying on the ground. Outside, the cries of countless disciples could still be heard. He closed his eyes helplessly, recalling everything that had happened before, and realized he had really been wrong. He recalled Pu-hong's teachings, Pu-da's admonitions, and Pu-ji's warnings, and tears streamed down his face in anguish. The 3 of them had told him about his temper problem more than once, but he just wouldn't change, and eventually he suffered the consequences. Pu-kong wanted to put his hands together and chant sutras to help the deceased, but he no longer had hands. "Namo Amit Ba Buddha, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva." Pu-kong's voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. The Ghost King glanced at Pu-kong in surprise. He had actually committed suicide. He got off too easy. She even wanted him to watch her destroy Tianyin Temple. Hating evil as if it were an enemy? To kill a child like that, they deserved their fate. Since you believe that good and evil are irreconcilable and that one of you must die every time you meet, then I'll send you both to your deaths. The Ghost King threw Pu-kong's corpse in front of Pu-hong, whose body shuddered violently and whose hands trembled even more severely. "Master Pu-hong, go in peace." Without saying a word, the Ghost King summoned the Ghost King banner, intending to extract Pu-hong's soul. Before they died, Pu-kong and Pu-da dispersed their souls. They knew the methods of the Ghost King sect, so they would rather their souls be scattered than become ghosts in the hands of the Ghost King sect and help him kill people. Pu-hong did put up a fight during this time, but he was completely controlled by the Ghost King with just one sentence: "If you dare to resist, I will kill all mortals." Pu-hong's body trembled, and he stopped resisting. The Ghost King forcibly extracted Pu-hong's soul from his body. Just as Pu-hong's soul was about to enter the Ghost King banner, Pu-hong's soul suddenly trembled and dissipated like smoke. The Ghost King snorted coldly, flicked his hand, and turned to leave. That bald monk finally realized what was happening. What a pity, the soul of a 5th-tier expert is gone. The Ghost King left the main hall and headed straight for the building behind it. The real Tianyin Temple is behind this, the one in front is just for mortals to see. The Ghost King led his group, killing anyone they saw who was bald, and they continued their rampage all the way to the Sutra repository of Tianyin Temple. After a series of battles, the moment of harvest has finally arrived. The Ghost King entered the Sutra repository and saw the cultivation techniques of Tianyin Temple, the Great Brahma Prajna. The Great Brahma Prajna is a cultivation technique that Tianyin Temple comprehended from the wordless jade disc, which is also known as the Heavenly Book. It is considered one of the 3 top-level cultivation techniques of the Orthodox sects, along with the Taiji Xianqing Dao of Qingyan sect and the Fengxiang Jade Scroll of Fengxiang Valley. Each of the 3 cultivation techniques has its own unique characteristics and is a top-tier technique in the world of Jade Dynasty. At the very least, they are no worse than the techniques of the Ghost King sect. This one cultivation technique alone is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands of heavenly coins. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he packed everything up and took it with him. Then enter the other party's treasure vault, and without a second thought, take all the magic weapons, pills, and medicinal herbs, leaving nothing behind. Finally, he came to a smooth jade disc. He doesn't have that much time to comprehend this thing, and he might not even be able to. Homelander, Hancock. The two walked over and saw the jade disc, but felt nothing at all. Thank you both for your help. The 300,000 heavenly coins have been transferred. Homelander and Hancock both smiled slightly. 300,000 celestial coins. Not easy. Oh, my friend, thank you so much. This amount of celestial coins is extremely important to me. Haha, Ghost King, you're so generous. We'll be going now. Come find us again if there's anything like this next time. After saying that, the two disappeared from the spot. The 4 holy envoys around them narrowed their eyes and looked around in shock. Such profound teleportation techniques. I didn't even see their movements clearly. Sect Master, who are these two? The Ghost King waved his hand, offering no explanation. He's the sect leader, why would he need to explain himself to his subordinates? He carefully examined the blank jade disc, but indeed he couldn't discern anything. He only possessed a scroll of heavenly scripture, which he couldn't resonate with. Wait for me here. The Ghost King took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared from the spot. In the world of Jade Dynasty, there are 2 people who are both traitors in the Myriad Realms Tower. Time in the world of Jade Dynasty will only stop when the 2 of them enter the Myriad Realms Tower together. Even with only 1 person entering the Myriad Realms building, time still passed abnormally. The 4 sages were all startled when they saw the Ghost King disappear from the spot, and they exchanged glances. The sect leader has become so mysterious lately. In the Myriad Realms Tower, the Ghost King arrived at the room and saw Ye Ming. Lord, I have just conquered Tianyin Temple and have come to make a deal. Ye Ming beckoned, inviting the Ghost King to sit on the sofa opposite him. Come and sit down. You're pretty fast. You've only been in the Myriad Realms building for a short time, and you've already taken down Tianyin Temple, one of the 3 major righteous sections. The more he looked at the Ghost King, the more he liked this guy. He was so easy to take care of, and he even took the initiative to trade heavenly coins. The amount of heavenly coins traded by him alone is almost equal to the total amount of heavenly coins traded by everyone else. Previously, the Ghost King sect had traded over 10 million heavenly coins. Even if the Heavenly Sound Temple is not as good as the Ghost King sect, it won't be too far behind. The Ghost King sat down opposite Ye Ming, smiled, and without saying anything, simply raised his hand, and a dense array of items appeared in his palm. Great Brahma Prajna, 6th level cultivation method, the supreme heavenly book of Tianyin Temple, which focuses on the tempering of the human body. Value 130,000 heavenly coins. The 4th volume of the Heavenly Book, a 6th order cultivation technique, incomplete. The 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book are combined into a complete 6th order cultivation technique, which can be cultivated to the late stage of the 6th order. Value 170,000 heavenly coins. Storage rings * 500, 4th tier items, value 1,500,000 heavenly coins. 2,000 magic treasures, 4th tier magic treasures, value 11 million heavenly coins. 50 magic treasures, 5th tier magic treasures, value 1 million heavenly coins. Cultivation techniques * 10, 4th to 5th order techniques, value 130,000 heavenly coins. Spells * 50, 4th to 5th tier spells and secret techniques, value 450,000 heavenly coins. 5,000 pills, 1st to 5th tier pills, value 2 million heavenly coins. 20 pill recipes, 1st to 5th tier pill recipes, value 200,000 heavenly coins. The Reincarnation Disc of Heaven and Earth, a 6th order magic weapon, an ancient artifact of the immortal Slayer world, possesses the miraculous power to reverse the universe and reverse cause and effect, value 900,000 heavenly coins. Ye Ming's face remained expressionless, but he was secretly overjoyed. 500 storage rings would be 1.5 million, it seems the Ghost King didn't keep any for himself. There are a full 2,000 4th tier magic weapons. The magical treasures of Tianyin Temple are things like golden alms bowls, prayer beads, and wooden fish, and they are full of Buddhist light. The Ghost King sect can't use them at all, so they didn't keep many and took them all out. The 4th tier magic weapon alone costs 11 million heavenly coins. Tianyan Temple doesn't rely much on magic, so it doesn't have many spells, only 50. Moreover, there were only 5,000 pills, less than what the Ghost King himself had taken out. It's unclear whether this was because he kept them for himself or because Tianyan Temple doesn't use pills much. Most of these pills are healing pills and pills that enhance physical strength. Pills for cultivation are the least common. The practice of the Great Brahma Prajna mainly focuses on self-realization, so there are not many elixirs that increase cultivation level, but rather many that increase enlightenment. The last one, the Qiankan reincarnation disc, is even more powerful. It's estimated that even the Ghost King didn't know such a thing existed. A 6th tier magic weapon is worth 900,000 heavenly coins. The total of everything is 17.48 million celestial coins. The Ghost King's last transaction was over 10 million, and this time it's still over 10 million. It's more than 4 million more than last time. However, Tianyan Temple's collection seems a bit small. Ye Ming originally thought it would be at least 30 million, but it turns out it's not even 20 million. However, thinking about it, Tianyan Temple is indeed not as powerful as Ghost King sect. The demonic sect has been declining ever since the death of the Black Heart Elder. The demonic path is said to consist of the Ghost King sect, the Joyful Union sect, the 10,000 Poison sect, and the Longevity Hall, but the other 3 sects have been overwhelmed by the Azure Cloud sect and are now relying entirely on the Ghost King sect. On the surface, the Ghost King sect is only the second-ranked sect in the demonic cult, but the 10,000 Poison sect only appears to be larger than the Ghost King sect because of the Black Heart Old Man's past power. In reality, it no longer dares to fight against the righteous sections. While Ghost King sect is nominally the second strongest in the demonic sects, it is actually the most powerful sect in the world, so it is only natural that it has more resources than Tianyan Temple. Moreover, the Ghost King sect is a demonic sect that robs things everywhere, while the Heavenly Sound Temple's items are all crafted by themselves, so of course they can't compare. A total of 17.48 million celestial coins. Wait a moment. The Ghost King immediately called for a halt, asking, "What is this Qiankan reincarnation disc? Could it have been confiscated at Tianyan Temple? How come he didn't know? To reverse the course of events and reverse cause and effect? That sounds really awesome. Master, the reincarnation disc doesn't accept transactions, but it does contain pills and recipes. Can I trade with Elder Yao?" Ye Fang nodded. Of course, the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't force sales. Okay, 14.38 million heavenly coins will be transferred to your Myriad Realms token. Hong Yu, call Yeoken over. Ye Fang didn't want to see the 2 million slip away. What if he delayed the transaction? How long would he have to wait? Thank you so much, Up. Not long after, Yao Chen arrived. Upon seeing the Ghost King, Yao Chen was taken aback. Ye Ming told him that someone was selling pills. He wondered who it could be, but it turned out to be the Ghost King again. Hadn't he just sold them before? Greetings, Lord of the Tower. Greetings, Sect Master Wan. I, Wan, have met Senior Yao. Come and sit down, Yao Chen. The Ghost King has 5,000 pills and a few recipes. Do you want some? Yao Chen had just sat down when he heard Ye Ming's words. He glanced at the Ghost King in surprise, wondering where this guy got so many pills. I want it. How many heavenly coins? I'll take them all. 2 million pills, 200,000 pill formulas, and a 10% transaction fee for independent trading. You can discuss the exact amount with the Ghost King. Yao Chen looked at the Ghost King beside him. This guy is a big client. Last time it was over 5 million, and this time it's over 2 million. Sect Master Wan, I originally planned to buy back pills and formulas at 5% higher than their original value, but you gave me the pills worth over 5 million last time at the original price. How about I round it up to 3 million heavenly coins this time? The Ghost King's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck. Something worth 2.2 million sold for 3 million. All right. Thank you very much, Senior Yao. I'll come to you again if I need any more pills. Transaction of 2.2 million celestial coins completed. They also completed a self-operated transaction of 3 million. 4/10 of the 16.58 million heavenly coins will be taken as commission, which is 6,632,000 heavenly coins. Adding to the previous approximately 2 million heavenly coins, it's now a total of 8 million heavenly coins. There's also the Ops Vault, with 3 million in independent transactions, a 10% commission, and an additional 300,000 heavenly coins. He glanced at the system again and found that Yao Chen's pills hadn't sold many, with only 50,000 sold. After all, there were still relatively few powerful individuals in the Myriad Realms Tower. However, Yao Chen earned at least 15,000 heavenly coins from those 50,000 heavenly coins, which directly covered the rent. Keep in mind that he only takes a 20% cut of 50,000 units sold, which is only 10,000 heavenly coins. Tisk tisk, but the more shady the other party is, the more he earns. If it were sold in the Myriad Realms building, he would only get a 10% cut, and it would be cheaper in the Myriad Realms building. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit. This transaction added 310,000 heavenly coins to the landlord's treasury. In addition, the Ghost King paid 2.59 million heavenly coins for 100 million souls. Combined with the previous 210,000 heavenly coins, the total increase is 3.11 million heavenly coins. Adding the remaining 3.47 million heavenly coins, the total is over 6.58 million heavenly coins. Ye Ming opened the panel, and his panel updated once again. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 4. Realm: Peak of the 5th Order. Celestial Coins 811-7969. Ops Vault 658-1811 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower: Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herbalism Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena. Cultivation Technique, 5th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Owning the World, Ip Man World. Connecting Worlds: Ice and Fire Chef, Sheen Emperor, God of Wine, Men of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, New Fantasy Westward Journey, God of Cookery, Kung Fu, The Deer and the Cauldron. Traded items: Great Brahma Prajna, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angelic Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Burning Technique, 3 Flowers Gathering Fire Technique. Almost there. We're only halfway to complete the next Myriad Realms building facility. Yao Chen looked at the Ghost King, pondering something, and suddenly asked, Sect Master Wan, may I trouble you with a favor? The Ghost King turned his gaze to Yao Chen. Was he asking him to collect pills? Or perhaps medicinal herbs? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. He seemed to know roughly what it was about. Senior medicine, if I can help, I certainly won't refuse. Yao Chen seemed to be recalling something, and he sighed and said, Alas, I met the wrong person and was betrayed. Only this remnant soul was left. It took me decades to finally reach my disciple Xiao Yan. Fortunately, he is talented, so I was able to see the light of day again. I originally planned to take it slow, nurture Xiao Yan, and restore my body after his strength improved. But Xiao Yan was lucky and encountered the Myriad Realms Tower. I also entered the Myriad Realms Tower thanks to him. I originally planned to wait until he became stronger before searching for elixirs to help me recover, but now it seems there's no need to wait that long. Xiao Yan gave me a great opportunity, and I want to give Xiao Yan a great opportunity in return. The Ghost King looked as if he had just realized something. Did Yao Chen mean he wanted him to help find the elixir? I see. Senior Yao, what kind of pills do you need? Yao Chen shook his head. He could refine the pills himself, he only lacked the materials. I need you to go to my world and find Venerable Fengxian at the Starfall Pavilion in Zhongzhou to get some materials to help me resurrect. After you get the materials, just go back to the Myriad Realms Tower to trade. Don't reveal my location during this time. After it's done, I can do something for you, or I can give you heavenly coins, either way is fine. He once saved the life of Venerable Fengxian, and Fengxian and he were sworn brothers, so he should help him. Of course, he was terrified of Han Feng, so he didn't plan to tell Fengxian his location until he recovered. The Ghost King pondered to himself that he had no shortage of heavenly coins. He currently had 20 million heavenly coins, enough to last him a long time. On the contrary, if Yao Chen does something for him, that's worth far more than the heavenly coins. Since Senior Yao has spoken, I will do my best. I am not short of heavenly coins, but if I help you and you directly help me, it seems to violate the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower. How about you transfer the heavenly coins to me as a transaction? The next time I need your help, I'll just use the same amount of heavenly coins. Does that sound reasonable? The Ghost King's words resonated deeply with Ye Ming. He had been about to say something, but before he could even open his mouth, the Ghost King spoke first. As expected of a sect leader, his mind is indeed meticulous. Yao Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and quickly cupped his hands in greeting to Ye Ming. Master, Yao Chen was a bit too hasty and almost forgot about this. Ye Ming waved his hand. It didn't matter, the Ghost King would have said it even if he didn't. Ye Ming could tell whether the other party had genuinely forgotten or had forgotten on purpose. It's all right. If you really make this deal, the Myriad Realms token will remind you. Ghost King, Yao Chen is a powerful expert at the late stage of the 6th rank. With Yao Chen's help, you will have no problem unifying the world of Zuxian. However, Yao Chen's world is not simple, there are even 7th tier experts there. We cannot be careless. The Ghost King is his cash cow, he's clever, resourceful, and shrewd. He certainly doesn't want this cash cow to die unexpectedly in another world. It seems we need to get the Soul Pavilion up and running as soon as possible. The Ghost King was somewhat flattered. Was Ye Ming concerned about his safety? My guess was right, the original poster is very concerned about the transaction. Thank you for the reminder, Master. I am flattered. I will be careful and will return to the Myriad Realms Tower if any problems arise. Yao Chen was also somewhat surprised. It seemed the host had a bit of a liking for Ghost King, this traitor. It was my oversight that I forgot to tell Sect Master Wan that the distance from Wuyuan City, where Xiaoyan is located, to Meteor Pavilion, where Zhongzhou is located, is very far. We need to go to Tianya City and use a space wormhole to get to Zhongzhou. However, as long as you don't reveal your identity, the journey will be quite safe. Your strength at the late stage of the 5th rank is roughly equivalent to an 8 or 9-star Do Huang. As long as you don't offend any major powers in Zhongzhou, you won't encounter any danger. It would have been better if Yao Chen hadn't explained. Once he did, the Ghost King suddenly felt that his world was a bit dangerous. Senior Yao, are there many powerful individuals in that place called Zhongzhou? Yao Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. If we follow the classification of the Myriad Realms Tower, I am at the late stage of the 6th rank, and a Doshang would most likely be at the early stage of the 7th rank. There are probably about 100 Doshangs in the central continent alone. There are probably even more 6th rank experts at the Dozan and Dozong levels, probably over 1,000. The Ghost King's expression changed. More than 100 early stage 7th tier cultivators? More than 1,000 6th tier cultivators. My goodness, this world is just too amazing. Wouldn't that mean we'd have to be careful even in Zhongzhou, otherwise a 6th tier expert might suddenly appear and beat us up? This task doesn't seem as simple as I thought. Yao Chen looked at the Ghost King's expression but didn't speak, instead letting him think about it slowly. Yao Chen doesn't know who else to turn to besides Ghost King. Ghost King is the strongest among all traders. Moreover, the Ghost King moves quickly, so it should only take a few days to finish this task. Of course, Yao Chen knew that there was another guy called Superman who was also very fast, but the problem was that he was too fast. Once he takes flight, everyone knows, and he easily attracts attention. Especially in Zhongzhou, if a Doshang, Battle Saint, were to discover him, particularly a Doshang from the Soul Palace, Superman might not even have time to react before his soul was extracted. To be on the safe side, let the Ghost King go, it's okay if it's slow. By the way, if the Myriad Realms Tower appears with pills or skills that can restore me, but you haven't reached the destination yet, it will still count as you completing your mission. My promise remains valid. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, clapped his hands, and immediately agreed. All right, no problem. But Senior Yao, please wait a few more days. I just wiped out a sect, and the righteous sects may be making some big moves recently. I need to take charge and make some arrangements. Yao Chen showed a hint of joy and nodded. Okay, no problem. After the two finalized the deal, they were about to exchange some pleasantries when the vortex beside them began to ripple. The two exchanged a glance and quickly stood up. Master, we shall take our leave now. Ye Ming waved his hand, indicating that the two could leave first. No sooner had the two left than a woman emerged from the whirlpool. Her hairstyle was extremely peculiar, standing up high with two bangs framing her face. Wearing a white gauze dress that revealed her shoulders and arms, with a plain long dress underneath, she gave off an ethereal and fairy-like feeling. Upon seeing this distinctive hairstyle, Ye Ming instantly thought of someone. Kunlun Lonely Moon greets the master. Guyu was deeply shocked. She never imagined that there were heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. There exists such a peculiar multiverse building beyond this world. With the Myriad Realms Tower, wouldn't the crisis of the Netherworld Blood Demon be resolved? Having just sent the Xiantian sect down the mountain, he thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly there was still a chance. It really is Guyu, the master of Kunlun Mountain. Name, Lonely Moon. Identity, Lord of Kunlun Mountain in the Legend of Shushan. Strength, Fusion Stage, Late Stage 6. If he actually has the strength of the late stage of the 6th rank, then wouldn't the Blood Demon's strength be at the 7th rank? It seems to be about the same. Apart from Bai Mei, none of the others can defeat the Blood Demon. Bai Mei is about to ascend to immortality, so he is definitely a Mahayana cultivator. The world of Shushan Legend is also a cultivation world above the 7th rank, containing not only the mortal realm, the demon realm, but also the immortal realm. The Shushan Legend movie world only includes what is shown in the movie, excluding the Shushan heroes. Guyu is the leader of a sect in the mortal realm called Kunlun, a rather peculiar existence in the entire world. The Kunlun sect only accepts one disciple at a time, a master and an apprentice. Only after the master dies will the apprentice be accepted as a disciple. Not only is the sect strange, but the cultivation method is also very strange. The Kunlun sect's cultivation methods are related to emotions. They cultivate the relationship between master and disciple, making them lovers, and then they must abandon the relationship in order to successfully break through to the next level. Guyu's inability to let go of this relationship has prevented her from making any progress in strength. Just then, the demonic cult's Yuquan blood demon attacked. Sensing the danger in advance, she sent her disciple Suanatianzong down the mountain and entrusted him with Kunlun's magic treasure, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Then, Guyu was killed by Yuquan blood demon. The Kunlun sect is really strange. The master and disciple fall in love, and after they finish their relationship, the disciple falls in love with his own disciple. This kind of cultivation method doesn't seem proper at all. Moreover, although the world of Shushan legend is a world of cultivation, it is very different from the orthodox world of cultivation. Guyu, please sit down. Guyu nodded, took a deep breath, and in her perception, she was about to die. Now that things have taken a turn for the better, and she doesn't have to die, of course she doesn't want to die. Lord, please save us. The blood demon of the Nether Spring has appeared in the world, and the righteous sects will surely unleash a bloodbath. The mortal world will also suffer heavy casualties. Ye Ming raised his hand, stopping Guyu from speaking. Ye Ming knew everything she said, and he knew it even better than she did. I know, but the Myriad Realms Tower will not actively interfere in the power struggles of any world. If you want to survive, or if you want to save your world, then use the All Heavens coins to buy what you need in the Myriad Realms Tower, or use the All Heavens coins to ask powerful beings from other worlds for help. Guyu recalled the information in her mind, nodded, and raised her hand. Jade Void Severing Emotions Technique, a 7th tier cultivation method. It involves investing all one's emotions into a person of the opposite sex. The deeper the emotions invested, the faster the strength increases. In the end, one completely severs all emotions to complete the cultivation. Value 7 million heavenly coins. Celestial Deduction, a 7th tier secret technique, allows for small-scale predictions of aspects of one's own future. Value 3 million celestial coins. Damn it, I regret writing this world. I only found out after checking that it's adapted from the legend of the Swordsman of Shushan. I haven't read the novel, and I haven't written much. I've done a lot of research. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. Another 10 million heavenly coins. A 7th tier cultivation technique, the Jade Void Severing Emotions technique, judging by its value, should be able to be cultivated to the late 7th tier stage. The cultivation method is a bit strange. The strength increases rapidly in the early stages, but it is very likely that it will be impossible to increase it in the later stages. First, you have to fully invest your emotions in the relationship. The problem is, it's easy to invest, but hard to sever ties. The secret technique of divination is quite interesting. Ye Feng remembers that after Guyu died, she was reincarnated as Li Yingqi, the user of the heavenly sword. Perhaps it was because she foresaw this that she stayed in Kunlun to die. Perhaps that's the only way to defeat the blood demon of the Nether Spring. These two 7th tier cultivation techniques and secret arts are the only two 7th tier items besides the Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method and the burning technique. There are currently 4 tier 7 items inside the Myriad Realms Tower. Besides these two 7th tier spells, there are some weaker spells that don't cost much. There were no magical treasures, elixirs, or anything like that. After all, there are only 2 people, what do they need those things for? All the odds and ends add up to a total of 13 million heavenly coins. 13 million celestial coins, here is your Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming threw out the Myriad Realms token, and Guyu caught it and still asked the same question. Is 13 million heavenly coins enough? How can I save this world? Ye Ming leaned back on the sofa and immediately fell into deep thought. With the blood demon of the Nether Spring at the 7th level, it seems there are few who can offer any help. Ye Ming suddenly thought of something, sat up straight, and a smile appeared on his face. On the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, in the future pavilion, you can see the future of your world for 10 million heavenly coins. There are some of the blood demon Yuquan schemes inside. You can take a closer look, you might just find the key to victory. Since the celestial realm doesn't appear in the legend of Shushan, you can spend 10 million heavenly coins to only see the mortal realm. 200 years after Guyu's death, Yuquan Blood Demon was reborn. Bai Mei used the Haoshan mirror to nail Yuquan Blood Demon to death. Yuquan Blood Demon was about to die, but Dan Qinzi insisted on taking action. As a result, a wisp of the blood demon of the Nether Spring was carried away by Dan Qinzi's flying knife and entered the Chiyu Blood Cave, after which its power greatly increased. Even though the blood demon of the Nether Spring had planned ahead and kept his eyes on the Chiyu Blood Cave, he might have died under the Haoshan mirror if it weren't for Dan Qinzi's mistake. If Guyu seizes this opportunity, he might be able to kill Yuquan Blood Demon. Kill my ass. If Guyu hasn't reached the 7th rank by 200 years, she can just kill herself by crashing her head into a wall. The Myriad Realms building is becoming more and more powerful every day. It is estimated that there will be beings above the 7th rank in less than a year. At that time, any pill might be enough to make you an immortal. Killing a netherworld blood demon would be as easy as killing an ant. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. As long as you live, the blood demon of the Nether Spring is not a problem. He plans to make his move 200 years later. If you have the heavenly coins, you can crush him in 2 years, let alone 200 years. All you need to do is avoid the recent attacks from the blood demon of the Nether Spring. Guyu was stunned for a moment. She had been trapped in this realm for hundreds of years. Could she really break through in just a few years? Master, the cultivation method I practice is quite special, and I estimate that I will find it very difficult to break through in this lifetime. Ye Ming waved his hand. What special technique? That just shows your limited knowledge. It's all right. When beings above the 7th rank appear in the future, a single pill will be enough to help you break through. There are even pills that can help you break through 7 or 8 realms. Don't worry. Guyu's pupils contracted, a single pill allowed him to break through 7 or 8 realms? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Do such miraculous elixirs really exist in the world? Guyu was completely shocked. She had cultivated diligently for over 1,000 years, yet she was still no match for a single elixir? There's no need for you to lie to her about something so trivial. Besides, the fact that you can open the Myriad Realms Tower means you're already very powerful. I am just a mortal, and of course I can't compare to a true immortal. Okay, I understand. I'll go to the future pavilion first. Guyu stood up and left the room in a daze. Ye Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. This is just 10 million heavenly coins, isn't it? The facilities of the Myriad Realms building are here. Indeed, the more powerful the world is, the more powerful the people who come, and the more heavenly coins there are. After so many transactions, the owner's vault only held a few million heavenly coins. Now, a 6th-tier powerhouse has directly added 10 million heavenly coins to the owner's vault. As expected, when it comes to the facilities of the Myriad Realms building, the future pavilion is the place to be. I'm so smart. I was the first to take over future pavilion and made a fortune. Not long after, Ye Ming saw that the amount in the treasury had increased by 10 million, and he knew that Guyu had entered the future pavilion. Myriad Realms Tower, activate the Soul Pavilion. Ding! The Lord's treasury has spent 10 million heavenly coins to unlock the Soul Pavilion. The next facility will cost 100 million heavenly coins to unlock. The next stage of the Ops treasury and exclusive cultivation technique is worth 100 million. There's still a long way to go. On the 6th floor of the Myriad Realms building, stars appeared in the void. These stars hung in the sky, as if they were dead, pitch black. Ye Ming appeared under the starry sky, gazing up at the countless stars. He stretched out his hand, and a star floated down and landed in his palm. Life Soul Star. By spending heavenly coins, one can store their life soul within it, which will never be extinguished. When the owner of the life soul dies, they can spend heavenly coins to be resurrected to their state before death, including their own strength. Ye Ming threw the life soul star back. There were hundreds of millions of life soul stars in the sky, enough to fill everyone's life soul. However, the price is a little bit expensive. After all, it's an extra life. It takes 10 times the price of a top-tier item to store one's life soul in the life soul star. Take Guyu, who was just traded, for example. She is a 6th-tier expert, and the top-tier item for a 6th-tier expert costs 1 million heavenly coins. Therefore, she would need 10 million heavenly coins to store her life soul. This is just storage. Resurrection will cost the same amount, which is 20 million celestial coins, to guarantee that Lone Moon will be resurrected once. Some people may not have enough heavenly coins, only enough for storage, but not enough for resurrection. That's when the people you bring into the Myriad Realms building come in handy. He needs to work hard to earn 10 million heavenly coins to revive you so he can continue to spend money in the Myriad Realms Tower. Otherwise, if you die, he won't be able to spend money even if he stays in the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming can only take a 10% cut of the consumption at the Soul Pavilion, but that's enough. The Soul Pavilion is definitely a pavilion that everyone has to spend money on, except for the future pavilion. Nobody doesn't want an extra life. After being resurrected, he can regain all his strength. If Yao Chen had put his life soul in before he died, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble now. It would be simple for Yao Chen to be resurrected, but what he wanted was not only to be resurrected, but also to regain his original strength, which was more difficult. Ye Ming suddenly remembered that the world of Shushan legend also had the ability to revive people. As long as there was a trace of a soul, a body could be reshaped. However, he needs to ask for more details. He remembered that when the white-browed Taoist resurrected the Thunder Swordmaster in the legend of Shushan, he said that there was still a trace of his primordial spirit left, which could revive people, but how much cultivation could be retained depended on fate. In other words, a complete primordial spirit should allow one to fully restore their cultivation level. The question is whether Yao Chen's soul is intact and whether he can recover all his cultivation. The white-browed Taoist's resurrection technique is indeed powerful, but it's still a bit inferior to that of the Soul Pavilion. Regardless of whether the soul and spirit are present or not, the Soul Pavilion can revive people. Even if someone is beaten to the point of having their soul scattered, the Soul Pavilion can still revive them. Of course, every time your strength increases, you need to come back and replenish your heavenly coins, otherwise, when you are resurrected, your strength will be the same as the strength you had when you last submitted your life soul. The 6th tier heavenly coins can only revive you at the 6th tier, not at the 7th tier. That's the gist of it. Yes, the Soul Pavilion is a good thing, we should tell everyone. Ye Ming sent a message to all the traders using their Myriad Realms tokens, and then disappeared from the spot. In the midst of the raging world, Gao Keqiang took a sip of water and continued to tell Gao Kishan about what he had seen and heard. You have no idea how powerful Homelander and Hancock are. One punch from them can cause a building to collapse. The two of them fighting destroyed an entire city. Gao Keqiang spoke with great enthusiasm, while Gao Qixin remained silent for a while. If he hadn't seen Gao Keqiang disappear earlier, he would have definitely taken Gao Keqiang to the hospital to have his brain checked. But after witnessing what he'd just seen, his brilliant mind completely shut down. The flow rate is different in each world. Brother, let's not talk about this now. Didn't you say you saw our future? What will the future be like? Upon hearing the word future, Gao Keqiang's expression froze. He recalled everything he had seen in the future pavilion and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Sigh, the future is bright. We've become the top bosses in Jinghai City. The entire city belongs to the Gao family. In both the legitimate and criminal worlds, we're the biggest. Gao Keqiang stood up, spread his arms, as if he had become the future chairman of Qiansheng Group, the majestic Gao Keqiang, not a stinking fishmonger. Gao Qixin jumped up, his face full of excitement. I knew it. I knew it. We were going to make it big. Gao Keqiang looked at Gao Qixin with a complicated expression, showing no sign of happiness or excitement. Brother, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy? Am I happy? I don't know if I should be happy. I was forced onto this path, and even though I became the boss of Jinghai City, I lost you. The excitement on Gao Qixin's face vanished abruptly. Did this mean he was dead? Will I die in the future? Gao Qixin found it hard to believe that he could be dead. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Brother, tell me everything. Gao Keqiang nodded and recounted everything he had seen. Because of an Xin, Su Jiang's son died, and he married Chen Shooting. Gao Qixin nodded, carefully remembering every word Gao Keqiang said, until Gao Keqiang was finally executed. I've got it, brother. Now, don't squander the heavenly coins you have. Don't buy gold or silver jewelry, those are the most useless things. If we need money, we can earn it through the little smartphone. Use the heavenly coins to improve our strength. The best way is to find a powerful figure in the Myriad Realms Tower and latch onto them, just like we latched onto Uncle Tai. The little bit of stuff he's shown is enough for us to become strong. Oh right, I'll go buy a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War tomorrow. In the world of the Wandering Earth, on a space station, Comrade Lu Paiqiang, we are aware of your situation. On the screen, all the leaders of the Earth Federation sat opposite each other. After a series of verifications, they had confirmed everything Lu Paiqiang had said. The fact that some things from decades ago have suddenly appeared in the space station is proof enough. The future of Earth has finally taken a turn for the better. You can return to Earth now. I will have others take over your mission. From now on, you will have full access to the resources of the entire Earth. At the same time, our Wandering Earth project will not be stopped. I hope you can understand. Lu Paiqiang stood ramrod straight and saluted. Yes, I will do everything in my power to save the Earth as soon as possible. Okay. We will now integrate the data on artificial intelligence, exoskeleton armor, space elevators, heavy nuclear fusion, planetary engines, digital life, etc., and you can bring them to the Myriad Realms building for trading. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Paiqiang's face, and he nodded. Thank you, leaders. With these things, the Earth should be saved. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the Myriad Realms Order. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has activated a new facility, the Soul Pavilion, which can store souls for the purpose of resurrecting traders. Lu Paiqiang's eyes lit up. He would soon have the heavenly coins, and he could go and take a look then. The video feed in the space station was turned off, and Lu Paiqiang returned to his usual self, pulling out a chair and sitting down. At that moment, he suddenly saw a message sent from the ground. The message was very concise, containing only 2 words, and it was written in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Careful. Careful? Lu Paiqiang's expression changed. It seemed that the allure of the Myriad Realms Tower had made people forget the crisis on Earth. They had nowhere to escape before. If the Earth were gone, everyone would die. But now, with the Myriad Realms Tower, they might not have to die, and could even live forever. The lives of the others are no longer important. He thought for a moment and realized that staying on the space station was actually the best option. In the world of Wolf Warrior, Leng Feng is taken to Kyoto, enters the highest conference center, and meets the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom. To avoid censorship, unlike Lu Paiqiang, almost no one believed him. Fortunately, he obtained some confidential information from the leaders of the Ip Man world and reported it to his superiors, which made people believe him a little. Hello, Comrade Leng Feng. Greetings, leaders. This is Leng Feng, former member of the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. Greetings. Okay, have a seat. We received your message, but it's a bit too far-fetched. Is there any way to prove what you've said? After sitting down, Leng Feng thought for a moment, then said loudly, reporting to the leader, could you give me a weapon and 100 rounds of ammunition? The weapon will disappear after I trade it to the Myriad Realms Tower. The leader nodded thoughtfully and summoned the guards at the door. Prepare a pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. Soon, the items were placed on the table. Before the guard withdrew, he said to Lang Feng, "There are no bullets in the pistol, but there are snipers around. If you have any bad ideas, you should know what will happen to you." Lang Feng knew, of course, that although there was no one around the leader, there were actually people everywhere, and there were probably dozens of guns pointed at him right now. He took the pistol and bullets in front of him, and then took out the token of Myriad Realms. Just then, a message came in. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has activated a new facility, the Soul Pavilion, which can store souls for the purpose of resurrecting traitors. Lang Feng's eyes lit up. This was good news. In fact, he could have just brought any traitor to this world, but he only knew a few people, and his multiverse token didn't have a communication function, so he couldn't contact any acquaintances at all. As for strangers, they probably don't have time to pay attention to him. "Boss, the Myriad Realms Tower just sent out a message that many people will be coming. I'll be bringing a friend with me. Could you please tell the people around us not to attack?" After seeing the leader nod, Lang Feng disappeared. In the world of Hancock, after seeing his future, Hancock returned to his own world. He learned of the existence of his destined other half, who had abandoned him, even though it was for the better of both of them. However, what upset him was that his destined other half was with another man. He absolutely cannot tolerate this. Most importantly, he discovered the rest of the angels in the future. This is roughly the plot of Hancock 2, which hasn't been filmed yet. He has figured everything out, but he doesn't know if he should go looking for his other half. To disturb the other party? We can't be together. Being together will weaken you until death, and the other person will feel the same way. Moreover, another angel will cause trouble in the future, and I will need to deal with him. Knowing that your kind exists, yet being unable to be with them, is truly lonely. Hancock suddenly thought of Homelander. Although that white pig was despicable, at least he could bicker with him and fight with him. I wonder what he's doing now. The boy's world, Vought Corporation. The man stood on the top floor, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He knew everything about the future. I actually have a child. That damned Vought executives actually wanted to control him, and he couldn't tolerate that. He's a citizen of the motherland. He can do whatever he wants. We don't need anyone else to point fingers. And those damned black-robed squad. Maybe I should have killed that cuckold before the child even saw him. As for the soldier boy, he might have been scared before, but now he isn't. He even hoped that the soldier boy would appear soon. The people of the motherland opened their arms, absorbing the boost from the yellow sun. The feeling of constantly getting stronger was wonderful. After seeing his future, he exchanged his Kryptonian bloodline. Now he is even more powerful. He's a super Homelander. Greater strength, faster speed, stronger defense, and more powerful laser eyes. There is no kryptonite in this world, nor are there any red stars, so he is an invincible being. This world belongs to me. I am the most powerful person in the world. Without a doubt. I am Super Homelander. Inside the Myriad Realms building, traitors appeared one after another. Almost all traitors had come. After all, that's resurrection. Who wouldn't want an extra life? Lang Feng saw Lu Paiqiang standing to the side and pulled him aside, saying, "Are you okay? Come back to my world with me. They don't really believe what I'm saying." Lu Paiqiang nodded. He had just acquired some high-tech equipment, which might be useful to Lang Feng's world. "Okay, I'll go with you. I also have something to do." The two didn't go directly to the Soul Pavilion. They were poor, and they knew they didn't have any heavenly coins even without going there. The two disappeared from the Myriad Realms building and returned to the Wolf Warrior world. The leader simply blinked, and a person appeared next to Lang Feng, a person who looked exactly like Lang Feng. The snipers around were just a hair's breadth away from firing, but luckily the leader reacted quickly and reached out to stop the surrounding security personnel. "Lang Feng, you're too fast. You just finished speaking and another person appeared in the next second." Lang Feng paused for a moment, scratched his head, and gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, boss, I forgot. Time in this world is paused after entering the Myriad Realms building. I'm sorry, Brother Lu." Sweat poured down Lu Paiqiang's forehead. Turns out he just had a brush with death? He almost lost his life. He glared at Lang Feng, then saluted his superior and said, "Lu Paiqiang, former Air Force member and current astronaut of the Dragon Kingdom, greets the leader." The leader looked at Lu Paiqiang with a shocked gaze, then at Lang Feng. How could these two people look so alike? "Hello, Comrade Lu Paiqiang. Please have a seat." Lu Paiqiang sat in the chair and began to speak. "Leader, I am from the Dragon Kingdom in 2075. Our world has been forced to unite and implement the Wandering Earth project because of a problem with the sun. We have built thousands of planetary engines to push Earth out of the solar system, a process that will take a total of 2,500 years. Fortunately, I encountered the Myriad Realms building. Lang Feng and I had both been to IP Man's world before and fought off the Japanese invaders. At that time, I thought that maybe I could help the Dragon Kingdoms in various worlds. Therefore, this time I brought some technologies, such as nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and space elevators. I plan to hand these over to the Dragon Kingdom, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom can become stronger and become the most powerful country on Earth, free from being bullied by anyone. Lu Paiqiang recounted the situation in his world in one go, and not only that, he also shared some of his thoughts. He wants to help not only Leng Feng's world, but also the worlds of everyone else. As long as there is a Dragon Kingdom, he wants to help. His wish was to make the Dragon Kingdom strong, and to make the Dragon Kingdom of all realms strong. The leaders were shocked by the news Lu Paiqiang had just told them: a planetary engine to push Earth out of the solar system? A 2,500-year plan. That's absolutely astonishing. After the initial shock, the overwhelming joy made the leaders stand up. Nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, space elevator? These are all cutting-edge technologies that we haven't been able to conquer yet. He really intends to give it to me. The leader was somewhat excited. He took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Paiqiang. On behalf of the people of China, I thank you for your help. Lu Paiqiang quickly stood up and helped the leader. You're too kind, sir. I'm from China, this is just what I should do. Lu Paiqiang took a USB flash drive out of his pocket and was about to hand it to his leader when the Myriad Realms token suddenly flew out. Warning! 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 Private transactions are strictly prohibited in the Myriad Realms Tower. Items from different worlds must be traded using the multiverse currency before they can be safely used in different worlds. Not only did Lu Paiqiang's Myriad Realms token appear, but Leng Feng's Myriad Realms token also appeared. When Lu Paiqiang gave the items to his superiors, it was essentially the same as making a deal with Leng Feng. The Myriad Realms Decree and the Myriad Realms Tower only recognize traders. Lu Paiqiang's expression changed, and he withdrew his hand. 3 blood-red warnings were telling Lu Paiqiang that serious problems would arise once the items were given away. The leader clearly saw this scene, and both of their expressions changed simultaneously, as if some serious accident had occurred that he was unaware of. Lu Paiqiang glanced at Leng Feng and put the USB drive back in his pocket. I'm sorry, boss, I can't give you the USB drive right now. I just received a warning from the Myriad Realms Tower that we can't do private transactions. If you want this information, Leng Feng and I need to make a deal. Leng Feng sighed. He had originally hoped to revitalize the Dragon Kingdom with the help of others, but now it seemed that getting something for nothing was no longer an option. Even this was being judged as a private transaction. Indeed, leader, I've also received the warning. Private transactions within the Myriad Realms Tower are strictly prohibited, or the consequences will be severe. The leader nodded. He now believed in the existence of the Myriad Realms building. Alright, Leng Feng, just say what you need. Exchange all these materials back. Secondly, when you mentioned the Ip Man world fighting the Japanese invaders, were you referring to our era? Leng Feng nodded, and said with some excitement, yes, that was when the island nation invaded us. However, Ip Man issued a mission worth 300,000 heavenly coins and found many people from the Myriad Realms Tower to repel the invaders. 2 powerful individuals even managed to cut the island nation in 2. The leader looked thoughtful. Those were the hardest days in the country. I'll make the arrangements now. Prepare some supplies, along with all sorts of firearms. You must deliver these to the leaders of IP Man's world. In the future, whenever there are similar worlds, I will wholeheartedly support the Dragon Kingdom. Our country still has a considerable stockpile of nuclear weapons. If you need them, you can contact me. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang gasped in shock. A nuclear bomb? Wow, that's a leader for you, I like him. The 2 men suddenly stood up straight and gave a military salute. Yes, sir. In the world of the boys, in a manner, Homelander floats in the air, filled with rage as he looks around at those who are watching his son. His child is so grown up, yet has never seen his father. Her own son was imprisoned in such a place, and was watched over every day. Thinking about this, his anger grew even greater. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and beams of laser light shot out, killing all the mercenaries. This was just the beginning. Homelander slowly landed on the ground, and after he took the child back to Vought Corporation, he was cleaning up the trash that dared to threaten him. The man from the motherland took a deep breath. He was actually a little nervous, despite being someone who was usually fearless. He walked to the front of the cabin and knocked on the door. Not long after, footsteps were heard inside the house, and a woman opened the door. The moment she saw Homelander, her expression changed drastically, and she slammed the door shut. The man stretched out his foot, firmly blocking the door. Oh, Rebecca, I've come to see my son. Inside the Soul Pavilion on the 6th floor of the Myriad Realms building, many traders looked at the numerous stars in the sky with some confusion, not quite understanding how to proceed. There were white spheres on each floor before. Why are they gone on this floor? Fortunately, Hong Yu appeared before everyone at this moment and introduced the role of the Soul Pavilion to them. Upon hearing how to use the Soul Pavilion, the Ghost King did not hesitate at all and waved to a soul star in the sky. The soul star flew down and landed in the Ghost King's hands. Ghost King, 5th rank strength. Storing your life soul requires 1 million heavenly coins. Storing it. Without the slightest hesitation, the Ghost King chose to save the item. Then he said to Bai Ao, who was standing to the side, Yaoer, you should also store your life essence inside. Bai Ao nodded, took a soul star, and stored her soul star inside it. After her cultivation, she has now reached the first level. Storage costs 100 heavenly coins, which is incredibly cheap. After the two finished storing the essence, they sent the life soul star back to the heavens. Of all the stars in the sky, only the 2 life soul stars of the Ghost King and Bai Ao were twinkling and shining, the rest of the stars were dim. Seeing this, the others began to store their life essence. Yao Chen hesitated after seeing this. Not only did he not have enough heavenly coins, but he also had some doubts. I am currently in a remnant soul state. I have stored my life soul. When I recover my body and then die again, will I revive the remnant soul or revive my body with a physical form? Just to be on the safe side, I'd still like to ask the original poster. However, Yao Chen did allow Xiaoyan to store his life soul inside, but Xiaoyan's strength was low, and he didn't have many heavenly coins to store his life soul. When Yao Chen arrived at the room, there were already people there, 2 identical young men. He originally wanted to wait until Ye Ming finished his work before asking, but Ye Ming waved to him after seeing him. Yao Chen, you're here just in time. I have something to tell you. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang, who were sitting on the sofa, stood up when they saw Yao Chen. Yao Chen didn't recognize them, but they did. The owner of Dan Pavilion must be a powerful guy, and most importantly, he is Xiao Yan's master. The two of them had a very good impression of Xiao Yan. They had talked with Ip Man and knew that most of the heavenly coins for the missions Ip Man issued were sponsored by Xiao Yan. Helping China is the same as helping them. Greetings, Senior Medicine. Yao Chen nodded and looked at Ye Ming. Please speak, sir. I also have some questions about the Soul Pavilion. Ye Ming blinked, realizing what Yao Chen wanted to ask. Oh, I know what you're going to ask. Wait until you're fully resurrected before storing your life soul, otherwise, whatever your life soul looks like when you store it will be the same as when you're resurrected using the Life Soul Pavilion. Of course, you can save once first, and then save again after you are resurrected. Saving now is based on your current strength, not your peak strength. You can pay the difference later. Yao Chen nodded, then I'll go and store my life essence later. Thank you for letting me know. It's all right. A female trader named Guyu just came from the Myriad Realms Tower. She's at the late stage of the 6th rank. There's a powerful figure in their world who has the means to resurrect people. Someone like you with a complete soul might be able to be fully resurrected, with your cultivation still intact. Most importantly, their bodies were created using your soul, so you can completely merge with them. Yao Chen's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. To completely revive a person and retain their cultivation. Isn't this exactly what he's always wanted? Very good. Although the Ghost King can go to Venerable Wind, that will probably take some time. Even if he gets the materials from Venerable Wind, the preparation alone will take a long time. Between the two, he preferred to find the powerful figure named Lone Moon. However, the Ghost King had already agreed to everything and made all the arrangements, but suddenly he no longer needed him. Let's go find Guyu first and ask about the resurrected person. Thank you so much, Master. I'll go find Lonely Moon now. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang looked on with envy. A 6th level expert. They're not even at the 1st rank. After Yao Chen left, Ye Ming looked at the two of them again and continued. You mean you want to establish a Dragon Kingdom alliance? In the future, if soldiers or traders from the Dragon Kingdom join this alliance, they can help you? Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang nodded. After all, they were forming cliques in the Myriad Realms building, and he needed to find out the building master's attitude first. If the host is unwilling, they can only help privately, but with so many people coming to the Myriad Realms Tower every day, how long would it take them to search privately? If the host agrees, he can make a big announcement, and all traders in the Dragon Kingdom will know about this organization as soon as they enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Yes, Op. Here's what we're thinking, the two of us will fund the pooling of all heaven's coins to help new traders joining the alliance buy essential goods and get through the most difficult period. Once they've overcome the difficulties, we'll return double the all heaven's coins. We won't touch the returned funds, instead, we'll use them to continue helping others. Of course, we will abide by the rules of the Myriad Realms building. We will not engage in private transactions. We just want to ask if it is permissible to do so. Ye Ming understood what they meant, a mutual help association. He actually thought this kind of organization was pretty good, as long as it didn't violate the rules of the Myriad Realms building. Moreover, such organizations can promote interaction among traders, allowing new entrants to develop more quickly, which is more beneficial than harmful to Ye Ming. However, this kind of organization is fine when there are few people at the beginning, but as the number of people increases, there will be more problems. Therefore, he needs to think about how to improve the situation. Myriad Realms Tower, can the Myriad Realms token be used to create a group chat? Ding, it's working. Regarding the organizational issues mentioned by the traders, we can simply open a storage warehouse for the All Heavens coins within the group. This way, anyone who takes it can be identified, and the group owner's approval is required for any such take. Ding, the Myriad Realms token has been updated with the aforementioned function. Activating the function will cost 10,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 celestial coins are required? This feels like a video game. If you want to form a guild, you have to pay a fee first, right? Ye Ming looked at the two people, who were staring at him nervously. Sure, as long as you don't violate the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower, you can do whatever you want. The Myriad Realms token has enabled the group creation function, so you can add members to the group. In the group, you can spend 10,000 Myriad Realms coins to open a Myriad Realms coin warehouse. After storing the Myriad Realms coins there, anyone who deposits or retrieves them can see it to everyone. As for what your organization should be called and what rules it has, you can decide that yourselves. The two looked on with delight. The poster was incredibly thoughtful. He had even included a multi-dimensional currency warehouse. Thank you, up, we have something we'd like to trade. With a flick of his hand, Leng Feng conjured up one white orb after another. 10,000 firearms, tier 1 items, value 20,000 heavenly coins. 100,000 grenades, tier 1 item, value 10,000 heavenly coins. 100 tanks, tier 2 items, value 3,000 heavenly coins. Missile launcher *10, with operating instructions, tier 3 item, value 1,000 heavenly coins. 50 Dongfang missiles, tier 4 item, value 250,000 Zushin coins. Nuclear warheads *2, tier 5 item, value 100,000 heavenly coins. Ye Ming's eyes widened. Good heavens, they've even brought out a nuclear bomb. That's pretty impressive. It seems Leng Feng has the support of the country. 383,000 heavenly coins. Not bad, they've even made a nuclear warhead. If it weren't for the hassle of operation, they would have sent fighter jets by now. Leng Feng chuckled and scratched his head. It was indeed about developing fighter jets, but he had refused. Those things weren't something that could be used casually. Lu Paiqiang flipped his hand, and the same pile of things appeared. Artificial intelligence technology, 4th order knowledge, has been included. Space elevator technology, 4th level knowledge, an elevator connecting the ground and the space station, making it easier to transport supplies, value 500 celestial coins. Biotechnology, 4th order knowledge, including brain-computer interface, various drugs, cancer drugs, and other items and information, value 5,000 heavenly coins. Nuclear fusion technology, 4th order knowledge, value 700 celestial coins. Planetary engine technology, 5th order knowledge, value 900 celestial coins. 100,000 firearms, tier 1 items, value 200,000 heavenly coins. 100,000 grenades, tier 1 item, value 10,000 heavenly coins. Exoskeleton *10,000, tier 2 item. Wearing it will increase strength and speed, equivalent to tier 2 strength. Value 200,000 heavenly coins. Artificial intelligence already has a red queen, whose technology is more advanced than Moss's, so it has absolutely no money. The rest of the technology is not very valuable, not even reaching the value of the 4th tier. As for why, Ye Ming doesn't need to ask the Myriad Realms Tower to know. Technology requires research, and even if you follow these materials, it will take a long time, not to mention that these are just materials, not finished products. Biotechnology is more expensive because it involves many different kinds of things, including brain-computer interfaces, special drugs, etc. Many incurable diseases have been conquered in the last few decades, so it is more valuable. Nuclear fusion and planetary engines are indeed impressive, but manufacturing them is not so simple. Conversely, the value of ordinary firearms and grenades far exceeds these. Unfortunately, Ye Ming had just received a message from the Myriad Realms Tower that the firearms and grenades had arrived in sufficient quantities. Firearms, grenades, armor, and weapons. These tier 1 items are only required to be stored in the Myriad Realms Tower by a minimum of 1 million. Any quantity exceeding 1 million will not be accepted by the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower will only continue to collect fees when the existing stock is below 1 million. This is also a disguised way of restricting technological weapons. After all, in the interstellar era, 1 million sets of firearms could be produced in a single day, which would lead to complete collapse. Therefore, the total stock of all types of firearms is 1 million. More than 1 million, and not a single heavenly coin. Armor and weapons are the same. Ye Ming didn't tell anyone after learning this news, because it wouldn't be fair to tell others. He'd let them find out for themselves. However, he really didn't expect that the exoskeleton could actually give a person the strength of the 2nd tier, or even the early stage of the 2nd tier, which is quite good. Just 10,000 exoskeletons sold for 200,000 heavenly coins. If Tony Stark came in, wouldn't he make a fortune? 417,100 heavenly coins. Not bad, these two are just ordinary people, yet they sold for 790,000 heavenly coins. Lu Paiqiang should have been able to bring out more weapons, but for some reason, he only brought this few. Logically speaking, manufacturing firearms should be quite easy in the world of the Wandering Earth. Lu Paiqiang himself did not expect that he would only make such a small amount of money. He thought his technology could sell for a lot of multi-dimensional currency. After all, it should be the most powerful technology at this stage. Unfortunately, for the Myriad Realms Tower, technology and pill formulas are similar, with a price difference of 10 times compared to physical products. Lu Paiqiang and Leng Feng exchanged a glance, both feeling quite pleased. How could they possibly use up so many heavenly coins? First go to the Future Pavilion to observe the future, and then go to the Soul Pavilion to store your soul. When they went to IP Man's world before, they were of almost no help. They thought they could kill the Japanese, but they left without seeing a single hair. In crowded areas, Duan Lang and his group slaughtered them without giving them a chance to fight. In the end, he ran over but didn't get a single heavenly coin. How pitiful. Thank you, host. We'll be leaving now. Ye Ming nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said to Lu Paiqiang, "You've met Superman. He's very powerful. You could ask him to check on the condition of your world's sun, or ask him to help you. He can move the earth." Well, not now, but later. Lu Paiqiang was stunned for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Superman can move the earth. This is really a good thing. No one dares to say whether the 2,500-year plan will succeed. Humanity may become extinct in 150 years, not even 2,500 years. As one of the mission's executors, he knew very well that the plan's veneer was merely a means to stabilize public morale. But now, there is finally a way to save the planet. Lu Paiqiang bowed to Ye Ming and remained standing for a long time. On behalf of the 3.5 billion people of the Wandering Earth world, I thank you for your help. Ye Ming did not refuse the gift. The Myriad Realms Tower only conducts transactions, but it also brings hope of life to many worlds. Lu Paiqiang and Leng Feng left and headed straight for the Future Pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building. What's next about these celestial coins? Lu Paiqiang was silent for a moment before speaking. Actually, our situation is still quite dangerous. Besides the Future Pavilion and the Soul Pavilion, which we must visit, I also plan to buy some cultivation techniques. These heavenly coins are, in principle, the property of the state, but I have been targeted by someone, so I need to ensure my own safety first. Leng Feng nodded. The reality was very harsh. They didn't want to hack all the heavenly coins, but their own safety had to be guaranteed. Alright, once we get out, we can talk to Ip Man and the others and bring them into our Dragon Kingdom alliance. IP Man's world should be fine now. Those two guys' fight has split the island nation in two, so other countries definitely won't dare to enter Dragon Kingdom anymore. As for the worlds of the others, Bruce Lee, Chen Zhen, and the others seem to be going through a difficult period and need our help. If all else fails, we can ask Homelander and Hancock to go to their world and have another fight. Anyway, I won't be bothered at all if the islanders die. It's not impossible, let's wait until we get everyone together before we decide. In the Future Pavilion, Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang saw Yao Chen waiting there. After nodding, the two went to the White Crystal Ball. Leng Feng, First Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 10 heavenly coins. Query? Lu Paiqiang, First Order World. Viewing future information about the current world requires 10 heavenly coins. Query? Search. Please proceed to room number 11 on the left and 11 on the right to inquire about the future of the current world. The two walked toward the two rooms on the left and right. Just as Leng Feng was about to open the door, he suddenly saw the door of room number 7 on the left open and a beautiful woman walk out. Room number 7? A 7th Order world. Another traitor from a 7th tier world has joined the ranks. Guyu took a deep breath, a smile appearing on her face, and closed the door. Despite the twists and turns, the blood demon of the Nether Spring finally died. He eventually regained his memories and reunited with the Xiantian sect. These futures are similar to what I predicted before, only not in as much detail. As the original poster said, he will die soon, and then the blood demon of the Netherworld will attack in full force 200 years later. As for that opportunity, Guyu also discovered it. If Dan Chinzi had interrupted the blood demon while Bai Mei was shining the Haoshan mirror on it, the blood demon might have died instantly. Knowing what the future held made her feel much more relaxed. There is another very important matter now, which is the attack of the Netherworld blood demon. According to what he said in the future, he would be killed by the blood demon after he sent the Xiantian sect down the mountain. Before coming to the Myriad Realms Tower, she had just tricked the Xiantian sect into coming down the mountain, which meant that she was about to die. We must find a way to save our lives from the blood demon of the Nether Spring. Yao Chen watched as Guyu came out of the room, a look of excitement on his face. He had asked Hong Yu beforehand and learned that Guyu had come to Future Pavilion, so he came directly and has been waiting ever since. Are you perhaps Lonely Moon? Looking at the old man before him, Guyu clasped his hands in a respectful greeting and said, I am Kunlun Gaiyu, may I ask who you are? Yao Chen also clasped his hands in a salute, introducing himself with a somewhat excited expression. I am Yao Chen, from the world of battle through the heavens. My strength is at the late stage of the 6th rank. He revealed his strength in order to make Guyu take him seriously. After all, they were both strong at the same level, and if he didn't say anything, Guyu might not be willing to pay attention to him. If he were in his original world, and a fighter said they needed to talk to him, he would absolutely not pay any attention to them. Upon hearing this, Guyu's expression indeed became more serious. As expected of the Myriad Realms Tower, we've only just arrived and we've already encountered a powerful expert whose strength is comparable to our own. I come from the world of Shushan legend, and my strength is at the late stage of the 6th rank. May I ask what business fellow deist Yao Chen has with me? Yao Chen thought for a moment and remembered the newly opened restaurant next to his Dan Pavilion. Perhaps they could eat and talk there. When it comes to discussing business, it's certainly more convenient to do so over a meal. The main problem is that he doesn't have many heavenly coins on hand right now, and he also needs someone's help. Fellow deist Lonely Moon, a new restaurant has opened in the Myriad Realms Tower. I heard it was opened by 3 god kings from the god realm. One is the #1 chef, one is the #1 bartender, and the other is the #1 musician. Why don't we go and have a taste and chat while we eat? It would also be good for me to give you a proper explanation of the Myriad Realms Tower. God King of the Divine Realm? Guyu was quite interested in this identity. Apart from that, she didn't know much about the Myriad Realms Tower, so it would be great if someone was willing to tell her. Alright, then I'll have to trouble fellow deist Yao Chen. Yao Chen smiled and walked ahead to lead the way for Guyu. We are currently in the future pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, where we can view the future of our own world. The 2nd floor is the mission pavilion, where you can post missions, and traders can accept them and help you complete them. The 4th floor is the herb pavilion. You can put some herb seeds in the herb pavilion to cultivate. The flow rate of the world inside is different. The fastest flow rate is 1,000 years in a day. If fellow deist Lonely Moon needs to cultivate any herbs, you can put them in there to cultivate. Guyu's eyes widened slightly, somewhat incredulous. 1 day is 1,000 years. Wouldn't that mean 10 days would be equivalent to a 10,000-year-old elixir? Even in her world, 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs are extremely rare, yet she never expected to obtain them so easily in the Myriad Realms Tower. The 5th floor is a fighting arena where you can fight others. Even if you die inside, you will be resurrected. It's a great place to improve your combat experience, but at the moment, it seems like no one is fighting there. It's also the only place to resolve conflicts. The Myriad Realms Tower forbids killing each other, so if you have a conflict, go inside and fight, kill the other person, and that's a way to get revenge. The 6th floor is the Soul Pavilion, a facility that just opened today. Fellow deist Lonely Moon must go and check it out later. In the Soul Pavilion, you can spend all heaven coins to store your soul in the Myriad Realms building. If you die in your own world, others can spend all heaven coins to revive you, and your strength and realm will all be there. If you don't trust the others, you can use 100,000 heavenly coins to bring someone you trust into the Myriad Realms Tower. The person you bring in won't harm you, nor can they harm you. After you die, the person you brought in must resurrect you first before you can trade inside the Myriad Realms Tower. I must say, the Lord is very considerate of us. He was afraid that we would die unexpectedly, so he left this Soul Pavilion to allow us to be fully resurrected and guarantee our lives. It's just that the price is a bit high. For a 6th-tier powerhouse like us, storing our life soul requires 10 million heavenly coins, and resurrecting once also requires 10 million heavenly coins. Compared to a life, 10 million heavenly coins is actually not much. Lonely Moon's breathing became rapid for a moment. Resurrection. Complete resurrection. He could be resurrected with just all heaven's coins. It's a pity I used my 10 million heavenly coins in the future pavilion, otherwise I might have been able to store my life soul in the life soul pavilion. In this way, even if he fails to escape the blood demon's pursuit, he will not die. 10 million heavenly coins are stored, and another 10 million heavenly coins are needed for resurrection. Where can I find so many heavenly coins? Guyu turned her gaze to Yao Chen. This guy definitely wasn't just looking for a casual chat, he must have something he needed her help with. Perhaps we can find a way to get the missing celestial coins here. Yao Chen was completely unaware as he walked to the fork in the road and introduced himself to the other party. There are 3 areas here, a martial arts area, a cultivation area, and another area. There are various cultivation techniques, magic weapons, and bloodlines. You can wander around and explore. Ahead is the Myriad Realms Plaza. The vortexes in the plaza represent different worlds. One of them allows us to return to our own world or take others to our own world. The other is the only open world, the Resident Evil world, which only costs 100 celestial coins to enter for 1 day. There are 2 shops next to the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza, which are also the only 2 shops currently open to the public. One is the Pill Pavilion, which sells pills from the 1st to the 6th rank, and the other is the Tavern Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion. That's where we're going. Yao Chen led Guyu into the Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion, where a Sing came over. Hello, would you like to have a meal? Ah Sing smiled slightly and bowed gently, displaying impeccable manners. Like Stephen Chow, he discovered this place and applied for a job. However, Stephen Chow is a chef, and he is a waiter. His salary is only 1,000 celestial coins a month. That's a lot for him. Most importantly, he can get his salary in advance. After receiving his advance salary, he immediately went to Dan Ge and bought a pill to cure muteness, thus curing his girlfriend Fanger. His wish was simple, he just wanted to live a good life with Fanger. He didn't even want to learn martial arts anymore, nor did he want to stand out from the crowd, he just wanted to live a peaceful and down-to-earth life. Working in this restaurant is quite good. I get 1,000 heavenly coins every month, which can buy a lot of gold and silver jewelry so that Fanger can live a good life. Moreover, there wasn't much to do, and almost no one came to eat. Yao Chen was the first one there. Yao Chen nodded and led Guyu upstairs. Fellow deist Lonely Moon, this way please. Ah Sing quickly took out the Myriad Realms token and sent a message to Rong Nianbing. He had met Yao Chen at the Pill Pavilion and knew that the other party was the owner of the Pill Pavilion and was very powerful, not someone he could entertain. Upon receiving the news, Rong Nianbing did not hesitate and immediately contacted Ji Dong and Ye Yinzu, urging them to return to the Myriad Realms Tower as soon as possible. This is our first deal, a big deal. The person who could make Yao Chen so polite must most likely be a powerhouse of the same level. Yao Chen is a 6th level expert, so the opponent must also be a 6th level expert. Rong Nianbing arrived at the 4th floor. The 4th floor was different from the 1st floor. The tables on the 1st floor were all set up in the lobby, but the 4th floor was full of private rooms, and they were extremely luxurious private rooms. Even if there are only 2 people eating, they still sit in a private room. This is the Myriad Realms building, not the outside. The size of the private rooms, as well as the tables and chairs, can all be adjusted. He went to the private room by the window, knocked on the door, and saw Yao Chen and Guyu when it opened. Senior Medicine, what a rare guest. Would you like to try my cooking today? Rong Nianbing approached the table and bowed to Guyu. Rong Nianbing greets the senior. I am the owner of this restaurant. Welcome, senior. Guyu curiously examined Rong Nianbing. Was this the God King Yao Chen had mentioned? Well, she couldn't tell anything about him. That outfit is quite flashy. Guyu greets fellow deist Rong. Brother Rong, this Master Guyu is a late-stage 6th tier expert. You'd better show off your culinary skills. Late stage of tier 6. Rong Nianbing's heart was filled with shock. He was only at the early stage of the 5th level, and there were 4 levels of intermediate cultivation. However, his face remained calm, with a slight smile on his face. Senior Medicine, Senior Lonely Moon, don't worry, I'll cook a few of my best dishes. And here's some wine that Ji Dong mixed, would you like to try some? Okay, let's have a few to try. Rong Nianbing nodded and quietly withdrew. As soon as they went out, they ran into Ji Dong and Ye Yinzu. With a wink from Rong Nianbing, the 2 followed him to the back hall. Senior Yao and a senior at the late stage of the 6th rank. Ji Dong, take the good wine upstairs. Ye Yinzu, ask them if they need music. I'll go back to the God realm and get a few beasts of the 1st level gods to make something delicious. The 2 were startled, then nodded. Ji Dong took out a transparent glass bottle containing a bluish liquid, with flames seemingly burning on the surface. The blue strands in the liquor swayed like silk, looking absolutely beautiful. He knocked on the door of the private room and went in, placing the wine glass and wine on the table. Seniors, I am Ji Dong. This wine is Blue Enchantress, the most perfect creation I have researched over tens of thousands of years. However, my world is rather primitive, so please forgive me if there are any shortcomings. The Lone Moon was startled. Tens of thousands of years. This guy has lived for so long. My age is less than a fraction of theirs. As expected of the God King, he has lived for a truly long time. However, their strength doesn't seem to be that great. It's alright, we'll try it later. Do you 2 need some music? Ye Yinzu is the #1 musician in the divine realm, and he has studied the way of the zither for tens of thousands of years. Then I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your meal, seniors. After Ji Dong left, Yao Chen picked up the blue rose and poured it into a wineglass. The pale blue liquid did indeed burn with flames, and combined with the blue color of the liquid, it looked quite appealing. Fellow deist Lonely Moon, welcome to the Myriad Realms Tower. Guyu picked up her wineglass and took a small sip. The initial burning sensation upon tasting immediately transforms into a soft and delicate feeling, as if one were immersed in the ocean. The liquor slid down my throat, and a warm feeling spread throughout my body. The ocean instantly transformed into a hot spring, causing all the pores to open involuntarily, warming the entire body. Good wine. In the world of Shushan legend, there's no good wine. The wine culture hasn't even developed much. People drink wine made haphazardly from herbs. It's nowhere near as good as the wine that Ji Dong has specially researched and developed over 10,000 years. One is coarse grain, the other is fine bran, they are completely incomparable. Yao Chen took a sip and nodded. Indeed, it's good. Even the wine in the world of battle through the heavens doesn't taste this good. Indeed impressive. Although these three people live in weak worlds, they have done a good job of studying the culture of alcohol. One of them is the #1 bartender in the God realm, another is the #1 chef, and the third is the #1 musician. I'll have to see for myself today. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a piano rang out from outside the private room. Ye Yinzu's fair and jade-like hands danced across the body of the zither, which had a chestnut-colored lacquer finish with flowing crackle patterns and a layer of lustrous sheen. The strings shimmered with a faint blue light, and the 13 pearl-inlaid frets, like 13 miniature moons, rested harmoniously on the instrument. This is one of Ye Yinzu's magical artifacts, the Haya Kinghui Qin. This zither had been with him for a long time, and he directly refined it into a divine artifact. Listening to the music outside, Guyu felt a sense of peace wash over her. The confusion she felt upon entering the Myriad Realms Tower, the panic she felt towards the netherworld blood demon, and the fear of impending death all vanished in that moment. She looked at Zhao Chen across from her and smiled slightly. Thank you, fellow deist Zhao Chen, for bringing me to this place. It is indeed very nice. The wine is fine, and the zither is also excellent. Yao Chen shook his head, picked up his wine cup, and toasted Guyu. Guyu picked up her wine glass and drank it down in one gulp, feeling much more relaxed and cheerful. Yao Chen continued to fill the glass with wine, and without keeping anyone in suspense, he spoke directly. I have a favor to ask of fellow deist Guyu. Yao Chen filled Guyu's wine cup to the brim, then set the wine pot aside. I was severely injured before, and only a wisp of my soul remains. I have been seeking a way to be resurrected recently. Guyu's eyes flickered slightly. A method of resurrection? She probably knows what's going on. The entire cultivation sect in the Basha region knows about Bai Mei's resurrection technique. So, fellow deist Yao Chen wants me to help you revive. Yao Chen nodded, making no attempt to hide his feelings, and spoke frankly and openly. That's right. I had already found a late-stage Tier 5 trader to help me collect materials in my world, but it's still a bit slow. The Myriad Realms Tower changes its appearance every day. Don't be fooled by the fact that we are the strongest traders now. In a day or two, we may become the weak ones. Rong Nianbing and the other two are top experts in their own world's God realm, God King level experts. There are only a dozen or so in the entire world, but they only have the strength of the early stage of the 5th rank when they enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Although we are at the late stage of the 6th rank, it is extremely difficult for us to advance to the 7th rank in our own world. The Myriad Realms Tower is our opportunity, and we must seize it. We must advance to the 7th rank as soon as possible through the Myriad Realms Tower so that we can keep up with its pace. Otherwise, when 7th tier, or even 8th tier or 9th tier experts appear, we will be nothing. Once I regain my strength, I can exchange some of my old possessions for heavenly coins and continue operating the Pill Pavilion. I'll gradually expand it until it becomes the largest Pill Pavilion in the Myriad Realms Tower. Yao Chen drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and placed the glass on the table. Fellow deist Lonely Moon, I learned from the Lord that someone in your world can resurrect me, and I am very excited. If possible, please help me. You can offer me any amount of heavenly coins you like. Guyu hadn't expected Yao Chen to want to expand the Pill Pavilion to such a large scale. She had heard from the Pavilion Master about the powerful cultivators who might be able to break through 7 or 8 realms with just one pill. Can Yao Chen really do that? If he were a 7th or 8th level alchemy master, wouldn't he easily crush him? She herself doesn't have such grand ambitions, but she admires this kind of person. Ambitious, well-planned, and with a future in mind. In our world, there is a sect called Ye Ming. Their sect leader, Deist Bai Mei, is a cultivator in the Mahayana stage and should be at the mid or late stage of the 7th rank. He can reconstruct the human body through remnant souls and revive people with the help of their sect's treasure land. But whether he's willing to help, I don't know. If I survive, I can ask around for you. Late stage of 7th rank? Wouldn't that be a Do-De, or even a Do-De level being? It really can revive people. There is hope. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Yao Chen was overjoyed, but his expression changed drastically upon hearing the second half. What if he's still alive? What does this mean? If Guyu dies, wouldn't it take much longer for him to revive? What danger have you encountered, fellow deist Lone Moon? Guyu picked up her wine glass, took a small sip, and sighed. Sigh yes. I just came out of the future pavilion. In the future, I will die and be killed by a demon. Just before this demon killed me, I entered the Myriad Realms Tower. If I leave the Myriad Realms Tower now, the demon might come after me in no time. Yao Chen's expression was solemn. The strongest person who could kill Guyu was at least a late-stage 6th order expert. What is the opponent's strength? If I team up with you, can we win? Guyu shook her head, recalling the scene she had seen in the future pavilion. She hadn't even withstood a single move. The blood demon of the Nether Spring is at least at the early stage of the 7th rank, and may even be at the middle stage of the 7th rank. I'm also worried about this. If I hadn't gone to the future pavilion, I would still have heavenly coins to store my life soul, but I spent 10 million heavenly coins at the future pavilion, and I don't have that many heavenly coins now. Yao Chen fell silent. He had spent all his money on the pill pavilion and didn't really have that many heavenly coins right now. I don't have that many heavenly coins right now. Gu Yu's eyes darkened. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Since the other party had opened the pill pavilion and was a remnant soul, he probably didn't have many heavenly coins on him. However, I know someone who should have quite a few heavenly coins on hand right now. Yao Chen changed the subject and, as if having made up his mind, poured all the wine in the wine pot into his mouth. I'm going to risk my reputation. It's just borrowing money. Just wait. Yao Chen took out the Myriad Realms token and sent a message to the Ghost King. Sect Master Wan, I am Yao Chen. Could you lend me 10 million heavenly coins? Once I recover, I can help you unify the entire world. He had also put in the effort. He had inquired about the situation in the world of Jade Dynasty and knew the specifics. It's certain that the Ghost King wants to unify all the sects, and he certainly won't let go of so many resources. Last time, the Ghost King wiped out a sect and gained more than 10 million heavenly coins. If he wipes out the other sects, he might get tens of millions. It's a sure thing. A hint of joy flashed in Guyu's eyes, but she asked with some hesitation. Fellow deist Yao Chen, if this is truly difficult, it's all right. Although the Ghost King is weak, he has a very bold personality. His world is a 6th order world. Once I recover, I'll just help him unify his world. He should be able to analyze the pros and cons. Guyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Chen had borrowed the money for her, so she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since he needs strong individuals, why not tell him that if possible, I can help him unify his world afterwards. 2 late-stage 6th tier experts should be enough. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. If Guyu also agreed to help, then everything was even more secure. Good. In the world of Jade Dynasty, the massacre of Tianyan Temple shocked both the righteous and demonic factions. The righteous sects, led by the Qingyun sect, have begun plotting to attack and destroy the Ghost King sect. Not only were the righteous sects furious, but the demonic sects were also incredibly enraged. The leaders of the 3 demonic sects, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Joyful Union sect, and the Longevity Hall, rushed into the Ghost King sect and began cursing at the Ghost King. Ghost King, have you gone mad? You just wiped out Tianyan Temple like that. You didn't even tell us. Now the righteous sects are attacking. Tell me, should we fight or not? Ghost King, you've gone too far. Aren't you provoking a war between good and evil? Who will stop the immortal execution sword of the Qingyun sect? You. Are you out of your mind? Tianyan Temple is one of the 3 great righteous sects. Aren't you telling the righteous sects to come and destroy our demonic sect? The Ghost King looked down at the 3 sect leaders and rubbed his head. Alright, the head of Tianyan Temple has been destroyed. What do you want? That bald monk Pukang almost killed my wife and children, so what if I destroyed them? The Poison God snorted coldly. His 10,000 Poison sect was the #1 sect in the demonic cult, and this Ghost King had become increasingly presumptuous in recent years. So what if we wipe them out? You truly deserve to be called the Ghost King. Since this is a feud between your Ghost King sect and the righteous sects, then my 10,000 Poison sect will not participate. Let's see if you can block the immortal slaughtering sword formation then. With a flick of his sleeve, the Poison God turned and left. The Ghost King may die, but the Ghost King sect must not be destroyed. Otherwise, the next ones to be wiped out will be the other demonic sects. After the Ghost King dies, I will take over the Ghost King sect as the leader of the demonic path. Yu Yangzi, the sect leader of Changsheng Hall, had a flicker in his eyes, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Since you, Ghost King, are already prepared, I won't say any more. Rat tail juice, please. Seeing that both sect leaders had left, the Hehuan sect leader, Fairy Samiao, covered her mouth and smiled. The Ghost King is just as domineering as he was hundreds of years ago, which makes him quite likable. As she spoke, her red, transparent dress slowly slipped down, revealing her bare shoulders and full breasts. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed, and he let out a cold snort. Hee, the Ghost King is still as interesting as ever. The Ghost King sect and the Joyful Union sect are both demonic sects, so of course they should help each other. If the Ghost King needs anything, he can ask them for help. After speaking, Fairy Samiao licked her lips with a dreamy look in her eyes, and her smooth and delicate long legs emerged from under her skirt. The Ghost King frowned and slowly closed his eyes. Thank you for your kindness, Fairy. The Ghost King sect is not afraid of those guys. The Fairy of Three Wonders gave the Ghost King a deep look, then transformed into a streak of red light and vanished from the spot. These three guys are all faking it, and they probably wish they were dead. Over the years, the Ghost King's sex dominance has made these guys quite resentful. However, he didn't care about all that. After we wipe out the righteous sects, we'll wipe out these demonic sects too. My Ghost King's sect is enough for the entire land. The Ghost King sat in the sect leader's seat, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. This world is just my starting point. My goal is all realms, the strongest in all realms. As he expected, it would take at least several months for the righteous faction to fully assemble. By the time the battle between good and evil begins, I'll probably already be at the 6th level. Moreover, with Yao Chen's help, a late-stage 6th-tier cultivator would absolutely dominate the world of Jade Dynasty. Just as he thought of Yao Chen, the Ghost King received a message from Yao Chen on his Myriad Realms token. Sect Master Wan, I am Yao Chen. Could you lend me 10 million heavenly coins? Once I recover, I can help you unify the entire world. Without hesitation, the Ghost King transferred 11 million heavenly coins without saying a word. The 10 million was lent to Yao Chen, and the 1 million was the handling fee collected by Wan Ji Lu. After all, this is also a transaction. Just as the Ghost King sent the money, he received another message. I also have a late-stage 6th-tier expert here. The heavenly coins were borrowed for her, and she said she would help you with me afterwards. The Ghost King's eyes lit up instantly. There was an unexpected bonus. 2 late-stage tier 6 units, 10 million celestial coins. Worth it. Senior Yao Chen, consider the 10 million as payment for your and another senior's assistance. It's not alone. After sending the message, the Ghost King looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. 2 late-stage tier 6 jewels. Who in the entire world of Jade Dynasty can withstand this? Inside the elegant gathering pavilion of the Myriad Realms Tower, Yao Chen had just finished editing his second message and hadn't even sent it when he discovered he had an extra 10 million heavenly coins. Yao Chen was stunned for a moment, then his heart was filled with emotion. Ghost King, you're a good person. Who said he was a demon? From now on, he will punish anyone who speaks ill of the Ghost King in his presence. Especially the last piece of news, that the 10 million was given directly to him, moved Yao Chen deeply, and he exclaimed in his heart that this was a good person. Seeing the smile on Yao Chen's face, Gu Yu quickly asked, "Did you manage to borrow it?" Yao Chen nodded and transferred 11 million Zushin coins to Gu Yu. Of course, 1 million Zushin coins were for handling fees. He couldn't come up with 10 million heavenly coins, but Yao Chen could still afford 1 million heavenly coins. I got it. The Ghost King gave me 10 million directly, saying it was the fee for hiring us. We each got 5 million. The other 5 million is my deposit to you. After receiving the heavenly coins, Gu Yu felt much more relaxed. She picked up her wine glass and gently pushed it away. Thank you, fellow deist. I will find the white-browed deist afterward and make sure he helps revive you. Consider this 5 million as payment. I will do my utmost. Gu Yu downed the wine in one gulp, and Yao Chen smiled slightly at the sight. Brother Ji, bring another pot of wine. Yes, Senior Yao. Just then, Rong Nianbing returned with the food he had prepared. The time flow in the Ice and Fire Chef world and the Myriad Realms Tower is different. Only a short while has passed in the Myriad Realms Tower, but Rong Nianbing has already slaughtered several first-level god ingredients and made them into delicious food. The door to the private room opened, and Rong Nianbing placed all the prepared ingredients on the table. Roasted dragon meat, exquisite white tiger paw, honey-glazed phoenix wings, secret recipe black tortoise soup, and Kailan and phoenix soup. These are all first-level gods of our world. Please try them and see if they suit your taste. Gu Yu's eyelids twitched. Dragon, phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise? Is it a real dragon, or just a name given to it? Considering the chef's identity a god king from the divine realm, this might actually be dragon meat. Yao Chen's brow twitched. Dragon meat? Their world has the ancient void dragon, but he hasn't eaten it yet and doesn't know if this dragon is related to the ancient void dragon. Inside the room, Ye Ming smacked his lips. This food looked pretty good. Roasted dragon meat, a 5th-tier delicacy. The tenderest part of a 1st-tier divine beast dragon from the Deluo god realm is roasted by a 5th-tier chef and seasoned with unique spices, making it extremely delicious. It contains a large amount of energy, which would instantly overwhelm anyone with strength below the 4th tier. Value, 20,000 heavenly coins. Exquisite white tiger paw, a 5th-tier delicacy. It is made from the 4 paws of the white tiger, a 1st-tier divine beast in the Deluo god realm, marinated with special seasonings. It melts in your mouth. It contains a large amount of energy, which will instantly overwhelm those with strength below the 4th tier. Value, 10,000 heavenly coins. Honey-glazed phoenix wings, a 5th-tier delicacy. The wings of a phoenix, a 1st-tier divine beast in the Deluo god realm, are marinated in a special sauce and roasted by a 5th-tier chef, making them extremely delicious. They contain a large amount of energy, which will instantly overwhelm those with strength below the 4th tier. Value 10,000 heavenly coins. Secret recipe suanyu soup, a 5th tier delicacy. It is made by simmering the suanyu, a 1st tier divine beast of the Deluo god realm, in a pot with special spices. It is extremely delicious. It contains a large amount of energy, which will instantly overwhelm those with strength below the 4th tier. Value 20,000 heavenly coins. Kailan and Phoenix soup, a 5th tier delicacy, is made by simmering the horn of a young Kailan, a 1st tier divine beast in the Deluo god realm, with a wingless phoenix. It is extremely delicious. It contains a large amount of energy, which will instantly overwhelm those with strength below the 4th tier. Value 25,000 heavenly coins. These 5 dishes alone cost 85,000 heavenly coins, which is quite luxurious. The dragon, phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, and Kailan, although not the original 4 saints, at least look similar. I wonder what it tastes like. That, the Myriad Realms Tower. Ding, copy? Requires 85,000 heavenly coins from the Lord's treasury. Would you like to try some? Copy successful. Inside the elegant and fragrant gathering pavilion, Guyu and Yao Chen ate while chatting about their worlds and news from the Myriad Realms Tower. After a hearty meal, Guyu and Yao Chen put down their chopsticks and returned to their original question. How do I dodge the attacks of the blood demon of the Nether Spring? Why did the blood demon of the Netherworld attack Lonely Moon first? Guyu's idea was simple: the blood demon of the Nether Spring would be defeated one by one, first killing all the sect leaders, leaving only the white-browed Taoist. Dealing with white eyebrows will be easy then. Kunlun only has 2 people, a sect leader and a disciple, making them the easiest targets to kill, so kill Guyu first. Now you can store your soul in the Soul Pavilion if you have the money, but it still costs 10 million heavenly coins to revive you after you die. It would be best if we could avoid spending those 10 million heavenly coins. However, what Guyu feared most was that she would die as soon as she returned. Before he could even react, he was slammed to death by the blood demon of the Nether Spring. Guyu voiced her concerns, which immediately silenced Yao Chen. You said you'd die if you went back, and it really is true. I thought I'd die after going back, but you said I might die the next second. Yao Chen tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. It's not impossible. There's a way. Find someone to go to your world, let them die in your place, and then resurrect them, but they'll probably have to die a lot. Moreover, we need to communicate well not only with this person, but also with the original poster. If an ordinary person goes in, they will be killed by the blood demon. Once the person dies, the Shushan world will pause again, unless it reappears. When the person reappears, still in front of the blood demon of the Nether Spring, the blood demon will definitely kill the person many times until it can no longer kill the person. Then, the blood demon will become curious and take the person away. As long as the blood demon leaves Kunlun, Lonely Moon will have time to escape. But what I'll have to go through in the middle is anyone's guess. I might experience some very painful and desperate things. Guyu fell silent for a moment. The blood demon of the Nether Spring was the most cruel demon, and he knew far too many tricks up his sleeve. Soul extraction and spirit refining are minor tricks. If you get caught by him, you might as well just die. Isn't this too cruel? The methods of the Netherworld blood demon are extremely bloody. Yao Chen stroked his beard. It was indeed somewhat cruel. Then you'll have to wait for a 7th tier expert to appear and ask them to help. If I were alive, I might be able to find a few 7th tier experts in my own world, but that's a bit difficult now. Guyu sighed. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's go to the Soul Pavilion first and store our souls there. Yao Chen nodded, and the two walked out of the private room. Rong Nianbing and the others quickly came over, bowed, and asked, Senior Yao Chen, Senior Guyu, are you leaving? Your stuff is pretty good. How many heavenly coins are there in total? Food costs 127,500 heavenly coins, 6 bottles of wine cost 60,000 heavenly coins, and music costs 60,000 heavenly coins, totaling 247,500 heavenly coins. Since you are the first customer to patronize our Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion, we'll round it down to 240,000 heavenly coins for you. Okay, it's turned around. A bottle of liquor costs 10,000 Zushin coins, which isn't too expensive, considering it's a 5th tier liquor. The music had been playing continuously since they entered the private room, almost without interruption, for several hours. The price was also reasonable. The God King plays the zither for you for hours, and it only costs tens of thousands of heavenly coins. Not bad. Please take care, seniors. The 3 God Kings exchanged a glance. Their first deal was worth 240,000 heavenly coins. They were making a good profit. After deducting the food cost of 85,000 Zushin coins and the beverage cost of 40,000 Zushin coins, Ye Yin's playing of the zither, although it did not consume any materials, still incurred a cost of 40,000 Zushin coins for the time spent playing. After deducting all costs, the net profit is 75,000 Zushin coins. The profits are split equally among the 3, with each person receiving approximately 25,000. You can earn 25,000 heavenly coins from 1 meal, 250,000 from 10 meals, and 2.5 million from 100 tables of guests a day. Tisk tisk. That's a great deal. Of the three, Ye Yinzu earned the most money, but she was also the most overworked. After all, the other two finished their work, but he still had to keep playing the piano. Yao Chen and Gu Yu arrived at the Soul Pavilion. There were still quite a few people in the Soul Pavilion, and even Yao Chen couldn't recognize some of the people around him. Gu Yu took down a soul star and stored his own soul inside it. In an instant, 10 million heavenly coins vanished. What should I do next? If I go back, I will surely die. Although the blood demon of the Nether Spring has left, it will still cost 10 million heavenly coins to revive him. Gu Yu sighed. Was death the only option for him? Yao Chen looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, wondering if he should wait until a 7th tier expert appeared. He clearly didn't want to wait that long, but he couldn't force Gu Yu to do so. Aside from waiting for a 7th tier expert to appear, the only other option is to do as I said and find someone to die in your place. You'll die and be resurrected every time until the blood demon of the Nether Spring captures him, and then you can return to your own world and leave this place. Lonely Moon shook her head. It was too cruel. You haven't seen the blood demon of the Nether Spring, so you don't know how ruthless he is. The soul palace in your world only steals souls. Compared to the demonic path in our world, it's considered relatively benign. The demonic path directly extracts the soul and steals the spirit, regardless of whether you are dead or alive. They forcibly extract the soul and then refine and burn it with fire. These are the basics. The soul palace wants the soul to be useful, but they only use it for torture and amusement. Yao Chen stopped talking. It was indeed a bit cruel. Seniors, I just heard you say that someone needs to be sent to their death? I'm willing. A voice suddenly rang out from the side, and the two turned their heads to see a person they did not recognize. Is this a new traitor? I've never seen that before. Young man, you should have heard what I just said. It's not just about dying once, you could die hundreds of times. I heard you, I can do it. Not only death, but death is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is being captured by that demon. He might pull out your soul and torture you in every way possible. The pain would be unbearable, worse than death. I know, I heard everything, but I still hope you two can give me a chance. Yao Chen and Gu Yu exchanged a glance, both with some hesitation in their eyes. In the end, Yao Chen spoke first. He agreed to such harsh conditions, which must have been because he was forced into a corner. Do you want the coins of the heavens, or do you want our help? What level of strength do you two seniors possess? Late stage of 6th rank. If I have helped you, I hope you two will help me in return. Gu Yu thought for a moment and nodded. She didn't want to hide in the Myriad Realms building forever until a 7th tier expert appeared. Only by returning to the world of Shushan Legend can I collect items, exchange them for all heaven's coins, and become stronger. Okay, I agree. How can we help you? The newcomer smiled slightly, thinking that two late-stage 6th tier cultivators should be able to help. Thank you both, seniors. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gao Yao, and I come from the mythological world. Yes, the person who came was Gao Yao. He hasn't appeared for a long time. After learning about the problems in his own world, he stayed in his own world for a long time, giving up on himself. He can't do anything, he's incapable of doing anything, and if anything goes wrong, he might be killed by Kui Wenzi. It wasn't until Gao Yao received news from the Myriad Realms Tower that he learned of the existence of the Soul Pavilion. He possesses 1st tier strength, storing his life soul only requires 100 heavenly coins, and resurrection also only requires 100 heavenly coins. He originally planned to tell Lin Pingzi, then go back to his own world to do something so that Lin Pingzi could resurrect him after his death. Unexpectedly, he ran into Yao Chen and Gu Yu. He overheard Gu Yu storing her life soul, 10 million heavenly coins. A 6th tier powerhouse. The original poster mentioned before that only 7th tier opponents could defeat him, but he wanted to give it a try. The treasure box is a treasure of the 7th rank or higher, but that doesn't mean Kui Wenzi is of the 7th rank. He looks like a laborer. That treasure box definitely wasn't his, so he wanted to try it out. He didn't want to live through 2,000 years in such agony. He is willing to give everything for this. It's just pain. Is it painful to watch yourself being cut up? What kind of suffering hasn't he endured? Seniors, let me first tell you about my world. My world is an incomplete world, without ranks, and everyone is an ordinary person, except for a guy named Kui Wenzi. I was originally a modern person, but I was transported to 2,000 years ago by a treasure box, along with a guy named Ye Xiaochuan. This treasure box is an item of the 7th rank or higher. Ye Xiaochuan and I both consumed an elixir of immortality. This elixir of immortality is called the longevity mother-child goo, which is the offspring of a 7th rank goo worm. If I help you too, I first ask that you help me capture this Kui Wenzi and find out the truth about our world. If Kui Wenzi and the other two cannot handle this, they may leave. This matter will then be considered settled. Yao Chen frowned deeply. An incomplete world? This Myriad Realms Tower is truly unique, containing treasures above the 7th rank and even 7th rank gooworms. It's really not easy to deal with. Not to mention Gao Yao, even Yao Chen felt a hint of curiosity. He glanced at Gu Yu, who nodded. All right. In addition, we'll give you another million as payment for this. If you can help you deal with Kui Wenzi, that's good. If you can't, I'll give you another million heavenly coins. But if it really is a 7th tier expert, we'll leave. And then you'll still die. But don't worry, I'll cover all the resurrection costs if you die before reaching level 4. A hint of joy appeared on Gao Yao's face, and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you both for your help. Gu Yu helped Gao Yao up. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I probably would be dead. Yao Chen stroked his beard. There's no time to lose. I've prepared some pills to ensure your mental state doesn't collapse. If you really can't take it, just commit suicide, and we'll revive you. Inside the room of the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming finished off the delicious food and waved his hand to take it all away. After sensing the conversation between Gao Yao and Yao Chen, Ye Ming sighed deeply. Gao Yao was the third person to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. After learning about the situation in his own world, he disappeared without a trace. I thought he had accepted reality and planned to quietly pass the year 2000, but I never expected that he was still thinking about dealing with Kui Wenzi. Gao Yao is such a pitiful person. He was already unlucky before entering the Myriad Realms building, and he became even more unlucky after entering it. Ye Ming wanted to help him, but there was really nothing he could do. Unless the world in Jao changes by 100%, I'll just walk right in. Forget about Kui Wenzi, even if his father were here, it wouldn't make a difference. If Gao Yao and Gu Yu were to fight Kui Wenzi, and the whole world knew about it, would the change be 100% complete? All traders who come to the Myriad Realms Tower undergo some changes, except for Gao Yao, who remains restricted. If the mythological world were to change to 100%, he wouldn't mind taking action to intimidate Kui Wenzi. Ding! A reminder to the host, the Myriad Realms Tower does not participate in any world struggles. One incident can easily lead to another, every world has different circumstances, and the host cannot help everyone. The Myriad Realms Tower only conducts transactions. Well, even if we can't help 100%, then Gao Yao will have to rely on himself. The first few people to enter the Myriad Realms Tower were Murong, who was in the Dali Kingdom, having seized the throne and changed the kingdom's name to Great Yan. The emperor was Murong, who was unifying the martial arts world, unifying the Central Plains, and collecting various resources. IP Man's previous mission made him famous overnight. The whole world knew that there were immortals in the Dragon Kingdom, and there were no invaders left in the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom. They all handed over letters of surrender and offered apologies. After defeating the entire Quanzhen sect and killing several hypocritical figures, Xiaolangnu began challenging the 5 greats, defeating them one by one. She became a top expert in the martial arts world and also began to gather resources. Duan Lang collected hundreds of thousands of living souls during IP Man's mission. After returning, he began refining them and then took over Wushuan City in one fell swoop. It seems they've been discussing something with Homelander and Hancock lately, planning to invite them to their world to suppress Indra. Almost everyone knows how good Homelander and Hancock are, so many people want to hire them to play for them. Times have changed. Instead of improving your own strength and gathering resources, it's better to hire someone to play for you. Having a powerful figure backing you up makes gathering resources much easier. With the help of Blood Bodhi, Lin Pingzi almost defeated all the martial arts masters and became the leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance. Yuri directly used the soul-stealing curse to control the country's high-ranking officials and gained inexhaustible wealth. He's been diligently practicing magic every single day. Alice, along with her clone sisters, wiped out all the umbrella bases, planning to establish a new human settlement afterward. Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong were close friends and often discussed ways to govern the country together. They have conquered one foreign land after another with their technology, and the Xiangnu are expanding outwards. With Zhou Xiruo's help, Zhang Yuyan's strength also soared, and she was about to break through to the 3rd rank and return to her own world to ascend to a higher world. Under Professor Snape's guidance, Suzuki Uchiha's mental strength has greatly improved, and he seems to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan. He is preparing to settle scores with Itaki Uchiha. After Aizen learned about the future, his need for the Hogyaka decreased, at least not to the point of immediately turning against it. He decided to drain Soul Society dry first, and seems to be looking for Asachi recently. Hanli had already arrived at the entrance of Huangfeng Valley, but he did not rush in. He planned to improve his strength first. The pill pavilion has many pills that can enhance cultivation, and he bought a lot of them. His strength will soon reach the peak of Qi refining. Once he has mastered Qi refining, he will enter Yellow Maple Valley. That way, when someone tries to take him away, he can teach that person a lesson. It seemed that every trader in the Myriad Realms Tower was improving, and Ye Ming felt a great sense of accomplishment seeing this. From having nothing at the beginning, we now have almost everything. Internal energy cultivation techniques, immortal cultivation methods, magic, bloodlines, elixirs, magical treasures, and technology. It has almost everything you could want. Moreover, different items are traded every day, expanding the goods available in the Myriad Realms Tower. While Ye Ming was still pondering, others started making transactions again. Duan Lang entered the Myriad Realms Tower with a large number of secret manuals. His strength increased dramatically, and he directly used the Ghost King Sect's secret technique, Soul Control Technique, to control the peerless city lord, Du Fang. Subsequently, all the secret manuals of Wushuan City became his. He went to the All Heavens Coin Exchange and took out all the secret manuals. Dragon Subduing Divine Leg, 4th tier technique, value 6,000 heavenly coins. Buddha's Palm, Storm World, 4th tier skill, value 6,500 heavenly coins. Invincible Overlord Fist, 4th tier technique, value 8,000 heavenly coins. Love That Transcends 7 Lifetimes, 4th tier cultivation technique, value 7,000 heavenly coins. Holy Spirit Sword Technique, 4th tier technique, Sword 1 to Sword 21, value 9,000 heavenly coins. Love That Shakes the City, a 5th tier cultivation technique, valued at 20,000 heavenly coins. 50 Tier 3 Secret Manuals, Tier 3 Cultivation Techniques, value 20,000 heavenly coins. 10 4th tier Secret Manuals, 4th tier Cultivation Techniques, value 30,000 heavenly coins. 70 2nd tier Manuals, 2nd tier Cultivation Techniques, value 3,000 heavenly coins. 100 1st tier Manuals, 1 1st tier Cultivation Techniques, value 400 heavenly coins. All the cultivation techniques combined cost a total of 109,900 heavenly coins. Except for Love That Shakes the City, which is a 5th tier cultivation technique, all the others are 4th tier cultivation techniques. If the Holy Spirit Sword Technique had Sword 22 and Sword 23, it might reach the 5th rank, but as it stands now, it's not very strong. After selling the cultivation technique, Duan Lang went directly to the Immortal Path District and bought up all the remaining parts of the Tongqian Ghost God Path. He had previously purchased the first 6 levels of the first floor. The remaining levels of the first floor would require 18,480 heavenly coins. The last 2 levels of the mysterious record of ghosts and gods require 90,000 heavenly coins. If we buy them all, we won't have enough heavenly coins. Duan Lang sighed. The heavenly coins really don't last long. Forget it, I'll just buy the first layer instead. I bought the first floor and took it back to cultivate. After I finished cultivating, my strength should be able to break through to the 5th level. Then I can go to Lingyun Cave by myself. Once you acquire the Blood Bodhi, it would be best to plant some Blood Bodhi trees and harvest more, so you shouldn't lack heavenly coins. Oh right, we haven't been to the Future Pavilion and the Soul Pavilion yet. He is from a 5th tier world. The Future Pavilion requires 100,000 heavenly coins. He received 40,000 heavenly coins after completing IP Man's mission last time, which is not enough to go to the Future Pavilion. He can't go to the Soul Pavilion either, as he's only at the 4th rank and the Soul Pavilion requires 100,000 heavenly coins. I currently only have a little over 100,000 heavenly coins. Should I go to the Future Pavilion first, or the Soul Pavilion first? After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the Soul Pavilion first. You can always see the future, but you only have one life. I need to find a trader I'm on good terms with, someone who can help revive me if I die. He left the immortal realm and came to the Soul Pavilion, where he spent 100,000 heavenly coins to store his soul. No sooner had Duan Lang left the first floor than Aizen arrived at the exchange point for the All Heavens coins. Shallow Strike *500, Tier 5 magic item, a magic item that can grow. If you communicate with it with your heart, it will become a soul magic item. After its initial release in Bankai, it will increase the strength of your own soul, and its attacks can directly damage the soul of the opponent. Value, 5 million heavenly coins. Aizen only traded one item Asachi. This is the item that sold for 10,000 each, and 500 of them sold for 5 million heavenly coins. Aizen smiled slightly when he saw the 5 million heroic coins. All that effort wasn't wasted. He directly stole the Asachi from the Central Spiritual Arts Academy of Soul Society. After all, this thing was too useless, nobody had it, and only those who had just started studying at the Spiritual Arts Academy would be given one. Aizen stole it directly using Kyoka Suijutsu. A mirage. Stealing. This is the first time he's done something so embarrassing. However, seeing the 5 million heavenly coins, he felt it was worth it. If it weren't for the fact that only the Zero Division Zuritsu could build it, he would have wanted to just steal it. Now that he has the heavenly coins, it's time for him to go get the Hogyaku. Once you get the Hogyaku, go to Hueco Mundo. There are still many things to trade there. Most importantly, once we get to Hueco Mundo, we can openly kill gods and then trade their Zanpakuto. I wonder if virtual beings can be traded. They have no intelligence and are just like animals. I wish they could be traded. However, the void seems difficult to control. Forget it, let's get to Hueco Mundo first. Aizen disappeared from the spot and returned to Soul Society. Ye Ming sat on the sofa with a contented smile on his face. Once everything was on track, he didn't have to do anything, the heavenly coins came to him on their own. Lonely Moon traded 13 million heavenly coins, 4/10 of which was 5.2 million heavenly coins. This one alone has added 5.2 million heavenly coins. Previously, earning 1 million heavenly coins was exhausting, but now it's a breeze to earn 5 million heavenly coins. Leng Feng traded 383,000 Zishan coins, and Lu Paiqiang traded 417,100 Zishan coins, for a total of 800,100 Zishan coins. 4/10 of that amounted to 320,040 Zishan coins. Duan Lang traded 109,900 Zishan coins, and Aizen traded 5 million Zishan coins, for a total of 5,109,900 Zishan coins. 4/10 of that is 2,043,960 Zishan coins. The Three Gods King restaurant charges 125,000 heavenly coins for drinks and food, with 4/10 of that being 50,000 heavenly coins. These transactions totaled 7,614,000 heavenly coins. Adding the remaining 8,117,969 heavenly coins, Ye Ming's total heavenly coins now amount to 15,731,969, 15.73 million celestial coins. Breaking 10 million is a piece of cake. The 6th level of the exclusive cultivation technique is 15% complete. Besides the heavenly coins, the Lord's treasury has also increased considerably. As for future pavilion, Guyu received 10 million heavenly coins, while Lu Paiqiang and Leng Feng's 20 heavenly coins were negligible. A total of 10 million heavenly coins went into the Lord's treasury. Regarding the Soul Pavilion, Guyu received 10 million heavenly coins, Gui Wang received 1 million heavenly coins, Snape received 100,000 heavenly coins, Aizen received 1 million heavenly coins, and Duan Lang received 100,000 heavenly coins, totaling 12.2 million heavenly coins. 10% of that goes into the Lord's treasury, which is 1.22 million heavenly coins. The Soul Pavilion is great, but not everyone has that many heavenly coins. They either don't have that much money or feel they don't need it for the time being. It's like 3 God Kings, each with the strength of a 5th tier being worth 1 million heavenly coins. Together they could store one person, but combined they couldn't store even one. In terms of transactions, Ghost King paid 1 million Zishan coins in fees, Yao Chen paid 1 million Zishan coins in fees, and Leng Feng opened a group chat vault for 10,000 Zishan coins. A meal at the 3 Gods King restaurant costs 240,000 heavenly coins, with a 20% commission of 48,000 heavenly coins. In addition, the Pill Pavilion sells 500,000 pills, with a 20% commission of 100,000 heavenly coins. A total of 13,358,000 heavenly coins were obtained. Of these, 10 million heavenly coins were used to open the Soul Pavilion, 85,000 heavenly coins were used by Ye Ming to have a big meal, and 3,273,000 heavenly coins were left. The original poster had 6,581,811 heavenly coins remaining in their vault, bringing the total to 9,854,811 heavenly coins, almost 10 million. The next facility, costing 100 million, seems a long way off. Ye Ming opened the panel and took a look. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 4. Realm, Peak of the 5th Order. Celestial Coins, 1573199. Ops Vault, 9854811 Heavenly Coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herbalism Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena, Soul Hall. Cultivation Technique, 5th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Possesses worlds Ip Man World, the return of the Condor Heroes World. Connecting the worlds Legend of Shushan, Ice and Fire Chef, Qin Emperor, God of Wine, Men of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, New Fantasy Westward Journey, God of Cookery, Kung Fu, The Deer and the Cauldron. Traded items, Jade Void Severing Emotions Technique, Great Brahma Prajna, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angelic Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Coldfire, Burning Technique, 3 Flowers Gathering Fire Technique. On the Wanjula Square, Gao Yao kept taking deep breaths. Yao Chen and Guyu just watched him without saying anything more to comfort him. Gao Yao, I have prepared the pills. You can take them after you die a few times. We need to attract the attention of the Netherworld Blood Demon so that he can take you away. Guyu handed over access to her world to Gao Yao, who nodded and resolutely stepped into the vortex. The Shu Mountains are renowned throughout the world. The Basha region is characterized by its towering mountains and deep abysses, with unique and treacherous terrain, making it a mysterious and uninhabited area. Legend has it that extraordinary swordsmen and heroes roam this place, cultivating and absorbing the spiritual energy of various mountains to become immortal. They even claimed that they could cultivate for 1,000 years and fly on swords. The towering mountains that reach into the clouds are like a fairyland. When Yao appeared, it was on such a mountain peak, so high that one could not see the bottom at a glance. Even the clouds are only in the middle of the mountain. Before Gao Yao could even properly survey his surroundings, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. Millions of skulls surged from the sky and flew towards Gao Yao. Before he could react, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Gao Yao was already standing inside the Soul Pavilion. How about it? Guyu hurriedly asked. Gao Yao left the Myriad Realms Tower and they headed towards the Soul Pavilion, but they had only taken 2 steps and hadn't even reached the Soul Pavilion when Gao Yao died. Gao Yao shook his head, he knew nothing about it yet. I went in, turned around, and saw a skull, and died the next second. Guyu's expression changed. So fast. Fortunately, I entered the Myriad Realms Tower directly. If I had hesitated, I might be dead by now. The skull is the blood demon of the netherworld. The first death is the easiest, it gets harder and harder after that. Since Gao Yao has already decided to do it, he will not back down. I understand. I'll go in now. As soon as Gao Yao appeared in the world of Shushan, he heard a voice in his ear. Ha, it's just a mortal. He died before he could even see what was happening. The third time, upon entering, a voice was heard, where is lonely moon? Death. The fourth time, I entered, and I died. The fifth time, I entered, and I died. 10 times in a row, I went in and died without seeing anything. Finally, on the 11th time, Gao Yao did not die immediately. You're still alive. I thought I was imagining things. You should have been killed by me 10 times over. Gao Yao raised his head and looked ahead. Millions of skulls surged in the air like a sea, gradually gathering into a 10-meter-tall skull. Is this the demon? A 7th-tier demon. This terrifying aura made one tremble all over and the hair on one's body stand on end. A sense of impending death sent a chill down Gao Yao's spine. Mortal, tell me, how did you survive? When the giant skull speaks, its jaw opens and closes, just like in an animation. Forget it, I'll just see for myself. Soul search. The next second, Gao Yao felt a surge of power rush into his mind, and his head felt as if something had been inserted into it, causing unbearable pain. With a boom, Gao Yao's head exploded, and his body crashed to the ground. When Gao Yao opened his eyes again, he cried out in terror. Ah! He held his head and found that everything was normal, nothing had happened, and his head hadn't exploded. But that feeling before was just too unpleasant. It's like sticking a rod straight into your brain, which then rapidly expands and grows until it bursts your head. Yao Chen and Guyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with solemnity. Here we go. The toughest part is yet to come. The longer it goes on, the more painful it will become for Gao Yao. Even if they recover through the Soul Pavilion, they will never forget the pain they experienced. Yao Chen took out a few pills and handed them to Gao Yao. Eating this pill can isolate you from physical pain, but it cannot isolate you from the pain in your soul, though it can lessen it. This pill can keep you conscious. If you really can't bear it, then commit suicide. Yes, only commit suicide if you really can't take it anymore. You only have one chance to commit suicide. You won't be able to do it a second time. Gao Yao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After receiving the pill, he put it in his mouth. I'm going. No rush, you can take your time. It's okay. It's bearable. The legend of Shushan spreads throughout the world. Entering for the 12th time. Ha! It's come back to life again. What a strange mortal. The corpse was right next to him, yet he came back to life. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao realized that there was a headless corpse beside him. The corpse was exactly the same size and dressed as himself. It was clearly his own corpse. It seems the Soul Pavilion directly created a new body. Is the bottom still there? He instinctively reached down, and sure enough, there was nothing there. Oh well, if it doesn't grow back, it doesn't grow back. Anyway, if he wants it to grow back, he can just get a pill from Yao Chen and it will grow back. He doesn't have that much need for it now. You little brat, touching your crotch in front of me, are you mocking me, the blood demon of the Nether Spring? You're the most audacious mortal I've ever seen. Let's see how many times you can resurrect. This time, Gao Yao felt his entire body swell up and was instantly blown to pieces. The 13th, 14th, and all the way to the 20th time, he died as soon as he went in. I've experienced every possible way to die. Not to mention the head and body exploding, the limbs exploded one by one, the bones broke inch by inch, the eyes went blind, the ears went deaf, the tongue was cut off and the nose was gone, and they were chopped into human sticks and bled to death. The further it went, the more Gao Yao suffered. Each time, I had to rest for a long time before entering the world of Shushan legend. The last time I rested for a full hour, and that feeling was so agonizing. He suddenly realized that watching himself being cut wasn't so painful anymore. 21st time, enter. You've actually come back to life again, mortal. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. This time, let me gently search your soul. The sensation of the 11th soul search reappeared, and this time, just as the blood demon of the Nether Spring had said, it was very gentle. He could feel an energy surging wildly in his mind, and his head was throbbing with pain, as if his brain was being churned up. But he just can't die. Ah! Gao Yao cried out in pain until his pupils gradually dilated and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He's become mentally disabled. Strange, there's nothing there. How could a mere mortal resist my soul-searching technique? Interesting. The next second, Gao Yao's body exploded. Gao Yao reappeared inside the soul pavilion. How are you? Are you all right? Gao Yao remained silent for a long time. Gu Yu and Yao Chen did not urge him, but simply waited quietly by his side. It was a long time before Gao Yao finally raised his head. Thank goodness. It should be soon. He didn't torture me or search my soul this time. He should be taking me away now. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's expression turned even more serious than before, instead of being happy. Are they taking Gao Yao away? The real torment begins now. Moreover, Gao Yao might not even be able to commit suicide next, because he had already attempted suicide once before. This time, he had to endure it until the blood demon left. Based on the time Gao Yao entered the Shushan Chronicles, other sects should have already noticed Yuquan blood demon. He's wasted so much time, he'll definitely leave. The 22nd time, Gao Yao reappeared on the mountaintop, surrounded by dozens of corpses. Strange little fellow, I'll have to study your situation carefully. I wonder if a person can be resurrected if their soul is extracted. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yao felt a sharp pain. This feeling is like peeling off one's own skin, except that the blood demon of the nether spring is peeling off the flesh, not the skin. A transparent Gao Yao slowly rose from the flesh, and Gao Yao once again felt a feeling of being worse than dead. This time, he can't die even if he wants to. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and persevere. After his soul was extracted directly from his body, Gao Yao became extremely weak. He glanced at his fallen body and then flew into a skull. Not bad, still alive. Come with me, let me take good care of you. He. The million skulls once again transformed into a black torrent and turned to leave. It charged recklessly along the way, completely oblivious to the concept of dodging, and smashed a mountain in the middle of the road with a loud crash. Upon hearing the sound, Xian Tianzong's expression changed, and he quickly flew into the sky, where he saw the skull in the distance. The blood demon of the netherworld. He hurriedly flew over, but before he could reach the blood demon of the nether spring, the blood demon of the nether spring had already disappeared into a deep abyss. Xian Tianzong hovered in the sky, his face extremely grim. Damn it, the blood demon of the netherworld escaped. It has to be said that if the blood demon of the nether spring had left even a little later, the Xiantian sect would have perished here. There wouldn't have been any of the subsequent events. Xian Tianzong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the mountain, there were only corpses all over the ground, and he did not see Gu Yu at all. On the other side, the skull traversed the abyss and finally entered a cave. Inside the cave, a emaciated figure suddenly opened its eyes and grabbed at one of the skulls. Gao Yao's soul was pulled out of the skull and thrown aside. Little one, tell your ancestor, what is your origin, and how have you managed to keep coming back to life? Gao Yao's soul weakly opened its eyes, glanced around, and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Gu Yu and Yao Chen saw Gao Yao in his soul form, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Was it successful? Gao Yao's soul was too weak to open its mouth, and could only nod. Gu Yu took a deep breath and bowed to Gao Yao, an ordinary man. I will remember your kindness. After I leave, I will definitely help you kill that person. Gu Yu glanced at Yao Chen, then stepped into the vortex. As the legend of Mount Shu spread throughout the world, the blood demon of the nether spring suddenly stood up and looked around. The soul that was just in front of me vanished in an instant. Has it vanished? That's impossible. On Mount Kunlun, as soon as the lone moon appeared, it sensed the presence of the moon golden wheel. The Xiantian sect is all around. She dared not linger, and quickly flew over, grabbed Xian Tianzong, and flew towards Ye Ming. Xian Tianzong smiled when he saw Gu Yu. If Gu Yu really dies, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Master! You're alright, that's great. Gu Yu's speed continued to increase. He glanced at Xian Tian's sect and said in a calm tone, You're incredibly audacious. Even I'm no match for the blood demon of the nether spring, yet you dare to chase after him. If he hadn't left so quickly, you would be dead by now. Xian Tianzong felt a bit scared when he thought back on it. He had been wondering if the blood demon of the nether spring had captured his master and he wanted to rescue him. They didn't even consider whether they were a match for their opponent. Master, I thought he had captured you. As Lonely Moon flew at high speed, it looked around. The skull reappeared in the distance, and Gu Yu's expression changed. He unleashed his full cultivation and transformed into a beam of light. Fortunately, the skull didn't target her, instead, it went to the Kunlun Mountains. Looking at Mount Ye Ming in the distance, Gu Yu quickly amplified her voice to spread it out. The lonely moon of Kunlun has come to visit. We request an audience with Sect Master White Eyebrows. On Mount Kunlun, the blood demon of the Nether Spring glanced at the corpses on the ground but did not see any mortals. What about that mortal? He must get his hands on the secret to resurrection. He looked in the direction of the lonely moon and suddenly chased after it. Lonely moon, hand over that mortal. The speed of the Netherworld blood demon was much faster than that of Lonely Moon, and it caught up in just a few breaths. Insolence! You blood demon of the Nether Spring, you're courting death. Haoshan Mirror. A beam of golden light shone down from the sky, and the blood demon of the Nether Spring's expression changed drastically. He was caught in the middle of the beam before he could dodge. Ah, you damned Whitebrow, you just wait. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting such an unexpected gain. On the distant summit of Mount Ime, a huge figure appeared in the air, its size and height no less than that of the high mountain below. Floating in front of the giant was a huge mirror, which was neither gold nor jade, and had ancient seal script and the shapes of dragons and strange birds in the clouds on its back. A faint bluish light emanated from the mirror, but the more you stared at it, the farther away it seemed, as if it were no longer in front of you. The golden light emanated from the Haoshan mirror. On the distant Mount Ime, thousands of cultivators rode out on their swords, their countless sword shadows hanging in the sky. At the forefront, a man waving magical wings rushed towards them. You audacious blood demon of the Nether Spring, how dare you cause trouble at Ime? You're courting death. Dan Shin's wings flapped, and thousands of flying knives instantly flew off his wings, transforming into a torrent of steel that flew towards the Netherworld blood demon. Guyu's expression changed as she suddenly recalled the scene she had witnessed in the future pavilion. She formed hand seals, and the sun and moon golden will simultaneously flew out from Xian Tianzong's body, instantly blocking Dan Shin's torrent of flying knives. A golden light emerged from the sun and moon wheel, firmly blocking all the flying knife attacks. Dan Shinzi, don't be impulsive. The Haoshan mirror is enough to kill the Yuquan blood demon. Even if your flying knife takes away a drop of the Yuquan blood demon's blood, he will be reborn. The blood demon of the Nether Spring, the blood demon of the Nether Spring, why is he called the blood demon? It's because every drop of his blood contains a fragment of the blood demon spirit, and as long as he escapes, he can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Dan Shinzi was stunned for a moment, then quickly stopped his practice and recalled the flying knife. The torrent of steel turned and finally flew back behind Dan Shinzi, turning into feathers on his wings. Master Guyu is right, Dan Shinzi was being reckless. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, she was genuinely afraid that Dan Shinzi would act recklessly. Under the golden light, the skulls began to shatter one by one. After a few minutes, all the skulls disappeared, completely annihilated. Guyu blinked, not expecting that Yuquan blood demon would die like this. She stared blankly into the distance, lost in thought. Master Guyu, my master requests your presence. Guyu came to her senses, nodded, and followed Dan Shinzi into the Ime sect. At the same time, she took out the Myriad Realms token and sent a message to Yao Chen. Upon entering the main hall, Guyu saw the Ime sect leader, the white-browed true man, dressed in white robes, with white hair, eyebrows, and beard. Kunlun Lonely Moon greets the white-browed immortal. Master Bai Mei nodded, dismissed everyone else, and then solemnly uttered a sentence. The blood demon of the Nether Spring is not dead yet. Guyu was taken aback. He's not dead yet? That was only half of the Netherworld blood demon spirit, the other half hasn't appeared yet. He's still alive. Master Bai Mei looked at Guyu with a very strange expression on his face. You shouldn't be here. If Guyu can predict the future, then Bai Mei certainly can too. In his prediction, Guyu should die and then be resurrected by him to become the heavenly sword master Li Yinqi. 200 years later, the blood demon of the Nether Spring returns. This is the only way to defeat him. Only by combining the heavenly thunder twin swords can the blood demon of the Nether Spring be defeated. But now, everything has changed. The future is murky and unclear, nothing can be seen. Guyu understood what Bai Mei Genren meant, he should die, as this was the only way to eliminate Yuquan blood demon. Master White Eyebrows, why can't you kill him? Are you no match for him? Master Bai Mei sighed and slowly said. No, it's not that I can't deal with him, but that I can't make a move. My strength is already at the peak of the mortal realm, and I can barely use the Haoshan mirror, but as soon as I make a move, I will be expelled from the mortal realm and sucked into the immortal realm. Guyu finally understood why Bai Mei Genren could easily subdue Yuquan blood demon with a Haoshan mirror, but couldn't kill him directly. That was the reason. The celestial order is currently in chaos, and the heavenly sword master has not yet appeared. Relying solely on Chang Kong Wuji's thunderflame sword is simply insufficient to kill the Nether Spring blood demon. Guyu remained silent, unsure of how to begin. Master Bai Mei also knew that something had changed about Guyu, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to disrupt the heavenly secrets. Since it has already happened, we can only take it one step at a time. Guyu nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, Master Bai Mei, I have a friend whose body was destroyed due to injury, leaving only his soul. I have heard that you have the means to revive people. My friend once saved my life, so I beg you to help me. Lonely Moon is willing to pay any price. My friend is as strong as me. If he recovers, he is willing to stand on the same side as Ye Ming and fight against the blood demon of Yuquan. Master Bai Mei remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Whether it's one lonely moon or two lonely moons, it makes no difference to the blood demon of the Nether Spring. They can both be killed in one move. On the contrary, restoring the body of a powerhouse at the level of Lone Moon consumes a great deal of energy and resources. He won't help others without sufficient compensation. Guyu felt a little uneasy, wondering if Master Bai Mei would agree. After all, her relationship with Master Bai Mei wasn't that good. If you want me to agree, that's fine, but your friend needs to stay in Ye Ming and protect Ye Ming until someone in Ye Ming reaches the same level of cultivation as him. Resurrecting a sect leader level expert is a huge drain on our Ye Ming sect. Guyu remained silent, leaving Yao Chen to stay in Ye Ming. Are you kidding me? Yao Chen would definitely disagree. Master Bai Mei, if you are willing to revive him, then I will join Ye Ming. She had figured it out. If the Myriad Realms Tower hadn't died, and the Shantian sect hadn't become the leader of Ye Ming, and she hadn't been resurrected as an Ye Ming disciple, she might as well join Ye Ming now, it would be the same. Master Bai Mei raised an eyebrow. Guyu was the sect leader of Kunlun? He actually wanted to join Ye Ming directly? Who exactly is this person that made Guyu pay so much? Alright, bring him here. I can only do my best. As for how much strength he can recover, that's up to him. A smile appeared on Guyu's lips as she sent a message to Yao Chen. Then Yao Chen appeared beside Guyu and bowed to Bai Mei. Rogue cultivator Yao Chen greets true man white eyebrows. Bai Mei's pupils contracted slightly. How did this medicinal dust appear? Moreover, this soul is incredibly solid. For the first time, Bai Mei realized that there were things in this world that he couldn't understand. Fellow deist Yao Chen's soul is quite unique. Yao Chen stroked his beard and said with a smile, I possess some knowledge of alchemy, which is why my soul is relatively strong. I hope you will forgive my shortcomings, Master White Eyebrows. Bai Mei raised an eyebrow, and his several-meter-long eyebrow twitched. Alchemy? That's a technical skill. Oh, I see. Fellow deist Yao Chen is also a master alchemist. My apologies for not recognizing him. I only know a little bit. It's a pity I don't have a physical body, so refining pills is quite difficult. Fellow deist Yao Chen, please come with me. I will use the sect's secret techniques to help you recover. Yao Chen smiled slightly and bowed again. Then thank you very much, Master White Eyebrows. It's all right. Fellow deist Lonely Moon, you can go and rest now. Guyu and Yao Chen exchanged a glance, then said, Sect leader, I'll accompany fellow deist Yao Chen. If any problems arise along the way, she can directly revoke the world's permissions, and Yao Chen will be kicked out of this world. In the future scene in the future pavilion, Bai Mei is indeed a good person, but he did so for Ye Mei's sake. The lives of the others were of little concern to him. Having lived for over 100 years, she still knew these things. Bai Mei gave Guyu a deep look, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Alright, now that you're a member of my Ye Mei sect, there's no harm in letting you see them. Not only the secret technique for resurrecting people, but also the Haoshan mirror and the twin thunder swords, you can learn about them. Guyu lowered her head, and Yao Chen, who was standing beside her, quickly spoke up. Master White-Browed Immortal, please, please. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Gao Yao sat blankly in the pill pavilion, while Xiao Yan looked after him. Brother Gao, are you alright? Gao Yao shook his head. He died not long after his soul was extracted. Xiao Yan then resurrected him and brought him back to the pill pavilion. Xiao Yan already knew everything from Yao Lao, so he was sincerely grateful to Gao Yao, that ruthless man. If it weren't for him, it would probably have been a long time before the old doctor was resurrected. Once the old medicine master is resurrected, he'll also have a powerful backer. Just then, a person suddenly entered through the door. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed somewhat delirious. Are there any pills to calm the mind? Yes. Here. Duan Lang glanced at Gao Yao sitting not far away and felt that this guy was in worse shape than himself. I was high on the soul drug, and my mind was unstable and unclear. It's like Gao Yao's soul has been ripped out. Duan Lang glanced at it and then looked away. He wasn't very familiar with Gao Yao, they had only been to the Resident Evil world together. He has a lot of problems of his own right now, so how can he care about others? After buying the first level of the Tongxian Ghost and God record, he began cultivating it. As it turned out, the record of mysterious ghosts and gods was indeed very suitable for him. As long as he had a soul, he could improve rapidly. All the hundreds of thousands of living souls we had saved up were used. His strength has indeed improved very quickly. He's already at the late stage of the 4th tier. Duan Lang is now even comparable to Xiong Ba, and given that he cultivates immortality techniques with unique methods, Xiong Ba might not even be his match. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, the poster had said that there were ancient monsters in his world who had lived for thousands of years. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly if he wasn't at least at the 5th rank. Duan Lang used the soul essence to cultivate, which certainly increased his strength quickly, but the impact was also significant. The presence of hundreds of thousands of living souls, along with the souls of some zombies, caused Duan Lang's own mind to become muddled and confused. He dared not cultivate any further. If he continued, he would go insane first. Xiaoyan took out a bottle of pills, which were sold to Yao Chen by the Ghost King. They were pills that could be used to remove the aftereffects of the Tongxian Ghost God record. Tongxian pill, used to stabilize the mind and remove distracting thoughts from the soul, is a pill from the Ghost King sect. Grade 4, 10 pills per bottle, 12,000 Zushin coins. All the pills in the pill pavilion have been increased in value by 50% from their original value. Even if traders have objections, it's useless, because apart from the pill pavilion, there are no more pills in the Myriad Realms Tower. All the pills were sold to the pill pavilion. After obtaining the Tongxian pill, Duan Lang did not linger and returned directly to his own world. In the world of turmoil, in the mansion of the city lord of Wushuan City. After taking the pill, Duan Lang began to circulate his cultivation technique to stabilize his mind. A few hours later, he opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Phew, that's a bit easier. It's a pity I can't continue cultivating now. I'll need to rest for a while. After this trip, my meager amount of heavenly coins has been completely depleted. It's definitely not a reliable way to openly steal cultivation techniques, so let's go to Lingyun Cave instead. Let's take a good look around this time. With his current strength, dealing with the fire Kylan shouldn't be a problem. We'll collect some more blood bodhi seeds then, and it would be best to collect the vines as well. I wonder if blood bodhi seeds can be cultivated at the herbalist's pavilion. If the herb pavilion could cultivate them, that would be a huge profit. Upon thinking of this, Duan Lang could no longer sit still. While we're unable to cultivate, let's quickly find out what's going on. He went out of the room, found Dugu Yufang, and asked for a fine horse. Even if he could fly now, he wouldn't dare to fly in his own world. As I said before, until he reaches the 5th rank, he can only lie low. Or we can gather enough All Heaven's coins and ask the Homelanders for help. These are the only two options. Homelander and Hancock are asking for way too much, hundreds of thousands of dollars right off the bat. Where would he get so many multiverse coins? He negotiated the price for a long time before finally lowering it to 50,000 heavenly coins, since there weren't many strong individuals in his world, only a handful at the 5th rank. However, Homelander is only responsible for taking action. He lures people out and then takes care of eliminating them. Originally, we had enough heavenly coins, but then the Soul Pavilion spent another 100,000 heavenly coins. We can only recoup our losses by relying on Lingyun Cave. Several hours later, he finally returned to Lingyun Cave. Looking at the giant Buddha in the distance, Duan Lang was filled with emotion. The last time he came here, he had just entered the Myriad Realms Tower and was only a martial artist at the innate realm. In such a short time, he had already become a late-stage 4th order cultivator, with strength approaching that of a late-stage celestial realm martial artist. The Myriad Realms Tower is truly a wonderful place. This is the greatest opportunity of my life. Duan Lang lightly stepped on the horse's back, and his whole body flew up, landing at the entrance of Lingyun Cave. He drew his dark black sword and entered the Lingyun Cave. He usually kept the black crow sword inside his body to nurture it, but to avoid others noticing its sudden appearance, he took it in his hand. This time, Duan Lang wasn't clueless. He easily found his way to the place where he had previously obtained the blood bodhi. The vines of the blood bodhi were completely bare, not a single one remained. They had all been picked by Duan Lang last time. He carefully dug out the vines by the roots using the black crow sword, and then put them into his storage ring. After putting it away, he continued walking forward. There might even be blood bodhi seeds inside. However, there were simply too many intersections inside Lingyun Cave, winding and twisting around. Duan Lang was afraid of missing them, so he had to explore every single one, wasting some time. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he saw another blood bodhi tree. Duan Lang was overjoyed and hurriedly went to blood bodhi's side, his face full of shock. 1, 2, 3, 50. There are actually 50 blood bodhis on this vine. Each one is worth 1,000 heavenly coins, that's 50,000 heavenly coins. He quickly plucked the blood bodhi and, in the same manner, placed the vine, roots, and even soil into his storage ring. Having acquired 50,000 heavenly coins, Duan Lang was quite excited. He pondered whether to have the Homelanders fight for him first, or to use the heavenly coins to cultivate the blood bodhi, or to go to the future pavilion first. Sigh, I'm still poor. If I had 10 million heavenly coins, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Duan Lang took a few steps forward, then suddenly his smile froze, and he stood there dumbfounded. Not far away, a skeleton leaned against the wall, and on the skeleton's finger was a gold ring. Duan Lang walked solemnly to the skeleton and knelt down. Father! Duan Lang wouldn't be mistaken, this ring is indeed the Duan family ring, and only his father possesses it. The thought of his father being harmed by the fire Kylan filled him with rage, and his eyes grew even redder. He punched the ground hard, sending dust flying. Fire Kylan, Duan Lang, will surely kill you. At this moment, Duan Lang suddenly noticed a red mark on the ground. He brushed away the soil and revealed a longsword with a red blade. The red longsword was also inlaid with a scale. This is the Fire Kirin sword. The fire is fierce on the top of the southern mountain, and the deep snow in the North Sea hides the cold. This refers to the Fire Kirin sword of the Duan family's southern Kirin sword master and the snow drinking saber of the Nai family's northern drinking saber. This sword and this saber are peerless divine weapons, coveted by countless people in the martial arts world. Of course, that's what people in the martial arts world say, but in reality, the snow drinking saber is far superior to the Fire Kirin sword. The Fire Kirin sword is simply a longsword inlaid with the scales of a Fire Kirin. The scales of the Fire Kirin have a magical effect that can increase the user's power, but if you hold it for too long, you will be controlled by the sword, and demonic thoughts will arise, making it difficult to extricate yourself. It's just like how Duan Lang feels now that he's consumed too many soul essences. However, the snow drinking saber is different from the Fire Kirin sword. The snow drinking saber was forged from Bai Lu, one of the 4 strange stones left over from Nuwa's patching of the sky. However, many people are unaware of this and mistakenly believe that the snow drinking saber and the Fire Kirin sword are the same peerless divine weapons, but in fact, there is a significant difference between them. Even the snow drinking saber and the Fire Kirin sword were listed as one of the 12 terrors. These 12 terrors were created long ago in the martial arts world by a man named Bai Zia Quangshen, based on everything he had seen and heard in the martial arts world. These 12 people and objects terrified all those in the martial arts world, hence the name 12 terrifying things. The second is the snow drinking saber, and the third is the Fire Kirin sword. The first sign of panic, Fire Kylan. The second shock, the snow drinking knife of the Nai family of Bian. The third alarm, the Fire Kirin sword of the Nanlin Duan family. The fourth alarm, the Peerless sword, the treasure of Peerless city. The fifth shock, Peerless sword. The sixth terror, Hero's sword. The seventh terror, the Sword sect, a sword-wielding sect whose swordsmanship is hailed as the strongest in the martial arts world. The eighth source of panic, Shaolin sect. The ninth panic, Liudang sect. The 10th terrifying thing, the poisonous shadow sect beyond the Great Wall, possessing unique evil skills and adept at using thousands of rare and exotic poisons. 11 panic people, stepping onto either the righteous path or the evil path will inevitably lead to becoming a demon. 12 was terrified him, a strange man, whose identity and name even the all-knowing madman did not know. He only knew that he first appeared 1,000 years ago, and then appeared in the martial arts world once every 100 years. Based on calculations, the other party must have lived for over 1,000 years, which shows how powerful they are, hence they were ranked as the 12th most fearsome. Of course, Bai Zia Quangshen is just an ordinary person with some strength, and there are many things he doesn't know. He can just watch the 12 fears for fun. Duan Lang picked up the Fire Kirin sword and began to circulate the Duan clan's inner cultivation technique, which he hadn't used in a long time. As if sensing the summons, the Fire Kirin sword trembled and emitted a sword cry, a red light emanating from its body. A fine sword. Duan Lang put the Black Crow sword into his body, and then inserted the Fire Kirin sword into its sheath. The record of mysterious ghosts and gods contains techniques for refining magical artifacts. When I return, I will reforge the Fire Kirin sword and turn it into a magical artifact. He looked at his father's remains and kowtowed 3 times. Father, rest assured. I will use the Fire Kirin sword to restore the prestige of the Southern Kirin sword master. He reached out, took off the ring representing the Duan family, put it on his own hand, then put the skeleton into his spatial ring and continued walking forward. If my father is here, then Nai Feng's father should be here too, right? Duan Lang continued walking forward, turning one bend after another, and finally he actually encountered another blood bodhi. This is the 3rd one already. There aren't many blood bodhi beads this time, only 25. After collecting these, sure enough, another skeleton was found not long afterward. There seems to be a martial arts manual painted on the wall next to the skeleton. The 6 absolute techniques of Ayahan? Duan Lang glanced at it, memorized the contents, and then went to the skeleton's side. What's this? He looked at the stone slab beside him, which seemed to have words written on it. I am Nai Ying, renowned throughout the martial world for my mastery of the 6 absolute techniques of Ayahan combined with the snow-drinking blade. It turns out this guy was an ancestor of the Nai family named Nai Ying. He came to Ling Yun Cave to kill the Fire Kylan in order to save the villagers. After a fierce battle lasting 6 days and 6 nights, he stabbed the Fire Kylan, but the blood splattered into its mouth, causing it to go berserk. To avoid implicating his family, he confined himself to Ling Yun Cave. This also records the formation process of the blood bodhi, exactly the same as what the original poster described. It's a pity that snow-drinking Mad Saber isn't here. He searched again and finally found the remains of Nai Feng's father, Nai Ren Wang, in another location, with the snow-drinking saber beside him. However, it lacks the Ice Heart Manual's cultivation method. Ying mentioned that the Ice Heart technique can suppress inner demons and stabilize one's state of mind, which is exactly what he needs to use. Let's learn from Feng then. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar rang out, the temperature in the cave suddenly rose, and a streak of fire rushed over from a distance. A ruthless look appeared on Duan Lang's face as he drew his fire Kirin sword. You damned beast, this time I'm going to kill you. Duan Lang didn't leave, instead, he charged towards the fire Kylin. The fire Kylin was furious when it saw Duan Lang rushing up and opened its mouth to spew flames. Flames surged up like a curtain of light, covering the sky and engulfing everything. Instead of retreating, Duan Lang advanced, and wisps of black mist appeared beside him, separating him from the flames. At the same time, the fire Kirin sword was wielded in the air, and streaks of black sword light tore through the fire curtain. The sword light struck the fire Kylin, producing a piercing sound like metal clashing, and sparks flew. The fire Kylin cried out in pain, staring in shock at the guy in front of it. His attack had actually hurt it so much. It hesitated for a moment, then slowly backed away. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Duan Lang raised the fire scale sword, and a powerful force surged into the sword. At the same time, a strange energy also entered Duan Lang's body from the scales on the fire scale sword. His movement suddenly paused, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and a violent killing intent emanated from Duan Lang. Sensing danger, the fire Kylin turned and ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Duan Lang roared to the sky, brandishing his fire scale sword repeatedly, its light shooting in all directions. Fortunately, Duan Lang lost his mind and did not use any power. The sword light seemed to be all show and no substance. Otherwise, Lingyun Cave might have been destroyed. A glint of clarity flashed in Duan Lang's eyes, and he quickly took out the Tongxian pill and put it in his mouth. He didn't even bother to stay put and refine the essence, he ran straight outside. If the fire Kylin suddenly turns around and attacks, we're doomed. He left Lingyun Cave in one go, and then found a place to sit cross-legged and begin refining the pills. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black aura around Duan Lang grew even denser. The surrounding grass began to wither, and there were even signs of it spreading. After a long while, Duan Lang opened his eyes, revealing a hint of lingering fear. Duan Lang himself hadn't expected that the fire Kirin sword would have such a huge impact on him. I almost lost my mind and became a monster that only knew how to kill. Moreover, his body is currently in complete chaos, with his meridians and internal organs severely damaged. He took out another healing pill, put it in his mouth, and began to heal his wounds. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, as if he was being watched. He didn't open his eyes, pretending not to know anything, but in reality, he was ready to return to the Myriad Realms Tower at any time. Now he didn't even dare to heal himself, and could only let the pills digest on their own and heal slowly. He opened his eyes and glanced around, but there was no one there. The surrounding area was very open, and there was no sign of anything at all. If it's not around here, where else could it be? Could it be in the sky? Duan Lang grabbed the scabbard and put the fire Kirin sword inside. He dared not touch the hilt again. After picking up the sword sheath, he stretched and glanced at the sky. Several huge clouds were above his head, while the rest of the sky was cloudless. In Wushuan City, Duan Lang returned to his room, and only then did the feeling of being spied on disappear. His face was extremely ugly. Wherever he went, the clouds and the sky followed. No one would believe there was nothing wrong with him, but this method is a bit too powerful. It doesn't resemble martial arts at all, it's more like the methods of a cultivator. Could it be the powerful being that the original poster mentioned, who has lived for thousands of years? It seems I can't keep the celestial coins I have, I'll have to get the Homelanders to play for me first. Thinking of this, Duan Lang decisively took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Duan Lang sent a message to the people of his motherland and awaited a reply. Inside the room, Homelander and Hancock, these two sworn enemies, sat together again. Hey op, I want to start a company, a superhero company. You know what I mean. The man raised an eyebrow, a signature smile on his face. He was overjoyed to have his child found. Of course, he also brought his wife at least for now back with him. Why can't children live without their mothers? It's a real shame that his wife is a bit young, it would be better if she were a little older. After Homelander and Hancock discussed it and had tasted the benefits of helping the Ghost King, he decided to start a company. It's called a superhero company, but it's actually just a ride-hailing service. He's even come up with the advertising slogan. Still worried about the enemy's strength and power? Don't be afraid. Go ahead with peace of mind. If you need anything, contact me. Homelander will appear when you need him most, protecting you and everyone around you, and helping you solve all your problems. And you, my friend, you are the real superhero. Homelander is your eternal support. When the man thought of this, and that people all over the world would admire him, he smiled broadly. Ye Ming looked at Homelander and then at Hancock. These two guys did have super brains after exchanging for Kryptonian blood, but could their brains really be used? It's possible, but have you figured out how you're going to operate the store? It's very simple. Just ask us for help and give us heavenly coins. Ye Ming sighed. Sure enough, a super brain is only a super brain if it's used. If you don't use it, even a god-level brain is useless. Don't you have to set some rules and regulations? How many heavenly coins will it cost for different levels of traders to come to you? How many heavenly coins will it cost for a protector? How many heavenly coins will it cost to take action? Don't you have any rules to set? Yes, it seems we need to order these and standardize the prices. Do you accept missions ranging from level 1 to level 7? First tier? I'll take that, but I won't take 7th tier, I can't beat them. Right, will you be recruiting people in the future? The Myriad Realms Tower will eventually have 10,000 worlds, and dozens of traders will come to you every day. How will you go to dozens of worlds? Aren't you going to expand the scale? Expand! We absolutely have to expand. Do you have any recommendations? Anyone suitable to be a superhero at our company? The man from the motherland started this company so that people all over the world would admire him, respect him, recognize him, and fear him. Of course we need to expand. Ye Ming thought for a moment and then thought of Selene. He had even suggested that Selene start a security company, but Selene, who had almost completely subjugated the werewolves and vampires, still couldn't get into the multiverse building. The werewolves and vampires in the world of Selene are considered strong among 1st and 2nd tiers. Using a substitute in 1st and 2nd tier world should be quite effective. Is there any way to let those vampires and werewolves into the Myriad Realms Tower? Ding, yes, it can completely erase the minds of vampires and werewolves, turning them into puppet-like beings, but it is not recommended to do it. Ye Ming pursed his lips, deciding that this was the only way. He had thought about this problem a long time ago. Erasing minds would result in a bunch of races having their minds erased and being sold into the Myriad Realms building. What if one day a non-human gets into the Myriad Realms Tower and wipes out the minds of humans, then brings them in to be sold? Even if everyone who comes in is human, what if some demon wipes out the minds of all races other than humans and sells them, or even wipes out the minds of all other humans? It wasn't that he was being overly sympathetic, but rather that such a problem might actually arise, and he certainly didn't want it to happen. You could try to get in touch with Selene, she's had similar thoughts before. And Superman, he's a real superhero. No, no, no. As soon as Ye Ming finished speaking, Homelander and Hancock shook their heads and refused. Superman is no good. He's too kind. Yes. What if he needs to kill someone, but he shows mercy and doesn't, and then problems arise? Then, a blue figure appeared in the vortex. Superman was back. And he happened to overhear what the two of them were saying. Superman fell silent for a moment. Through his conversation with his father, he had come to understand the source of his problem. I'm sorry, I apologize for my behavior yesterday. Homelander and Hancock shuddered upon hearing Superman's voice, seemingly recalling Superman's murderous gaze from before. However, the thought that Homelander also had Kryptonian blood made him stand up straight. So what if I heard it? I'm no less capable than Superman now. Ye Ming waved his hand. He knew Superman's personality very well, he was incredibly saintly. It's all right. They just happened to be starting a superhero company, so I recommended you to them. After all, in the entire multiverse building, you are the only one who can be considered a superhero. Homelander was displeased upon hearing this. What did he mean? Was he the superhero? It's universally recognized. The 7 are number 1. He protested softly, muttering, I am a superhero too. His protest was very quiet, but everyone around him had super hearing and heard it all. Hancock almost burst out laughing, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Brother, just fool yourself, don't treat the rest of you like fools. When Superman heard about the superhero company, he felt an urge to join. What does this company do? Hancock glanced at Superman and slowly said, It's just a boosting company, but they insist on calling it a superhero company. It's like any trader in trouble, they collect all heaven's coins to help them out, fight, back them up, and protect them. To put it bluntly, it's a security company, a boosting company. If you want to join, you can take on protection missions. Superman opened his mouth, as if to ask why he couldn't help for free and instead had to pay incense. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. Sure, take me with you. The man from the motherland hurriedly stood up, spread his hands, and said, Hey, what do you mean take you along? I haven't even said I wanted to hire you. I'm the boss. The people of the motherland established this company to gain absolute control over it. No one can argue with him, he can do whatever he wants. But after Superman came along, he could already anticipate what the other party would do. Stop him from killing, accuse him of killing, and stop him from killing. He doesn't need someone like that in his company. Superman's mind is much sharper than Homelander's, he saw right through Homelander's thoughts. Then I'll start my own superhero company. Homelander paused, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, I really want to shoot Superman. How dare they steal my business? Court death. But after trying for a long time, his eyes didn't turn red, so he had to give up. The man from the motherland put his hands on his hips and exhaled. Phew, alright. I agree to let you join, but you have to listen to me. Stop with that benevolent look. Superman shook his head and repeated his words. I'm going to start a superhero company, and you can join me. Homelander could no longer contain his anger and took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Superman. Fuck, this was my idea. Don't go too far. Superman looked at Homelander in front of him. Superman was already tall, and his muscles were even more massive. Homelander was not only a head shorter than him, but his muscles were also overshadowed. Superhero company needs a strongman, doesn't it? A strongman who can rise to even greater heights. Really? Then let's have a fight. Whoever wins becomes the boss, and the loser has to behave. The two were locked in a fierce confrontation, staring at each other. If they weren't in the Myriad Realms building, they would have already been exchanging laser beams by now. Hancock waved his hand helplessly. Homelander really can get into arguments with people anywhere. You guys fight, don't count me in. I have no interest in being the boss, just make sure I get my share of the heavenly coins. Superman suddenly spoke up. If you join my company, I won't take a cut from your earnings. The amount of heavenly coins required for the task will be the same as the amount of heavenly coins you receive. Hancock raised an eyebrow. This seemed better than what Homelander had said. Homelander turned to look at Hancock. What are you doing? We're in this together. We're partners, we split the profits equally, are you out of your mind? Hancock blinked, then remembered that he and Homelander were on the same side. He then stood up and walked over to Homelander. He's right, we're in this together. If you want to be the boss, you'll have to beat both of us. Superman agreed without hesitation. Okay, if I win, I'm the boss, if I lose, you're the bosses. Homelander smiled slightly. Superman had no idea that he had bought Kryptonian blood and was now a Kryptonian too. Add Hancock, who also has Kryptonian blood, and it's impossible for them to lose in a 2-on-1 fight. I heard what you said, so don't try to back out if you lose. Let's go to the arena. Hey op, we're heading to the arena first. We'll open the shop when we get back. Ye Ming nodded. These people from the motherland, all they do is fight every day. Go! The three of them left the room together and arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza. As soon as they arrived at the plaza, they saw Duan Lang. Duan Lang approached the man from the Patriots village and asked somewhat anxiously, I've prepared 50,000 heavenly coins. Can I make my move now? I think I'm being watched. Homelander flashed his signature smile and patted Duan Lang on the shoulder. Hey, young man, don't rush. Time is paused when you enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Wait for me a bit, I'll fight this guy, and then I'll come help you. After Homelander finished speaking, he walked forward, with Superman and Hancock following behind him. Duan Lang blinked. Were these three about to fight again? We fought once last time, and now we have to fight again? Maybe I should go and take a look. The people of the motherland are right, there's no rush. He followed the three of them to the fighting arena. This was Duan Lang's first time entering the martial arts arena, and he seemed quite ordinary. The man from the motherland stepped to the front and began operating the equipment. Ding, please select the martial arts arena level. Level 1 Martial Arts Arena 1 Heavenly Coin, Level 2 Martial Arts Arena 10 Heavenly Coins, Level 3 Martial Arts Arena 100 Heavenly Coins, Level 4 Martial Arts Arena 1000 Heavenly Coins, Level 5 Martial Arts Arena 10,000 Heavenly Coins. 10,000 Celestial Coins. So expensive. Choose the Tier 1 Arena. Ding, the traitor is found to be at the 5th level of strength and is not allowed to choose a fighting arena below the 5th level. Fuck, what's the point of letting me choose then? Tier 5, please. Ding, please select battle mode, normal battle or deathmatch. In a normal battle, the fight ends when one side concedes defeat. A battle to the death will only end when one side dies. Homelander glanced at Superman and remembered the murderous look in Superman's eyes earlier. Fight to the death. Ding, selection successful. Please select the battle scene and scene size. Earth. Ding, battle scene successfully built. Please select spectator mode, no viewing, public viewing, password viewing, paid viewing. There are so many modes? Public viewing means anyone can watch, password viewing means they can only watch if they give their password to someone else, and paid viewing means you have to pay to watch the battle. The battle costs 10,000 celestial coins, so of course I have to earn it back. Pay to watch. Ding, you have selected to pay to watch. Ticket costs 100 heavenly coins. Do you want to start betting? In the betting mode, all spectators besides the participants can place bets, and the odds can be customized. Any extra bets go to the traitor who initiates the fight. Activate. Odds 1 to 1. Ding, activated. You can spend 1000 heavenly coins to send the martial arts arena battle information to all multiverse tokens. Send. The eyes of the people of the motherland lit up. There was this benefit too. 1000 heavenly coins is a bit expensive, but it can notify everyone, so maybe we can make it back. Send. Ding. Sent. Both players, please enter the arena. At the same time, all traders received the message on their universal tokens. Ding. The martial arts arena of the Myriad Realms Tower is about to begin a 5th-tier battle. The two sides are Homelander John Hancock versus Superman Clark. Tickets cost 100 Myriad Realms coins. Betting is available. Click to pay the fee and you will be immediately redirected to the viewing area. Ding. The martial arts arena of the Myriad Realms Tower is about to begin a 5th-tier battle. The two sides are Homelander John Hancock versus Superman Clark. Tickets cost 100 Myriad Realms coins. Betting is available. Click to pay the fee and you will be immediately redirected to the viewing area. Ding. The martial arts arena of the Myriad Realms Tower is about to begin a 5th-tier battle. The two sides are Homelander John Hancock versus Superman Clark. Tickets cost 100 Myriad Realms coins. Betting is available. Click to pay the fee and you will be immediately redirected to the viewing area. In the world of Jade Dynasty, the Ghost King sect received the news and rubbed his head. He had a general idea of Homelander and Hancock's strength. He had roughly observed them when they fought the two monks from Tianyin Temple. Their strength is just so-so. But this Superman, I heard from Baeo that he seemed pretty strong, able to easily defeat Homelander and Hancock, so why are these three fighting again? 100 celestial coins isn't much, just treat it as a little fun and go check it out. Baeo, do you want to go take a look? Go ahead. I have nothing else to do anyway. In the world of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Hanli stood in front of a stone tablet inscribed with the three characters Yellow Maple Valley, while a man in a yellow robe was sizing him up. Fellow deist, what brings you to Yellow Maple Valley? I am Hanli, and I possess the Ascension token from Huangfeng Valley. Hanli took out the Ascension token, and his disciple picked it up, looked at it, and handed it to Hanli. I haven't seen this token in a long time. This way, please. You can call me Uncle Wu. This item is extremely rare. If you have the opportunity to obtain it, your ancestors must have had a great connection with my Yellow Maple Valley. Hanli followed his Uncle Wu toward a huge ship. The ship seemed to have a palace inside, with a sail at the front and back. What was most amazing was that the ship was suspended in the air. Uncle Wu continued. We've recently recruited some new disciples. Come with me, and I'll give you a proper introduction. Hanli looked at the huge ship with some shock. It looked to be over 100 meters long and could fly. It must be a magic weapon. Is this the power of a high-level cultivator? The thought that he would not only become a high-level cultivator, but also the strongest cultivator in this mortal realm filled him with excitement. He had already entered the future pavilion, and he knew everything about the mortal realm. However, I'm not strong enough right now to seize some opportunities, so I can only take it one step at a time. Besides, it's good to proceed step by step like this now. At least he knows what dangers he might encounter and can easily avoid them. Hanli arrived on the ship and suddenly received a message from the Myriad Realms Order. Homelander and Hancock? And Superman? This battle between these three powerful individuals is worth watching. 100 heavenly coins isn't much. Inside the arena, Homelander, Hancock, and Superman stood in an open space. This is the simulated arena for the martial arts competition, and their current location is on Earth. Of course, there were no other people on this Earth, only the three of them, but the rest of the buildings are still there. The people of the motherland had bright smiles on their faces, and there were more than a dozen people who came to watch. If they place another bet, they might be able to recoup some of their losses. Duan Lang, Ghost King, Bai Yao, Hanli, and the others were sitting in a starry sky, and their positions and every movement could be clearly seen. What's going on with these three? Why are they fighting again? I don't know. These three are just incompatible. They fight as soon as they meet. There are bets here, just for fun. I'm betting on Superman to win. He could easily crush those two before. That makes sense, but I'm betting on Homelander to win. After all, there are two of them, and since they dared to fight Superman, their strength might have increased. Ghost King glanced at the three of them and decisively bet on Homelander to win. These two guys each took 300,000 heavenly coins from their own hands, which they must have converted into strength. Baeo glanced at her father betting on Homelander, but instead of following him, she bet on Superman. In the center of the fighting arena, Homelander looked at Superman opposite him and said, "This is a fight to the death. You won't only win if you kill both of us." Superman was taken aback. Kill them? He only wanted to fight to win the boss's position so he could keep an eye on these two ruthless killers. He never intended to kill them outright. Homelander pursed his lips, knowing exactly what Superman was thinking. Those who die in the arena will be resurrected in the Myriad Realms Tower. If you're ready, let's begin. He wouldn't stoop to such petty tricks. He's a Homelander, the strongest superhero. Superman breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Homelander rushed out first. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Superman, who then punched him and sent him flying. The man, looking utterly incredulous, crashed into the ground in shock, tumbling out and plowing across dozens of kilometers of land. Hancock blinked, he hadn't even realized what was happening yet, and Homelander had already flown out. Fuck. I also have Kryptonian blood, so why did you send me flying with just one punch? Hey, what are you doing, watching a show? Hancock frowned, snorted coldly, and rushed out instantly. Homelander, his face contorted with rage, charged at Superman once more. The two of them arrived in front of Superman, one after the other, and threw a punch. Unfortunately, in Superman's eyes, the two weren't moving very fast. He slightly shifted his body to the side, and the two men's fists grazed past him. Superman raised his arm, precisely grabbed the two men's arms, and with a sudden jerk, sent them flying again. So you fused with Kryptonian blood, no wonder you dared to challenge me. It's a pity you haven't had that bloodline long enough. I've been basking in the sun on Earth for decades, and what about you? A few days? 1 day? 2 days? Even a week wouldn't make a difference. Superman looked at Homelander in the distance, and his body slowly floated up. With a boom, the sonic boom cloud blasted a huge crater in the ground. Since this isn't Earth, he doesn't need to hold back, he can just use his full strength. Superman's speed instantly exceeded 20 times the speed of sound, and the ground on the ground was blown up. Before Homelander could react, Superman was already in front of him, his enormous fist magnified in his eyes. He didn't even have time to defend or dodge before he was sent flying again. Superman unleashed all his power and speed, and Homelander slammed into a 100-meter-high peak, the shockwave blasting the entire peak into rubble. Ah, fuck! A red laser beam shot out from the rubble, and Superman, without flinching, unleashed the full-power laser. Homelander's laser was utterly destroyed the moment it collided with the head, and two beams of red light pierced through Homelander's eyes and shot out from the back of his head. This didn't stop there, Superman's laser even pierced through the mountains behind Homelander and shot directly out of the Earth. This is his full-power laser. On Earth, he wouldn't dare use his full strength. Ever since Ye Ming sent him back, he has deeply felt his own weakness. After communicating with his father, he went directly into the sun. Although he didn't enter the core, the effect was still very powerful. If he hadn't felt that the temperature at the core of the sun was too high, he would have wanted to go inside and cultivate. Hancock stared blankly into the distance. Homelander was dead just like that? Both being Kryptonian, Superman is just too strong. Is it because I'm not getting enough sun? Damn it! This guy actually killed Homelander right in front of me. Although Homelander, that white pig, is annoying, he's still a brother who makes money and fights alongside us. Ah! Hancock roared to the sky, his anger finally reaching its peak. Suddenly, the sky became covered with dark clouds. The sky, which had just been clear, was now as if it had been covered by a black cloth, and it turned dark in an instant. Endless lightning bolts surged within the dark clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder, prompting Superman to watch him with some curiosity. Boom! A bolt of lightning transformed into a thunder serpent and struck Superman. Superman did not dodge at all, and his body was completely unharmed after being struck. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from nowhere, and in the instant the wind rose, tornadoes hundreds of meters in size rose from the ground. The lightning bolts flickered and merged with the tornado, transforming it into a lightning tornado. A hint of surprise flashed in Superman's eyes. He hadn't expected Hancock to be able to do this. This was much more impressive than Homelander. The surrounding lightning tornadoes rapidly approached Superman, but Superman showed no intention of dodging. We have to beat them both until they submit, otherwise how will we control them in the future? A biofield surrounds Superman, and the surrounding tornadoes converge, firmly enveloping Superman in the middle. The tornado expanded instantly, reaching a size of a kilometer. Everything around was swept up and thrown into the tornado. Superman stood in the wind, completely unharmed. Even though there was constant lightning and wind blowing towards him, it was actually blocked by his biofield, and he didn't actually touch Superman. Hancock was shocked. He could see all of this clearly. How could such an attack not hurt Superman? Superman shook his head. This attack looked powerful, but it could only scare ordinary people. It had no effect on him. In summary, it can be summed up in just 4 words: too flashy. He slowly raised his hands, and under Hancock's shocked gaze, he slammed them together. The massive tornado stopped abruptly, and an even more powerful gust of wind shot out from between his palms, shattering the tornado's balance. The tornado disappeared, but the wind that Superman unleashed traveled hundreds of kilometers, not only cleaving mountains in two, but also nearly slicing Hancock's Kryptonian steel body in half, leaving a huge gash. There is no such thing as a body of steel, it's just that the strength is insufficient to break through it. Although the wound healed immediately, Superman's power still instilled fear and a strong sense of death in Hancock. Damn Homelanders, if you're going to fight, just fight. Why fight to the death? It's one thing for you to die, but you're dragging me down with you. The sonic boom cloud resounded, and when it reappeared, Superman was already standing in front of Hancock. Hey bro, I was thinking, could we? Before he could finish speaking, a red laser beam rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and a burning sensation appeared in his eyeballs until he lost consciousness. Superman stared at the fallen Hancock, standing there seemingly lost in thought. Ding! The battle is over. The victor is Superman Clark. Superman, Homelander, and Hancock appeared simultaneously outside the arena, with onlookers also appearing nearby, staring at Superman in shock. Superman's power is too great. He completely overwhelms Homelander and Hancock from beginning to end. The two of them have no chance to fight back and are instantly killed. The Ghost King was also deeply shocked. The superhuman strength and speed were simply too incredible. He put himself in Homelander's shoes and carefully considered Superman's strength when he made his move. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to be no match for him. Superman's strength is not even in the same league as the other two. That's incredible. It's estimated that in the entire Myriad Realms building, only Elder Yao and another late-stage 6th Order traitor could defeat Superman. Getting stronger just by sunbathing? That's incredible. Fuck. Homelander was furious, his fists clenched, as if he wanted to punch Superman. Even though he has Kryptonian blood, why can't he beat Superman? Damn it. Superman looked at Homelander expressionlessly and calmly said, "You lost. Don't forget what you said." The people of the motherland gritted their teeth and walked back and forth in the same spot. I thought I had it in the bag, but I ended up losing even my underwear. He wanted to renege on his debt, but when he thought about the fact that he had asked the original poster to do notarization, he chickened out. He wasn't afraid of Superman because Superman wouldn't dare kill him, but he was genuinely afraid of Ye Ming. Ye Ming is the owner of the building. Even if you secretly kill him, no one will know. Fine, you're the boss, but we'll split the money equally among the three of us, and all three of us will have a vote on everything. It's not like whatever you say goes. Superman nodded, indifferent. He wasn't after the money, he just didn't want to see Homelander and Hancock cause such heavy casualties in the other worlds again. He only needs to bask in the sun to become stronger. Having the coins of the gods alone is useless. At the very least, he doesn't see any use for it right now. Oh, right, besides resurrecting his own father. Homelander's expression improved slightly. Looking at the onlookers, he was furious at the thought that they had witnessed him being beaten to a pulp, and he had a strong urge to kill them to silence them. Of course, this is just an idea. He smiled warmly and addressed the crowd. Hey friends, we're about to open a superhero company. You're welcome to come and visit us. We take on all kinds of services, protection, fighting, murder, backing you up whatever you need, we can do it. The three of us are at the 5th tier of strength, we'll take on any service below that level. Friends, times have changed. Why bother with arduous cultivation and waiting to become powerful before acquiring resources for your world? With us, we can directly help you obtain resources sooner and then quickly become stronger. Duan Lang, my friend, the agreement we made before still stands. I will help you deal with the strongest person in your world later. Then you will be the strongest, and all the resources will be yours. With resources, you will have the heavenly coins. Then you won't have to worry about becoming stronger too slowly. Duan Lang nodded. That was what he had been thinking all along. Hanli raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing what the people of his homeland said. That sounds pretty good. It seems like things would be much easier if everyone knew that they had an ancestor who was at the nascent soul stage. Many resources can now be easily obtained. However, it would be best to have a 6th order ancestor, which is the nascent soul stage. If there is a nascent soul stage ancestor, wouldn't one be able to roam freely throughout the entire cultivation world? The three supermen came to Ye Ming again, but this time Ye Ming didn't ask them many questions. 100,000 celestial coins to open a shop, 10,000 celestial coins for rent. Homelander and Hancock both looked at Superman, raising their eyebrows and demanding that Superman pay them. Superman isn't stupid, he'll split the multiverse coins he earns, and he'll definitely split the money from opening the shop too. He's Superman, not Batman, and he's not that rich. The three of us will each pay a portion. The motherland is empty-handed, with no money to be had. You're the boss, so of course you should pay. If I were the boss, I'd pay for it myself too. Homelander's little schemes couldn't possibly escape Superman's notice. He was just upset about being killed. Sure, I'll pay for it. As for how I split the profits in the future, that's up to me. As Superman was about to transfer the all-world coins, Homelander's expression changed, and he immediately spoke up. Each of us pays 1/3. What if there's a dispute between the three of us? Ye Ming rolled his eyes. You think this is the mortal world, or that you're actually running a company? In case of disputes, the shop will be closed immediately, and any unallocated heavenly coins will be given to the Myriad Realms Tower. The people of the motherland stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, so dark. Depend on. The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright, the shop is in the square, go and tidy it up yourself. Homelander glanced at Superman and Hancock. You guys go ahead, I'm going to find Duan Lang. My first deal. In an unknown world, in a strange town, a white mist shrouds an area spanning thousands of kilometers. In the mist outside the town, a jeep with 9 headlights is slowly moving forward. The windshield of the jeep appeared to have been damaged, with a spiderweb-like crack in the middle and a small pool of blood. Inside the vehicle, 2 men, 2 women, and a child were cautiously looking around. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and the shaking became increasingly intense. All 4 adults wore expressions of horror, as if they sensed something bad was about to happen. A huge pillar descended from the sky and landed not far ahead. The group quickly looked out the window and were instantly speechless with shock. A sense of panic filled the car, and a sense of despair rose in everyone's heart. There was a joint-like structure about several tens of meters above the ground. When they peeked out, they discovered that it really was a joint. It's similar to the area between the calf and thigh, and the knee. That towering pillar wasn't a pillar at all, but the leg of a monster. The monster, hundreds of meters tall, had 8 long, thick legs, and the ground trembled violently with each step it took. Its body is also enormous, over 1,000 meters long, with dozens of tentacles around it swaying in the air. Its huge head is square, and its open mouth is nearly 10 meters in size. An indescribable sound emanated from its mouth, echoing throughout the quiet wilderness. The group immediately stopped the car, afraid to move, lest they attract the attention of the giant creature. As the giant object slowly approached, with each step it took, the vehicle bounced up and then fell back down due to the vibrations of the ground. The wide-eyed stares and the gaping mouths of the group testified to the sheer shock they felt. What's wrong with this world? Everything was normal before, but because of this fog, many unknown creatures appeared in the town. Spiders a meter in size, swarming together, even eating people. A scorpion tail fly the size of a cat, with barbs on its antennae, resembling an octopus. I've never heard of such a monster before, why did it suddenly appear? As their companions around them died one by one, they were filled with despair. The man sitting in the driver's seat was speechless. He didn't know what to do in the future, or whether he could survive. The old man behind her looked at his wife in disbelief, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. The only one present was a young child who was unaware of anything and had fallen asleep from exhaustion. None of the 4 adults spoke, and the vehicle slowly moved forward in this atmosphere of despair and confusion. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle ran out of gas and came to a stop on the road. In this somber atmosphere, the old man looked out the window, as if he had come to terms with it and resigned himself to his fate. We did our best. No one can deny that. His wife, who was standing nearby, seemed to understand what he was thinking, and took his hand in response. Yes, that's true. They seemed to have already anticipated their fate to be killed, dismembered, and devoured by a terrifying monster. They have encountered many survivors who have had this experience. The man gripped the steering wheel, seemingly lost in thought, while the woman beside him held his child, who was already fast asleep. Kids are so lucky, they don't understand anything. No need to face the fear and despair of being devoured by monsters at any moment. The woman glanced at the man beside her. The man slowly turned around, placed his hand on the back of the chair, and looked at the old man. The man and the old man stared at each other, their eyes now like stagnant water, devoid of any light. They looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. The man turned his head again, looked at the woman with tears in her eyes, took a deep breath, and helplessly raised the revolver in his hand. He glanced at the woman, then at the old man in the back row. The old man took a deep breath and nodded, which was taken as acknowledgement of his idea. No one spoke, they all understood what the man meant. Rather than be tortured and killed by monsters, it's better to commit suicide. At least die with dignity. The most despairing thing in the world is not the moment a monster kills you, but when a monster is lurking around you, and you have no way to deal with it and can only wait to die. You don't know when death will come, but you know you will die. No one can bear this feeling of despair and helplessness, especially after they witnessed the gruesome deaths of many survivors. They decided to give themselves some dignity. The man took the bullets out of the revolver and poured them into his hand. We have, 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. The despair and helplessness in his heart instantly overwhelmed him again. 4 bullets. There were 5 of them, but only 4 bullets. The others were also incredibly distressed. Why weren't they even given the chance to commit suicide? But there are 5 of us. The man trembled as he loaded the bullets into his revolver one by one, speaking weakly. I'll handle it myself. It was only 4 bullets, but he spent several tens of seconds loading them. The woman looked at her sleeping child with tears in her eyes. The thought of what was to come filled her with immense sorrow. Her body trembled, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The child in her arms slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything before him with confusion. The man took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and pointed the revolver at the child. The man closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and was about to fire when he heard a voice in his ear. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? The man flinched in fright and nearly pulled the trigger. Who? He held the gun, turned his head, and looked around. The woman looked at the man with worry. Under such pressure and torment, it would be perfectly normal for him to go crazy. David. David looked around but didn't see anyone, but he couldn't have misheard that voice. Didn't you hear anything? No, I didn't hear anything. David looked at the revolver in his hand. Could it be that he was under too much pressure and was hallucinating? Is it the Myriad Realms building? If it can save myself and my child, I don't care where I go. But does the Tower of 10,000 Worlds really exist? What if it really exists? Enter the Myriad Realms Tower? David walked out of the vortex with a bewildered look in his room at the Myriad Realms Tower. Looking around and recalling the information in his mind, he was overjoyed. The Myriad Realms Tower really existed. He was saved. It was so close, so very close. I almost killed my own child. He looked at Ye Ming sitting on the sofa and immediately knelt down on the ground. Please save us. Please. Ye Ming looked at the guy curiously as his interface appeared before his eyes. Name, David Drayton. Identity, the world of mist. Strength, none. A world shrouded in mist? This world is still amazing and interesting. However, this world was too torturous and too hopeless for David Drayton. The Misty World was created because a secret experiment at a top-secret military base near the town failed, opening a portal to another world, allowing creatures from that world to invade. The experiment was called Project Arrow, and as the name suggests, the military knew that this experiment could open a portal to another world. At the same time, his goal is to break down the barriers between the two worlds and connect them. But I never expected this kind of thing to happen. All sorts of monsters, including some hundreds of meters tall, came to the town. Countless people died, and fewer than 100 survived. This was only because the military reacted quickly, closed the entrance to the other world, and sent troops to suppress it. If it had been any later, the whole world might have fallen. David had already escaped the town, but in his final despair, thinking they were doomed, he killed the 3 people who were with him and his own child. He was the only one left. After all, he only had 4 bullets left, and after killing the others, he ran out of bullets. David screamed as he got out of the car in agony, wanting to find the monster and have it kill him. Then the most desperate moment arrived. Instead of the monster, the army arrived to rescue them, including fully armed soldiers, tanks, and the rescued survivors. As the army arrived, the fog gradually dissipated, indicating that no new monsters would appear. When David saw the children among the survivors, he broke down completely, sitting on the ground and screaming, not knowing whether he was blaming himself or the army. If he had been just a little later, he and his child would have been saved. Ye Ming waved his hand, and David felt a force lift him up. Don't worry, your world's army has already sent reinforcements, they'll be here soon. If you haven't fired yet, don't fire. David was taken aback at first, then his face lit up with joy. Has the army arrived yet? Very good. There's hope. After he calmed down, he immediately felt a sense of lingering fear. I almost beat my own child to death. If he kills his own child and the army arrives to rescue him, he'll want to die. Thankfully, there's the Myriad Realms building. Very good. Thank you so much, Thank you so much. David bowed deeply, his heart filled with gratitude. It's all right. It's your good fortune to have come to the Myriad Realms Tower. You don't seem to have anything to exchange right now. You can browse around the Myriad Realms Tower or return to your own world. If you need heavenly coins, you can contact some powerful individuals and go to another world to take a look. It's a world shrouded in mist. A world inhabited by monsters. Although dangerous, it might hold the key to obtaining the coins of the heavens. David quickly shook his head. Those monsters were too terrifying, he was too busy hiding to even think about going over there. No, I'd rather not have the coins of the heavens than see those monsters. Ye Ming smiled. This guy was very firm in his words now, but he wouldn't think that way after he finished reading about the Myriad Realms Tower. Why don't you go and browse around the Myriad Realms Tower and take a look at the goods inside? If you really don't need them, you can make your world public so that everyone can enter it. That way, you can earn heavenly coins without lifting a finger. David nodded, but he had no intention of visiting the Myriad Realms Tower. He wanted to see if he could escape first. I need to go back to my own world first. I can't bear to leave my child behind. Go. David returned to his own world and heard the woman's words. What multiverse building? David, are you all right? David looked at the 3 people around him and a smile appeared on his face. It's all right. We're saved. We won't die. David quickly opened the car door and got out. The 3 of them were immediately startled, and their faces turned extremely pale. They exchanged a glance and both thought David had gone mad. Then, the roar of that 100-meter-tall monster came again from afar, and a colossal creature slowly approached them. All three were in despair, but David showed an excited expression. It really is the military. The fog is starting to dissipate. David excitedly patted the car door and said to the three of them, "Come out quickly. The army has arrived. We've been rescued." The three of them suddenly looked behind them and saw a huge tank slowly driving towards them, with several fully armed soldiers beside it. As the fog gradually dissipated, many soldiers wearing protective suits were burning the monster with flamethrowers. They were really saved. Seeing this, David's tense heart finally relaxed. "Thank you, Myriad Realms Tower. Thank you, Up." He and several others were put in a car and taken away from the town area to a safe place. It was only then that David began to become curious about the Myriad Realms Tower. What items exist in the Myriad Worlds? Filled with curiosity, David returned to the Myriad Realms building. He looked at the three-way intersection in front of him and decided to look at each one by one. He wanted to know what good things the Myriad Worlds had to offer. 10 minutes later, he stood at the intersection with a gleam in his eyes, and only one thought was in his mind. I absolutely must get my hands on the heavenly coins. I want to be rolling in money, and I want to live forever. All heaven's coin. Wait for me. I am coming. Duan Lang strolled around the Myriad Realms Tower and sold all the blood bodies he had. He obtained a total of 75 blood bodies in Lingyun Cave, and after selling them all, he received a total of 75,000 heavenly coins. Of these, 50,000 celestial coins should be reserved for the people of the homeland, and the remaining 25,000 can be distributed among themselves. Without a second thought, he went to the herb pavilion and chose a medicinal field. The herb garden is not unused, there are already several medicinal fields with herbs growing there. He can't recognize all of them. Duan Lang didn't care about anything else and directly put his 3 blood bodhi vines into the medicinal field. Ding, please select the time scale, from 1 day 100 years to 1 day 1000 years. Duan Lang hesitated for a moment, then left 10,000 Zushin coins. 1 day is 100 years. Ding, 10,000 heavenly coins have been deducted. Begin cultivating herbs. Duan Lang stared wide-eyed at the blood bodhi vines in the medicinal field. In just 1 second, the vines of the blood bodhi began to sprout new green shoots. Moreover, the new shoots began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Duan Lang stared blankly as the blood bodhi vines changed their appearance every minute, filled with anticipation. He had a feeling that he would make a lot of money. He reluctantly left the herbal medicine pavilion and went to the square only after his homelanders contacted him. Homelanders stood in front of the square, curiously observing the vortex beside him. When Duan Lang arrived, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, why is there an extra vortex?" Previously, there were only 2 vortexes in the square, one that led back to its own world, and the other that led to the open world Resident Evil. Now another vortex has appeared. The man stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the vortex, seemingly lost in thought. He just saw this vortex suddenly appear. Maybe it's a new open world. He's already looked into Resident Evil, but he's not interested. I have absolutely no interest. Perhaps this new open world will yield a large amount of celestial currency. He still needs a large amount of multiverse currency to buy Superman Bloodline. His previous 300,000 All Heavens coins weren't enough to buy the entire Kryptonian Bloodline, but fortunately he could buy it in parts. He only bought a portion of the Kryptonian Bloodline, so his strength can only be raised to the peak of the 5th tier. He spent 100,000 heavenly coins. If you want to buy the rest, you'll need another 600,000 celestial coins. He currently has less than 300,000 heavenly coins, which is half of what he needs. He didn't want to keep getting beaten up by Superman. He wanted to beat Superman up once. It must be a new open world. I plan to go in and take a look after I've resolved your problem. Let's go, Duan Lang. Let's finish this quickly and solve your problem. Duan Lang nodded and said to the people of his motherland, "My world is a 5th order world, and there is a 5th order powerhouse who has lived for thousands of years." The man from the motherland raised an eyebrow. Thousands of years. They've lived a really long time. Of the 3 Supermen, he had the shortest lifespan. His abilities were similar to Hancock and Superman, but he was a human being, a superhuman, and still a normal human being with a lifespan of only about 100 years. Hancock is an angel with endless life and will never die. Superman is a Kryptonian, and he has an extremely long lifespan. The stronger he is, the longer he lives. Fortunately, he now has Kryptonian blood, which is why he's lived so long. Wow, thousands of years, that sounds pretty good. Duan Lang took a deep breath. Not bad at all. His world is an ordinary world, where normal people don't even live to be 100, but now there's someone who has lived for thousands of years. I want you to deal with him. I wasn't in a hurry, but today I suddenly noticed someone watching me. I couldn't find the person, but I saw clouds following me. I suspect it's that guy, so I'd like to ask you for help. The man nodded, his face showing complete indifference. No problem. Just kill him, right? No, just cripple him. Cripple his internal energy so he can't escape. Then help me get his secret manual, and that's it. It sounds a bit complicated. Our agreement was that I would rush in, kill him, and that would be the end of it. Duan Lang shook his head. 50,000 heavenly coins for such a small thing? You've got a very simple plan. Crippling him is almost the same as killing him. Then you just need to take me to his lair, it won't take much time. I'm offering 50,000 heavenly coins. After thinking for a moment, the man smiled and patted Duan Lang on the shoulder. Alright, my friend. Let's do it your way. Let's go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we'll be done. Okay, don't make a move yet. I'll call you first, then you can make your move. Otherwise, they might get away. The man took a deep breath, held it in his mouth, and then blew it out. This guy has so many problems. For the sake of the heavenly coins, I endured it. If all else fails, go back to the locomotive and vent your anger in the deep sea. Alright, let's go. A world of turmoil. Inside the city lord's mansion, Duan Lang and Homelander appeared in a room. The man looked around curiously. Ancient Chinese architecture? Pretty nice. Wait a moment, I'll go out and lure them out. After Duan Lang left the room, he indeed felt that spying feeling again. This time, he made no attempt to hide it, looking up at the clouds in the sky. Duan Lang summoned the Black Crow sword, stepped on it, and flew directly into the sky, rushing into the clouds. Countless people in Wushuan City witnessed Duan Lang flying into the sky and were shocked. Especially Dugu Jian, the elder brother of the city lord of Wushuan City and a renowned sword saint, was shocked by this scene. Flying on a sword. It actually exists. Standing in the clouds, Duan Lang surveyed his surroundings. Everything seemed normal, as if nothing was amiss. But that feeling of being watched still lingers. Come out. You have the guts to stare at me, but not the guts to come out? You've lived for over 1,000 years and this is all the courage you have? Oh, you know me. The voice rang in Duan Lang's ears, and Duan Lang's body tensed up instantly. The surrounding clouds began to shift, and soon transformed into a gigantic face, staring at Duan Lang. Duan Lang. You've become quite strange ever since you came to Wushuan City. Your strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and now you even know of my existence? How did you find out? Her lips moved constantly, but the sound seemed to only reach Duan Lang's ears. Inside Wushuan City, everyone was alarmed. The face was so large that everyone could see it. Sword Saint, Dugu Yufang, and Dugu Ming all arrived at the highest point of Wushuan City, looking at the sky. That's Duan Lang. Duan Lang can actually fly. Dugu Ming was shocked and shouted in disbelief. He always looked down on Duan Lang, thinking he was just a stable boy from the world society. But who would have thought that Duan Lang would be so strong, and could even fly? Duan Lang was no less shocked than the others. Such methods were equivalent to immortal cultivation techniques, something that could not be achieved by martial arts. No wonder he's an old monster who's lived for 1,000 years. If you want to know, then come and ask me yourself. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. After Duan Lang shouted those words, he suddenly felt that he might have gone a bit too far. What if he was suddenly killed? Probably not. Since the other party is watching me, they probably want to know what happened to me, and they won't kill me. As long as I'm alive, the Homelander will take action. You little rascal, you're the first one to dare call yourself my grandfather. This time, the sound didn't come to Duan Lang's ears, but came from a distance. Duan Lang suddenly turned his head to look into the distance, where a man dressed in burlap clothes and wearing an ice mask appeared in his line of sight. With each step the man took, his figure would suddenly appear hundreds of meters in front of him, and in just a few steps, he would be right in front of Duan Lang. Duan Lang's pupils contracted slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back. So fast. Indra stood opposite Duan Lang, his hands outstretched. Now that I've appeared, can you tell me now? A smile seemed to appear on the face behind the ice mask, but Duan Lang felt a chill and a hint of killing intent. In all the years that Indra has traveled through the mortal realm, no one has ever dared to speak to him like that. Everyone who knows him treats him with utmost respect. All I can say is that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But because he had been playing around for so many years, he had come to regard himself as a god, believing that there was nothing in the world he did not know. But Duan Lang's cultivation technique was beyond his comprehension, and his rate of improvement was also strange. If it weren't for wanting to know Duan Lang's secrets, Deshishan would have killed him directly. Deshishan's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared in shock at the cloaked man beside Duan Lang. When did this guy appear? I didn't even notice. So you were trying to lure me out. Now that I'm out, what can you do about it? Having lived for so many years, Indra is extremely confident in his own strength. No one in the world can rival him. He can toy with anyone's life, even with life and death. With his hands behind his back, the man floated around Indra, looking him up and down. He looks like just an ordinary person. What gives him the audacity to say such things to me? I hope you still have the courage to say those words later. The man smiled and gently blew out a gust of cold wind, which instantly created a storm. Indra showed no fear whatsoever, instead, a hint of curiosity flashed through his mind. That's interesting. With a thought, he unleashed the Frost Heaven technique, unleashing endless gales accompanied by extremely low temperatures. This move is actually quite similar to Homelander's freeze breath technique, except that one involves exhaling from the mouth while the other alters the surrounding environment. The two gusts of wind collided and surprisingly ended in a draw. Duan Lang, feeling the powerful wind pressure and the biting cold, had no choice but to retreat repeatedly to the high ground of Wushuan City. The chill has lessened considerably. Suddenly, something cold fell on his face. He was stunned for a moment and raised his hand. A snowflake slowly drifted into his palm, then melted into water from the warmth of Duan Lang's hand. Everyone in Wushuan City looked up in shock at the snowflakes falling from the sky, their mouths agape in disbelief. But it's summer. Snow in July? Homelander raised an eyebrow. This guy actually had similar methods. He thought he could freeze Indra into a lump in an instant. Is it really that powerful to cultivate martial arts to the 5th level? A smile appeared on Shishin's lips. You made your move just now it's my turn. Let's see how you defend against this. Celestial Palace Illusion. This is the Sacred Heart technique, a supreme divine skill created by Emperor Shishin over 1,000 years, combining the martial arts of countless schools with the characteristics of Phoenix blood. Celestial Palace Illusion is one of those skills. It can use mental power to influence people's hearts and create a false world in their minds, like a fairyland. The illusory world is filled with the thoughts in the other person's heart, and can be elevated to a higher level, originating from the heart but transcending it. It's like a real fairyland, so beautiful that you can't even imagine it in your dreams. Before the man could react, his vision blurred and he found himself in another world. Where am I? What was I about to do? The man from the motherland frowned as he looked around. He was positioned above a city, with countless enthusiastic fans below shouting at him. Homelanders! Homelanders! I love you! Homelander! Our superheroes! Homelander, voice cracks. When the people looked down, everyone screamed, and many even fainted. Throughout the city, billboards of all kinds feature images of people from our motherland. He with his hands behind his back, he with a smile on his face, he with his hands on his hips. But you, my friend, you are the true hero. I am a citizen of my motherland, and I can do whatever I want. I've come to save you, because your life is in danger. Classic quotes are plastered all over the streets and alleys. Suddenly a figure flew over, and Homelander looked closely and saw that it was his son Ryan. Father, we must leave. These people are insane. Homelander's brain was almost shutting down, his mind was a mess, and he felt like he had forgotten something. But the cheers from these mortals below made him feel extremely happy. He followed Ryan into a huge skyscraper, in front of which stood a massive 100-meter-tall statue, a statue that looked exactly like himself. Upon reaching the top floor, Homelander immediately asked, Ryan, what happened? Why are those people outside so crazy? Ryan's expression was somewhat strange, and he asked with concern, Father, what's wrong with you? Haven't they always been like this? Father, you are the savior of the world, the God of the world. Everyone reveres you and supports you. Everything you do is a miracle, and everything you say is the instruction of the gods. Of course they've gone mad when they see the gods. Ryan walked to the refrigerator next to him, took out a bottle of white beverage, and handed it to Homelander. Father, you've worked too hard, please rest. The man from the motherland took it casually, opened it, and took a sip. The moment the drink touched his lips, he froze, his eyes clearing instantly. He stared in shock at the drink in his hand, unconsciously licking his lips, his clear eyes fixed on Ryan. This is... The milk is freshly squeezed, anything older than an hour will be thrown away. If you want to drink it right away, I can arrange it now. Homelander blinked, then drank all the milk in the bottle in one gulp. Throw it away after just 1 hour? That's such a waste. Ryan clapped his hands with a smile and said to him, No waste. The whole world is yours, and everyone in the world is willing to serve you. I can gather a ton of fresh milk in a minute, whenever you need it. As Ryan clapped his hands, one after another, glamorous women walked in through the door. They all had great figures, with curves in all the right places, and were very feminine. These women looked at their Homelander with excitement, overjoyed to have seen the god of their dreams. Father, don't be fooled by how good their figures and looks are. They are actually all mothers in their 50s. They just take good care of themselves. You can choose anyone. The old man's eyes lit up. He was in his 50s? A bit young, but quite attractive. I can't reveal details about the old man for fear of censorship. Those who know can comment so those who don't can know. Especially since everyone scored above C. These are all mine. Of course. This is just one batch, there are many more. You can choose one, or you can choose them all. All. Yes, all of them. If that's not enough, there's plenty more. That's enough. That's all. Upon hearing this, the women couldn't help but cheer. Serving God was their honor. The author is not responsible for the filthiness of the people of the motherland. Ryan left the room with a smile, while the women around him rushed to Homelander's side, leaving behind piece after piece of clothing. 10,000 words omitted here, you know what I mean. Duan Lang watched as his countrymen stood there dumbfounded, a lewd smile on their faces, and instantly felt a bad feeling, especially when Indra, who was facing the Homelander, looked at Duan Lang with a cold smile. Duan Lang's expression changed drastically. He immediately took out the Myriad Realms token and returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. At the same time, he cancelled Homelander's world access, and Homelander instantly returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. 1 second the Homelander was wandering among the mountains, and the next second he was standing in the square of the Myriad Realms building. His hazy eyes gradually cleared, and he licked his lips, but there was nothing there. The milky smell from before seemed to be just a dream. Now I've woken up from the dream, and everything is gone. Homelander's face instantly darkened. His memories had been suppressed in the illusion, but as soon as he came out, he regained all his memories. I was actually hypnotized. Homelander, are you all right? Homelander's face was contorted with rage. He reached out and placed his hand on Duan Lang's shoulder, applying slight pressure. He glared at Duan Lang and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's all right, let's go back to your world. This time I'm going to kill him. I'll make him wish he were dead." Duan Lang frowned. The Patriots had fallen for it without anyone noticing. Would it make any difference if they went in again? Are you sure? Just now? I was careless just now. Listen, I'm going to enter your world again, understand? Homelander roared viciously, gradually increasing the force in his hand. Having suffered a loss, all he wanted to do now was kill the masked guy and shoot him dead. Duan Lang slapped the hand away from the man from the motherland, his face also looking somewhat unpleasant. Homelander, get this straight, I'm the one paying, I'm the employer. You'd better be polite, I've put up with you for too long. If this doesn't work, I'll go find Superman. The man from the motherland was stunned. He never expected that Duan Lang would dare to slap his hand away, especially now that his anger level has reached its limit. He looked at his hand that had been slapped away, then at Duan Lang, grinned, and was about to say something. Homelander, if you want to open a shop in the Myriad Realms Tower, watch your attitude, or who will go to your shop? I'm not paying money to put up with your attitude. If you have a temper, go back to your own world and vent it. If you dare to get angry at me again, I'll let all the traders know about your shop. I'd like to see if anyone will come looking for you. The man from the motherland stared wide-eyed. He hadn't even gotten angry yet, but the other party had already gotten angry? You're threatening me. This isn't a threat. I'm just telling you the facts. Running a business is all about service. If you continue doing things the way you do, your shop will only be open at noon, because it'll go out of business sooner or later. Who is Duan Lang? This guy dared to glare at people even in front of Xiang Ba. You should know that back then, Xiang Ba could have killed him with one palm. His arrogance is second to none. If you were the original poster, you could say that to me, but we're all traitors, so why are you criticizing me? The man took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and exhaled, trying to calm himself down. You're right. It's my fault, Duan Lang. Let's go back to your world now. I'm going to kill that guy. Duan Lang stared intently at Homelander, looking into his eyes, as if trying to see if he wanted to enter the world and kill himself. I want to live. The man from the motherland smiled warmly and spread his hands. My employer, don't stare at me like that. I understand that the Myriad Realms Tower will have serious problems if it takes action against traitors. Don't worry, I won't risk my life. Alive, I understand. Duan Lang nodded and once again handed over the access to the Fen Jion world to the Patriot. The two entered the vortex once again, arriving in the world of wind and clouds. Before Indra could even look away, he saw Homelander suddenly appear beside Duan Lang. Homelander, who had been standing in the air, had vanished without a trace. After Homelander left the world of Storm Riders, he reappeared beside Duan Lang. This time, he didn't waste any words or hesitate, he charged straight at Indra. A sonic boom cloud erupted, instantly collapsing the building beneath their feet, forcing Duan Lang to immediately change positions. Before Indra could react, the figure of the fatherland appeared beside him. He was immediately shocked and used the ascension step to appear several hundred meters behind him. The soaring to immortality steps is also part of the sacred heart technique, belonging to the peerless lightness skill. When moving, it looks like a leisurely stroll, floating like an immortal. To others, it doesn't seem very fast, but in reality, it's like shrinking the distance to an inch, and the speed is even faster than the speed of sound. Because his body was surrounded by true energy, which displaced the air, there was no sound barrier or gale. But how could a little over twice the speed of sound possibly outrun Homelander? Before Homelander entered the multiverse tower, his speed was already about 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. After merging with Kryptonian blood, his speed of sound soared to more than 10 times the speed of sound. As soon as Indra appeared, the the people of the homeland came to his side. He inwardly cursed himself and could only keep his eyes fixed on Homelander, secretly activating the shocking calamity. The Sacred Heart technique has 4 Sacred Heart absolutes and 4 Sacred Heart tribulations, with the shocking tribulation being one of them. With a single glance, you can kill your enemy. However, the red light was even faster. Before Deshishin could use his technique, his head exploded like a watermelon hitting the ground. A beam of red light pierced through his head and shot straight into the distant mountain peak, piercing it completely. "You're so arrogant, aren't you? Come on." The Homelander unleashed a furious punch, instantly turning Indra's upper body into a bloody mist, leaving only his lower body. Duan Lang looked at Deshishin's death with a look of anger on his face. How did he find Indra's lair and obtain his cultivation techniques after Indra died? This technique looks incredibly powerful. It could probably be exchanged for a lot of heavenly coins. Especially since Indra had lived for over 1,000 years, he wanted to know how he did it. Damn Homelanders, they said no killing, but they still killed them. Just you wait, if I lose any of my heavenly coins, I'll make sure everyone knows how terrible your service is. The man from the homeland stared angrily at the remaining half of Emperor Shishin's body. As for what Duan Lang had said, he had long forgotten it. He's a citizen of the motherland, he can do whatever he wants. Employer? What utter garbage. If it weren't for the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan Lang would have died too. Of course, what angered him the most was the illusion that Indra had given him before. He wasn't even this angry when he was defeated by Superman. Especially when he thought that his fetishes might be known by Indra, his anger soared to the heavens. Indra must die. Even if only half a body remains, I will die. The more the man from the motherland thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he shot the laser directly at the half of Indra's body. After Indra's lower body was hit by the laser, it turned into particles and scattered everywhere. The man was stunned. How could being hit by a laser turn him into powder? The particles drifted in the air, then regrouped not far from the people of the motherland. Originally only half a body, Deshishin actually became a complete body after being gathered together. Indra has actually been resurrected. Everyone was stunned for a moment, except for Indra. His gaze fell on Homelander, and he unleashed the shocking calamity once more. The man's mind went blank for a moment, his vision went black, and he fell from the sky. Duan Lang's expression changed drastically, and his head started buzzing. The situation reversed in an instant. Just now, Indra was killed by Homelander, but in the blink of an eye, Indra not only revived, but also instantly killed Homelander. Damn it! Is Homelander dead? He dared not stay where he was, so he disappeared without a trace, and at the same time revoked Homelander's world access. Both of them returned safely to the Myriad Realms building, except that Homelander was lying on the ground. Duan Lang quickly went to the side of the man from the motherland, touched his breath, and then sighed. Thank goodness, I'm alive. If I die, it's all over. So many traitors are still alive and well. If even one of them died in the world of Fen Jian, the thought of it would send chills down his spine. This guy is amazing. He took down the Homelander in one fell swoop. He doesn't know what to do now. Contact Hancock first. A moment later, Hancock walked over and looked completely bewildered when he saw Homelander lying on the ground. What's wrong with him? Is he so sleepy? Hancock walked up to Homelander and kicked him. Hey, get up. Duan Lang put his hand to his mouth and coughed. Cough, he wasn't sleeping. He went to my world and got attacked by that powerful being, and that's how he ended up like this. Hancock was completely bewildered. Homelander's strength was no less than his, so how could he just disappear like that? Dead. But his heart is still beating. Hancock's X-ray vision scanned the area, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Are you pretending to be asleep? Hancock kicked him a few more times and realized that Homelander seemed to have really passed out. He frowned and looked at Duan Lang. What happened? You've encountered a 6th-tier expert? Duan Lang shook his head. His world was at the 5th level, how could there be a 6th-level expert? No, it's the one I was talking about, the 5th-tier martial artist who has lived for over 1,000 years. Didn't you say it was the early stage of the 5th rank? Yes, I think it's early stage of the 5th rank. Duan Lang was starting to have doubts. That guy killed Homelander in one move. Was he really just a 5th-tier early stage cultivator? Probably. You're not sure? Tell me more about the situation. Homelander blew the guy's head off with a laser, then punched his upper body to blast it apart. When he shot the lower body with the laser, the lower body turned to ash. Strangely, even though he was dead, he revived not far away, glared at Homelander, and that's how Homelander ended up like this. Hancock looked on in disbelief. He had only glanced at Homelander, and this was the result? Was he instantly killed? One look and he's dead. That's even better than Superman. Don't you know anything about that guy? Haven't you been to Future Pavilion? Duan Lang shook his head. Where would he get 100,000 heavenly coins? I didn't go. I don't have that many heavenly coins. I'll use them to treat you. Hancock sighed. It seems that traders who haven't been to future pavilions should be more cautious about accepting orders in the future. I was lucky to survive this time, but if I'm unlucky next time, I'll be killed outright and I'll be finished. He grabbed Homelander by the collar and pulled him up. Take Homelander to the original poster and ask if there's any way to deal with this guy. Okay, I'll go with you. The two led Homelander into the room and found Ye Ming. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow as he looked at Homelander. What's wrong with this guy? He glanced at Duan Lang and instantly understood the situation. The first sale after opening the store was a bad start. Greetings, Op. We'd like to ask what's wrong with Patriot? We can't wake him up. He's suffered a mental breakdown and fallen into a coma. Just go buy some pills and he'll be fine. Did he go fight Indra? Duan Lang blinked. Deshishan? Is that guy's name? How arrogant. Indra seems to be the name of a heavenly emperor. Op, is that guy called Deshishan? Is he really a 5th-tier cultivator? He killed Homelander in one move. He's at the 5th rank. This guy's cultivation talent isn't great, but his comprehension is pretty good. His Sacred Heart technique has a mental attack, and luckily, his Kryptonian bloodline is strong in everything except mental strength and soul. Coincidentally, Emperor Shishan's soul attack counters him. If Emperor Shishan were at the 6th rank, the entire nation would probably be dead. Hancock and Duan Lang then realized what was going on and understood. So that's why it was restrained. That Indra is incredibly powerful. He can even revive after being reduced to ashes. Then if you beat him to a pulp, he won't be able to come back to life, right? I'm speechless. What the original poster said makes so much sense. The question is, how did he manage to completely obliterate Indra? He blinked and looked at Hancock beside him. I won't give you any heavenly coins if the request isn't completed. Hancock nodded and shook the Homelander in his hand. Don't worry, we'll get it done. We'll treat Patriot ourselves, and pay you after the job is done. How do you plan to complete the mission? I feel like I can't go back to my own world right now. Indra is blocking my way. Superman should be able to handle it once he gets back. Superman? Isn't he also of Kryptonian descent? Where did he go? The Wandering Earth World. Half an hour ago, Superman tidied up his shop and changed its name to Heroes Pavilion. Homelander went to the Storm Rider's world to complete his mission, and Superman asked Hancock to tidy up the shop before heading straight to the All-Celestial Currency Exchange. Last time he entered the Myriad Realms building suddenly without any preparation, but this time he has prepared many things in advance. With a flick of his hand, one orbs of light appeared after another. Genetic engineering technology, 5th-order technology. After recording genes, humans can be reproduced or resurrected through special equipment. Value 80,000 celestial coins. Liquid geometry technology, 4th-order technology, multi-purpose display technology, uses magnetic fields to suspend beads and form three-dimensional shapes, which can be used as interactive systems and weapons. Value 700 celestial coins. Consciousness upload technology, Tier 5 technology, allows one to upload their consciousness and survive in another form. Value 8,000 celestial coins. Artificial intelligence robot technology, Tier 5 technology, divided into 3 types: auxiliary robots, attack robots, and daily robots. Attack robots are equipped with plasma cannons and tentacles. Value 95,000 celestial coins. Ghost engine technology, Tier 7 technology, creates a controllable black hole that lasts for several nanoseconds, thereby distorting spacetime and enabling spacetime jumps, with a maximum distance of 100 light-years. Value 900,000 celestial coins. World engine technology, Tier 7 technology, capable of transforming the atmospheric composition and terrain of planets to terraform them. Value 500,000 celestial coins. Plasma weapon technology, 4th tier technology, value 5,000 celestial coins. Energy weapon technology, 4th tier technology, value 6,000 celestial coins. Battle suit technology, 4th tier technology, made of special materials, high defense, difficult to damage. Value 300 heavenly coins. Spaceship manufacturing technology, Tier 7 technology, including attack ships, transport ships, reconnaissance ships, etc. Value 900,000 celestial coins. Artificial intelligence technology, 5th order technology, some of which has already been acquired. Value 1,000 celestial coins. Superman brought all sorts of Kryptonian technology and sold it all. Unfortunately, the value of technology is lower than that of physical goods. For example, 3 Tier 7 technologies didn't even sell for 1 million each. Why do we need to research and develop technologies? If the technology isn't advanced enough, even if we had these things, we probably wouldn't be able to manufacture them. All the technologies combined sold for a total of 5 million celestial coins. Is it a lot? Actually, it's not that much. Krypton's technology is far more advanced than Earth's, yet they only have so much celestial currency at the end. However, Superman was already very satisfied. With over 5 million heavenly coins, he was already among the richest people in the Myriad Realms building. With a smile on his face, he returned to the hero's pavilion. "Hello, Superman." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Superman turned around and saw a man walking towards him. "Who are you?" Lu Paiqiang extended his hand and said, neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Hello, my name is Lu Paiqiang, and I come from the world of the wandering earth. I would like to ask you for help with my world." After shaking hands, Superman led him into the Hall of Heroes. The Heroes' Pavilion is simply and warmly decorated, with just a few tables and some tea. "Sit down. What's the situation in your world? What kind of help do you need?" Lu Paiqiang sat down and organized his thoughts. "Here's the thing, there's a problem with the sun in my world." That very first sentence caught Superman's attention. He looked at Lu Paiqiang in surprise. Could the sun really have problems? There's something wrong with the sun. What's wrong? Scientists in our world have discovered that the sun is aging and expanding rapidly, and may engulf all the planets in the solar system, including Earth, in a short period of time. Therefore, we have no choice but to find a way to leave the solar system. Is the sun aging and expanding? What's going on here? You need my help to leave the solar system? I just traded data on spaceships and ghost engines. You can buy them, build the spaceships and engines, and leave Earth. Lu Paiqiang was taken aback. A spaceship and an engine? That's one way to do it. But whether Earth can even be built is another question. Our plan is to use 10,000 planetary engines to propel Earth out of the solar system. We've been traveling for a long time, but it will still take several thousand more years to leave the solar system. So I'd like to ask for your help. The original poster said you could propel Earth. Superman didn't expect the original poster to have such a high opinion of him, or rather, such a high opinion of his future. He can't even budge the Earth now, let alone push it out of the solar system. The solar system is a full 2 light years away. What does that mean? It would take 2 years to travel that distance. The speed of light is 299,792,458 m/s, and it can travel 290 million meters every second. Even if he increased his speed to the speed of light, it would still take him 2 years to push the Earth out of the solar system. 2 years. By then, the Myriad Realms Tower will definitely have even more powerful traders, so there will be no need for him to promote it. Not to mention that he's not even traveling at the speed of light in space right now. Superman shook his head. Pushing the Earth was probably out of the question. He himself never imagined he could become that strong. The original poster is probably mistaken. I can't even move the Earth right now. Even if I could, it would be a very gentle push. Pushing it out of the solar system is too difficult. Superman paused for a moment, then continued. However, I can go to your world and see what's wrong with the sun. If I can solve the sun's problem, it might be easier. There are so many people in the world of the wandering Earth, and so many people on the entire planet. If I don't save them, won't they all die on the road one day? How could a voyage of 2,500 years not encounter any problems? Lu Paiqiang's expression darkened, and he sighed. Then this is the only way for now. I wonder how many celestial coins we'll need. Superman shook his head, and Lu Paiqiang didn't quite understand what he meant at first. No need, I can't solve the problem, so I won't charge you. Let me take a look at the sun's condition first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Lu Paiqiang was somewhat stunned. No need for the heavenly coins? That's wonderful. He was silent for a moment, thinking of Superman's deeds. You are a true superhero, worthy of the name of the Heroes' Pavilion. In the world of the wandering Earth, inside the space station, Lu Paiqiang's face was full of joy. I didn't expect this Superman to be so easy to talk to. He only told Superman about the situation in his world, and Superman was willing to help him unconditionally. He truly deserves to be called a superhero. Although Superman said he didn't need the all-world coins to help him, and that he didn't currently have the ability to move the Earth, he was willing to go into the sun first to see the specific situation. Tisk tisk, no wonder he's Superman. Going into the sun is as easy and casual as going into his own backyard. That's some real strength. Superman didn't come in with Lu Paiqiang. He still needed to report to the Federation's higher UPS, and besides, Moss was still on the space station. What if he attacked Superman? Of course, he knew that even if the space station exploded, it might not necessarily affect Superman, but it was still not a good thing. He turned on the communication, and instantly all the top officials of the Federation appeared on the video. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Paiqiang, how is the situation? The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom asked anxiously. This is a major event concerning the entire Earth. Lu Paiqiang smiled slightly and said, I have fulfilled my mission. With your guidance, I have found Superman. He is currently unable to move the Earth, but he can go into the sun to help us see what is going on. All the executives were stunned for a moment. Superman? Was it the Superman they were thinking of? Is it Superman from the movies? The world of the wandering Earth has a Superman movie, so they all know about Superman's abilities. That's him. Kryptonian, Superman. I'm bringing him into our world now. Moss, don't attack anyone who appears. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Lu Paiqiang. To everyone's astonishment, Superman appeared in a blue uniform and a red cape. The S logo on his chest told everyone who he was. He is Superman. After Superman appeared, he ignored the situation on the screen and simply said to Lu Paiqiang, "Come on, lead me to the door, I'm leaving." His own spaceship is quite intelligent, but it's obvious that this spaceship isn't that intelligent. If he accidentally breaks something, Lu Paiqiang might die on it. Lu Paiqiang nodded, led Superman to the room outside the space station, and sent him into space. After entering space, Superman quickly flew towards the distant sun. In space, he doesn't need to worry about anything, he can go all out. Although it's not the speed of light, it's close to it. 15 minutes later, Superman flew from near Mars to in front of the sun. As he walked, he felt the sun's energy growing stronger, making his body feel very comfortable and warm, like soaking in a hot spring. Even when you're right in front of the sun, it still feels very comfortable. However, this feeling is not right. There's a problem. This sun has very little energy, at least much less than the energy emitted by their world sun. He had only gone around in the sun of his own world once, and the difference between the two was too obvious. Superman stood in front of the sun, looking at the huge golden sphere filled with flames, hesitated for a moment, and then flew straight in. The sun is the central celestial body of the solar system, the star at the center of the solar system. Its luminosity is 383 quadrillion watts, and the temperature of its surface alone is 5,770 Kelvin, equivalent to 5,496 degrees Celsius. The temperature at the center of the sun can reach 15 million Kelvin. If it were a normal person, they would have been burned to ashes before even reaching the surface of the sun. But Superman isn't a normal person. 5,496 degrees Celsius was like soaking in a hot spring for him. The temperature continued to rise even after he plunged into the sun. All he could see was a golden expanse, he couldn't see anything at all. Soon, he arrived inside the sun, because he couldn't enter the sun's interior from his own world. Only after he entered the sun did he feel a little uncomfortable. He felt his power increasing rapidly, in terms of defense, speed, strength, and all other aspects. Superman walked around the inner area for a while, and only continued further in once his body had adjusted. He felt that his body had reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult to break through. He needs to try getting into the central area. Superman took a deep breath and plunged into the center area. His clothes were instantly burned to ashes, and his feathers were burned away, leaving the featherless bird completely naked. Inside the space station, Lu Paiqiang and the Federation's top officials were waiting anxiously. Superman is too fast, he disappeared as soon as he left the space station. The temperature near the sun is too high, and Superman can't bring anything in, otherwise the equipment will melt before it even reaches the sun. All they can do now is wait here. Hopefully, Superman will bring them some good news when he comes out. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan wandered aimlessly. Homelander was taken to the pill pavilion by Hancock, but after taking the recovery pills, he still hadn't woken up. It will probably be a while before he wakes up. Without Superman, he can't go back to his own world. Once he gets back, Indra will probably kill him, or at least cripple him. So let's just forget about it. After thinking for a moment, Duan decided, why don't we go check out the new open world? Once you go to the new open world, time in your own world will also pass. When Indra sees that he is not there, he might leave. Duan's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the better he felt the idea was. I wonder what the new world will be like. He arrived at the plaza of the Myriad Realms building, walked to the front of the vortex of the Misty World, and was about to enter. Ding, Misty World, Tier 6 World. Please proceed according to your capabilities. Entering this world requires a fee of 100 celestial coins per day. You will need to pay 50% of the value of your earnings in celestial coins to take all your earnings out. Do you wish to enter? Duan blinked. This world was actually a 6th order world, even more powerful than his own world. This is interesting, but when did we start having to pay 50% of the profits? I didn't pay that many multiverse coins in the Ip Man world or the Resident Evil world. I kind of miss the old days when you could buy and sell at the original price, and the Wan Ji Lu was a good deal without being a rip-off. I paid for my ticket and went in, but I had to pay again. Black. It's so dark. Duan sighed, paid 100 heavenly coins, and stepped into the vortex. In a misty world, at a shelter near the town, David is patting his child to sleep. After being rescued by the army, they were all placed in this place, which was more like a prison than a refuge. Soldiers guarded the area, keeping them trapped and preventing them from leaving. As for why, you can figure it out if you think about it. The military certainly wouldn't want them to leak this information, lest it cause panic. Even if no one believes it, they can't let it leak. The next second, a man appeared right next to David, startling him. Fortunately, each of them had their own room, so the others didn't notice that there was an extra person in the shelter. Hello? Who are you? Duan Lang sized up David. This guy seemed to be a foreigner. I am Duan Lang, a trader from the Myriad Realms Tower. I came to take a look at your open world. David blinked, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He had the coins of the gods. One person can earn 100 heavenly coins. My name is David Drayton, you can just call me David. Let's go outside and talk. David covered the child with the blanket and left the room. Duan Lang followed behind him and glanced around. They were in a hotel, the same kind of hotel found in the Resident Evil world. This world is very similar to Resident Evil. Is it going to be another zombie world? Before Duan Lang could even ask a question, David spoke up first. 2 days ago, a fog descended upon my town, and many monsters emerged from it. Only a few dozen people survived, the rest perished. The poster mentioned another world, suggesting the military may have opened a portal there, causing the monsters to appear. While these monsters are dangerous, they might possess multiverse coins. I'm just an ordinary person and don't know much about the other world, only that the monsters are terrifying. Therefore, I can't give you much information. I can only tell you that I saw a monster hundreds of meters tall, taller and larger than a mountain. David told Duan Lang everything he knew. He had no multidimensional currency and no real power, so he could only open the world up and charge an entrance fee. If there are many people, you might accumulate a lot of heavenly coins after a while. When the time comes, I can exchange for a bloodline, and my strength will increase instantly. Duan Lang frowned slightly. A creature taller and larger than a mountain? The Misty World is a 6th order world, which means that the strongest beings are at the 6th order. That enormous creature might not even be a 6th order creature. According to David, the military accidentally opened a portal to another world, causing monsters to arrive. The fact that such a large monster appeared in the world in just one day means that there must be many such monsters in that world. Of course, it's possible that you just happened to be lucky and encountered the strongest creature in the world. However, the chances of this happening are extremely slim. Duan Lang stroked the hilt of the Fire Kirin sword. Besides exploring this world, he also planned to refine his Fire Kirin sword into a magical artifact. Where is the entrance the military opened? I'm going to take a look. David took out his phone, opened the map, and pointed out the location to him. It's right here, but it might be difficult for you to get out. The military has sealed off this place, and no one is allowed to leave. Duan Lang looked at the map and memorized it. Since he began practicing the Tongxian Ghost and God record, his memory has improved considerably. After all, it is a method of cultivating immortality. Okay, I understand. Thanks. As for the lockdown, you don't need to worry about it. After receiving the news and the map, Duan Lang went upstairs. David followed him curiously to the top floor. 2 soldiers who were smoking saw them and looked terrified. They quickly threw their cigarettes on the ground and put on gas masks. They raised their guns, cocked them, and pointed the muzzles at the 2 men. Who let you up here? Get down now, or I'll shoot. Fuck, get out of here. Duan Lang frowned. He didn't understand most of what was being said, but he did understand the word fuck, because people from our motherland often say, that's not a nice thing to say. Duan Lang reached for the sword hilt, intending to kill the 2 men. David quickly reached out to stop the soldiers and stood in front of Duan Lang. Duan Lang is dressed in ancient costume, so he might be from some ancient era. He probably hasn't even seen a gun before. It would be bad if he were to get hurt. Hey, relax, bro. We're just getting some fresh air. Let's go now. Duan Lang glanced at David, removed his hand from the sword hilt, and then a red light flashed in his eyes. The 2 soldiers were instantly manipulated and dropped their guns. You saw nothing, you remember nothing. From now on, ignore anyone this person brings up. Do whatever this person says, even if it means death. David paused for a moment, not understanding what it meant. He felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the 2 soldiers nod in their empty eyes. Is this hypnosis? That's amazing, Duan Lang said to David. I'll go check it out first. There are traders coming later, you can bring them here. Before David could speak, the black crow sword flew out of Duan Lang's body. Duan Lang tapped his toes, flew onto the black crow sword, and instantly disappeared into the distance. David's mouth gradually opened wide as he stared in shock at the scene. It flew away. None of the items I saw in the Myriad Realms Tower were as shocking as seeing a person fly away right in front of me. How can a person fly on a sword? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. He blinked, looked at the 2 soldiers beside him, and hesitated for a moment. Slap yourself twice? Slap, 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 slap. Without saying a word, the 2 started slapping themselves. David was amazed, thinking how powerful hypnosis was. Give me a cigarette. Light it. Don't you have any eyes? I just said smoke and won't give you a light. Am I supposed to start a fire myself? What an idiot, slapping himself. Above the town in the misty world, Duan Lang arrived, riding his sword. There were many soldiers in protective suits, carrying flamethrowers and guns, roaming the town and clearing out the remaining monsters. Duan Lang ignored the soldiers and turned his gaze to the mountain not far away. There are the ruins of several buildings there, as well as many huge footprints. Even when the waves were in the air, the footprints were clearly visible, which shows how big they were. At this moment, various tanks and armored vehicles are parked around the ruins, and there are many white tents around, with people wearing white coats hurrying back and forth. They seem to be researching something. As for the entrance to the other world, Duan Lang didn't see it at all. There was no giant creature David had mentioned around. Had it been driven back to its own world? These guys won't destroy what opened the entrance, will they? Did I make a wasted trip? At the military base, several scientists were studying a huge machine, while a soldier in a general's uniform stood nearby. A scientist wiped the sweat from his brow and walked up to the general. General Rossner, we've adjusted it. The original input was too high, causing the spatial entrance to be too large, attracting a large number of otherworldly creatures to the surrounding area. This time, we've adjusted it, opening only a very small entrance, enough for our people to enter. However, General Rossner frowned as he looked at the scientist. But what? General, are you really going to send people over? That world is too dangerous. We couldn't have dealt with that giant creature without missiles. What if? There's no what if. Do you know what a completely new world means for our country? Endless resources. We will become the most powerful nation in the world's hegemon. Duan Lang circled the military base but saw nothing, indicating that the entrance to that world had indeed been closed. As for where the entrance is, he still doesn't know its location. But he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't know, but someone else did. David said it himself, this is just an ordinary world. The broken waves slowly descended from the sky. The soldiers around it didn't notice it at all until it dropped to a certain height. Everyone was startled at first, then immediately raised their guns and aimed them at Duan Lang. They thought it was some kind of monster, but unexpectedly, a person flew down. Don't move. Who are you? Get down, put your hands behind your head, and squat on the ground. The leading soldier immediately reported the situation to his superiors, and the news reached General Rossner directly. Rossner raised an eyebrow. Could they be from another world? They can even fly. He quickly jogged outside and saw Duan Lang in the crowd. The soldier standing nearby asked in a low voice, General, should we attack? This guy just flew over with a sword, it's very dangerous. Rossner glared at the other man and immediately reached out to press the gun down. Don't attack. Everyone put your guns away. They're guests from another world, we need to be polite. Rossner gave a friendly smile and took a step forward, but he was still far from Duan Lang. Hello, guests from afar. Welcome to Earth. Duan Lang frowned. The guy in front of him seemed to be in charge. He should know how to get to another world. But what language is this babbling? Looks like I'll need to bring a translator or something when I go to other worlds in the future. He had seen such things before in other areas. They could translate what others said into a language he could understand. If we had that thing, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Take me to another world. Or die. Duan Lang's idea was simple, this was just an ordinary world, and no one could stop him. He didn't want to dawdle and do anything underhanded. When you have the strength, just crush them. General Rossner was taken aback. Why did this visitor from another world speak a language that sounded so much like the language of the Chinese? Duan Lang glanced at Rossner with some impatience, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. The soul control technique was used, instantly subduing General Rossner. Where is the other world? This time Rossner didn't understand, but he understood what Duan Lang meant. He led Duan Lang to the military base, stood in front of the machine, and addressed the scientists. Open the entrance. The leading scientist glanced at Duan Lang, then looked away. General, would you like to reconsider? Rossner drew his pistol from his waist and pressed it against the scientist's head. I said open the entrance. Don't you understand? The scientists raised their hands, no longer daring to refuse. General, I understand. I'll open it right away, just be careful not to let it fire accidentally. The scientists quickly arranged for the rest of the team to begin operating the machine. As the machine roared, two red lasers collided, and a pale blue portal appeared before everyone's eyes. The size of the portal is the same as a normal portal. Through the portal, you can see that the other side is shrouded in mist, and you can't see anything clearly. As the portal opened, white mist rushed wildly into the laboratory. Is this the white mist David was talking about? It seems there's no mistake, this is indeed the world. Without any hesitation, Duan Lang walked straight in. After leaving, the red in Rossner's eyes faded, and he looked around in a daze. How did I get here? What just happened? The scientists looked at each other in bewilderment and quickly told the general what had happened. In another world, Duan Lang entered the mist and flew directly into the sky on his sword. The fog was much thicker than Duan had imagined, visibility was reduced to less than a meter. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. The fog was somewhat strange, but it could not block his divine sense. Whisper. A strange sound reached Duan's ears, and he immediately remembered the hundreds of meters tall monster that David had mentioned before. He flew forward on his sword and soon saw a pillar. No, it's a monster's leg. Duan looked up in shock at the colossal object before him. This monster was much larger than Duan had imagined. Let's put it this way, the Buddha statue in Lingyun Cave isn't even as long as its legs. Her legs alone are as tall as a 30-story building from the Resident Evil world, not to mention his enormous size. Its body is much longer than its legs. Tentacles were wriggling in the air, which felt extremely disgusting. Duan pondered whether he should test this guy's strength to assess the situation in this world. However, before Duan could come to a conclusion, an unexpected change occurred. The monster in front of them suddenly let out a terrified roar, and its previously leisurely walk turned into frantic running. Before Duan could react, a gigantic black tentacle filled the entire space of his pupils in the sky. These tentacles are huge. The visible portion of it alone is over 1,000 meters long, and its tentacles are covered with dense black suckers that are so big they make your scalp tingle. Duan got goosebumps all over his body and quickly landed on the ground, afraid of being noticed. The black tentacles, thousands of meters long, wrapped around the 100-meter-tall monster's body and easily lifted it up. The monster roared, its 8 legs flailing in the air, stirring up the surrounding mist and temporarily restoring some clarity. Duan raised his head and barely managed to make out part of the tentacle owner's true appearance. Just one glance and his head almost exploded. Countless eyes covered every part of its body, and its enormous black form stretched across the entire sky, completely obscuring it. Hundreds of tentacles kept reaching into the mist, grabbing out creatures that were no smaller than the 8-legged monster from before. Duan knew exactly what was going to happen next without even thinking. He quickly erected a shield, and the next second, a rain of blood fell from the sky, along with crimson flesh and parts of bone. They were described as chunks of flesh and blood, but each piece was as big as a house. The skeleton is tens of meters long, with strands of flesh still attached to it. A rustling sound reached Duan's ears as hordes of monsters, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, rushed towards the chunks of flesh and began to devour them frantically. A spider a meter long, a snake with 3 heads, a mosquito with a scorpion's tail, a rabbit covered in mouths, a tiger covered in tentacles, each one was enormous. Especially that tiger-like monster, which was even bigger than the fire Kylan. Its tentacles swayed all over its body, not only snatching flesh and blood, but also grabbing the monsters next to it and stuffing them into its mouth. Its mouth was even more terrifying. When it opened, half of its head was open, and the corners of its mouth stretched all the way to its neck. The mouth has rows and rows of sharp teeth, 6 or 7 rows in total. What's even more disgusting is that its mouth is full of eyes. I really don't know what the purpose of having eyes in the mouth is. Is it just to see how their food gets chewed up? What a strange world, full of strange creatures. Does such a world really have any value? Duan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a spider that was only 1 meter in size, but after eating flesh and blood, its body began to swell and grow bigger. It gained several more eyes, but its size also increased from 1 meter to 2 meters. As for why Duan noticed it, it was because the monster charged straight at him. Duan raised his sword and unleashed 2 sword energies, easily splitting his opponent in 2. To Duan's surprise, the monster did not die on the spot after being cut in half. Small tentacles extended from its flesh, swaying in the air, which, combined with its bloody organs, was utterly disgusting. Its blood, when it flowed onto the ground, instantly emitted white smoke, appearing to be highly corrosive. After struggling for several minutes, the tentacles slowly stopped moving. Duan frowned, ignoring the monsters in the distance, and continued walking forward. As for flying, he dared not fly anymore. If those tentacles came again, he wasn't sure if he could handle them. Tentacles that are thousands of meters long. His sword energy can't even travel more than 1,000 meters yet. Not to mention that there were at least 100 tentacles just now. He had never seen such a large creature in his entire life. Various creatures attacked him along the way. These creatures had no reason or intelligence and charged at Duan as soon as they saw him. However, Duan could easily resolve any issue. There was no sword chi that couldn't handle it. If there was, then he would simply unleash another sword chi. They continued forward for several kilometers, but still hadn't escaped the area shrouded in white fog. Duan was forced to consider a question: was the entire world covered by white mist? He saw nothing in this world except monsters. There were no medicinal herbs or rare and precious herbs at all. Duan was completely dumbfounded. Oh woo! The howls of wolves echoed around Duan, and one wolves after another leaped out, tightly surrounding him. These wolves have 18 eyes and 5 mouths on their heads, making them look extremely terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation after they appeared, they charged straight towards Duan. After Duan Lang frowned, several black sword energies surged in all directions, instantly cutting all the monsters into pieces. Then, he took out the 10,000 souls banner and shook it, looking puzzled. This was the umpteenth wave of monsters he had killed. Besides being disgusting in appearance and lacking rationality, these monsters didn't even have souls. That's a bit strange. How do they live without a soul? Even zombies have souls, but these don't. Duan Lang was already feeling rather bored. This world really had no value, at least he didn't see any value in it right now. This is pointless, we might as well go to the Resident Evil world. Even Resident Evil can produce some souls. Just as Duan Lang was about to leave, a golden flash shone into his eyes. Duan Lang looked over curiously and was surprised to see a box made of gold. He was stunned. This box was obviously made by a person. There are actually people in this world? It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary human to survive in this world. He walked up to the box, opened the golden box, and a burst of intense golden light immediately erupted out. After the golden light faded, the box disappeared, leaving only a golden jade pendant lying on the ground. Duan Lang blinked, picked up the jade pendant, and instantly felt an unusual clarity in his mind. The negative emotions he had been experiencing from long-term soul crushing were completely shut out. He had a feeling that continuing to cultivate with his soul would not have any negative impact. Thinking of this, Duan Lang couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately began extracting souls from the Myriad Soul banner to cultivate, and after digesting one soul, there was indeed no effect. Duan Lang stared in shock at the jade pendant in his hand, never expecting such a small jade pendant to be so powerful. But why would this jade pendant be in a box? With these questions in mind, Duan Lang continued forward. This time, after defeating each monster, he would look around to see if there were any boxes nearby. Surprisingly, he actually found one. However, this box isn't gold, it's silver white. Just like the golden box, it emitted a bright silver light when opened. After the silver light disappeared, the box was gone, leaving only a silver longsword. Duan Lang picked up the longsword and swung it a few times. He felt that the longsword seemed to have its own power and could release silver white sword energy. However, after using sword energy once, it takes a long time to recover before it can be used a second time. Duan Lang felt as if he had discovered a pattern. This time, he found the box after killing a group of spiders. These chests seem to be found in areas where these monsters gather, and I found them after killing a group of the same monsters. The monsters killed along the way, in small groups of various kinds, didn't seem to have any boxes. Thinking of this, Duan Lang seemed to realize something. He moved forward quickly and finally found another group of monsters. After killing all the monsters this time, he immediately searched the surrounding area and found a box. The box has changed from silver to bronze this time. After the box was opened, a flash of blue light appeared, revealing a bronze-colored gauntlet. Duan Lang tried putting on the boxing gloves and found that his strength seemed to have increased a little, but not by much. My suspicions were correct. It seemed that someone had deliberately placed these boxes in the monsters' gathering place. It's a bit like you get a reward if you defeat them. But who put these boxes there? That's strange. Duan Lang continued walking forward, and he found that the monsters seemed to get weaker the further he went. A single sword strike could kill a group of monsters. However, the quality of the treasure chests is not high, only a small portion are bronze, while most are black iron or wooden chests. The items that came out were plentiful: weapons, necklaces, armor, spatial necklaces, and even some ordinary items such as water and food. Duan Lang was completely bewildered, and really couldn't understand what it meant to put food in the box. Suddenly, Duan Lang felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of impending death descended upon him. He didn't even bother to look up. He directly summoned the Myriad Realms token, detached himself from the current world, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. Just as they returned to the Myriad Realms Tower, a gigantic claw descended, instantly crushing the area within a 5-kilometer radius into a pulp. Whether monsters or plants, they all died instantly. In some unknown world, 1,200 meters below the sea, the eyes of the giant monster have fully regained their luster. The golden beast eyes darted left and right, clearly indicating that the monster had been resurrected. Inside its core, Luo Feng finally organized all the data. But a question lingered in his mind. Babata, do you know what kind of organization this Myriad Realms Tower is? How could Babata have ever heard of the Myriad Realms Tower? Is it something he can just hear about whenever he wants? I don't know, I've never heard of it. What's wrong? You mentioned this Myriad Realms building last time. Yes, in the inherited memories there is a force called the Myriad Realms Tower, and it said I could join. It said the Myriad Realms Tower is an organization that transcends all the heavens and myriad realms, and that it allows those with the right destiny to trade within it. It sounds very powerful. What are the myriad realms? Could it be the world of a realm lord? If a realm lord can create his own world, could it be a realm lord level trading platform? If so, you can go and take a look. The prerequisite is that you can conceal your identity. The golden horned beast is something that even a realm lord would covet. A realm lord. That powerful? Luo Feng knew about the realm divisions in the universe. The god of war on earth was merely an apprentice. Only by breaking through to the level of a war god can one walk in the starry sky. After the apprentice level comes the planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord level, and only after that comes the world lord level. The tentative levels are planetary level 5, stellar level 6, cosmic level 7, domain lord level 8, immortal level, and world lord level 9. Please leave a message if you have any questions. Don't wait until I've written it all out, because then it will be too late to change it. He's at most a planetary level fighter right now. If we could make a deal with the Lord of the Realm, it would definitely be of great help. Okay, then I'll go check out that Myriad Realms Tower. How do I get there? He didn't seem to say where the Myriad Realms Tower is. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng vanished from the spot. At the Wanjula Square, Duan Lang stood there with lingering fear, having almost died. Although I don't know what kind of creature it is, I guess it's similar to the giant monster I saw before. I actually thought about fighting with them before. Luckily, I didn't do anything, otherwise I might have run back much earlier. Ding, we have detected that you have obtained an item worth 11,120 heavenly coins in the Misty World. Please pay 50% of the fee, which is 5,560 heavenly coins. The Pure Heart Jade Pendant, a 4th-tier treasure, is a golden piece of equipment from the Misty World. It removes inner distractions and ensures that the mind is unaffected by any 4th-tier or lower effects. It comes with the skill Mental Defense, which generates a mental defense shield within 5 seconds of skill used to block mental attacks. Skill cooldown, 5 hours. Item value, 9,000 heavenly coins. Silver Longsword, Tier 3 treasure, silver equipment from the Misty World, comes with the skill Crescent Slash, which can launch a crescent-shaped sword aura of Tier 3 strength, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Item value, 700 heavenly coins. Bronze Gauntlets, Tier 2 treasure, bronze equipment from the Misty World, comes with the passive skill Great Strength, increasing punching power by 100 kilograms. Item value, 70 heavenly coins. Bronze Dagger, Tier 2 treasure, bronze equipment from the Misty World, comes with the passive skill Sharpness, which allows some attacks to penetrate Tier 2 and below armor. Item value, 90 heavenly coins. Black Iron Sword, Tier 1 treasure, black iron equipment from the Misty World, increases strength by 1 kilogram. Item value, 3 heavenly coins. Duan Lang blinked, then paid 5,560 heavenly coins. Afterwards, except for the King's in Jade pendant, all the other items were sold to the Myriad Realms Tower, earning back 2,120 heavenly coins. That means he spent 3,440 heavenly coins to buy a Pure Heart Jade pendant. That's a steal. We've made a fortune. This Tranquil Jade pendant just happens to be the item he needs. With the Tranquil Jade pendant, he can continue to devour souls and cultivate. Duan Lang looked at the 3 vortexes in the square. He knew he couldn't go into the Misty World. If that monster was still there, he would probably die as soon as he went in. Looks like I'll have to go to the Resident Evil world. It's just in time to refine the Fire Kirin sword into a magic weapon. Just as Duan Lang was about to enter the whirlpool, Hong Yu suddenly appeared beside him. Duan Lang, the master invites you. Duan Lang was taken aback. Why was the poster suddenly contacting him? Was it because of the Misty World? Inside the room, Ye Ming looked curiously at the items that Duan Lang had sold earlier. How did these things end up in the Misty World? Duan Lang was from ancient times and was unaware of some modern situations, but how could Ye Ming not be unaware? Isn't this just like equipment in a game? It even says the level on it. Wood, iron, bronze, silver, and then there should be gold, platinum, diamonds, and so on. How is this thing related to the Misty World? The Mist World is just an ordinary world, the only extraordinary thing is the world connected to it. Why would these things appear in that world? Are there people there? Duan Lang entered the room and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Duan Lang, sit down. Did you get these pieces of equipment from a chest, or did they drop from monsters? Duan Lang sat down without any surprise, but rather with some curiosity. Do monsters drop items? He killed so many that didn't even survive. They came out of chests. The silver ones came out of silver chests, and the bronze ones came out of bronze chests. But I don't know who put these chests in there. They're in a monster horde, and it seems like you can only get them by defeating the monsters. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, becoming even more certain of his inner thoughts. Tell me everything you saw after you went in. Duan Lang nodded, then entered the world to communicate with David, controlled Rosner to enter another world, encountered a tentacle monster 1,000 meters long, and finally met a treasure chest, was ambushed by the monster, and fled back. Not a single detail was overlooked. Ye Ming stroked his chin. The sky was filled with white mist, and monsters were everywhere. The monsters were getting stronger and stronger. Defeating a group of monsters would yield a treasure chest, which contained food, water, equipment, and skills. This sounds so familiar. Isn't this a classic survival game set in the fog? Is the world beyond the mist a place for survival amidst the fog? But who set up this venue? What is the purpose? Myriad Realms Tower, what's going on here? Ding, the level of the Myriad Realms Tower is insufficient. The tower owner does not have the authority. Please upgrade the level of the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. Did this mean the Myriad Realms Tower knew something about the situation? He looked at Duan and nodded. Okay, I got it. You can go ahead and get busy. As Duan stood up and was about to leave, the vortex beside him began to ripple, and a young man walked out of it. Duan glanced at the other person. He was very young, probably one of the lucky ones from some other world. As Luo Feng stepped out of the vortex, a storm of emotions surged within him. The multiverse building seems more powerful than I imagined. The myriad realms seem to be different from what Babata described. They are not the worlds of the realm lords. According to the information in my mind, it seems that the entire universe I live in is what constitutes a world. The Myriad Realms building consists entirely of worlds similar to or comparable to our own. This is such a great opportunity. Moreover, even if the Golden Horned Beast is a top-tier cosmic behemoth, it may not necessarily have such an opportunity. Moreover, if this really is an opportunity from the Golden Horned Beast, I might already be dead. So, this opportunity was his own? It's not the inherited memory of the Golden Horned Beast. He glanced at Duan, who was leaving beside him. This guy was really young, even younger than himself. I've been an adult for 4 years now, and I'm 22 years old this year, but that guy looks younger than me. It's a pity that I can't tell his strength. He seems quite powerful. What a lucky guy. Ye Ming glanced at Luo Feng, and after Luo Feng's information appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Name Luo Feng. Identity Golden Horned Beast, from the Swallowed Star World. Strength Planetary Tier 1, Early Stage 5. The world of Swallowed Star. This is a huge world. The planetary realm is only considered a barely qualified entry into the universe. There are still Stellar Realm, Universe Realm, Domain Lord Realm, World Lord Realm, Immortal, Universe Venerable, Universe Lord, and Universe Strongest. But there is another world above the Swallowed Star. The strongest beings in the universe are merely true gods. Above them are void true gods, eternal true gods, chaos rulers, god kings, and primordial chaos. This world can be considered one of the most powerful worlds at present. Moreover, this world is incredibly vast. In the primordial universe, in the cosmic sea, there were countless powerful beings. The bloodline of this golden horned behemoth is even more powerful. It is the bloodline of a peak-level star-sky behemoth. In its infancy, it's at the planetary level, or 5th rank. During its growth period, it's at the stellar level, and at its peak, it's at the world lord level. If Ye Ming remembered correctly, the cosmic level already had the power to destroy stars, which should be the 7th rank. The realm lord must be at least at the 7th rank. In other words, once Luo Feng's golden horned beast reaches adulthood and peak strength, it will be at least at the 7th rank. Tisk tisk, this bloodline is truly impressive. Luo Feng, come and sit down. Luo Feng nodded. He took 2 steps forward and then realized that he was in human form. He had thought he had entered this place in the form of the Golden Horned Beast. After all, he had already possessed the Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng greets the master. Thank you for this opportunity. This is your own destiny. The Myriad Realms Tower selects randomly from across the Myriad Realms. The fact that you were chosen means you have a connection with the Myriad Realms Tower. You already have the specific information in your head, so I won't go into details. Luo Feng nodded, raised his hand, and a dense cluster of white spheres appeared in the air. 5 Hearts Towards Heaven Technique, First Order Cultivation Technique, Genetic Energy Cultivation Method. Item Value 9 Heavenly Coins. Guiding Technique, 3rd Tier Cultivation Method, accelerates the cultivation of genetic energy. Item Value 900 Heavenly Coins. Basic Technique for Spiritual Masters, 5th Order Cultivation Method, Item Value 20,000 Heavenly Coins. 9-Fold Thunder Blade, a 4th Tier Technique. The first level adds 1 layer of hidden force, increasing its power by 1.4 times. Each additional layer adds 1 layer of hidden force, increasing its power by 0.7 times. The 9th level adds 9 layers of hidden force, increasing its power by 7 times. Item Value 9,000 Heavenly Coins. 9-9 Forging God, a 5th Tier technique, is a secret method for a spiritualist from Meteorite Star to break through to the planetary level. Each step takes 1.5 hours, and all 81 steps can be completed in one go to break through to the planetary level, requiring a total of 121 hours and 30 minutes. Item Value 30,000 Heavenly Coins. 10 Wood Seed Crystals, a 5th Tier treasure. Consuming them can rapidly increase one's cultivation level. 1 crystal raises one's cultivation level to the 3rd tier, 2 crystals to the peak of the 4th tier, and 3 crystals to the 5th tier. Item Value 900,000 Heavenly Coins. The first level of the 9 basic techniques of spiritual mastery, a secret technique of the 7th rank and above: condensation, resilience, dispersion, sharpness, softness, hardness, dance, illusion, fusion, and the meteorite star secret technique. Item value 100,000 heavenly coins. The first level of the illusion techniques of the spiritual master, a secret technique of the 7th rank or above, item value 100,000 heavenly coins. The first level of the miscellaneous chapters of spiritual masters, a secret technique of the 7th rank or above, item value 100,000 heavenly coins. Soul imprint level 1, a secret technique of the 7th rank or above, the first secret transmission of the meteorite star lineage. When cultivated to a high level, it can enslave experts of the 7th rank or above. Item value 100,000 heavenly coins. First floor of the Void Tower, a secret technique of the 7th rank or above, the ultimate secret technique for soul defense of the Meteor Inc. lineage. Item value 100,000 heavenly coins. The first level of the 6-pointed star, a secret technique of the 7th rank or above, a soul-type secret technique of the meteorite star lineage. Item value 100,000 heavenly coins. Soul Blade Slash, level 1, a 7th tier or higher secret technique, a powerful secret technique of the meteorite star lineage. Item value 100,000 heavenly coins. Golden Horned Beast Bloodline, a bloodline of the 7th rank or above. After fusion, it can obtain the bloodline of a peak starry sky beast in the devouring starry sky world. It comes with inherited memories and can grow to its peak with the strength of the 7th rank or above. Value 100 million all heaven coins. Ye Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart. A series of secret techniques of the 7th rank and above made his eyes dizzy. Unfortunately, Luo Feng only had the first level, the rest were in Babata's hands. Even so, these secret techniques are priced at the level of top-tier 5th-tier items, at 100,000 heavenly coins. It also contains top-tier treasures like the wood crystal. 3 of these crystals can allow an ordinary person to break through to the 5th rank. Goodness! That's pretty impressive. The prices are outrageous. One item costs 90,000 heavenly coins, and 10 items cost a total of 900,000 heavenly coins. Luo Feng kept more than 200 for himself. They're so rich. Not to mention the bloodline of the Golden Horned Beast. Bloodlines of the 7th rank or higher. Price 100 million heavenly coins. This is the most expensive item in the entire World Tower since it opened. 100 million. The Myriad Realms Tower only needs a turnover of 100 million to be upgraded to the next level. That's enough for now. Ye Ming had never done such a lucrative deal before. The Ghost King gathered so many things before, but the total only amounted to tens of millions. Luo Feng can easily make hundreds of millions. Is this what the world is like? It really is different. This is still counting the inherited memories into the bloodline, otherwise, they could earn even more heavenly coins. Ye Ming took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. All items combined total 126 million celestial coins. I can get 4 out of 10. That's 50.4 million celestial coins. They gave me 50 million heavenly coins all at once. Happiness came too suddenly. Wrong. That's not all, the Myriad Realms building hasn't been upgraded yet. After the upgrade, a 50% cut will be made from some of the heavenly coins. Ye Ming tossed the Myriad Realms token to Luo Feng and said calmly, 126 million celestial coins. You can go and have a look around the Myriad Realms Tower. Luo Feng nodded. He was now very curious about the Myriad Realms Tower as well. After sending Luo Feng away, Ye Ming could no longer contain his joy, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider, impossible to suppress. Good heavens! One person's trading volume surpasses the combined trading volume of all the previous Wan Ji Lu members. I hereby declare that Luo Feng is now my favorite trader. The total transaction amount of all previous transactions should be around 50 million, and it will take 100 million Zushin coins to upgrade to level 5. Myriad Realms Building, Upgrade. Ding, please select whether to unlock the 7th tier trader entry channel after upgrading. Ye Ming was a little confused. Why not turn it on? Wouldn't you get even more celestial coins from opening them? Open it. Why won't you open it? Ding, has the host forgotten his bet with Saitama? Once the 7th tier trader channel is opened, the One Punch Man world will be connected, and Saitama will come to the Multiverse Tower. Ye Ming's expression changed. He had truly forgotten about this. I still have to fight Saitama. I'm in the Myriad Realms Tower, he can't beat me, right? Ding, the agreement between the host and Saitama is that the next time they meet, it will be a fair fight, so you can only use your own strength and cannot borrow the power of the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming's face instantly darkened. What goes around comes around. It's time to pay it back. I'm only at the peak of the 5th rank, it's going to be difficult to fight Saitama, who is at the peak of the 7th rank. Moreover, Saitama might break through to the 7th rank and become the 8th rank while fighting. This is difficult. The arrow I shot in my youth has struck me right between the eyebrows after all this time. Then let's upgrade. We won't open the 7th tier trader channel for now. Ding, the Myriad Realms building is upgrading. Please check back in 2 hours. Ye Ming sighed. It seemed that he could only rely on Luo Feng to bring him more heavenly coins so that he could reach the peak of the 7th rank as soon as possible. As the owner of the Myriad Realms Tower, he couldn't afford to lose to a trader. All the people who traded him changed their address from God and Immortal to the landlord, but the awe they felt for him did not diminish in the slightest. It's not just because losing makes traders feel like they're not very good, the most important thing is that they don't want to lose. Since becoming the lord of the Myriad Realms, his mindset has been constantly changing. He didn't see himself as a high and mighty immortal, but he believed that in this position, there could be no defeats. Either don't make a move at all, or if you do, it's a swift and decisive victory. This is the true style of the lord of the Myriad Realms Tower. Instead of going back and forth with every trader, this not only affects traders, but also has a greater impact on oneself. He would rather wait than be defeated by a trader. Besides, the Myriad Realms Tower has only been open for a short time, less than a month. What's the rush? Ye Ming began to tally up the transactions from the past few days, and also to see when he would be able to cultivate the 7th level of his exclusive cultivation technique. Of the 126 million Zushin coins that Luo Feng traded this time, 50 million were taken as 4% of the total, which is 20 million Zushin coins, and the remaining 76 million were taken as 5% of the total, which is half. A whopping 38 million celestial coins. In total, Luo Feng's commission alone amounts to 58 million heavenly coins. Superman previously traded 5 million heavenly coins, taking 4/10 for himself, which is 2 million heavenly coins. The other miscellaneous transactions only amounted to a few 100,000. Adding the remaining 15,731,969 heavenly coins, he has a total of about 76 million heavenly coins. The increase in the value of the original poster's savings account is not very high, after all, it's only 10%. The cultivation fees of the Herb Pavilion, the pills of the Pill Pavilion, the expenses of the martial arts city, all these miscellaneous costs add up to only a few 100,000. With the remaining 9,854,811 celestial coins, there are now 10.15 million celestial coins left, finally breaking the 10 million celestial coin mark. Unfortunately, the next facility requires 100 million celestial coins. Ye Ming opened his panel and looked at it. Perhaps because it hadn't been upgraded yet, Luo Feng's transaction hadn't been included. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 4, Upgrading. Realm, Peak of the 5th Order. Celestial Coins, 76 million. Ops Treasury, 10,150,000 celestial coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herbalism Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena, Soul Hall. Cultivation Technique, 5th level of exclusive cultivation technique. Possesses worlds: Ip Man World, The Return of the Condor Heroes World. Connecting worlds: Swallowed Star, Legend of Shushan, Ice and Fire Chef, Qin Emperor, God of Wine, Men of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, A Chinese Odyssey, God of Cookery, Kung Fu, The Deer and the Cauldron. Traded items: Golden Horn Beast Bloodline, Meteorite Star Secret Technique, Jade Void Severing Emotions Technique, Great Brahma Prajna, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Burning Technique, 3 Flowers Gathering Fire Technique. Ye Ming sighed. He could only wait for Luo Feng to go back and ask Babata for the cultivation manual. It will take another 24 million heavenly coins to reach the 6th level of the exclusive cultivation technique, and a staggering 1 billion heavenly coins to reach the 7th level. It seems like a lot. Actually, there aren't that many. If Luo Feng were to take out a complete piece of Mo Yunxing's inheritance, it could sell for 1 billion Zushin coins, or even more. Luo Feng possesses at least 7 or 8 such secret techniques. Ye Ming took a deep breath. Don't rush, everything will come. In some unknown world, on the same earth. At Mount Tai, everyone stared in shock at the sky as 9 black dragon corpses dragged a bronze coffin as they plummeted from the heavens. The tourists held their breath, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. After someone let out the first scream, everyone began to run away in panic. Finally, it crashed to the top of Mount Tai, where 900-meter-long dragon corpses lay silently on the summit, shocking everyone's eyes. A corner of a 5-colored circular altar was revealed on the ground that had been shaken open by the dragon corpse and the coffin. Suddenly, a stone fell and struck the 5-colored altar. Instantly, a halo of 5 colors emanated from the altar, enveloping the young people around it. Unable to resist, the group fell onto the 5-colored stone altar. A giant Tai Chi Bagua diagram appeared, slowly rotating, like 2 doors, gradually opening a crack. In an instant, the group was sucked into the bronze coffin and disappeared. Faint sounds seemed to emanate from inside the coffin. The next second, the coffin lid slammed shut, and the 9 dragon corpses began to tremble, rising into the air and carrying the bronze coffin into the passage opened by the Bagua diagram. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky from Mount Tai, shocking everyone. After the light slowly faded, there was no longer any dragon corpse or bronze coffin. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Luo Feng glanced at all the items being traded, then shook his head. Overall, these things seem rather ordinary. Endless lifespan is irrelevant. The golden horned beast has a long lifespan anyway. The other items were of little help to him, or rather, they were of little use. Except for one thing. Luo Feng went to another area and found the thing he had seen before. Shantachi, a 5th-tier magic weapon, is a magic weapon that can grow. If you communicate with it with your heart, it will become a soul magic weapon. After its initial release in Bankai, it will increase the strength of its own soul, and its attacks can directly damage the opponent's soul. Value: 11,000 heavenly coins. Soul treasure. This thing is extraordinary. 11,000 celestial coins is incredibly cheap. It can directly attack the soul. If used unexpectedly, it might even be able to kill enemies of a higher level. Besides the light-footed strike, he also bought a martial arts manual. Spiritual Power Cultivation Method, Rank 6. It absorbs spiritual particles to cultivate one's own spiritual power, making the soul as strong as the body. After cultivation, the soul will not die naturally. Value: 900,000 heavenly coins. The secret method of cultivating the soul can make the soul powerful. He thought this secret technique was quite good. A stronger soul could certainly be beneficial. Cultivation requires spiritual particles, which seem to exist only in the soul. After exploring the first floor, Luo Feng headed to the second floor and arrived at the mission hall. Several tasks are posted on the task board, such as needing a medicinal herb that combines yin and yang, asking someone to help eliminate some monsters, and asking someone to refine pills. None of these tasks caught Luo Feng's eye, so he turned and left. The Future Pavilion is located on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building. Upon seeing the name Future Pavilion, Luo Feng knew exactly what this pavilion was for. I can actually see my own future. This is simply too amazing. No wonder it's called the Myriad Realms Tower. He quickly walked to the crystal ball, intending to see what his future would look like. Luo Feng, 4 worlds of the 7th rank or higher, viewing future information about the current world requires 10 trillion heavenly coins. Do you wish to proceed? Luo Feng choked on his own saliva and patted his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Are you kidding me? 100,000, 100 million. Goodness. I thought my 100 million heavenly coins would be a lot, but it's not even enough for a fraction of the total. Is my world really this advanced? Who knows when we'll ever raise 10 trillion? Forget it. Luo Feng shook his head, left the Future Pavilion, and arrived at the 4th floor of the Myriad Realms building, the Herbal Medicine Pavilion. He stood at the entrance of the Herb Pavilion, pondering whether the Moyan vine could be cultivated here. The growth of the Moyan vine requires absorbing treasures, such as the wood crystal, but it seems that it can also advance by absorbing energy alone, although it is very slow. Give it a try. It's pretty cheap anyway. Luo Feng chose a medicinal herb field and placed the Moyan vine inside. Moyan vine is a plant that resembles a gourd vine and grows to about 2 meters in length. This cloud vine is an extremely popular defensive life form in the universe. 99.99% of humans of the same level and rank are no match for it, and it is only slightly weaker than the golden horned beast. The Moyun vine is currently only in its juvenile stage. Luo Feng directly chose the most expensive flow rate, 1,000 years in a day. The cost is only 100,000 heavenly coins. It's so cheap, such a great deal. Fortunately, the creeping vine is a plant, otherwise, it would have taken who knows how long to cultivate it. It's a pity we couldn't throw Mui crystal in, otherwise the progress would have been even faster. Let's come back tomorrow. After leaving the Herbal Medicine Pavilion, he went to the 5th floor, the Martial Arts Arena. There are people fighting in the arena right now, and the fight is public. Luo Feng went directly into the arena to watch the battle and see how the level of the other worlds was. There were already several people in the stands. One of them was pale and had a somewhat effeminate look. Next to him was a man carrying a sword. The group was curious when they saw Luo Feng arrive, then nodded, and continued to look at the center of the arena. Luo Feng turned his gaze and saw 2 swordsmen fighting. Strangely, both of them were wielding wooden swords, and they seemed to be just ordinary people, constantly exchanging sword moves. One of them was dressed in white and wielded a wooden sword. His swordsmanship looks very simple, like a normal straight thrust, but it sends chills down your spine. One sword strike, and blood will surely be drawn. Even without any energy, the sword technique is still extremely powerful thanks to the enhancement of internal strength. The other person was even more formidable, dressed in black. He easily parried and neutralized the white-clad man's sword strikes. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. These 2 weren't particularly strong, but their swordsmanship was indeed quite good. Unfortunately, he found it somewhat useless. No matter how powerful a sword technique is, it's useless if you don't have the skill. Can a near martial artist's swordsmanship, no matter how powerful, injure a planetary level martial artist? He stood there and let the two of them hit him, neither of them could break through his defenses. However, he greatly admired the two men's talent in swordsmanship. In the arena, the man in black once again deflected the sword of the man in white and then pointed his sword at the opponent's throat. "You're too kind. The sword techniques of Senior Dugu Kyobai are indeed profound. I am ashamed to admit my inferiority. Your blizzard sword technique is quite good, just a little bit lacking. We can discuss it often. It would be my great honor." Seeing that the match was over, Luo Feng left the martial arts arena. After looking through the entire Myriad Realms building, I felt that it was very powerful, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as I had imagined. It would be great if we could know about the Myriad Realms building. Luo Feng suddenly remembered the restaurant he had seen in the square. Perhaps he could find out some information there. There's also the pill pavilion. Go there and see if there are any pills that you can use. Luo Feng returned to the first floor and went to the pill pavilion, where he unexpectedly ran into the two men from before. They were talking to the owner of Dan Pavilion, and he looked around at the counter by himself. "Gao Yao, are you feeling any better?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Xiao Yan. I'm feeling better." "You're too kind. If it weren't for you, I don't know when Elder Yao would have recovered. I should be thanking you. I wonder when Elder Yao and the other senior will return." "It's hard to say. Senior Lonely Moon said that reshaping the body might take a few days. It won't be that quick." "Okay. I'll wait a little longer then. I've already waited 60 years, what's a little more time?" "Okay. You rest for a while, I'll go and entertain the guests." Xiao Yan approached Luo Feng and realized that he seemed to have never seen this trader before. "Oh, you're new here, aren't you? I'm Xiao Yan, from the world of battle through the heavens. Do you need any pills?" Luo Feng turned to look at Xiao Yan, raised an eyebrow, and thought, he's younger than me again. There are quite a lot of young people here. "I am Luo Feng, from the Swallowed Star world. I'd like to see if there are any suitable pills for me, such as those to enhance my strength or mental power." "Yes. What level of strength are you?" "We have pills from level 1 to level 6. 5th rank." Xiao Yan glanced at Luo Feng in surprise. This guy didn't look much older than him, yet he was already at the 5th level. He's taken so many drugs, and he's only a second-tier battle master. Tisk tisk, the Myriad Realms Tower is indeed full of geniuses. This way, please, this is the 5th-tier area. Let me recommend a few pills to you. The Wandering Earth, at the center of the sun. Here, flames filled the sky, and nothing could be seen but red. There was nothing but flames. No, there's also a muscular naked man. His eyes were tightly closed, and flames capable of melting steel swept across his massive muscles, yet left not a single mark. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The surrounding flames were instantly blown away by this force, creating a vacuum within a 1-kilometer radius, expelling all the flames. The once calm center of the sun suddenly became chaotic, like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. All the flames began to surge violently, rushing one after another into this vacuum zone. From the core of the sun, a cluster of golden flames appeared out of nowhere and flew rapidly towards Superman. Superman instantly felt a strong burning sensation. Even though he had broken through and his body had become stronger, he still felt a stinging pain. He looked at the golden flames, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Wherever the golden flames passed, the other flames gave way, as if they had encountered the Emperor of Fire. Coupled with his own personal experience, Superman dared not stay in the same place any longer. He disregarded his naked body and flew directly out of the sun center to the outermost edge of the sun. Once they reached the outer perimeter, Superman's gaze narrowed again. The sun seemed to have expanded. The problem with the sun in the original Wandering Earth world was that the rate at which hydrogen was converted into helium inside the sun was accelerating. The fusion of helium would spread throughout the sun's interior in a short time, resulting in a helium flash. What is a helium flash? To put it simply, the sun will become a red giant and expand outward. Not to mention engulfing the Earth, the extremely high temperature alone will vaporize the Earth. Not to mention that after the helium flash, the sun will continue to expand until it engulfs everything around it. Superman originally wanted to go into the sun to see what caused the changes, but who knew he would break through as soon as he entered? In addition to what we just did, this directly caused a slight problem with the sun. Superman was naked from the waist down, frowning. It was unclear whether it was because of the golden flames, otherwise why would this situation suddenly occur? Does our own world's solar core also have something like this? Superman pondered for a moment, then vanished from the spot. In the world of Superman, after changing into his own uniform, he once again flew towards the sun. This time he was much faster than before. Propelling forward at full speed in space, it even reaches the speed of light. Putting aside strength, in terms of speed alone, it's estimated that no one in the Myriad Realms Tower is faster than him. Superman didn't stop and went straight into the center of the sun. He didn't dare to enter the center of the sun before, but now he entered easily. The sun in my own world is much more stable than the sun in the world of the wandering earth. In the same location, the energy absorbed in my own world is far greater than that absorbed in the world of the wandering earth. He carried the flames toward the core area. The further in he went, the higher the temperature became, and the clothes he had just put on were burned to ashes. Finally, a golden hue appeared in his sight. At the very front, a golden flame coiled at the core of the sun. He was at least several hundred kilometers away from the golden sun, but he still felt a burning pain on his skin. After seeing what he wanted to see, Superman withdrew. He flew back to the spaceship naked, retrieved his clothes, and returned to the world of the wandering earth once again. Inside the space station, everyone was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, Lu Paiqiang heard a knocking sound on the glass. He was stunned. This was in space, how could someone outside be knocking on the glass? Then he realized what was happening and saw Superman outside the window. I'm back. I'll go open the door for Superman. Not long after, Lu Paiqiang and Superman walked in. I went into the sun to take a look, and I even went back into the sun in my own world to take a look, but unfortunately, I didn't see any special reason. As for curbing solar fusion, that would be difficult for me, and pushing Earth out of the solar system would be even more impossible. At least I can't do it right now. So, I'm sorry. I guess you'll have to go find someone else. Lu Paiqiang's eyes darkened, and he sighed. Sigh, as expected. However, since the poster mentioned you, perhaps you can do it in the future. We would appreciate your help then. The heavenly coins are negotiable. Superman nodded. Even if Lu Paiqiang hadn't said anything, he would have helped them. These are people from an entire planet. He simply couldn't stand by and watch someone die. All right. I'm going back to the Myriad Realms Tower then. Don't be discouraged, there will be even more powerful traders in the future. Superman had already seen the message Hancock sent him, but he still had things to take care of. After speaking with Lu Paiqiang, he disappeared without a trace. As for the higher UPS in the world of the wandering earth, he ignored them completely from beginning to end. He disliked these officials in the first place, and besides, these people were not from his world and had nothing to do with him. After returning to the Tower of All Worlds, Superman went back to the Hall of Heroes and saw Hancock and Homelander lying to the side. What's going on? Hancock looked helpless, glanced at Homelander beside him, and kicked him. Young man, you're too lazy to sleep. You go out on a mission, see the target, and fall asleep immediately, and we can't wake you up. Superman stared blankly at Hancock, who shrugged and turned away, avoiding his gaze. He went to the world of Fen Jion to capture a 5th-tier expert, but that expert had mental attack abilities. He was severely injured by a single glance and has been unconscious ever since. If Duan Lang hadn't reacted quickly and brought him back to the Myriad Realms Tower, he would probably be dead by now. This is the first commission our Heroes Pavilion has ever received, and it has failed just like that. Moreover, Duan Lang doesn't even dare to go back to his own world now, for fear that he will be captured if he does. My strength is about the same as Homelander's. In the past, it would probably have been a matter of a single glance for me, so I can only wait for you. Superman walked up to Homelander and scanned him with X-rays. There's nothing wrong with my body, I just can't wake up. How do we resolve this situation with Homelander? Are Kryptonians' mental strength weak? He had absolutely no idea that mental power existed. Of all the opponents he encountered, none of them could use mental attacks, not to mention treating mental injuries. I've already bought some pills from the pill pavilion to restore my mental energy. I'll be fine after a while, but we need to resolve the issues in the wind and cloud world quickly, otherwise our business will be difficult in the future. Their first deal was so difficult, and the client couldn't even return to his own world. If word got out, who would dare hire them again? The most frustrating thing is when you end up not dealing with the people you're targeting, but instead becoming the target yourself. No one could accept that. Superman thought for a moment and slowly said, I understand. I'll go to the wind and cloud world with Duan Lang later. The fee for this mission will be fully refunded to Duan Lang after we collect it, just ask him to keep it a secret. Next time, make sure you have all the details before taking action. The Myriad Realms are not the real world, and that doesn't mean you're invincible. Taking action without any investigation will not only kill you, but it will also kill the client. He opened the Heroes Pavilion to help others, not to harm them. Luckily, Homelander survived, and Duan Lang was unharmed. If the opponent is really strong and both of them die, that would be the most serious problem. Hancock scratched his head and nodded. Alright, once Homelander gets up, I'll give him a good talking to. Are you sure you'll be alright if you go over there? Duan Lang said that guy seems pretty formidable. Superman felt the immense power within his body, a power dozens of times stronger than before. His physical attributes had improved in every aspect, including physical defense, heat vision, strength, and speed. I'm already at level 6. There shouldn't be any major problems. But just to be on the safe side, let's find out about Duan Lang's situation. I've already contacted him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Duan Lang entered the hero's pavilion. I don't know much about Dishishin's situation. I've never been to the future pavilion, and I only heard his name from the host. Duan Lang waved his hand, his face full of helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to know, but that he didn't have enough heavenly coins to go to the future pavilion. Superman didn't hesitate at all and immediately transferred 100,000 heavenly coins to Duan Lang. He didn't need heavenly coins. Consider the 100,000 heavenly coins as a loan to you. Go to the future pavilion to see the specific situation, and then figure out a way to deal with that Indra. Duan Lang was stunned for a moment. This guy was actually so kind. Too kind. He used to think that knowing someone who was too kind and too righteous was not a good thing, but he never expected it to have such benefits. This suddenly reminded him of Naifang. He hadn't seen Naifang in a long time and suddenly felt a pang of longing. His snow-drinking saber is still in his hands. After this matter is over, I'll go see Naifang and kill the damned Xiongba while I'm at it. Thank you. Once this matter is resolved, I should be able to return the heavenly coins to you. Duan Lang didn't waste any more words. He did indeed need these heavenly coins. Without hesitation, he left the hero's pavilion and went to the future pavilion to observe his future. Hancock stared wide-eyed at Superman, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Why don't you lend me 400,000 celestial coins? I'll exchange the rest of my Kryptonian bloodline. That way we'll be family." Superman sneered, his icy gaze fixed on Hancock. He and Homelander killed millions of people before, and he didn't even settle accounts with them. Now he wants to borrow money. No way. He insisted on bringing Hancock and Homelander into the hero's pavilion to keep an eye on them and prevent them from killing indiscriminately again. How could I possibly lend him money now? No way. You lent money to Duan Lang, but he's an outsider. I'm family with Zuckwarren, we opened the shop together. Why lend to him but not to us? I lent him the money because I need to clean up your mess and deal with the rest. I don't know how I can deal with that Emperor Shishin if I don't know his strength. The longer it drags on, the more people will find out. Hancock was speechless after being rebuked by Superman, and only muttered something after a long while. It's not about cleaning up my mess, it's about cleaning up the mess for the people of the motherland. This has nothing to do with me, and I didn't even get a share of the heavenly coins. I even used heavenly coins to buy pills for him. Superman ignored him and waited for Duan Lang's return. A short while later, Duan Lang walked in with a complicated expression. In the future pavilion, he saw the future of the world, and he also saw his own future. I never imagined that the biggest villain in my world would turn out to be myself. This is from the TV series Storm Riders, which only has 1 or 2 seasons. He killed Dishishin, becoming the ultimate villain, and was killed by Naifang and Bulletin Jingyun. A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond, it transforms into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. A dragon's roar from the heavens startles the world, a gathering of wind and clouds leads to a shallow swim. He remembered those 2 sentences very clearly. They were not only a reflection of Xiongba, but also a reflection of himself. Success and failure both stemmed from the vicissitudes of life. No wonder his world was called the world of wind and cloud. He hadn't realized it before, but now he did. The characters in Wind and Cloud are Naifang and Bulletin Jingyun. He endured a lifetime of hardship, and after scheming and plotting, he finally became the strongest, only to be killed by these 2. Duan Lang was at a loss as to how to face Naifang. In the original future, things changed after she went to Wushuan City. Her relationship with Naifang deteriorated, and she used him multiple times, almost killing him several times. That's why the 2 eventually became enemies, but he hasn't done those things yet, and he has seen Naifang's friendship with him. He doesn't even know who to blame. Sigh. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it for now. Last time I went to Lingyun Cave, I didn't find the 10 strong martial arts and Suanyu true skill. If I had the 10 strong martial arts, I might have been able to defeat Dishishin. My world is amazing. Not only does it have Kylan, but it also has dragons, phoenixes, and Suanyu. The reason why Dishishin lived for so long was because he drank the blood of the phoenix, which is why he was able to live for so long and was also very difficult to die. Unless the phoenix blood is forced out, the only option is to reduce him to ashes. He must acquire this phoenix blood, it's so precious. He can't let it go to waste. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can sell it to the Myriad Realms Tower. Besides phoenix blood, there is also black tortoise blood. Looking into the future, he discovered a person named Xiao Sangziao, who is the 12th of the 12 terrors. He lived longer than Indra. The Suanyu blood must be on him. As for the dragon essence, he also wants to get his hands on that. Immortal and indestructible. A skill that so many people dream of. Even if you're reduced to ashes, you can revive instantly. It is said that the auspicious day appears once every 10 cycles of the sexagenary cycle, and only then can one see the divine dragon, but that is because their strength is insufficient. Once he had everything sorted out, he immediately called upon the people from the Myriad Realms Tower to go and slay the dragon together. Superman watched as Duan Lang's expression changed constantly, his brows furrowing slightly. Could it be that Indra is extremely strong, and even I, at the 6th rank, can't handle him? So, do you know about Indra's situation now? Duan Lang raised his head, looked at Superman, and then nodded. He carefully observed Indra's abilities and gained a general understanding of them. Indra's normal attacks are definitely useless against Superman. The only thing that would be effective is his mental attacks. However, Superman is already at level 6, so Indra's mental attack shouldn't be able to hurt him. I understand. Deshishan's original name was Su Fu. He obtained the blood of the phoenix in our world and gained the ability to live forever. He lived for 2,000 years and collected the martial arts of all kinds and the characteristics of the phoenix blood to create the Sacred Heart technique. This Sacred Heart technique is his strongest method. The move that defeated Homelander was a move from the Sacred Heart technique. Superman and Hancock didn't care. Hancock himself was immortal, and Superman wasn't much different. Let's focus on this Sacred Heart formula. Duan Lang glanced at the two of them, knowing they might have misunderstood. Feng Shui was not as simple as they thought. The immortality of phoenix blood doesn't mean it won't die of old age. It means that even if you kill it, as long as there's a drop of its blood left, it will revive. Your immortality means that you will still die if you are killed. It's completely different from phoenix blood. Superman and Hancock's pupils contracted. Could they be resurrected after being killed? How do we fight this? Why bother knitting? They can come back to life after they die. How are we supposed to deal with that? Duan Lang, this is different from what you said at the beginning. Hancock was a little dissatisfied. The job that cost the Ghost King 300,000 All Heavens coins before wasn't this difficult. They only have 50,000 heavenly coins, and they're asking them to kill someone who can keep resurrecting. Don't worry, I know a way. There are 2 ways to kill him. First, beat him to a pulp, then he definitely won't be able to revive. Second, extract the phoenix blood from his body. I hope you can use the second method, because I still have a use for the phoenix blood. Duan Lang had seen the future. Deshishan had forced out the phoenix blood, and it was only then that his future self killed him. This indicates that the phoenix blood was actually still inside Emperor Shishan's body and was not completely digested. All we need to do is completely destroy his body and then take the phoenix blood. Maybe after I turn him into dust, the phoenix blood will appear. Hancock frowned. It wasn't that easy. It was hard to say whether he could even kill him or not. He had been selected and then utterly destroyed. It sounds so easy, why don't you do it yourself? He wanted to say something more, but Superman interrupted him. No matter how much they say, they still have to complete this task, otherwise how can the Heroes Pavilion continue to operate? I understand the situation with Phoenix Blood. Now tell me about the Sacred Heart technique. Duan Lang nodded. He knew Superman couldn't refuse. He was wrong to get to this point, but the Homelanders were also wrong. He doesn't even dare to return to the Fen Jiun world right now. If they don't resolve this matter, he will definitely let the entire Wanja Tower know about it. The Sacred Heart technique can grant its owner immortality, eternal youth, and even resurrection of the dead. In addition, it can absorb people's primordial spirit and grant them an indestructible body. The Sacred Heart technique is divided into many parts. The lightness skill is the soaring to immortality step, which can exceed the speed of sound, but it's nothing in front of you. The Nahai Sacred Heart mantra can absorb the opponent's internal energy and convert it into one's own. Heavenly Palace Illusion, this is a mental attack that creates an illusion. Homelander was hit by this move before. Then come the 4 Sacred Heart techniques, Frost Heaven technique, Profound Ice technique, 10,000 Blades Piercing Clouds, and Emperor Heaven's Raging Thunder. These respectively transform snow into ice into blades, and ice into lightning during snowfall. These attacks shouldn't be effective against you. The most important ones are these 4 below. The Sacred Heart's 4 tribulations, the Eye-Shocking Tribulation, is a mental attack launched with the eyes. Homelander was instantly killed by this move. The Evil Blood Calamity uses blood to draw blood. After you are injured, it can control the blood in your body to flow out until it is all gone. The Heavenly Tribulation, by using one's own heart to influence the enemy's heart, can cause the opponent's heart and internal organs to rupture violently. It will cause intense pain, and the pain will come directly from the internal organs. The Final Tribulation, the Tribulation of God's Punishment, is the most powerful move. It uses the primordial spirit as a weapon to attack. This move is most likely a mental attack. Moreover, he has one last life-saving skill, 7 No-Go. It allows him to turn his body into particles and recombine them anywhere. He used it when he was dealing with Homelander. This is the Sacred Heart technique. My suggestion is that you go in and kill him, then don't give him a chance to revive. Use Phoenix Blood to finish him off. Superman nodded. His thoughts were somewhat similar to Duan Lang's. Go in and fight, kill them outright, don't give them a chance to use their skills. However, just to be on the safe side, it's best to buy a magic item that can defend against mental attacks. I'm going to the immortal realm to buy a magic weapon. I'll set off as soon as I get it. If it were the old Superman, he definitely wouldn't have been so cautious, he would have just gone straight for it. But ever since he was suppressed by the original poster, he felt that he was too weak. There are far too many people in the Myriad Realms stronger than him. He must be careful. Fortunately, he had visited the Soul Pavilion beforehand and stored some soul essence. Even a 5th-tier soul essence would be enough. Once I'm resurrected, I can just go back to the world of the wandering earth. He simply can't afford to spend 10 million heavenly coins to restore his life soul. Superman arrives at the Immortal Pavilion and begins searching for magical artifacts to defend against spiritual power. After the Ghost King's 2 sales, the Immortal Path still has a lot of items, especially the magic treasures, the Ghost King Sect's magic treasures, the Tianyan Temple's magic treasures. There are too many. After much deliberation, Superman chose the most expensive magical artifact. Soul-suppressing bell, a 5th-tier magic weapon, a defensive magic weapon. After enduring a drop of blood, it is stored inside the body and automatically defends itself. It can defend against 5th-tier peak soul attacks, mental attacks, and primordial spirit attacks. Note that only those who are righteous and care for the world can use it. Item value 109,989 heavenly coins. This magic weapon is the most expensive and has the best defensive capabilities among all magic weapons. It can defend against attacks from the soul, mental power, and primordial spirit of a peak 5th-tier cultivator. The reason it was sold was probably because it was necessary to have a sense of justice and care for all people. This condition is too demanding. Probably very few people in the entire Myriad Realms building could use it, but Superman felt he should be able to use this magic weapon. 100,000 All Heavens coins weren't much for him, so he could give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can sell it again. At most, we'll lose a little bit of heavenly coins. With that in mind, Superman didn't hesitate any longer and bought it directly. A golden bell appeared in Superman's hand. It looked very small, about 20 centimeters tall. The bell is engraved with various intricate and ancient inscriptions and emits a faint golden light. Superman bit his finger hard, trying to prevent the wound from healing on its own, otherwise no blood would come out. After a drop of blood was dripped onto the soul-suppressing bell, the golden light on the bell instantly burst forth. Luckily, Superman has amazing eyesight, otherwise he might have been blinded by the light. The soul-suppressing bell slammed into Superman's head. Superman instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, but the soul-suppressing bell passed right through him. It not only passed through the hand, but also through the head, and settled in the sea of consciousness. Duan. A bell rang in Superman's mind, and he instantly felt the world become much quieter. He felt a jolt of energy, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were cleared away. The soul-suppressing bell has taken effect. In the world of turmoil, Emperor Shishan's expression was not good. In fact, it was quite unpleasant. He was instantly killed by that strangely dressed man. He's too fast. Fortunately, I possessed Phoenix blood, and my opponent was unaware of my ability to revive, which allowed me to instantly kill them with the shocking calamity. If even the shocking calamity technique is useless, I guess I'll have no choice but to run. The Ji Shen Ji technique is a desperate move, and he will not use it unless absolutely necessary. After taking down this oddly dressed guy, it's Duan Lang's turn next. He was very curious about where Duan Lang had found such a powerful guy. In all my years of traveling the world, I have never encountered such a powerful person. Indra glanced at the man from the earth below, and that one glance made his pupils shrink sharply. They're gone. When did this happen? Shishan quickly looked towards Wushuan City, where Duan Lang, who had been standing there just moments before, was nowhere to be seen. It's a ghost. 2 living people vanished right before their eyes. He came to the ground, and the traces of Homelander's fall were still there, but the man was gone. He was killed once, and the person who killed him still managed to escape. He had never suffered such humiliation since he became Wuwudi. Emperor Shishan disappeared from the spot and reappeared above Wushuan City. His gaze swept over the Sword Saint and the others, and he asked with a grim expression, "Where is Duan Langren?" The Sword Saint was stunned for a moment, looked at Duan Lang's location, and then realized that the man had already disappeared. Ye Ming quickly spoke up. "Senior, that Duan Lang must have seen your extraordinary strength, so he ran away immediately. Who wouldn't be afraid of your unparalleled divine skills?" Shishan's gaze fell on Ye Ming, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ye Ming was still smug. He must have left a good impression on the other party. The next second, Indra struck out with a palm. The swordsman beside him quickly drew his sword and used sword 22 to defend. However, the power of Indra's palm strike was far greater than the pressure Ye Ming had exerted on him. He couldn't withstand it at all, and even the sword in his hand was knocked away. He vomited 3 liters of blood and flew backwards as he plummeted to the ground. With just one palm strike, he was severely injured. While watching the show from the sidelines, I could only sense the strength of the Chinese people. I thought that Indra's moves were just strange. I didn't expect that Indra, who was being beaten so badly, was also so powerful. How ridiculous that I had wanted to spar with Indra before. Ye Ming was thrown back by the aftershocks of the battle and was almost scared to death. This guy is really unpredictable. He has a smile on his face, but when he strikes, it's a deadly move. After striking out with a palm, Indra's anger subsided considerably, and he did not continue to make moves. Ye Ming is lucky to be alive. Go find Duan Lang. If you can't find him, everyone in Wushuan City will die. Leave no one alive. After uttering these words, Indra flew into the air and began to search around. However, he searched the surrounding area for thousands of kilometers but found no trace of the broken waves. Either Duan Lang is still in the city, or he's hiding in some nook or cranny. The chances of him leaving the city are slim. He doesn't have that kind of speed. Therefore, Emperor Shishan returned to Wushuan City once again. Indra's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, and the sky also darkened instantly, with dark clouds covering the entire sky. The biting wind howled at the street corners of Wushuan City, seemingly poised to take away the vibrant lives within its walls. In a certain part of Wushuan City, Mingjia was anxiously talking to Mingjing beside her. "Grandma, what should we do? That guy seems to really be planning to massacre the entire city. Should we leave?" Mingjing slammed his hand on the table and glared angrily at Mingjio. The Ming family is the guardian family of Wushuan City. How could they abandon Wushuan City and leave? We can't leave. What kind of behavior is this? The Ming family only has those who died in the Battle of Wushuan City. No one has fled. There's still a way. Love of the city, the legendary divine skill of the peerless divine sword. If we can use love of the city, there's still a chance of survival. Minjia's eyes dimmed. A love that could topple cities was not so easy to execute. The two people must truly love each other, and then they can use the yin-yang twin swords. Even though she had developed feelings for Ye Ming since childhood, she really didn't like him. Take the yin sword and go find Lord Ye. This is our last chance. Time passed second by second, and the air in Wushuan City was filled with a biting cold, as if the entire city was covered with a layer of frost. There was no one on the street. Everyone was hiding in their homes, covered with blankets, afraid of freezing to death. As for leaving Wushuan City, it's not that no one has thought of it, but unfortunately, those who actually did it turned into ice sculptures, standing at the entrance of Wushuan City, forming a peculiar landscape. Several hours later, Indra and the others were getting a little impatient. "Duan Lang, if you don't show up soon, I'll make the entire city pay with its life." Duan Lang's changes only occurred after he came to Wushuan City from Tingxia, so Wushuan City must have something he needs. He will definitely come back. Unfortunately, it was all just his own opinion. Indra's anger flared up again when he thought of how he had been beaten to a pulp before. Since he obtained the phoenix blood, apart from the time with Wu Wudi, he has never suffered such a great injustice. Since you're not showing up, then you can all just die. Deshishan's eyes narrowed, and countless ice cones appeared in the air, densely packed and suspended above Wushuan City. Seeing that they could wait no longer, the Sword Saint and the others had no choice but to attack together. Ye Ming, Ye Yufang, Sword Saint, Mingjing, and Mingjia, they all went. Deshishan snorted coldly and hurled an ice spike at the four of them. The ice cone shrank in the air until it disappeared, replaced by a purple bolt of lightning and a deafening roar. The next second, the lightning bolt appeared in front of them and exploded violently. Before anyone could react, they were all severely injured and sent flying. Mingjing and the Sword Saint were instantly blasted into charred remains. Mingjio and Ye Ming were further back and escaped unscathed, while Dugu's side barely made a move. He was controlled by Duan Lang and was the only one among them who knew Deshishan's strength. How could he dare to rush out and die? Indra looked at their miserable state and snorted coldly. Courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Deshishan suddenly sensed a deadly crisis. His years of combat experience told him that he had to get out of the way. He immediately unleashed the 7 deadly realms, attempting to transform his body into particles. But before he could react, a dark blue figure had already arrived in front of him, and a dense barrage of fist shadows instantly covered his entire body. With the first punch, his head exploded. Then, punch after punch followed, and after his head exploded, his body followed suit, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Just before he died, Indra heard a sharp sonic boom. Everyone in Wushuan City was shocked by what they saw. They had just thought they were going to die and were in despair, but in the blink of an eye, Deshishan was blown to pieces. The change happened so fast. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. Everyone stared in shock at the figure in dark blue, whose red cloak stood out starkly against the cold wind. 2 words came to everyone's mind: hero. He saved everyone in our peerless city. He is a hero. In front of Superman, Indra's body was smashed into a bloody mist by his immense strength, and even his bones were shattered into pieces. This was the first time he had ever used such a violent fighting style. His brows furrowed slightly. If this Emperor Shishan hadn't been so difficult to kill, he would never have turned him into a bloody mist. The blood mist in the sky was showing signs of freezing in the cold weather when suddenly a ball of golden blood appeared, standing out prominently among the many bright red blood mists. Superman seemed to sense the golden blood drawing him in, and a glint of joy flashed in Duan Lang's eyes as he shouted at Superman, "That's the golden blood! That's Phoenix blood!" Superman immediately reached out to grab it, but it was too late. His hand passed through the golden Phoenix blood but didn't grasp it, as if the blood didn't exist. In Superman's eyes, the Phoenix blood and ordinary blood turned into particles that slipped through his fingers. The golden particles and the red particles immediately flew to other places, intending to recombine. Indra could sense that Superman was watching him. He didn't dare to reassemble in front of Superman at all, so he could only fly away quickly and reassemble hundreds of kilometers away. This uniformed monster is terrifying. It's much stronger than the previous one. The previous one still had some traces that were somewhat visible, but this one is completely invisible. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably would have been blown to bits. Moreover, it seems that the other party is after the Phoenix blood and wants to take it away. Damn it! When did such a mysterious organization appear? I didn't even know. Most importantly, they also know about the Phoenix blood. This happened 2,000 years ago. How would they know? Suanyu. It must be Suanyu. Of the 4 auspicious beasts, the fire Kylan is in Lingyan Cave. The Phoenix was killed by him, and he also knows where the divine dragon is, but he has never been able to find the black tortoise. I originally thought that Suanyu, like the dragon, had found a place to slumber, since Suanyu has a long lifespan and it's normal for it to sleep for thousands of years. However, the appearance of Duan Lang and Superman made Deshishan suspect that Suanyu might have also been killed. There is also an immortal being who has lived longer than himself. These strange people are members of their organization, just like their own Heavenly Gate. Anyone randomly selected from Tianmen could easily defeat most people in the martial arts world. A powerful being could even kill Xiong Ba. Another immortal being is just like me. Perhaps the other party knows everything about me and has seen it all, just like he knew everything about Xiong Ba. Thinking of this, Indra felt his heart turn cold. Now that they've made a move, do I have any chance of surviving? In a valley, golden red particles gathered together. The immortality of the Phoenix blood, combined with the sacred heart technique, instantly revived Deshishan. Indra looked much older, with a few more gray hairs on his head. Before he could do anything, a deadly sense of crisis descended once again. The same scene happened again. He was instantly smashed to pieces. This time, in addition to the fists, there was also an endless cold wind that froze all his blood. Even the blood mist was frozen into ice shards. Unfortunately, Indra still transformed into particles, passed through the ice surface, and disappeared at high speed. Superman stood there, his brow furrowed. He only has a few abilities, and most importantly, he doesn't have the ability to trap people. He should have bought a magic item to trap people. Superman is fast, but Indra's thoughts are even faster. Sensing danger, he immediately activated the 7 deadly sins. Even if his body is blown to pieces, as long as there is still blood, he can be resurrected. Taking out the Phoenix blood directly is even more difficult. However, Superman noticed that this time the golden blood seemed a little dimmer than before. It had only dimmed slightly, but because of his poor eyesight, he could see it very clearly. In other words, each resurrection of the Phoenix blood also consumes energy. If this killing continues, Indra will die sooner or later. This Phoenix blood isn't as powerful as Duan Lang claimed. Superman pondered for a moment, then decided not to give chase. Indra was terrified and dared not stop. Superman was right, Phoenix blood is not invincible and not as powerful as Duan Lang thought. Many years ago, he was beaten by Wu Wudi and lost his Phoenix blood, which caused him to gradually age and spend all his time in the ice cave. This time, Homelander knocked out half of her body, and she lost even more of her Phoenix blood than when she was invincible, not to mention that she was also blown up by Superman twice. These 2 resurrections were completely achieved through bloodshed, consuming a great deal of the Phoenix blood's energy. How could he dare to stay here any longer? Superman returned to Wushuan City, found Duan Lang, and pulled him back to the sky not far from Deshishan. In the distance, everything appeared peaceful and empty, but in Superman's vision, numerous golden red particles scattered and flew away into the distance. Duan Lang was completely dumbfounded. He was just in Wushuan City a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of kilometers away. This speed was simply too fast. Every time I blast him to pieces, he turns into particles and leaves. I can't catch him at all, and neither can Phoenix blood. But I've noticed that every time he dies, Phoenix blood's light dims a little. If I keep killing him, Phoenix blood will probably lose energy and won't be able to revive him. Duan Lang refused without even thinking. No, I have some Phoenix blood I need. Let me think of another way. Superman had anticipated this, which is why he brought Duan Lang along. Then hurry, if he runs away this time, it will be difficult to find him again. The world of Fen Jion is so vast, if they really run away, they'll never be found again. Duan Lang's mind raced. Not only was the phoenix blood extremely important, but Deshishin also possessed the sacred heart technique. This martial arts technique can be considered an unparalleled divine skill, no less powerful than cultivation techniques for immortality. If we kill Deshishin directly, this technique will disappear. Moreover, the sacred heart technique can revive people and grant them immortality. Although the phoenix blood plays a role, if it can truly revive people, it would definitely be a powerful tool for earning heavenly coins. But what can be done about this situation? It is absolutely impossible to drag Indra into the Myriad Realms building. Indra has lived for more than 2,000 years and his wisdom far surpasses mine. He absolutely cannot be dragged into the Myriad Realms building. But how can we get him to willingly hand over the phoenix blood and the sacred heart technique? Besides the phoenix blood, the Dishi Tian Society also possesses many other martial arts besides the sacred heart technique, including many 5th-tier martial arts. In addition, he has collected martial arts from various schools, and it seems that he has memorized all of these. Soul search. This is the only way. However, his soul-searching technique was unlikely to be able to search for Deshishin's soul, and he might even be seriously injured. How can a peak 4th-tier player search for a 5th-tier soul? Even though he had broken through to the 5th rank, he dared not easily search for Deshishin's soul. Unless, you seek out the Ghost King. The sect leader of the Ghost King sect must be able to search souls. However, it must cost a lot of heavenly coins to ask him to help. Well, this is the only way to get more. I'll go see the Ghost King and ask for his help. The Ghost King should be able to control him and get what I need. Duan Lang sighed. It would have been better to have sought out the Ghost King from the beginning. Paying twice for one thing was really a disaster. Superman nodded, and after watching Duan Lang disappear, he slowly followed Deshishin in the sky. After returning to the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan Lang immediately contacted Bai Yao. He had no choice but to contact Bai Yao, as he did not have the Ghost King's contact information. This time, when asking the Ghost King for help, Duan Lang offered a price that wasn't too high, but it wasn't low either, 10,000 heavenly coins. After all, it only cost 50,000 heavenly coins to find someone to deal with Indra, and now it's just about trapping someone and searching their soul, so 10,000 heavenly coins isn't much. That's already 1/5. Unfortunately, he thought it was too much, but the Ghost King thought it wasn't much. With tens of millions of heavenly coins on his person, the Ghost King certainly wouldn't care about these 10,000 heavenly coins. Moreover, the righteous Qingyun sect is now stirring up trouble and could attack at any time. The destruction of Tianyin Temple caused an excessively strong reaction from the righteous faction, which had already united their forces within just a few days. The righteous factions, led by the Qingyun sect and the Fengxiang Valley, will launch a siege against the Ghost King sect. He can't leave now. Therefore, he could only persuade Bai Yao to refuse the matter. Duan Lang was stunned when he received the reply. He didn't expect the Ghost King to refuse. The Ghost King should also be at the 5th level. 10,000 heavenly coins should be a lot for him. What should we do now? The Ghost King refused, so who else knows the soul-searching technique? Duan Lang stood in the square of the Myriad Realms building, feeling lost. Superman was still waiting. Should he let Superman go back to the Myriad Realms building first and wait until he broke through his own strength before going back? Are you kidding me? Even Duan Lang was too embarrassed to say that. If all else fails, ask the original poster who knows how to perform a soul search? No way, you're asking me for such a small thing? You're treating me like a babysitter. Just then, Xiao Yan saw Luo Feng out of the pill pavilion. The two chatted and laughed, clearly having a good time. Duan Lang's eyes lit up. He could ask Xiao Yan, perhaps he would know. If all else fails, you can ask the old doctor if he's willing to help. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, Duan Lang is very polite. I would like to ask you, besides the Ghost King, who else in the Myriad Realms Tower can perform soul searching? A 5th-tier trader? Xiao Yan returned the greeting, looked at the anxious Duan Lang, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. As far as I know, there aren't many 5th-tier cultivators in the entire Myriad Realms Tower. Apart from the Ghost King, there's only Aizen. He originally came from the soul world, and all his cultivation methods are soul cultivation methods. He should know them. Indigo dying? Duan Lang instantly thought of the smiling man, but for some reason, he always felt that the smile was very hypocritical. Most importantly, he didn't have Aizen's friends. Brother Xiao, do you have Aizen as a friend? I haven't added him. Xiao Yan shook his head. He didn't have any friends with Lan Ran either. In fact, Lan Ran didn't add anyone as a friend. He didn't trust anyone except himself. Excuse me, but when you say soul searching, do you mean reading memories? Luo Feng, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. I know how to use soul search. Hu Yanbo even gave him the inherited soul imprint, which contained many secret techniques, one of which was soul searching. You know, a soul imprint can control other people, so searching for a soul couldn't be simpler, right? Moreover, his soul is incredibly powerful. He even possessed the golden horned beast. What is a mere 5th-tier expert compared to that? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Duan Lang took a closer look at him. Wasn't this the new traitor from earlier? Yes, can you read memories? Luo Feng nodded. Duan Lang was the first person he met at the Myriad Realms Tower besides the Tower Master, so they were somewhat destined to meet. Since we're destined to meet, why not lend a hand? I can. Seeing that Duan Lang was still thinking, Xiao Yan spoke to him. Brother Luo Feng is a 5th-tier expert. How could I forget about him? Brother Duan Lang, you can just go find him. 5th order. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Brother Luo Feng, I am Duan Lang from the Fenjian world. Could you help me search his soul? I have someone ambush a 5th-tier expert in our world. He has many powerful cultivation techniques in his mind. If I can search his soul, I can exchange them for a large amount of heavenly coins. At that time, Duan Lang gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. You'll get half of the heavenly coins then. Luo Feng nodded, but inwardly he didn't care. How much money could a few 5th-level cultivation techniques be? I am a man with 100 million heavenly coins. Whatever. I mainly want to see other worlds. But I've already had my soul searched, so my memories are right here with me, right? How do I exchange them for multiverse coins? I'll exchange them for you. Duan Lang almost forgot about this. Luo Feng would need to pay half of the heavenly coins to take the items out, which would be equivalent to working for nothing. Depend on. Why don't you try signing an agreement? The agreements of the Myriad Realms Tower are far more powerful than you imagine. Xiao Yan reminded him from the side that they could use an agreement to transfer memories. Duan Lang's eyes lit up, and he called out Hong Yu. Red Jade. Hong Yu appeared beside the two of them. Luo Feng looked at Hong Yu with some curiosity. Was she the same kind of being as Babada? Hong Yu, I'd like to make an agreement with Luo Feng. He'll help me search my soul, and I'll pay him heavenly coins. In return, the memories from the soul search will be transferred to my mind. Is that alright? Successful. Protocol drafting in progress. Generation successful. A white light appeared between Luo Feng and Duan Lang, and 2 contracts appeared in front of them within the light. Duan Lang and Luo Feng signed an agreement. Duan Lang paid _____ heavenly coins in exchange for the specific memories obtained by Luo Feng through soul searching. If both parties agree, they can imprint their own mark on the memories. Duan Lang wrote 10,000 in front of the heavenly coins, and then said to Luo Feng, I only have 10,000 heavenly coins on me right now. I'll pay you the rest after I sell them. Luo Feng didn't care about any of that and agreed immediately. After the two signed the contract glowed and then disappeared instantly. Duan Lang finally revealed a slight smile. Thank you very much, brother Luo Feng. Shall we head over now? Luo Feng nodded, bid farewell to Xiao Yan, and then went to the edge of the vortex. Please. Luo Feng and Duan Lang stepped directly into the vortex and arrived in the world of Fenjian. In the world of Swallowed Star, Babada was talking to Luo Feng 1 second, and the next second Luo Feng disappeared, along with the body of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng? Where did you go? Luo Feng. In the world of Fenjian, within the city of Wushuan, everyone joyfully embraced each other, basking in the happiness of surviving a calamity. Suddenly, a colossal object appeared in the distant sky. Even from tens of kilometers away, everyone can see it clearly, especially the golden horn that seemed to pierce the sky, which was truly astonishing. Duan Lang stared blankly at the golden horned behemoth, his mind completely blank. The powerful aura emanating from the golden horned behemoth made him feel as if his very soul was trembling. This is the aura of a top-tier cosmic behemoth. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only at the planetary level now, its aura is far stronger than that of an ordinary stellar-level behemoth. Luo Feng himself was also a little confused. How did the body of the golden horned beast end up here? Then he realized that he was now the golden horned beast, and since he had entered another world, his body naturally had to come too. Duan Lang shook his head and tentatively called out, Luo Feng? It's me! The golden horned beast roared, and although Luo Feng had lowered the volume to a very low level, it was still an enormous sound in Duan Lang's ears, almost deafening him. Duan Lang quickly covered his ears, the sound was too loud. You're not human? The golden horned beast saw Duan Lang's actions and, instead of speaking, chose to communicate using telepathy. I am human, but due to an accident, I possess the body of the golden horned beast, which is the body you see now. I didn't expect that this body would follow me into your world. This is a bit troublesome. I just finished possessing the golden horned beast and haven't learned the secret techniques of shrinking and creating human clones yet, so I can only appear in this form. Duan Lang suddenly realized that he had thought Luo Feng was not human, but a monster. He knew about the possession. Is Luo Feng's world also a world of cultivation? He can even possess another's body. Duan Lang, who is this monster? A voice rang in their ears, and Superman, dressed in a dark blue suit, appeared in front of them. Duan Lang quickly explained to Superman. This is Luo Feng, a new trader at the Myriad Realms Tower, a 5th-tier expert. The Ghost King couldn't come because of other matters, so I had to ask him to come. He is human, but due to an accident, he possessed the body in front of me. Luo Feng, this is Superman, a 6th-tier expert. He's the helper I invited. Superman curiously examined the golden horned behemoth, seeing such a large creature for the first time. It must be at least 200 meters tall. After introducing the two, Duan Lang asked Superman about the situation of Emperor Shishin. Where is Indra? Is he still running? Superman nodded, but Indra didn't dare to stop at all. I reconstructed my body once before, but after I destroyed it, I never dared to reconstruct it again. I'll take you there. Luo Feng was about to refuse. After all, the golden horned beast was not slow either, reaching 4 or 5 times the speed of sound, and the golden horned beast was too heavy. With a size of nearly 200 meters, you can imagine how heavy it is. However, the next second, he felt a blur before his eyes and found himself in another location. The giant golden horned beast stared at Superman in shock with its eyes the size of a building. This guy is so fast. They're moving so fast while pulling the golden horned behemoth. Are stellar-class satellites really that powerful? As Indra fled below, he suddenly felt the sky darken. A colossal creature hovered in the sky, even larger than the phoenix he had killed before. Could it be some auspicious beast? Although he has turned into particles and has no eyes, he can still perceive his surroundings. After carefully examining the golden horned behemoth in the sky, Shishin realized that he did not recognize it. No document has ever mentioned this auspicious beast with giant golden horns. This auspicious beast looks very powerful. I hope it can help him stop that strangely dressed guy. Unfortunately, he then discovered Superman and Duan Lang beneath the golden horned beast. The two were like ants beneath the golden horned behemoth, but it was clear that the three of them showed no inclination to attack each other. Could this giant beast be in league with them? Indra's heart was filled with even greater fear. He suddenly accelerated and flew forward. With a bang, all the particles collided with the air in front of them, as if there were an air wall that bounced the particles back. Indra was completely dumbfounded. He tried again, flying forward, but was bounced back again. They couldn't even get through it. Indra had a bad feeling and hurriedly flew in other directions, but it seemed that there were invisible walls all around him, blocking him firmly. These are the particles, aren't they? I've blocked them. What's next? Luo Feng's voice rang in Duan Lang's mind, and Duan Lang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Luo Feng to have this ability. That's incredible. Even Superman couldn't stop these particles, but Luo Feng came up and blocked them directly. Duan Lang transmitted his voice to Luo Feng and said, I'll make him reveal his body, talk to him, and then you can search his soul. It would be best if you could control him. I need a clump of golden blood in his body. Okay, I'll give it a try. Duan Lang flew down and hovered not far from Shishin. Come out, Indra. Let's talk. The golden red particles gathered together and transformed into the shape of Indra. This time, he was without a mask, revealing an old face that looked very old, especially since half of his hair had turned white. At this moment, Indra was filled with fear. He couldn't even defeat one Superman, and now another strange monster had appeared, imprisoning him on the spot. Without these two guys, what is Duan Lang anyway? Duan Lang, we have no grudges against each other. Why do you insist on killing me? Duan Lang said directly to him. I need the phoenix blood within you. Hand over the phoenix blood, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you'll die along with the phoenix blood. If we could just convincing them to give us phoenix blood, that would be the best outcome. Shishin's heart sank. It really was for the phoenix blood. What should we do now? It seems like I'll die whether I give it or not. The only difference is dying early or dying late. Damn it. I've lived for over 2,000 years, and I never expected to run into trouble here. My grand plan to slay the dragon hasn't even begun yet. Oh, right, slaying dragons. As long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Dragon essence. You can have the phoenix blood, but how can I be sure you won't kill me? What if you take the phoenix blood and still kill me? He's not a 2-year-old, he doesn't believe such things. Duan Lang sneered. Do you have a choice now? Indra looked frustrated. Did he even have a choice? Of course I have it. Unless I force the phoenix blood out myself, you can only kill me again and again until the phoenix blood's energy is exhausted, and then I will die, and you won't get the phoenix blood. Duan Lang fell silent. Shishin was right. If he had to take action, the only way was to give up the phoenix blood, but he didn't want to give up. Then tell me, how can I hand over the phoenix blood? Indra glanced at the man and beast in the sky, his eyes gleaming. Let them leave, then come to me, and I will personally hand over the phoenix blood to you. Duan Lang was amused by Shishin. Was he going to Shishin to be a hostage? Does Indra consider himself brain-dead? How could someone who has lived for 2,000 years say something so idiotic? When Shishin saw Duan Lang smile, he instantly understood its meaning. But he has no other choice now. He's like a fish on a chopping board, with a knife to his neck. He's panicking. I'll vouch for you. If you hand over the phoenix blood, I guarantee he won't kill you. Superman suddenly spoke, and Duan Lang's expression changed upon hearing this. He looked sharply at Superman. Duan Lang was momentarily unsure whether Superman intended to deceive Deshishin first, or was serious. Thinking about what Superman had done before, Duan Lang felt uneasy. Indra looked at Superman and, for some reason, even though he was clearly an enemy, he began to believe Superman's words. Okay, I hope you'll keep your word. Emperor Shishin closed his eyes in frustration. He had no choice but to do as he was told, or he would die. He circulated his internal energy and began to force out the phoenix blood from his body one by one. A ball of golden blood emerged from his palm, emanating a sacred aura. As the golden blood appeared, Deshishin felt a sense of exhaustion. His hair turned completely white instantly, and his skin became loose. His sacred heart relies almost entirely on phoenix blood. Once the phoenix blood leaves his body, he won't live for very long. He must obtain the essence of another auspicious beast. It's impossible to defeat the dragon, and I'm too weak to even be able to defeat it. Fortunately, there is another auspicious beast. Fire Kylan. The four auspicious beasts, Kylan, Suanryu, Phoenix, and Divine Dragon. Only the Kylan has been in the sight of humans for a long time, but why doesn't anyone kill it to obtain its essence? The reason is simple, the Kylan situation is different from the other three auspicious beasts. The Kylan can no longer be called an auspicious beast, it should be called a ferocious beast. Its essence has been corrupted and is filled with violence, consuming it will inevitably lead to madness. This is why he didn't go looking for the Kylan before. It's no match for Phoenix blood. However, it seems that we have no choice but to go find the Kylan now. Otherwise, I might not live to see the day the dragon appears. As for madness and violence, I can only try my best to suppress them with my cultivation techniques. It's better than being dead. Deshishin looked reluctantly at the phoenix blood in his hand and gave it away. A hint of joy appeared in Duan Lang's eyes, but as the phoenix blood drew closer, Duan Lang felt a chilling sensation. What did you do? Why is it so cold? Duan Lang quickly stepped back a few paces, not daring to touch Feng Shui directly. Indra, a mocking smile on his lips, said disdainfully, "Phoenix blood is the essence of the ice phoenix, so of course it's cold. Otherwise, why do you think all my skills are related to ice? Who would have thought that a golden phoenix would actually be of the ice attribute? The original work doesn't seem to mention that it's a fire phoenix, and since Emperor Shishin's techniques are all ice-based, with no fire-based techniques, I made it an ice phoenix. If it mentions a fire phoenix, please tag me and I'll change it back." Duan Lang looked at Feng Shui with some hesitation, then took out a box and put Feng Shui into it without touching it directly with his hands. Seeing that he had obtained the phoenix blood, Duan Lang revealed a satisfied smile. "Now you can let me go." Deshishin was tense all over. He had already handed over the phoenix blood. If the other party did not release him, he would surely die. He wasn't looking at Duan Lang, but instead staring at Superman. His intuition, his sixth sense, and his very being all told him that this person was extremely trustworthy. You can tell from their facial features. Duan Lang ignored Deshishin and instead addressed Luo Feng. "Brother Luo, thank you for your trouble." "Good." Superman, standing in the air, did not stop Luo Feng. He knew that Duan Lang had come to Luo Feng to search his soul, and searching the soul was not about killing him. It's fortunate that Duan Lang sought out Luo Feng. If he had sought out the Ghost King, Deshishin would have been either dead or turned into an idiot after his soul was searched. However, the soul imprint that Luo Feng learned was the signature skill of immortal-level powerhouses, and its grade exceeded the 7th rank. Unlike those low-level soul techniques, it would not damage the brain. Indra's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Duan Lang, you want to back out?" Before Duan Lang could speak, Superman spoke first. "He needs all the techniques you've memorized, so you'd better not resist to avoid any harm." Searching for memories. They even have this ability. I can tell you all the techniques. Too slow. I can't wait that long. You'd better not resist, or don't blame me if you turn into an idiot. Before Indra could say anything more, he suddenly felt a powerful force invade his mind, probing into the unknown. He tried to block it with his mental power, but his mental power was severely damaged as soon as he touched that force, so he dared not continue. He could only endure the headache as Luo Feng searched his soul. "All right. All the techniques have been recorded. This guy's comprehension is really impressive. He actually managed to research such powerful techniques." Duan Lang nodded. Not only was he skilled, but he was also quite shrewd. Otherwise, how could he have transformed from an ordinary person into a top expert? Now that he has everything, there is no point in Indra living. A murderous glint flashed in Duan Lang's eyes, and wisps of black energy emanated from his body. At this moment, Indra was not only seriously injured, but also suffered a severe mental blow. Forget Superman, Duan Lang could kill him easily now. Sensing the killing intent in Duan Lang's eyes, Deshishan sighed inwardly, ultimately unable to escape his fate of death. Looking back on his life, from a weak mortal to a top figure in the world, he has always regarded himself as a god, laughing at the vicissitudes of life. However, he never imagined that he would die one day. He still died at the hands of such an insignificant guy as Duan Lang. Several sword lights were unleashed from Duan Lang's hand, flying towards Deshishan simultaneously. Deshishan resignedly closed his eyes. The mental pain made it impossible for him to mobilize his power. He could only wait to die. Suddenly, Deshishan felt himself enveloped in shadow, and the sword energy that had been stinging his skin seemed to have disappeared. Superman, what are you doing?